this is fucking bad. Not good. Dude, seriously, it's not fucking fun. Let go. There's a god. I want him destroyed. I can't find that fucking shit now. I'm in a bad mood. Fuck this shit right now. Turn this fucking shit off so I break my phone. Shut the fuck up, phone. You, come here now. Yeah, now, come here. I gotta go. You know that. I'm gonna eat you. No, I'm gonna eat you. I'm hungry. Ow, la, 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 la. Ow, la, 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 la. Ow, la, 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 la. I love you so much as I do. love you. Later, Captain. Later, my beautiful baby. I love you so much. You better know I love you because I love you. Okay. I'm not gonna, you know what, fuck it, just rub right in it. Suck it up. Anything that'll be like a couple hours long or literally set this channel for a second, just have to blow this up.
I'm thinking Black Vegas, right here in Atlanta.
I see Atlanta. That's Black Mecca. You build our houses.
Of glucose in the cells freeze and then burst due to water contained within. As the parasite cells use glucose in their bodies, even if they could survive freezing for periods of time, considering it was the Ice Age, as glucose decreased, the balance would shift in their cells and they would burst due to the formation of jagged ice crystals in their cells. So apart from that glaring biological issue, what sort of animals are the parasites? Well, interestingly, as mentioned previously, they aren't bugs. Instead, they are vertebrates, much like you and me. And while there are not very many parasites that are vertebrates, at its fundamental core, it's really just a small animal that burrows into the skin and fatty tissue of a bigger animal, hatches, eats the host as it grows until the host expires, and then moves outward to find more hosts in which to lay eggs in. That said, naturally, we do have some immunity to parasites, or at least ways to attack them, for anyone that really possesses a functional immune system. When the body first learns of a foreign invader within itself, it usually has a panic hormone put out by cells in a certain area that alert the macrophages or white blood cells that I'm straight up not having a good time. The macrophages will then move in to investigate, and upon coming into contact with something as massive as a parasite, they will begin attacking immediately. This is effective in some ways, as it's known as the innate immune system. This is the first line of defense against parasites, bacteria, viruses, and can be effective in most cases. However, the heavy hitters against parasites lie a few days away and within the adaptive immune system. The adaptive immune system is like kind of going from a police force being the innate immune system to special forces being the adaptive immune system. When things aren't looking so hot and the innate immune system is being overwhelmed, information on the invader is brought back to the lymphatic system and newer cells are created to deal with it. T cells, B cells, cytokine storms, basically this is your body's ace in the hole. Concise and targeted attacks against whatever is wreaking havoc on the old meat suit. In the thaw, we can see initially the innate becomes activated in various ways after infection. When Bart becomes infected at its very surface level, more so in the fatty tissue, which will be important we will discuss later, the eggs are laid there just under the surface of the skin and then become itchy, which is another symptom of the innate activation. Itching, inflammation, and skin destruction. However, if you notice, Bart still seems okay a few days after being infected. Jane, after being infected, continues to throw up much like Ling does, and this is no surprise. In Jane and Ling specifically, you can tell that the adaptive immune system is being activated in them. As the body becomes more and more aware of something foreign in its midst, fever would begin to spike, leading to sweating and chills, in an effort to sort of change the optimal reproduction temperatures to help the body get a foothold on ousting whatever it is. As the body goes into full attack mode, vomiting would be a major symptom of intestinal distress, and this becomes more common, but the girls were also infected in a different way than Bart was, or even Federico. Ling was covered in bites in areas on her body that do not house a lot of fat, and the same goes with Jane. As the parasites moved in, they hit areas that were highly patrolled by the immune system. After coming into contact with the parasite, the adaptive would be quickly alerted, which led to their symptoms much faster. As the parasites also moved deeper into the body cavities, they would really find the lungs and stomach too, which may also be why we see them in rougher shape. Specifically, Bart had his bite location more localized. There was no body cavities to move into, and instead, the fatty tissue served as the parasite's home. The thing about parasites is that often they do move into areas of the body considered to be immune privileged. These areas, such as the eyes or fatty tissue, are not patrolled by immune cells as regularly. Because of this, Bart's infection infection took longer to produce the same symptoms that we saw in the girls. However, after removing the skin, the creature then receded deeper into his arm, which allowed it to lay eggs further up his bicep, which pretty much sealed his fate. So with this powerful immune system response at play, you'd probably expect the body to clear the disease. Well, there are multiple issues that make it virtually impossible. First, it's not completely uncommon for humans not to clear a parasitic infection, even with parasites we come across, because they co-adapted to us. Tapeworms, ringworms, scabies, malaria, really there are just a lot of parasites that despite an all-out attack from our immune system, we just can't seem to destroy them. We are effective in some ways, but how might this parasite be bypassing our immunities? Well, it's clear to me, we just don't have the firepower to take these things out. The first issue is they are larger than the usual suspects that we have to deal with. Granted, a tapeworm could get really long. It's not really so much in your meat as it is in your intestines. When a group of cells basically clump up on a parasite and try to destroy it, if it's smaller, this is more effectively done, and actually some parasites have been known to basically shed an outer shell to get the cells off them, just so you know. But with larger parasites comes with thicker skin. This thickness allows them to resist a lot of attacks that our bodies can put down range. Not to mention, as the creature is larger, it is able to move faster. If a particular amount of cells were to, say, try to group up, the creature could then move out of the area faster, and really, they couldn't move as fast as it to catch up. Another issue is, likely the great equalizer, mucus comes into play. This is basically how we are finding biofilms right now that are resistant to all of our antibiotics, despite the bacteria alone being susceptible to our countermeasures. When you have a mucus secretion, the cells, cytokines, antibodies, or really any anti-parasite measure in general have a tougher time getting to the actual parasite to melt it down. Because of this, the body's defenses get stuck and they can't make proper contact to it to destroy it, and this makes them virtually immune to our body's defenses. This parasite likely has this because it does not appear to be specific to any one creature's immune systems. Mammoths, crows, dogs, humans, it appears to be able to latch onto any species of animal, burrow into the fatty tissue, and if it's in the stomach, really burrow into the stomach or body cavities, and then lay its eggs. Oh, and the same issue applies to the eggs this creature lays. Likely coated in this mucus from the parent as well as a membrane, the cells aren't able to break them down. These eggs would need to be quite tough, as even they survived the freezing of the mammoth and were still able to produce viable young. Ultimately, what does this mean for humanity along with every other animal on the planet? And this is my biggest issue with this movie. You're talking about a parasite that seems to violate the laws of biology and was so massively successful. Apart from squishing it or taking out with fire, there doesn't appear to be any natural immunities in any animal that it came across. Despite different immune systems and likely stronger immune systems of other animals, this parasite is able to overcome all of them. So the problem is, nobody would be around right now if this was the case. Why would this one mammoth house the only parasites? Surely other animals survived, otherwise Earth would be just completely barren right now. And those parasites would have eaten all those animals until there was nothing left but them. They try to mention how this was an island, but nah, I don't buy that. Everything was frozen over, and more animals would have come into contact with this parasite, like birds, which can fly obviously, or fish, which could swim, and even other mammoths, considering mammoths were social creatures just like elephants are. So with this super parasite that can just infect everything on the planet, the best way I would say would be to compare it to sort of like a bubonic plague. Fleas on rats transferred Yersinia pestis to humans, which in turn infected them and took them out. In this case, however, all animals, including humans, can transfer this parasite to everything and it would be taken out. So basically, humanity is screwed as long as there's other animals on the planet, and there's really no way to rely on the climate to take these things out, as they can just bypass every biological function to survive tens of thousands of years, completely violating the laws of nature to do so. So really, your only chance to take these things out is going to be fire, which is not really that effective. You could create like a wall of fire and a bird could still come fly in and drop a bunch of parasites on you. So basically, humanity is going to have to up that anti-parasite medicine game. And I wrap this up by saying what we may find under the ice as things continue to thaw will likely be pretty freaky in some cases. The fact is, things thought to be extinct or we didn't even know about may still be down there in the melting permafrost and could by all accounts be released. In fact, recently they revived a 30,000-year-old flower that we have never seen before because of this. But the chances of a parasite being frozen for that long without using any glucose would have been about the same survivability rate that we see with a frozen mammoth. They aren't coming back unless for some reason we wanted to bring them back, which just seems like a bad case of genetic engineer gone horribly insane. But hey, who knows? Maybe some people just want to watch the world thaw. Yeah!
My name's Morgan Guillory. I'm a single mom with an IQ north of 160. helping the cops solve a murder is literally the easiest part of my day.
I see you brought your child with you to a crime scene.
Got a dead body, gotta go.
Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression. You take one antidepressant after another, and they aren't working for you. It's like you're going in circles. Turn to a different choice. Spravato is the first FDA-approved nasal spray taken with an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. Spravato can cause sleepiness, feeling disconnected from yourself, your thoughts, space and time, dizziness, fainting, spinning sensation, anxiety, and breathing problems. It's taken under the supervision of a healthcare provider who will monitor you for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full alertness until the next day after a restful sleep. Spravato doesn't prevent suicide, reduce suicidal thoughts or actions, or replace hospitalization if needed. Call your doctor right away about unusual changes in behavior, worsening depression, or thoughts of suicide. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in people 24 and younger. Spravato is not for use in children. There's a risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of bleeding in the brain, are pregnant or may become pregnant. Spravato is not for use as a medicine to prevent or relieve pain. Spravato may cause serious side effects, such as increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. With fewer depression symptoms, you may begin to feel like yourself again. Ask your doctor about Spravato.
Humans are by no means perfect. Between our constant infighting with one another, our egos, our almost complete domination of other animals on this planet, it all really comes down to just how perfect we think we are, and the organ that thinks it's perfect. That's roughly around 1,336 grams in total for males, and 1,198 grams for females, that pushes our species to act and conduct ourselves in a way that might not be conducive in the long run. With this in mind, the humans of the Starship Troopers universe are no different in respect to their ego. Coming across a species of bug almost an entire galaxy away from us, humanity would start a war with these beasts under the assumption that they were just that, beasts. The ego of the Federation and its seemingly believing that it could not lose would kind of cause them to destroy their own city, Buenos Aires, under a false flag policy, and then subsequently blame the arachnids for the attack, despite any attack originating from the Klendathu system, requiring millions if not billions of years for an asteroid to reach Earth, knocked out of orbit around the planet. Just as much as humanity was studying the bugs and their attacks looking for weaknesses, so too were the bugs studying humanity. In this, they were attempting to understand these invaders and what made them tick. With the brain bugs all over the planet taking control of the ground forces, humans then we brought back and had their brains sucked out. It was assumed that this was really just to learn human movements and where to aim the plasma bugs, but in reality, they were diving deeper into the human psyche. An idea began to form within the Klendathu race. With the humans seemingly showing up in droves with no end in sight, the bugs would need to attack the source of their enemy. To do this, they would need to somehow get to the upper echelons of the Federation, which would take a considerable amount of subterfuge, which no other bug would really be capable of, considering they didn't have technology. You know, it's not like they could just go to Earth and outright attack the Homo sapiens. With this consideration, a new bug would be bred, which would be smaller and would infest a human host. Upon doing so, the body was robbed of its nervous system and then was taken out and replaced by the bug until the human became nothing but a puppet. So in today's episode, we will discuss this bug, how it is able to do what it does, and ultimately, what were its plans for humanity and why the Federation should be taking this bug problem very seriously, almost to the point of probably needing to call a truce. Now, alright, let's get to it. So we all know what we're doing by now. Up on the screen, you'll see a timestamp, as well as you can just jump below to the description and you can go ahead. If you've seen the movie and want to bypass a summary of this, then I wouldn't blame you, but it's not a bad movie, but I suppose it could use some work. For everyone else, let's just talk about why you shouldn't ignore that scratching inside of your skull for too long. We open up our story wanting to know more, as the Federation apparently has been emboldened by the success that they had on Planet P capturing a brain bug, and due to this, they are looking for more heroes to send into the meat grinder. The flag quickly shifts from a heroic, saturated flag to one in tatters, probably just saturated in blood. A small group of soldiers has been stranded and surrounded by arachnids on a planet that may be Klendathu, but it's never actually explicitly stated. Armed with the newest technology of lasers rather than lead, they're putting everything they have downrange on the arachnids, but they outnumber them vastly. As the attack attacks keep coming and the soldiers are being picked off, a plan is devised to save at least some of them. The general yells for the soldiers to make a run for an abandoned outpost half a kilometer away. He and 3 soldiers will stay behind and keep the bugs occupied long enough for everyone to make their escape. He puts Lieutenant Dill, the psychic, in charge of the soldiers and then sends them off. The rest of the soldiers then line up and push through the arachnids towards the base, to which they find every step of the way they run into more and more of their enemy. Eventually, however, they're able to make it from the outside of the base as the storm rolls in. The storm appears to be strong enough to actually pick soldiers up and fling them, which to a few, this would likely be their end as they are flung into the bug lines. But this may have also helped them and kept the bugs slightly at bay due to the strong winds. Outside of the compound, there is no electricity or evidence of human life, except for maybe a skeleton located outside that's stuck in a crawling position, which not really sure how it maintained that position. It's sort of like that part in Doom where the mother was shielding her baby from something, but it's like, okay, but why is the skeleton still stuck in that position? It needs like muscles and ligaments and... Anyways, we're kind of getting off topic. Arriving at the base, they immediately take positions with the lieutenant, spreading the forces too thin, and then he takes 3 of the soldiers to protect himself. While the attack commences, he's not able to give orders as he's assaulted with visions of humanity crumbling, being overwhelmed by some form of bug. This incapacitates him through the fight as soldiers are then picked up and torn apart. All in all, he would lose about 5 of his soldiers in his command. While the attack was just the beginning, moving into the compound, they find that the power is out as mentioned previously, but also the radio equipment has been completely wrecked. Because of this, even with the power turned on, they can't really call for help. Despite this, Lieutenant Dill still calls for power to be turned back on first and foremost. Eventually, they are able to get the power back on just after finding a captain stuck in a furnace with the words murderer written across the entrance to it. He had apparently taken out his colonel with his bare hands after the orders were given that led to the demise of many of his soldiers, to which he didn't take too kindly to that. As the battle continues out front, it's clear the soldiers are about to be overwhelmed. Sahara quickly runs back inside and grabs the captain's hand. Oh, and if you didn't know about this series, psychics are actually a huge thing in it, just so you know. I know I mentioned the lieutenant earlier. Anyways, having once upon a time been a psychic herself, but then lost control of that ability after puberty, she can sometimes regain control of it. After determining that the captain is not a bad guy, she releases him, to which he picks up his gear and then activates the base's defenses. This defense sends out what appears to possibly be either phosphorus or magnesium countermeasures that are capable of burning anything near it and searing it alive. The base's defenses obliterate the arachnids in the immediate area and then drive them back. Looking at the carcasses, the captain ends up taking control and then heading out to check the perimeter fences. Installed around the entire base are lines of electrical countermeasures that are capable of completely electrifying and frying the bugs. Talk about a shocking experience! As they fix the fence, the general and the 3 others come running up with the arachnids on their tail. As they do this, they get the fence working just in time to fry an arachnid and then show the other ones what will happen. Everyone was kind of hoping that the 3 soldiers with the general were from the original group, but it is a completely new set of soldiers that just happened to find the general. Yes, very strange. Moving into the base, the general talks about losing the soldiers but introduces the new soldiers as Joe Griff, Ari Peck, and the knocked out chick is Private Soda. They talk about how she hasn't really slept, so that's basically why she's borderline unconscious right now, because that's what people do. The general then puts Peck in charge of fixing the radio to call home, but things appear to be a little nefarious with Peck. The general then turns to Dill and tells him to fill out a report on why he lost so many troopers today. Dill is a little upset by this and then takes his frustration out on Sahara and then belittles her psychic ability, saying that this happens at puberty to women. The captain then chews out Dill for being a poor leader, to which Dill says that he will see him hanged for treason. In the kitchen, the sergeant finds beef sticks, whereas Griff starts eating sugar cubes, showing that something might be mildly off with these new soldiers that have joined their ranks. After a few hours, Private Soda then finally wakes back up, ready to rock. Back at the door, they get to working, but inadvertently run over the cables on the door track, kind of spot welding them to the frame. But this also knocks out the power. The soldiers quickly grab their gear and immediately the captain begins directing them on where to go. Luckily, they are able to get the power back on thanks to Peck, which means the fences are then activated. However, the captain showed his skill in commanding, so the general restores Dax's rank for the time being, but still knows that he will be hanged. While Dax is off duty, Private Soda then attempts to seduce him, but fails miserably, and instead, she ends up doing 200 push-ups. That said, she doesn't stop. She goes and wakes up Sahara buck-ass nude as 2 other soldiers begin walking in and ask if they can play too. I definitely felt that, my guys. Regardless, one soldier ends up actually getting seduced by Soda. This would prove to be a bad thing. Who would have guessed? She slides something into his mouth that we can't see, but we know what it is. Sandy then arrives to find her boyfriend making out with Soda, so she's a little upsetty spaghetti about it, and Griff makes his move. He heads out and seduces Sandy, and presumably infects her after a kiss as well. However, just prior, his fingertips are blackened by what we can see, and he says it was a muzzle burn, but really, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that looks a lot like necrosis. The next morning, everyone seems a lot lot better than the night before, with Sandy and Griff kind of being a couple and Horton and Soda being a couple. And like I said, they seem completely fine with one another despite Sandy and Horton's split. Yes, this is what humans do. We get over really complicated relationships really
Twisted Tea is a refreshing, hard iced tea made with real brewed tea. Keep it twisted.
fast. Sahara then questions the captain about what happened and why he was out there. After a short exchange of words that weren't really too helpful, except for Dax saying that he would probably have to end up wearing Sahara's tags if he keeps talking to her, we cut to later that night. Griff approaches a soldier and then relieves him of duty, and as he walks by, Peck asks if he could have some help in the comms room. As he does, he slides back into an isolated area, and then Peck attacks him. His eyes have turned completely red, but he also seems to be falling apart. His fingers fall off, and he's able to rip off an arm completely. Peck then puts a bug into him and knocks him out. After they start up comms, they let everyone know that they can now call for help. They do eventually make contact with the Flyboys, and the general has to request a pickup of wounded first and then them second. They are now able to shut the door as well, and outside of the compound, 5 of the soldiers draw a star on the ground, and they appear to be plotting. Sahara sees this in her dream and then wakes up and pukes. Griff then enters the food line, and Sahara accidentally touches his hand, and as she does this, she has a vision of what he is and how he's not human. She confronts her sergeant about it, to which the Sarge says it's probably because she's pregnant, and that's why she thinks she knows everything about everything. Now we actually start to get into like the good stuff. After Peck's arm removal, he was hidden in a locker. Billy and another soldier are in the barracks when Griff shows up with Peck. Griff then removes what's left of his skull and pulls out a bug and throws it in, shutting the door. The bug is smashed, but then it releases a ton of smaller bugs, and this infects both soldiers and changes them. Sahara and Dax go to the lieutenant to talk about what Sahara saw. She mentions that she's pregnant, which spooks the lieutenant because apparently pregnancy heightens the ability of psychics and can actually restore those abilities if you had it previously. Dill mentions how he has been seeing the bugs are coming to wipe them all out in a different way. Dax and Dill then put aside their differences, and Dill heads off to talk to the general. When he gets in there though, he finds that Soda has already seduced the general and infected him, and as a result, the general is now under their control. The rest of the infected then show up and corner Dill, but he's somehow able to just move around them, which I found kind of strange. And then he just begins talking like mad smack about how he knows what they are and how they will cut them up. And while he's monologuing, he doesn't watch his back. Billy comes in and then slices open his neck, leaving the knife that actually belonged to Dax. So Dax is arrested by the sergeant as he was framed. The moral of that story is don't monologue if your back is not against the wall. So in a kangaroo court hearing, the captain is then locked up, and then Sahara just happens to be alone with all the infected. Billy takes Sahara into a room, but interestingly, he is still somewhat in control. The sergeant comes in and finds Billy acting very strangely, trying to make babies with the door, and he mentions how he can feel himself drifting away. She says that you're not making any sense, and then the group attacks the sergeant, and she puts up a fight. All right, Matt, go ahead and just show the windmilling in slow motion. What kind of fighting style is this? I have never seen anything more hilarious in my life. I remember I watched this and I busted out laughing because it was just like, what are you doing? Anyways, they're able to infect her, and Sahara is basically now cornered. However, the sergeant isn't going down without a fight. Sahara goes on the attack with Billy, while the sergeant grabs the adrenaline and injects herself with probably a borderline lethal dose to keep herself from being knocked out by the bug. She takes out Sandy with a frying pan to the head and then completely butchers Horton with a few knives. As the bug tries to escape his head, she puts it in the microwave and then blows the bug up. Meanwhile, Sahara continues to fight Billy and eventually is able to pull his handheld and finish him off with the bug jumping out. The sergeant then goes to free the captain, who is currently being cornered by one of the bugs trying to enter his mouth. The sergeant then takes herself out, saying that the bug is inside her, and the new hole in her head frees the bug as it slithers out. Sahara then grabs it and uses her psychic abilities to figure out what it's doing and what it wants. The bugs infected the general to get the new brain bug into the upper powers of the Federation. As they try to get to the general, they end up running into the remaining infected. They lock Soda in a room with a phosphorus grenade, and she actually lives a long time despite being completely burned. In fact, she's still screaming way longer than what humans would possibly be capable of surviving. Then again, she's being puppeted, so it's not like the body really cares. They then run into Sandy, who's holding some grenades, and she detonates them, taking herself out. They enter the main room and find the rest of the infected. The general begins talking about the insanity of humanity, which honestly, I'm not going to disagree. Humans are pretty insane. We're like a bunch of hyper-intelligent, anxiety-ridden apes. But he starts talking about how we think we are special and great, and by bug standards, we are born absolutely insane, and that such misery cannot be allowed to spread. A firefight then breaks out, and the captain is able to subdue 2 of the infected. Griff then opens the door, letting in an arachnid, which backfires as it stabs him through the head, taking him out and destroying the brain bug he had. Sahara then chases the general up to the roof, roof and discovers that they are absolutely surrounded by the arachnids and that they are climbing up the base. Sahara fights the general, but as he is pinning her down, a bewildered crew shows up to save them. Before the general can get on, the captain then takes him out and stays behind to go out guns blazing, saying murderers don't go home. He says that she needs to warn the Federation and that her safety is paramount. So now that we know more, the propaganda begins coming out. Dax is misquoted as saying, "Don't shed a tear for me, my glory lives forever." Sahara then leaves the recruiting office quickly after the recruiter makes a mention of how they need more meat for the grinder, so raise your son fast. Presumably at this point, humanity has become aware of these new type of brain bugs and will likely be able to counter them in the future based on the information gained from that outpost. Alright, so first things first, what is this bug and what does it do exactly? Well, this miniature brain bug simply takes the host body and then pilots it for its own means. Judging by the necrosis that we see on the fingers and of the people already taken over, the body itself is actually slowly succumbing to the bug, but interestingly, the fingertips are the first to go. So what exactly biologically is happening within this meat suit? Well, to understand that, first we must understand the bug itself. It's clear that there are very different stages in the life cycle of these bugs. As we have seen with Peck after his severe degradation, the bug that was growing inside of him was large enough to completely encompass the interior of his skull and likely ran all the way down to the lumbar where the spine was previously. And I say previously because likely the entire vertebral column is gone, as we will discuss later. So the early stages of a smaller bug, this is able to basically crawl into the mouths of humans and then quickly knock them out as a result. So how exactly does it accomplish this? To me, it's nothing more than just a shock to the system. As the bug enters the mouth of a person, it has easy access as only a small amount of tissue in the back of the throat separates the spinal cord from the opening of the esophagus. When the bug enters this area, this is why we can see them bleeding almost immediately as it works its way through the spine and presumably would be slicing and assimilating the body's networking cells. When Private Soda was already unconscious, it uses this downtime in humans to completely take over the body of the person quickly, but what's more interesting is that it's still bridging the gap between brain and body. However, it's not long that the brain is really in control, but instead the bug is in control. So signals can be sent from the brain, but they aren't really to control the body, so to speak. It's really more just to supply information to the bug. Eventually, as the bug grows, the brainstem will be devoured along with the spine in general. As this creature advances in size, it would move its way down into the spinal cord all the way to the lumbar area, where things will start to change specific to this location. We know the bug itself will serve as the new spinal cord, actually being roughly about the size of our spines from brainstem to lower lumbar, which will hold the body upright and keep the person looking somewhat human. Down at the base, young will be created for further infections, and presumably they would start to either use the intestines as a food source or, much like that of a tapeworm, and allow it to remain in its normal operation form. This is why we see soldiers eating sugar cubes. They aren't just putting sugar cubes in their body for simple diffusion, but the intestines are still somewhat operational all the way down to the small intestine, and then likely somewhere along that line, the young formed around the lumbar spine will latch onto this area and begin to grow themselves and eat this food. The reason I believe this is to be the case is predicated on a few things happening within the body and context clues contained within. We can assume that due to the size of the bug, we can see kind of come out of Peck's head that he is likely one of the first that was infected with this bug, since it appears to be the furthest along. But by the end of this misadventure, his body is so degraded and falling apart, he would have long since expired if his body was still technically alive. So in fact, a case could be made that really the body is already dead. It's just being brute force piloted by the bug, who at this point may just be pulling on specific ligaments or tendons to move it. Whereas, say, take someone like Griff, he's not that far along. However, from what we see with his hands, he is beginning to show signs that his body is reaching its maximum potential. What I believe to be happening here is, first, the brainstem is completely destroyed. With the brainstem destroyed, autonomic functions such as breathing, heartbeat, and most importantly blood pressure and also digestion become completely stagnant. The bug would likely continue to keep the heart beating and the oxygen flowing into the body to prevent necrosis from moving in, but due to this neglect over a long time, the body would start to die off. And I do break away, you can actually snap your neck and survive because the heart will still beat, so it doesn't always need the brainstem, but a lot of times if you do snap your neck and that connection is severed from the brainstem, you will meet your end. Anyhow, in the fingers, I believe it's pretty clear to all of us that the blood flow has ceased, which is not all that uncommon.
Red Baron deep dish. It says single, but we're gonna share it.
Are we being bad?
Oh, we're bad.
Feels good to be bad.
Baddies.
Baddies all day!
Red Baron deep dish singles. Pizza this good is meant to be shared.
Auto and diesel training at Universal Technical Institute can take less than a year to complete. These programs are also for beginners with no experience, so you can learn from the ground up without studying for years. Apply today.
Simple things like blood pressure, nutrient levels, temperature, all this can cause those small blood vessels of the fingers to sort of close off or not receive enough blood in general to keep the cells alive. With the brainstem no longer regulating blood pressure in response to changes in chemical nature of the body, the extremities concerning fingers and toes would be the first to ultimately die off, even though the body is still technically alive. This is sort of like why you can get frostbite and still survive. But essentially, the body is no longer adapting to its surroundings. Likely, blood pressure in the body is so low that as they continue to remain in these conditions, everyone would end up like Peck. As the infection continues, another hit comes in the form of nutrient denial. Without the intake of proteins, fats, carbohydrates, etc., the body would have some serious issues beginning to mount. And you or I, who actually control our meat suits, this would be extreme hunger and likely thirst. And those infected, however, because they are no longer listening to their own indicators, the body would be starving. Infected soldiers have been shown to eat sugar cubes, but this isn't so much to nourish their bodies or anything, but really just nourish the creature who replaced the spine and really just put more simple sugars into the organs, so it allows accessible nutrients to the growing parasites below. And this would be likely the most possible scenario, considering that the brainstem is responsible for regulating digestion as well, and it is no longer there to do so. So these first symptoms apply to Griff and Soda, but not so much Peck as he's farther along. What I find interesting, however, is just after infection, what seems to happen to people. I mentioned earlier that the person is still communicating with their body either through a damaged spinal cord or through the bug bridging that gap. This may take some time to carry out, however, as we have seen with the Sergeant. With the Sergeant, she is able to overcome the knockout associated with the shock of her having her spinal cord being tapped into by injecting herself with likely a lethal dose of adrenaline. This affords her control over her own meat suit while the bug takes over, which gives her just enough time to do some major damage to the bug's plans, but even waking back up, the person isn't necessarily gone entirely. When Sahara was talking with Billy after only a few homegrown humans were left, he mentions how things are better if you just don't fight, but that he could feel himself slipping away somehow. This would imply that the brain is experiencing a few things. First, the subduing of things like anxiety, considering a bug is currently snacking on your nervous system, would mean that the body's neurochemicals are either being flooded by something else or not firing correctly. I would imagine personally, the neurochemicals released by the bug would calm the host so that it is allowed to grow and continue to absorb the host's personality, as well as knowledge and basically their essence. Because if the host is panicking, it might take itself out of the game just like the Sergeant did. Another thing is likely that the brain is being consumed from the base up, judging by the bug's size. The interesting part about this is all the autonomic functions will be destroyed by the bug, and higher thought would still be available, but they would still be subject to these failing systems. Again, these show sort of why the body is degrading quickly as areas are hit first that are actually keeping you alive. This leaves a certain amount of time, however, where the person is still there and able to communicate, but it is still absolutely muddled by the creatures influencing the nervous system. So this may explain why humans are not necessarily warning others about their infections when they first wake up. The brain is still there, but with only like the cerebrum and possibly upper portions left. This would cause the person to basically be completely subjected to the will of the bug. And eventually, however, it is lights out, as we have seen. The latest and final stage is complete degradation of the body. As seen with Peck, at first he looked relatively okay, apart from his tics that he seemingly had, although this was likely the original brain at work, which again suggests possibly the brains are viable for a while, and perhaps mannerisms are adopted by the invasive parasite. But eventually, as seen when he's working on the radio, his fingers come off easily, as well as his entire arm. We can see, getting a close look at his eyes at this point, they are blood red, so likely the brain is gone, and instead the optic nerves are reporting directly to the bug. His eyes may have actually been blood red though for a variety of reasons, but likely with the blood pressure fluctuation issues, the fine blood vessels in the eyes likely burst from either the pressure or the intrusion of the bug into the cerebrum, pulling on the optic nerve, but it's not quite clear. That said, this would cause blood to leak into the vitreous fluid of the eyes and then past the lens, staining the iris red. But as the bug continues to consume the brain, it would appear that everything the brain once was becomes how the bug operates. This will likely denote that actually this bug is really related to the brain bug and how it's able to interpret neural impulses and understand the knowledge from it. So taking some consideration for what the brain bug coming out of the Sergeant head looks like when she takes herself out, my best guess is this is a larval stage, and while it is able to produce as it gets older, it may just yield brain bugs in general further down its lifespan. But with these connections understood and made, the implications for the human race would be quite alarming. Obviously, they could not only conquer the upper echelons of power, but taking over entire wings of the military, operating the bodies, which they've really shown the ability to do, would mean that essentially the human race should take a step back from this one and regroup, because the bugs have much more capability of going on the offensive. I would want to point out one thing, however, before we wrap this video up. I did notice that the arachnids actually on many different occasions have been seen inadvertently attacking their own puppeted bodies, such as when they were chasing down the general and the 3 already infected. The arachnids may not be privy to these new bugs being formed, and instead they just see human, or they can't sense the bug inside of it. But hopefully we'll get more information on that, and I'm looking forward to Starship Troopers 3, and I am certain this one won't be a flaming turd.
The new $7 Lux Cravings Box. It's Lux for less, only at Taco Bell.
The new Boost Mobile will have unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 per month.
And what do non-employees have to pay?
That is what non-employees pay.
So, if I quit right now, I will still get it.
Yes, but are you quitting?
No, are you quitting?
Prepare to be teleported to the shadow realm of your childhood, or at least my childhood. Way back in 1998 existed a show ending its 5th season and about to start its 6th, where a team of 2 FBI agents who would attempt to find the existence of extraterrestrial life. Agent Scully was tasked with disproving and reining in Agent Mulder. Agent Mulder would go on to try to prove the existence of these aliens and inform the world. Bear in mind, I was like 6 during this time, so even the theme of the X-Files music would actually scare the living hell out of me. That said, I recently went back as an adult and finally learned where my obsession with microbes and horror movies may actually originate from. So during the events of the X-Files movies, Player 2 entered the game concerning the human-alien interaction. But that begs the question, who actually is Player 2? Well, in today's episode, we will discuss these extraterrestrials that are way more terrestrial than you might imagine, their genetic coding, species origin, and a conspiracy theory that I have of my own. Alright, let's get to it. But first, today's episode is sponsored by no one. And now that like 20,000 people have clicked off, alright, that was totally worth the joke. So you know the drill. As for all new people on this channel, there will be a timestamp up on screen. Going there bypasses the summary of the movie and then gets straight into the science behind these creatures and what they are. Although I would highly recommend a refresher, as this movie is almost a quarter-century old. For everyone else, let's talk about why Earth is older than our minds can actually even perceive. To our mental faculties, it may have well just been here the entire time the universe has been around. So we open up our story roughly 30,000 BC or 37,000 years ago in North Texas. We see some cavemen running through the snow tracking some sort of animal that would appear to actually have the footprint of a dinosaur rather than your typical mammal. As they keep tracking it, they eventually move into a glacial cave to attempt finding it. But okay, one thing that I do want to point out, good lord, look how like ape-like these cavemen are. Humans have been roughly looking the same as how we look now for about 100,000 years ago, or so we are aware. Also, the glacial sheet of ice during the Ice Age stopped around the 37th north latitude, meaning likely this area may have not been covered like as we see it in the movie, although it likely still did snow. Anyways, just a nitpick that I had. As the cavemen move through the cave, they are eventually attacked by a creature with extremely sharp claws that are capable of absolutely shredding the first caveman. He manages to fight back a little bit, but as his throat is ripped into, he meets his end. His friend finds him and then goes further into the cave and ends up getting into a good old-fashioned hand-to-hand with this beast. Being a caveman, he is obviously a more successful hunter than likely any of us watching or me making this video, and he would be able to hold his own, and he does, and shivs the creature multiple times. This would result in its end, but as he does this, a black goo then climbs up him and enters his body, and we hear a yell, likely resulting in the caveman's end. Fast forward to 1998, a child falls through a weak point in the ceiling of the cave and then lands hard. Looking around, he doesn't really see too much except for the presumed skull of the caveman from previous. He then goes back to show his friends, but as he does, the goo comes up for him as well. It moves through the skin and ultimately into his eyes. We see as he looks up at his friends, they freak out and then run off. The fire department is immediately called and a team of 3 men head in to get the boy. As they do, the chief radios for them to report, but they don't respond. Before any more can go in and look for the other firefighters, helicopters and trucks show up to section off the area. A hazmat team arrives to collect the bodies of the kid and the firefighters without explaining what exactly is going on. While all this is happening, we move on over to Dallas, Texas, with a building under lockdown. Someone has threatened the Alphabet Boys building, and as a result, it is searched top to bottom. As they continue to search and find nothing, Agent Scully is on the other building because of a hunch that Mulder had. They walk around, looking for a device capable of releasing a energetic concussive force and seem to have no luck. Assuming that it's actually just a hoax, they go downstairs where then Mulder goes to get a drink for Scully. He's then locked in a room after finding out the vending machine contains the device they were looking for. Just prior to this though, he walked past a man, and that might be important later. Scully then clears the building and they get Mulder out. While continuing to evacuate, Special Agent Darius McCod remains in the room and says he's going to try to disarm it. As they wait, they realize that he's really running out of time and he won't be able to disarm it. Scully and Mulder then get into a cop car and take off as it detonates, destroying the building. Just prior, we were showing that McCod is making no attempt to disarm it and instead waits for it to go off, taking himself out in the process. After the events that just took place, blame had to be put somewhere because that's just really how the Alphabet Boys work. So they blamed Scully and Mulder. As they did, they threatened reassignment for Scully for failing to keep the public safe, as 4 others met their end in the building due to their negligence. Which, I'm sorry, but how exactly does that work? I mean, they evacuated the building, they did everything they were trying to do to get it fixed, and I just can't figure this one out. As Mulder heads to the bar to drink away the woes, my guy is a lightweight, but as he heads out to pee in the alleyway, a doctor, Alvin Kurzweil, meets him and begins to talk to him. Honestly, probably not the best time to start a conversation with a stranger in an alleyway while peeing. Might be seen as a little strange. Anyhow, Kurzweil explains that the detonation device was actually just a cover-up conspiracy, that those who were inside had already met their end prior, and that this was done so nobody would question what exactly happened to these people. Operating on this hunch and information, Mulder recruits Scully and then they head up to the hospital morgue to check on the bodies. They are stopped by a guard saying that the general himself gave orders for nobody to be allowed to see the bodies, but they are able to talk their way past it. While in the morgue, Scully begins her dissection of a cadaver, but upon pulling back the sheets, finds that the skin is translucent and also finds evidence of some sort of viral infection. The body is being broken down and sent elsewhere for some reason. The only thing that really could have succeeded in this capacity was a virus actually entering a cell, hijacking it to produce proteins, and then causing some form of apoptosis or completely removing the organelles. This has left the body in a somewhat gelatinous state and almost clear. Mulder then bounces out, leaving Scully to conduct her work while he goes and talks to Kurzweil. After arriving, he finds that Kurzweil has been framed with some images and videos containing something that's definitely not good. He begins talking to Kurzweil, who mentions that he doesn't have all the answers, but somehow FEMA is involved. He postulates that the shadow government is able to override the regular government in the event of an emergency. This tips off Mulder where to look. While this is happening, a man smoking a cigarette heads to Texas. Heading down to the sinkhole where the boy fell in and where the original infection started, he talks to a scientist named Dr. Ben Braunschweig, who is overseeing the entire operation. And by the way, I'm probably brutalizing these pronunciations because I suck at pronunciations. Anyways, he orders a doctor to show him one of the firefighters who went down there earlier. In an extremely frigid environment, he is kept there to slow the progression of the alien virus. However, through time, the virus has begun growing a creature inside of the firefighter's body. The human appears to be gestating some sort of creature that is then in turn absorbing the human. Seeing this, the doctor is ordered for the vaccine to be given, and as a result, it could stop the creature from gestating. If it fails, he's then ordered to burn the creature and the body. However, not all goes according to plan. Later on, as the doctor heads down into the sinkhole, he finds that the creature has burst out of the stomach of the body and is now on foot running around. He finds it observing him as he observes it, and instead of immediately climbing out and escaping, he stays under to try to use the injection. He's attacked and then sliced up, but manages to get the injection in. As he tries to climb back up, the other scientists see how injured he is, and now that he has been infected, they have no choice but to quarantine him immediately. They seal up the hole and then begin covering it with dirt. The doctor realizes that he's pretty much boned at this point as the creature comes back for another attack, presumably ending him in the process, or at minimum, incapacitating him. Mulder, after being informed that likely this cover-up would be utilizing the hantavirus name, arrives at the scene in Texas. They find that a playground for some reason has been hastily constructed and sod was placed on dry dirt, but still doesn't make a lot of sense. As they talk to the boys whose friend fell in that hole that has now been covered up, I'll tell you, this is an absolutely terrible attempt at covering up what's happening here. All those families were there. Really nothing was blocked off. I mean, there was just a couple of trucks. Nobody was debriefed. They didn't even put a town officer there to kind of just, okay, anyways, it really doesn't matter. The boys say that they know which road the oil tankers went down, and Scully and Mulder begin to give chase. As they drive down, they come to a four-way intersection. If they turn left, there's nothing for 100 miles. If they turn right, there's also nothing for 100 miles. Mulder decides to drive straight forward down a dirt road until nightfall, and in one of the luckiest, most nonsensical timing tropes I have ever seen, a lone train holding the tankers goes by at this perfect point. Mulder and Scully chase the train before ascending a hill and then finding it pull into a cornfield in the middle of the desert with two large half-white domes. They move through the cornfield field to find out what's in the domes and then open up a door to a positive pressure, which I would have to say is likely how they're actually keeping the microbes from Earth entering the domes. Usually a negative pressure is used to contain environments, but this next part really kind of makes no sense. As they move through, the building's grates open and the bees are released. These bees appear to be pollinating the corn crops to some degree and are somehow used as a vector. Again, why have the positive pressure to keep out microbes if the bees have the microbes on them? Okay, maybe it's just, breaking stuff to look tough. It's just cool, I guess. Anyways, the agents flee and then are chased by 2 black helicopters before, as quickly as they came, the helicopters disappear. Returning back to DC, Scully finishes up her hearing and is assigned a new partner. Mulder is pretty messed up by this, back at his apartment. Scully then arrives and the two are talking when Scully is stung by one of the bees from the dome. As she is, she begins listing off symptoms despite her actually not having any allergy to bees, which suggests that something else is in the sting. Mulder then calls 911, and as he requests to know which hospital she's being taken to, the guy who was the janitor from earlier in the building with the device sends one to Mulder's dome. The real paramedics then show up, presumably saving his life due to proximity. Waking back up in a hospital, he's told that had he been shot 3 centimeters to the left, he would have been permanently checking out. But seeing as it wasn't, he is then able to check out of the hospital as a result before anyone notices. Then Mulder heads back to Kurtzwell at the bar, but he has been beaten there. Kurtzwell is in fact at the bar, but then gets cornered by the shadow government. Mulder finds the well-manicured man shutting the trunk of his car as he turns to Mulder. He obliges Mulder to get into the car as they begin driving around. The well-manicured man gives the vaccine that works to Mulder as he takes out the driver. Ironically, he then tells him not to trust anybody and then says where he can find Scully and that a deal was struck between this species and humans. However, judging by how it infects, humans must just be a slave race and these other species would inhabit the planet fully. Mulder exits the car, to which the well-manicured man gets back in, shuts the door, blows up the car, taking himself out. In this, we now learn that this shadow government is called the Syndicate. Their purpose was to help facilitate the arrival of this new species into Earth's population, and that they were actually here first. Humanity came along much later, and the Syndicate was not all that it seemed, though. Instead, they knew that they couldn't openly defy this other species due to their technology, but they could manufacture a vaccine rendering humans immune from this infection. However, this was only worked on as a precautionary venture. With recent events, it was now put into action as this process wouldn't be voluntary or even leave any humans alive. Mulder then heads out to Antarctica to find Scully, and as he drives through with his snowcrawler, he ends up running out of juice. He then ascends a hill to find that just below is a base with some activity happening. He determines rightly that this must be the base and then begins making his way there. As he does, he falls through a ventilation area in the ice, and this leads to the heart of the facility. Making his way through, he finds that there is tech down here and it is clearly not human. He begins descending it and then ends up finding humans that are being encased in ice with tubes running down through their mouths and into their stomachs. He is eventually able to find Scully and breaks open her pod. He then injects her with the vaccine, which seemingly causes a failsafe to happen as all the other pods try to eject out to escape the vaccine. This ends up heating up the entire room and melting the humans out of their ice blocks. Upon doing so, they rapidly begin to change. Their bodies were broken down and the gestating organism inside was released. They immediately begin to attack Mulder as he is carrying Scully out of the area. Eventually, they were able to make their way through the ventilation chutes with the creatures on their tail. Bursting out on the surface, the entire facility shifted and ice began to cave in on something unseen underground. They begin running, almost making it to the edge before they are swallowed by the hole in the ground. However, as an alien ship rises, it inadvertently caught them and they survive the fall. Looking above, the ship flies overhead and takes off towards the sky to presumably find another place to dig into to continue this process. Back in DC,
Would you like to have healthier gums and cleaner teeth? Waterpik Cordless Advanced transforms the power of water with precision pulse technology, proven to deliver an effective combination of water pressure and pulsations, removing up to 99.9% of plaque bacteria that causes gingivitis, cavities, and bad breath. Only Waterpik is the #1 water flosser brand recommended by dental professionals. Take control of your oral health with Waterpik Cordless Advanced.
Scully finishes up testifying as to what she saw. She's essentially disregarded and told that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and since she can't provide that, they can't believe her. And the evidence is buried, but will be looked into. She mentions how the FBI is not capable of investigating any of this evidence, and then goes outside to inform Mulder that she is willing to continue working with him. Deep in Tunisia, in the desert, another crop has sprouted up as a cigarette man oversees its construction, mentioning how Mulder remains a threat to their entire plan and how they all know about the virus. More More alarmingly, he mentions how the X-Files have been reopened and how likely they will be coming for them next. So what is being a kid? Believing that aliens are the scary things in this movie. What is it to be an adult? To realize that humans are more dangerous. So with that summary wrapped up, first things first, what even are these creatures? Well, these aliens in the most basic way to everyone here are known as the Greys. The Greys are basically creatures you think of whenever you hear the term alien. Most humans seemingly agree that any encounter with an alien are these smooth-skinned bipedal hominids with gray skin and large black eyes. Pretty interesting when you think about how most humans report the same thing, but the Greys are considered to be massively intelligent, obviously more so than standard humans, and likely probably are intelligent ones as well. They are not assumed to be very violent or aggressive, all things considering, but obviously this isn't the case. In the X-Files movie, humans at some point have made contact with the Greys, and as a result, the Syndicate were born out of it. This group would help facilitate the colonization of Earth for these Greys in exchange for their lives by becoming alien-human hybrids. But seemingly the Greys have failed to mention that part of their life cycle of being born requires the assimilation of the host body. Presumably, Greys are of Earth. Having left during the rise of men, from the looks of it due to the Ice Age deactivating their viral form, they have come back to find the place teeming with a bunch of hyper-intelligent, anxiety-riddled apes. However, the genetic sequences of these new creatures likely don't line up exactly with the Greys' own coding, which ironically makes them easier to overtake and use as nutrition for their growing young. So initially, the Greys intended on launching an invasion of Earth in 1973, to which the Syndicate responded that they would basically just glass the planet with nuclear devices, making it too cold for them. The Greys ended up agreeing to a momentary truce and hammered out some details of their invasion. The black oil virus was told to humans that it would basically make them into a slave species as mentioned previously, but left out that it actually uses humans for their cells, which means the humans expires. The Syndicate said that they would work with the aliens to receive the alien hybrid genes along with their children so that they would be safe, but in secret worked on a vaccine. Humans and aliens, stabbing each other in the back since day one. But what are we actually seeing in this movie though? Well, this is the earliest stage of life for the Greys. They are quite lanky as they get older and still aggressive, but that is not shown in this movie. In this movie, the Greys we see are what amount to newborns. Because they are completely new to the planet and new to life, they are in fact more aggressive, but what is worse is they are capable of defending themselves the moment they chest burst out of a human. The newborns are roughly the height of a human, standing on 2 legs, they have 3 toes, and their arms mirror that as well, and they have 3 fingers. They're able to grow claws at will, making them capable of attacking and inflicting relatively damaging blows, as seen with the Doctor and Caveman. They also possess thicker skin than presumably the more smooth-skinned adults, which makes attacking them more difficult, but a shiv is still able to completely pierce their hide. Below the surface level, the blood is completely black, which serves as a pretty important purpose, but we will cover that in a moment when we dive deeper into their life cycle. As for the major features, their faces are relatively smooth, and they have 2 massive black eyes, which can also be because of the blood that they actually contain. Essentially here, they will continue to grow and mature until ultimately they're able to speak and interact with not only their own species, but also the humans, suggesting a higher than normal intelligence, which we have seen with the other species members and the potential domination of Earth. Concerning the aliens' life cycle, well, I guess they aren't really aliens, are they? Concerning these original Earth inhabitant life cycles, they aren't really so much like any other species we have on this planet. Typically, with multicellular organisms, you have an exchange of genetic information resulting in a hybrid of the 2 parents. Even with single-celled organisms, you have things like conjugation, which will exchange or pick up new plasmid or DNA from other cells in the environment, which might make them better at survival, but viruses are a whole new can of ridiculous organisms, if you can even call them that. In fact, most biologists would classify viruses as not actually being a living thing. It doesn't grow, it can't make its own energy to sustain their life, but they keep themselves in a stable state, and through replication, they can adapt to their environment, but even that is more predicated on infecting cells. I would say viruses are pretty awesome in the sense that understanding them is fascinating. However, they are the little cheap shots that piggyback off life to create itself. So think of them more like a machine than an actual living creature. The thing is though, is that they know just how to interact with life. But also, just as a side thing, if you really want to freak yourself out, why is it on this planet life seems to take the form of cells, yet viruses come out of nowhere? Why do viruses look like nanotechnology that we build now? Honestly, at least from my perspective, you wouldn't be too insane to think that maybe this form of life didn't directly originate from Earth and instead may have ridden an asteroid into our planet. Regardless, what viruses actually do is move into a cell by a couple of means. They can use cellular markers and attach themselves or just directly inject their genetic coding into the cell of a body. Once in the cell, they're able to hijack the protein markers of the body because they mimic our messenger RNA, which usually comes from the nucleus, and as such, our body just reads it and then makes it. When it does this, it makes more viruses who then in turn burst the cell and move onto other cells. cells. Utilizing this process, they inspire an immune response within the body to combat this virus. Now, with normal viruses, this involves the adaptive immune system in NKT cells who would just straight up explode anything infected. If cells are found to contain the viruses, then they just go through apoptosis and it's pretty metal. The body then produces antibodies which can render the viruses inert by blocking their ability to infect cells, which in turn allows the body to overcome the viral infection in most cases and then destroy them, which later renders you immune to a lot of infections caused by that same strain. Depending on how mutagenic it is, something like the flu virus, which is incredibly unstable and changes every year, means that you can get sick by a new strain. But something like the measles, which is extremely stable and doesn't change too much, means you can take your vaccine and survive should the measles show back up because your body has already built the immunities to it. And this is what the syndicates were trying to do. Considering the early life cycle of the Greys was actually a viral infection, does not rule out the possibility that the viral infection is DNA rather than RNA, just as a heads up. Now, it's pretty much assumed that a lot of viruses, considering we hear it all the time, they're basically just composed of RNA, but actually it's entirely possible for viruses to have DNA. Because of this, the Greys likely had this compatible DNA coding and structuring similar to humans, considering they evolved on the same planet, or so it is stated in this movie. So what does this viral infection look like, and why does it alter humans the way it does? Well, looking at the humans we see, there are some interesting effects. Now, if you simply cause apoptosis in a species on this scale after infection, you would literally cause the host to melt. This melting would resemble something like an infection with the Ebola virus. However, this is not what we see with the hosts. Instead, their bodies are broken down, but the structure is still there. After a human is infected, I believe it is still with this DNA virus because of the compatible coding. The virus injects its coding into the cell, hijacking the process, but as it does, it ends up possibly sending lysosomes within the cell itself to destroy the cell. As it moves through, it would destroy the organelles of the cell, or more likely, break them down, along with the nucleus, basically scooping out the materials. Here, the cell is no longer a living cell, as everything inside it has been broken down. To keep the host in a general shape, however, these materials are transported out of the cell, and the plasma membrane is left in its place. Because of this, the cell remains are still sort of there, but due to the direction of the virus, the interior has been broken down. Prior to all this though, I believe that some proteins compatible with the alien are made from human cells. For instance, discussing the black blood for a moment, which may result in the black eyes, a certain type of blood protein known as hemerythrin could be made. This is capable of ferrying oxygen around the body for the alien that would also result in a dark purple, almost black blood. This does, however, seem to support the idea that possibly this creature did evolve on Earth, or at minimum adapted to Earth's atmosphere. There are specific worms that are known to have this blood protein, meaning that it is entirely possible that this is an Earth trait. Once the interior is broke down, then it is transported into the chest and abdomen area of a human. Here, a creature begins to take shape using the genetic blueprints for itself stored within the virus stage. Using all the broken down DNA of the cells of the human body, they can be reassembled opposite of the blueprint instructions to essentially create a creature with new cells. Rapidly going through its gestation phase in a matter of hours though, this would actually in theory produce the alien hybrids that the Greys talked about, but instead of humans being at the helm, it is simply a recombination of human genomes into a Grey genome. The viral stage seemingly was to be set forth by the introduction of the bees. Using the crops, they could spray them with the virus and then have the bees move out into an area and pollinate the corn, picking up the virus along the way. This is the reason why the crops are that far out in the desert, as no bee could be able to fly that far, and it would basically just drop out for being able to spread the disease rampant. However, at a time and place set by the Greys, which was actually supposed to be December 22nd, 2012, the bees would be released, infecting the human race with this virus. Seeing an issue with this is how a vaccine would counter it. In their own campaign, the Syndicate would vaccinate the human race and get our bodies familiar with the virus that would turn us into a gelatinous goo. Seeing as the species has a set viral stage, it wouldn't behoove them to have an unstable virus form, as this could be detrimental to the entire species should they become too altered. Because of this, a vaccination would prove rather easy to make. Upon infection by an alien virus, our bodies would instantly recognize it and render it inert before the cells could be broken down in any large capacity. And this was the whole idea, that the Syndicate was almost seeming like they were selling out the human race, but in reality, they were getting the human race ready to be vaccinated. So I promised a conspiracy theory concerning these aliens. Judging by their viral nature and how viruses do not naturally appear in any species on Earth, from what I have said earlier about the possible origins of viruses being maybe not so Earth-like, it would seem that maybe this species isn't a native of Earth either. Being easily thwarted by cold rather than adapting like most organisms on Earth have to, this would likely mean that possibly they crashed here with the other viruses millions of years ago, and that the particular line continued to evolve on Earth along with Earthlings. Now, don't think I'm totally insane, it's just an interesting idea when it comes to viruses. But But on a serious note, I would say go look up some viruses and what they actually do. I have found these losers absolutely mind-boggling since day one because of what they do to our meat suits and how they interact with them. Fairly unlike any other living creature, whether it be multicellular or single cell. But I think that's gonna wrap up this video. This one I tried to kind of fit more microbiology as well as like the world building aspect into it, seeing as we're actually given very little information about these aliens themselves. So to me, they're most likely DNA viral organisms that then use humanity's genome to create their own species. But then that also begs another question. Does this virus exist as just a backup plan in case they go extinct and then they actually in reality reproduce like, more normal Earthlings, or do they always reproduce by virus? Perhaps we can discuss that in a future episode.
The new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell with the beefy 5-layer burrito, Doritos Locos Taco, and the Chicken Chalupa Supreme. The only thing not Lux about it is the price. The new $7 Lux Cravings box, only at Taco Bell.
What is a depressing movie? Well, much like how during the movie The Mist, which I will be covering later this year, the dad has to take out the kid at the end just minutes away from being saved by the soldiers. Well, in this movie, Carriers, it's equally as depressing because it's something of a more realistic outlook. Assaulted by some new virus that popped up out of nowhere, it quickly worked its way through large populations, resulting in rashes, bleeding from orifices, and the eventual expiration of the host. As the story continues, harder choices must be made for the small group containing two brothers, Brian and Danny, a found young woman named Kate, and the eldest brother's girlfriend, Bobby. And let's just say, whew man, good times are ahead. So in today's episode, we will be covering what this virus is, what it does to the old meat suit, and why the CDC appears to be completely SOL in containing this thing. Alright, y'all ready? Let's get to it. So we all know the drill by now, but if you're new here or haven't seen the movie yet, there is obviously going to be some spoilers ahead, so if you are planning on watching it, jump to the timestamp up on screen now, which we will get to the science portion of this video. For everyone else, wow. Let's discuss why this movie is hitting way too close to home, considering buttons are being printed out right now that say, man, I really wish I wasn't living through this historical event right now. And also discuss why the view of the future in 2009 was partially correct, and thankfully not entirely correct. We start off our story with a stolen Mercedes and the Road Warrior painted across the front. A small group is headed towards some destination we are not yet privy to, and as they drive along, they begin discussing if they should get back on the highway. Seeing as whatever this outbreak is pretty dangerous, they decide not to violate the rules of the eldest brother that he put down, despite him wanting to actually yeet the rules and take the highway, to which they just continue along the back roads. As they are driving along, they run across a father and daughter in the road. He wants to trade food and water for gas, but the eldest brother is a little wary of the man and decides against it. As they continue talking, he approaches the car, and then a little girl pops up and shows that she has blood on her mask. He floors it around the father and into the dirt. As he does, he rips the oil pan off the car, crippling the engine, but keeps driving to get away. Now we break into what we know about the actual virus. The first thing is to avoid all infected at all costs. Their breath is massively contagious. The second thing is you need to disinfect everything they touch. The virus can live on surfaces for over 24 hours, and the third is that there is no saving the sick. They are long gone and are really just walking expired. As they check the engine, they realize this thing is completely shot. The oil has leaked out, which if you didn't know, basically just ruins the engine, so don't let that happen to your car. They debate on going back to the car the dad had with the gas, and they realize that they really have no choice but to do that because they are stuck out in the desert, so they walk back. As they do, the father, known as Frank, approaches saying that he guessed that they would be back. He begins talking about why he's going where he's going. Initially, they just want to leave him behind, but as Frank continues talking, he says that the CDC has a new serum that is apparently curing people. Frank understands that this is his last chance to save his daughter, so they end up agreeing to take him with them. So basically, they went ahead and just violated one of their major rules. They seal him up in the back with his daughter and immediately begin to disinfect the car. They all load up and begin heading towards this mystery town of Farmington, but not before picking up their supplies from Road Warrior. As they drive along, we hear that the planet is going to hell. A priest is preaching about how the world is basically experiencing Judgment Day, and as he does, he begins coughing, and it seems most of the world has been infected with this virus. The eldest brother has a conspiracy theory that he begins launching into. He mentions how some people locked themselves away and still contracted the disease and expired, but when he was doing grave digging duty at the stadium, he was knee deep in bodies, and he never contracted anything, which makes him believe that some may be immune or just carriers, but he's not willing to risk it with the infected. Almost wrecking the car as a result of being hit by his girlfriend, they find another car. The youngest brother opens the door to find someone who still appears to be long since expired. As he reaches for the key, the person wakes back up, and looking at him, we see burst blood vessels as well as dilated ones. Despite looking completely gone and not capable of moving, the man wakes up and scares the living crap out of Danny. They siphon the gas away from the car, leave him behind, and move on. Later that night, they set up camp. A man is seen trying to escape from a truck behind him, and he doesn't make it very far before being brought down by another man. The group quickly extinguishes their fire as not to be detected, but prior to this, however, the younger brother trailer mentions how they're traveling to Turtle Beach. The place has long since been abandoned, and as a result, they would be safe there. But would they really be safe there? Because, everybody's looking for someplace to go. The next morning, they load up, drive past the man from earlier in the night, apparently, who was taken down, and it mentions how another group brought the disease, and then they enter Farmington. Continuing through, there's no evidence of human activity. The place is completely abandoned. Watching this movie while in a small town in Maine that's currently mostly closed for winter, and with our own virus going on, closes even more shops, it's made this movie hit just a little bit different. Driving through, they find most of the town has actually expired. Trucks are filled with human remains that are stacked high and empty, as presumably the drivers fell to the disease as well. They get to the school, and Bobby agrees to stay behind to watch the kid, while the others go in to check out the school. Entering the school, they don't find much evidence that anyone is working on a serum, just empty corridors and old, dirty hospital beds. As they walk through, Kate begins trying the phones to get a hold of her parents, which the phones are down, so that's a no-go. The group then decides that they need to just leave, but Kate mentions how there's a whole wing they haven't checked out yet. As they do, a kid runs by and they give chase. Walking into the gym, they find quarantine tents and beds. In the middle is a doctor with a bunch of kids. As they walk up to the doctor to talk about the serum, the doctor talks about how the serum kept people alive for 3 more days but didn't cure anyone. It also just kept them in a state of permanent agony and pain. As he turns, it shows that his face has a giant rash on it. All of the doctors and researchers apparently met their end, and he is the last one. The doctor continues talking to the kids, saying these people will be taking these kids to their parents after the doctor gives them their medicine. The doctor loaded up the cooler with potassium drinks to take the kids out along with himself. He mentions how choosing life for 3 more days is just choosing a more horrible end. Frank realizes he's totally screwed concerning his daughter, and then lets the doctor take out the kids in mercy. The group then leaves the school empty-handed. Back outside, Bobby is talking to the little girl in the back seat. As she laughs, she begins struggling to breathe. Bobby puts on her mask, but doesn't keep it on, and then removes the girl's mask. She gets sprayed with blood from the little girl and is now infected. Seeing that the group is coming back, she quickly seals the back up, and then doesn't tell the rest of the group that she's infected. Kind of a douche move, honestly. The dad then goes to the back and finds that his daughter is having breathing issues. This kid now has to use the bathroom, unfortunately, after this, so the dad tries to see if she can walk alone to the bathroom, but she's still too weak. The dad realizes that he's actually about to lose his car, so he gets out as Brian throws his stuff and then takes off, leaving the dad and daughter to their fates. This group honestly deserves one another. As they disinfect the car, Bobby then hides her jacket underneath the car, further concealing what had happened. They eventually find a place to stop and sleep, which appears to be an abandoned country club. The group moves in and they begin searching the place, but they eventually find a pool. In the pool, a person in PPE is floating at the bottom, but then brought up to the surface by Brian. This ends up startling Brian enough and he almost falls in. But by the end of it, they get out and they think it's just a random person who fell to the disease. In this world, seeing bodies is more, you could say, par for the course. Yeah! Out on the golf course, they end up wrecking a golf cart and then shooting a few rounds. As Brian tries to get Bobby into the sand pit with him, she refuses, and then he ends up kissing her on the face anyways, which she then runs off kind of angry. As they shoot a few balls at the drivers, they break out most of the windows in the building, revealing that one of the rooms appeared to be deliberately quarantined off. On the radio in one of the rooms, a call comes over saying that the group is coming back. Kate and Danny are the first to stumble across this group. They returned and have the old handhelds ready. They grab knives and then hide in the kitchen as one person comes in and searches the area. As they try to leave, they are grabbed by another at the door, and the rest of the group is rounded up and they are questioned about what they did to the guy in the pool. They talk about how he was already there when they got there, and then the rest of the group concludes that he must have been infected and then didn't tell anyone. The leader of the group attempts to let Brian's group go, but as he does, others protest. Man, it really does just come down to some tail for humanity, doesn't it? They demand that the woman be left behind and then make them strip, revealing that Bobby is actually infected, which stops everyone. Seeing as there's a group member infected, the country club group then takes their previous leader into the building for an obvious change of power and then let Brian's group go, as clearly they'll be gone in a few days. Back in the car, the temperament is much worse. With Bobby infected, things are a little tense, as you might imagine. Brian stops off to grab some gas, and Kate contemplates using the phone to call her parents, but she knows that they are probably long gone as their cruise ship was quarantined. Danny and Kate find an effigy in the back for the owners as they discuss how basically everything is screwed. Kate says that they have to ditch Bobby because she will infect them all. Danny goes on to talk to Brian to tell him what he needs to do. Brian realizes that he can't keep her with them unless he's willing to risk the entire group. He pulls her out of the car at the road begrudgingly, unpacks water and food for her, and then tells her to get a blanket and find a bed because even if she doesn't feel cold told now, she will. He takes off, leaving her to find her fate alone. Total bummer, man. Driving down the road, the gas is being used faster and faster. They find another car coming down the opposite way, and Danny gets out to try to trade with them. He tries to use his status as a fellow Christian to get the gas, but they are in dire straits as well. They have none to spare, and then they try to take off. Brian then opens up on the car, taking out the driver with a shot to the neck, which sends it into a ditch. As he approaches it, the passenger gets out firing on him and hits him in the leg, injuring him. He then tags the woman in the stomach, ending her in the process now too. They pull gas from the car and then fill up the SUV. This causes a fight to break out between Danny and Brian, however, with Brian finally having enough and then corners Danny. Brian apparently has been doing all the dirty work this whole trip, although honestly, Brian seems just like kind of a jackass, so it's whatever. Brian actually ended up lying to Danny, saying that his parents were already gone when they left, but they weren't. They were still very much alive, and this turned out to be a massive lie. Driving down the road, Brian's leg isn't looking so good. They realize that if they don't wrap the wound properly, he could get an infection. They stop at a house to get supplies, and then climbing through the top window, Danny finds someone was guarding it, but they have since expired. In the other room, a dog eats its owner, as it was probably starving, and then attacks Danny. Danny takes it out, splattering himself with dog blood, but isn't really that concerned about it because it isn't contagious. They then get the supplies, and as Danny goes to dress Brian's wound, he finds that he has the same rash and bruising that all the other infected had. So Brian is pretty much boned. They put Brian in the back in a makeshift quarantine tent and then continue driving, listening to the last broadcast from a woman in Corpus Christi. As they stop, Danny throws the car keys to Brian, who is using a blanket as he is now experiencing high fever and chills. They build a fire as Brian begins talking as he slowly falls asleep. When he was asleep, they attempt to take the tool from his hands and also the keys, but as they get towards the car, Brian gets back up. He has the real keys in hand, and those weren't the right ones. Danny raises his handheld as Brian begins mentioning the things he saw while he was digging graves. Some of the people he had to bury were still very much alive. They were moving, but looked like they should have bit the dust already. The supervisor pretended not to see, but he states that some people will last much longer with the disease, but they will also still expire. He didn't want to be that person, and he says how Danny will have to either take him with them or take him out. Danny then opens up, taking Brian out, and he cremates his body, sort of, and then takes off with Kate the next day. The following day, they get to Turtle Beach. It is still just as abandoned as they remembered, but now it's just a place. With the group mostly gone, Danny mentions how it's really just two strangers with nothing left to say to each other at this point. He's not sure how long they're really going to live out there, all things considering. Then we get depressing flashbacks to the brothers with one another, while everything was still cool and, everyone was alive, and that about wraps up this summary. So yeah, super depressing story. No zombies, no real moral of the story, just a bunch of infections that result in the end of a family and friends. Too much reality, TBH. So with that wrapped up, let's get into some actual science, because what's likely on everyone's mind is what is this virus, what does it do, and how might it be overcome in the long run, because just simply outlasting it may not be a possibility. Well, let's get on that. So if it isn't our old friend, our companion that isn't native to the human race, but actually was born out of zoonotic infection, possibly back as early as 4 AD and as late as 156 AD based on dating techniques, measles. When you hear the name measles, considering you have the internet, you probably don't even really bat an eye at the disease. Likely you have been vaccinated against this disease, but it's still quite prevalent in the world right now, and it's really nothing to trifle with. Measles will absolutely destroy your immune system given the chance. The virus boasts the ability that if you stood around someone infected with 10 people, 9 of you would contract this disease. This ability to jump between human to human has allowed it to remain at an infectious level and flourish to the point that we see today. In fact, from what we know, even though it may have jumped from fleas on cattle way back when, humans are the only animal currently that is keeping measles going. Our species is keeping it alive and just as infectious as day one, but eventually we were lucky and smart and developed a vaccine for it. Since the release of this vaccine, we have seen rates of transmission drop quite a bit, and also it has stopped the virus from completely ransacking Homo sapiens. This virus does extremely well within the human body and has detrimental impacts on it. And after it departs from your meat suit, your body is still susceptible to distant diseases and infections you wouldn't normally have an issue dealing with. So what exactly is the pathophysiology of this virus and how does it relate to the movie? Well, let's take a look at what's going on from contraction to complete expression and why humanity is really just absolutely powerless even today with all of our technology to stop this virus apart from a vaccine. First and foremost, measles is an airborne disease. As mentioned previously, the disease is quite adept at moving through the air and can actually exist on surfaces and suspended within that air for over 2 hours. In the movie, it is mentioned how on surfaces the virus can survive up to 24 hours, but it's really based on the amount of UV radiation present. In a lot of instances, such as with HIV, the virus itself can't exist very long out in the open, hypothesized and accepted to be roughly about 10 seconds to a minute of survivability. But when it comes to being suspended in droplets of bodily fluids or completely protected from a UV exposure, that time drastically increases. Measles measles is expected to be about 2 hours roughly, but the same idea could be applied should it be housed within bodily fluid or away from UV radiation. It's just much more adept at survival. As the virus enters your lungs, it immediately begins infecting the epithelial cells of the body and then begins to move further throughout the body, creating more measles viral particles. We have seen in the movie that the body of the little girl, or really anyone, has the blood in the masks if they are wearing them. As the virus replicates in their body, cellular breakdown happens as the body tries to induce apoptosis in some cells, or simply just burst because of the viral load within the cell. With the infection ramping up, player 2 has entered the game. The lungs begin to struggle in some people more than others. This can actually end up leading to pneumonia that can completely take you out of life, which is pretty on point, unfortunately, with what's going on in our world right now. Once the lungs are compromised, for a lot of people, this can spell the end. But for those who really don't have this fate, measles continues to ransack their meat suits. When it comes to an immunological response, the body is able to learn about the virus and then build antibodies. But while it does, the virus is continuing to run amok. Important cells necessary for life, as those are associated in the lungs, are destroyed. The immune response becomes stronger with inflammation, which results in other cells meeting their end due to the body trying to protect itself. And just as a side note for you, measles opens the door for other opportunistic infections later as it completely depletes your immune system. That said, the inflammation response is what we specifically see in the movie that may lend some credence as to what virus we see. The rash that appears on the body that also happens to be airborne, and this infection is now completely in line with the measles virus. Now, this would have to be some completely mutant version of the virus, which we will talk about that in a moment. As the body continues trying to destroy the entrenched virus, eventually it's able to produce antibodies that fit the receptors on the virus properly and stop it from spreading as quickly. However, it's sort of a double-edged sword. When these antibodies engage with the virus within the smaller blood vessels of the body, this can damage the lining in them and destroy them, leading to blood to leak out in the surrounding areas, which is where we see all the bruising and blood vessel dilation and also bleeding from the ears and nose come from. But we see with the advanced infection states that not only do the blood vessels seem largely inflamed, but to boot, they have actually burst. The man in the car seemingly had most of his blood vessels burst, resulting in an overall bruised appearance concerning the top portions of his skin. But when he opened his eyes, the fine blood vessels in the sclera of the eyes were also burst, resulting in the blood red eyes that we have seen. Also, to support this, the flashbacks shown throughout show that bleeding of the eyes is pretty average, as well as, again, the doctor mentioning has this little girl been bleeding from the ears. Now, concerning Brian and Bobby on infection locations, this is pretty easily explained. It was around their lower abdomen and upper thigh region. It has nothing to do with what you think it has to do with, but really what it comes down to is lymph nodes. In the body are areas where the infection are essentially studied. Pieces of viral coating, bacterial coating, whatever is invading the body are brought back to these areas where the body can then learn about the invader and produce antibodies. Likely, the groin lymph nodes of the body for some particular reason were activated in these areas from exposure to the virus. Now, make of that what you will, considering both of them had this and they were both with one another, but the virus seemingly can appear anywhere in the body and is openly engaging with the immune system, and that results in the burst blood vessel.
I had no idea that there were other people like me out there living their lives.
Ask your healthcare provider if Biktarvy is right for you, and visit Biktarvy.com to view the important facts, including important warnings.
As the virus, and in our world, the measles virus, continues to just wreck everything, this can result in a few lethal options, but before getting there, let's talk about what's going on with the lungs. We see the little girl coughing in the movie and struggling to breathe as her father has to give her oxygen. As the cells of the lungs burst and pneumonia sets in, the virus would be absolutely saturating everything, and the body would be fighting an inflammation while it tries to get its defenses set up. While this is happening, every breath a person takes is a direct line of infection to those around them. The masks in the movie are quite apropos considering how infectious the movie virus appears to be, seeing as if measles had a high lethality rate that is in this movie, then that coupled with the infectious ability it has would put it squarely in line with one another, and it would be absolutely awful. As the infection continues on, with most humans, it won't get bad enough to take them out of the game. Eventually, the immune system is able to get a hold of the measles virus, and as a result, it can stop it, and from then on, you are immune to it. However, there are outcomes with this virus that are not as favorable. For some, the virus can cause the meninges around the brain to swell, resulting in brain damage. For others, hearing loss can actually happen and remain permanent, or they could really just deplete the entire immune system to the point that our bodies get a minor infection later, and then it causes them to expire. All this said, I see one thing in particular that lines up perfectly. Now, I have been talking about a lot of brain inflammation lately in the last couple of videos, if you've seen them, more so when it comes to like the inflammation concerning the coverings of the brain, but I wouldn't talk about it if it didn't make any sense. Measles absolutely has the capability to cause encephalitis and meningitis. All of this has the ability to wreck you, and surprise, surprise, it's located right next to the brain. As the body fights the measles virus, the small blood vessels are being inflamed, but so is the tissue. When it comes to the brain, this inflammation can put a lot of pressure on it, destroying the gray matter. With the Movies virus specifically, we can see a few things happening that would suggest these viruses are one and the same. When the virus is in the brain and in the tissue surrounding the brain, the body would go into full freak out mode. First things, the fever would spike massively high. As made mentioned by Brian when he tells Bobby, get a blanket, you're not cold now, but you will be. Clearly, fever is something at play here. Then later, after Brian's infection, he is sitting by a fire with a blanket wrapped around him and he appears to be freezing and sweating. It's clear his body's temperature is rising rapidly, and this rising temperature causes co-symptoms such as fatigue and, if it gets high enough, delirium. So story time, when I was a kid, I had some weird sickness. Still today, I have no idea what it was, but I had a fever around 105 degrees. I remember clear as day, I thought I saw my brother and dad walk into the room and talk to me while I was laying on the couch, and I had like a full-length conversation with them, but it turns out nobody was actually there. I may have actually just hallucinated the whole thing. By the way, your brain cooks around 106 degrees, so that was pretty close. So I can personally attest, high fever really causes you not to think as clearly as you should. With Brian, he begins sleepily talking about what his experiences were as the brain pressure increases due to this virus. He's been infected for a while now, and as a result, he's way under the influence of it. This is why Danny really shouldn't have listened to his brother, because the guy was clearly out of his mind, and he may have actually just been experiencing these symptoms when he left Bobby behind. But ultimately, these viral symptoms fall completely in line with not only the measles, but also so does its infectious ability. This would also explain why when the dog was eating its previous owner, Danny was not actually afraid of the virus transferring to him for the dog's blood, because just like measles, it hasn't jumped the species to our canine companions, and even though it was enjoying a manwich, there would really be no reason to suspect an animal could be infected, just like with the measles we have now. So the question is, what's with the medicine? Surely there's something you could take, and it's even mentioned in the movie. Well, here's some disturbing information for you. You can't do anything against measles except manage symptoms. Yes, we like to think with our absolute control over everything that this really wouldn't be a problem, but the real name of the game is the immune system. The immune system is perfectly capable of destroying the virus, but it's also, in some people, perfectly capable of destroying you. And that's the entire issue with this virus in the movie. This form of measles, which isn't the standard form, is something that humanity has no ability to combat. They mentioned retroviral medications, such as what we use with HIV, but it didn't even touch it because it's just the wrong type of virus. Sort of like why we don't use art to get rid of the flu. So with known medications out of play, it really just comes down in our universe to just stopping the measles from activating the almonds of your immune system to the point that you are destroyed. In the movie, the CDC was attempting to create a medication capable of saving those infected, but the best results they had was a serum that only kept people alive for 3 more days, and even then you were in pain and agony. Now, while buying the meat suit known as you more time is absolutely integral usually, in this case, there is no point. I believe what the doctor was doing was giving your adaptive immune system enough time to develop a resistance to the virus. Keeping people alive for 3 more days would give the body time to develop the T cells and antibodies necessary to destroy the virus, but even then, the people were in agony as the virus continued destroying tissue. As the body ramped up inflammation, there was no way to keep them in that state long enough for the body to overcome the infection. Likely, some key point of the immune system is being overwhelmed and they weren't able to catch it in time. For instance, HIV is able to bypass the immunities of humanity because it attacks it at its source with the CD4 and CD8 T cells. Upon doing so, the chain of communication is broken, and this also lets in other infections as they are able to get past it. So this is obviously not a good thing, and the body responds less effectively to other invading pathogens as a result. With the virus, I could see them as possibly invading the macrophages responsible for inflammation. Upon doing so, the body would have this runaway effect, and even with the adaptive immune system fighting the virus, the tissues are infected faster than the body can control, and the macrophages continue to overwhelm the body with inflammation hormones. Eventually, this leads to the issue that we have seen. Upon infection, blood vessels burst, the body's temperature rises in response to the infection, and then the continuation of this results in the end of the host. So with retrovirals out, what exactly do you do? Well, obviously staying away from everyone is paramount to your survival, but the infection rate is your biggest contender. How do you stop breathing air? The men at the country club had it right, but if you ever want to be around anyone, the only real way to survive is vaccination. Again, we really don't have a cure for measles right now apart from your own immune system. A mutation of measles-like virus or the measles itself could potentially cause this runaway effect. Now, just throwing out there what I know about infections and diseases, how might you possibly overcome this disease? I'm not saying it's gonna work, but lowering the temperature of your body drastically down into possibly the 80s could slow things down, along with some heavy anti-inflammatory medications coupled with the serum that the CDC was is working on, adding all three of those together may actually give you a chance at survival concerning this disease. But the problem is lowering core temperatures, while it's been around for a couple years, they don't really know if it can be done all the time, and there are obviously issues that could arise that they may not have had the capability of bringing you back from. So in summation, I would say this is simply the measles virus that has undergone a mutation, possibly in response to our vaccination efforts, interestingly enough, because viruses adapt like everything else. Through this adaptation, however, it proved to be way worse for humans, routing and overcoming our immunities as our bodies launched its normal attack on the virus, and this resulted in the billions of humans meeting their end and could potentially wipe out the entire species. Have you ever wanted to fist fight an alien, sucker punch a Xeno, or maybe even Texas Chili Bowl E.T.? Well, if you have, then I've got great news. In the movie Signs, aliens visit Earth, and more specifically, a small family in Pennsylvania. While broadcasting their inevitable attack, they begin sending out reconnaissance teams to learn about the species located on Earth and how they operate. After learning about the anxiety-ridden hairless apes, they go on to launch an invasion of the planet that appears to be massively unsuccessful. So in today's episode, we will discuss why their idea failed due to biological limitations, as well as the other theories of what the aliens may be. Also, bear in mind, as I wrote this, I pretty much have COVID, and I also have COVID while I'm recording it, which isn't as fun as it sounds, but I swear, if I'm lying, I'm dying. It makes you so scatterbrained, it's not even funny, so writing this was fun. So with that disclaimer set, let's see what's more effective at writing, Roanoke biology or a virus. So, as per usual, y'all know the drill. Up on screen, there'll be a timestamp where you can bypass a summary of Signs. For all those who have either seen it or don't want it spoiled, well, I'll probably just end up spoiling it later when we talk about everything wrong with the aliens, so I guess, I would advise you probably just watch the summary. Plus, the watch time helps get the video out there. For all those still sticking around, let's get to why humanity will never step foot on Venus without a massively reinforced suit, because we have the ability to quasi-think ahead. We open up our story to a former Reverend Graham Hess. As he walks around his house, eventually he ends up hearing a scream outside. Going outside, he quickly meets with his brother Merrill as they take off into the cornfield to find the kids. Running through, they first meet up with Bo. Grabbing her and then moving forward into the corn, they run into this creepy little kid named Morgan. This kid still freaks me out when I was a kid, and he freaks me out as an adult. Anyhow, Morgan has stumbled across something in the cornfield with his dogs. As the camera pans out, it shows that all the corn has been laid in a pattern, while the dogs continue barking at unseen things around them. A further pan out reveals that this is very obviously a crop circle formation that is outside of their house. Assuming it to be a prank, Graham begins making his calls. He thinks it's Lionel and his Wolfington brother friends, but he's told that they were at the movies and there's really nothing that they could have done. Back inside, the dogs are beginning to act a little strangely themselves. The male dog, known as Houdini, urinates in the kitchen as if he's afraid of something around them like a predator. As Morgan grills out, Bo attempts to give Houdini some water but mentions how the water is contaminated. She moves Houdini's water bowl closer to the dog, which instantly starts the dog growling at it. Showing signs of aggression, Morgan tells Bo not to move. Back out at the cornfield, Graham and the officer are inspecting the corn as she assumes it was just some joke. Graham gets up realizing that he hasn't heard his kids in a while and then exits the field to find Morgan had to stab the dog after it went after Bo. Graham collects his kids and then heads inside angry at Merrill for not stepping in and is instructed to tie Isabel up and make sure the knot is tight. Later that night, Bo wakes up her dad remarking that there's a monster outside of her window and she wants a glass of water. Graham goes in and begins talking to her before catching a glimpse out the window and someone is standing on the roof. Graham wakes Merrill, who's downstairs, as they decide it must be the Wolfington brothers. Merrill decides cornering them is the best option as they both run around the opposite sides of the house and seeing the shadow of what they are chasing. They meet back up around the other side of the house to discover the creature jumped over 12 to 15 feet straight up in the air and gotten back onto the roof. As they stand there, behind them the corn rustles and they hear a thud as whatever they were chasing just jumped through the cover of night and back into the field. Graham calls the officer again the next day and chastises Bo for leaving water cups all over the house as she continues to say that the water is tainted with something. The brothers both talk to the officer about what happened the night before, but she is reluctant to believe it was one of the Wolfington brothers or even that it really happened the way that they were remembering. She mentions all the weird stuff going on and that they need to head into town to clear their minds, get some pizza, and relax to get the family back on a good footing with reality. As she does, Bo says the same show is on every station. Apparently all over the world, crop circles have begun showing up at alarming rates. Nobody is sure where they're coming from or if it's just a coordinated event, attributing it to one of the most elaborate hoaxes ever to have been pulled or that it might actually be real. Everyone is stumped as to what's causing all of these symbols to appear at once. house. Heading into town, Graham decides that that's really enough of the radio and TV for the day, and then he goes to the pharmacy while everyone splits up, with Meryl heading towards the recruitment office and Morgan and Bo heading towards the bookstore. Morgan is trying to get a book on extraterrestrials to learn more about what may be happening. Graham ends up basically being a reverend on wheels for the girl behind the counter as she is freaked out by what's happening, and Meryl reads over some material from the recruiter. As he is looking at a board, the recruiter mentions that he's got it all figured out. Says that whatever or whoever is doing this has been sent out on reconnaissance as a team to investigate the area. They've been sticking to the shadows in an effort to not be caught, and none have actually been seen in the light. He goes on to mention how the military does this exact operation when clearing the way for the rest of the invasion force. And here, we get some backstory on Meryl. Holding the minor league home run record, apparently he knows how to swing a bat and also swing away. Back at the bookstore, Bo continues to say something is wrong with the water despite nothing really being wrong with it. They all meet back up and eat some pizza, but while they do, Graham spots Ray Reddy, or M. Night Shyamalan. Pretty sure I pronounced that correctly. Anyways, the man who ended up taking out Graham's wife, leading to him losing his faith and then leaving the church. Eventually, they all head back home for the day. Arriving home, the baby monitor Morgan has begins going off. Graham is hesitant to believe that anything is happening with it, or really that it might just be picking up another baby monitor, which, you know, in farmland, with no other buildings around, for miles. As they get out of the car, the baby monitor is indeed picking something up. The higher up they move, they are able to get a signal in order, and eventually they hear clicking. Two somethings are talking to one another, and then the signal cuts out. Later that night, Graham heads outside to feed Isabel, and as she continues to bark at the cornfield, he too starts looking in the cornfield. But assuming it to be nothing or just a person out there, he grabs his flashlight and heads into the cornfield to look for what is distressing Isabel. As he moves through, he can hear something in the cornfield with him, but doesn't see anything. Eventually, in his ear, he hears the same clicking noise from the baby monitor, which freaks him out. He then drops his flashlight before picking back up and smacking it to get it working again. In front of him, he sees an inhuman leg disappear into the field, and then he takes off running. Now, when I say this part as a kid almost made me crap my pants, dude, this was absolutely horrifying back in the day. Getting back inside, Graham sits down while the rest of the family continues doing whatever it is that they were doing. Eventually, they notice and ask what happened. He agrees that they need to basically turn on the TV now and see what's going on. As they all watch, lights have begun appearing in the sky all over the planet. Specifically in Mexico City, lights have appeared, and both the US and Mexico confirm that it's not from them. Morgan begins taping over Meryl's swimsuit special VHS, total bummer man, and as they watch, they are completely entranced by what the lights could mean. Meryl is understandably freaked out and attempts to seek comfort in his brother, but I gotta tell you, man, I got two brothers, and when have brothers ever been comforting? Meryl says he believes those lights to be a miracle, and that can only mean something good. Graham says that he knows that they are on their own if those lights are bad, and nobody is coming to help them. As they continue talking, Graham mentions how his wife, as she was expiring, started saying things for him to see signs and for Meryl to swing away. That the last firing of the neurons in her brain were of them at a baseball game. So yeah, he seems pretty jaded. The next day, Graham wakes up to find that Meryl has taken the TV into the coat closet because the kids were getting obsessed. He mentions how the lights have gone, but a bird flew into something in the sky and then smashed its skull in. So whatever is there is still actually there, it's just camouflaged. Upstairs, maybe the kids are getting actually a little obsessed. They have made tinfoil hats to wear as they read from Dr. Bimbu's book about the extraterrestrials. Essentially, they fall into two groups, just like people. Either they are here to peacefully expand their knowledge of the universe, or they are here to invade and take over the planet. As Graham flips through the book, they eventually spot a picture that looks like their house with two small figures drawn on the lawn and one larger figure next to them with the house on fire. After taking the book away, Graham gets a phone call from Ray. Sensing something is wrong as he would never call him, he heads to the house to talk to him. Getting to the house, he looks in a window and finds signs of a possible struggle. He turns to find Ray sitting in the driveway. He begins talking to him as he mentions how he fell asleep that night and he lives with that guilt. How it was almost destined for him to run into his wife. Nobody was around, and at that exact second, he falls asleep. He apologizes for what happened, and he also mentions that he trapped one of the things in the pantry not to let it out. He then says that he's heading to the lake as they do not seem to like water, and then floors it out of there. Back in the broom closet, we finally get a look at these things. As Meryl sleeps, a news report comes on. On a child's birthday, the kids are freaking out and pointing at something. Looking into a bush line, they can't really see anything. Then around the other side of the house, there's a small entrance or alleyway. They're looking through and spot one of the creatures walk across the path. Completely green, the creatures appear to be able to camouflage. They freeze frame the creature in an almost Bigfoot-esque Batman-esque scene, and it kind of looks hilarious. Back at Ray's house, Graham approaches the pantry. He begins talking to the creature after seeing its shadow, saying that he's the police, and he's got all of his friends loaded up in the paddy wagon, and that he will offer them the same deal he gave to his friends. With no response from it whatsoever, Graham attempts to look, and then sees nothing. Grabbing a knife, he then slides it under the door and sees a hand with some claws that come out for his eyes. He cuts off 2 of the fingers of the creature, and him and it both scream. Graham quickly leaves and then finds that his family are all wearing tinfoil hats. At this point, everyone believes that they are under attack. Meryl says that they can camouflage, and that's why they couldn't see him at night. Graham asks Morgan what would happen if the aliens were hostile. He mentions that they wouldn't use their technology in the invasion, as they knew man would turn to their ultimate answer, nuclear options, and this would render the planet useless. So they would attack, and if defeated, they would come back hundreds, if not thousands of years later, and then re-attack, at which point humanity would probably be ready. The other option is that they win. So are you seeing this reoccurring allegory with dual outcomes? Anyhow, Graham says Ray seems to think that they don't like water, and that they could go to the lake, or they could stay here, and he really just puts it up to a vote. Graham and Bo both vote to go to the lake. Meryl and Morgan vote to stay at home. Ultimately, however, they decide to stay at home and then board up the house. As Meryl comes outside, he ends up throwing a rock into the cornfield, and as he does, the creatures are actually in there, which who knows? Maybe that was seen as a sign of aggression. Honestly, bro, just set fire to the whole field. That would be my game plan. Later that night, as they all continue to watch the TV, more lights begin amassing over cities, 274 cities to be exact, and they expect roughly 400 cities to have these lights. How they came up with this figure? Not exactly sure. They remark how they are coordinating, though, with the maps and the fields. That means they are literally going to be coming down right outside of the doors. The planet is gearing up for an invasion, with the military being mobilized and ready to rock. As night draws in, they essentially have their last meal together. However, nobody really eats after Graham freaks out. They have boarded up everything, but nobody really expects this to work. Graham yells about how they won't be praying over food and it's wasting time, and as they hug it out, the baby monitor starts clicking to life. They check the TV to find that all signals are no longer being broadcast, and it has begun. They nail up the last of the boards and get ready, eventually just turning to sectioning off entire portions of the house. However, outside they forgot to put Isabel into the garage, as she is the first to go by the aliens. Pretty rough, man. As they can hear the creatures moving around the house, the only thing I could think about was, how does a farmer not own any type of handheld? I mean, I guess he's a reverend, but come on, man. Even paladins and crusaders have a sword. As the aliens attempt to break in through the doors and test out the strength of the enclosed areas, the aliens eventually move up onto the roof before breaking into the windows of the upstairs bedrooms. However, the doors have been boarded shut, but then they begin to realize that they made a crucial error. They forgot to board up the attic door, leaving them completely exposed once they did get there. Looking at the front door, an alien hand comes through as it attempts to open it. Moving down to the basement, they then shut the door and brace it. Almost immediately, though, the aliens are on the other side and trying to force it open. Morgan remarks how the aliens will read their minds and they forgot their tinfoil hats, and then they'll learn how to open doors, and just as he does, the creature begins to open the door. Meryl and Graham brace the door before accidentally knocking the light out. As they sit there, they begin to realize that the creature is just making noise and not actually trying to get in. They remember that a coal chute used to be used where they poured it into the basement and then begin looking for the entrance. As they find it, Morgan is standing there, and a hand from the coal chute grabs him and they're able to pull him away, but it triggers an asthma attack. Graham is able to calm Morgan down enough from his asthma attack, but not easily. And eventually they all fall asleep for about 12 hours as the invasion continues. Then we finally see what happened to Graham's wife. Ray ran into her with a car, pinning her in the process, and if they move the car, she would expire quicker. The next morning they get a radio signal and the aliens are apparently leaving. They were able to use poisonous gas in small amounts to end a lot of people the night before. However, 3 cities in the Middle East were able to find primitive methods of getting rid of them, and ultimately that caused the invasion to fail. The aliens did, however, leave a ton of wounded behind, and there's no way to know if the invasion over them is completely over or not. Morgan is in dire straits though, so they turn on the baby monitor, hear nothing, and have to assume that the invasion is over and head up. Meryl goes up first and then confirms that everything appears to be okay. The house is a complete wreck, however. The aliens have broken through the windows, and Bo reports that people are dancing on the TV, having survived the invasion, which prompts Graham to go and get the TV so that Morgan can watch while he gets his medicine. As he wheels it back in, he sees in the reflection that they aren't alone. One of the aliens has picked Morgan up in a threatening manner and has his wrist up to his face. Meryl attempts to move but is stopped. Graham recognizes that the alien is the one whose fingers have been cut off. The alien is showing the international, or I guess intergalactic symbol for aggression, and then faces off with the 2 brothers. They all stand there completely unsure of how to actually proceed, but I assure you, caveman brain will proceed anyhow. We flash back to Graham's wife. She uses her final words to tell Graham to see and for Meryl to swing away, which then clicks with Graham. Facing the alien, Graham then tells Meryl to swing away. Meryl picks up the bat on the wall, which causes the alien to poison Morgan. However, as Bo screams, screams, Meryl attacks the alien with the bat, which causes him to drop Morgan. And then we get some good old-fashioned low-tech human on alien violence. You love to see it. The alien gets knocked over as water is then dropped onto him, which burns his shoulders, revealing a massive weakness. Graham runs outside as Meryl continues to beat the absolute hell out of the alien with water and glass. Graham is able to revive his son as Meryl knocks the alien down, and as it falls into a table, it pours water over its face and shoulders, suffocating it by what I could only assume is complete face meltage. Out on the lawn, Graham puts together the pieces of why his son had asthma, and why his daughter left water everywhere. But concerning his son, because of the asthma and inflammation, the poison wasn't able to get in the lungs of Morgan, and he survives. And then we move into winter. The alien invasion has failed. Graham goes back to the church after forgiving God, and everything is about back to normal, except for likely millions of people lost due to the invasion, and the inevitable one that will follow in the future if humanity doesn't become technologically powerful enough to stop them. Time for Signs 2, Electric Boogaloo. Now, the first thing we must talk about, and really the most obvious of all things that happens here, out of all the planets in the solar system, and out of all the systems in the cluster, and out of all the clusters in the supercluster, and out of all the superclusters in the galaxy, why in the name of all that is holy would Earth be chosen? It's pretty easy to meme on, seeing as aliens are like, ah ha ha, you're allergic to water, you big dummy, but is it really that? Now, I am not an astronomer by any stretch of the imagination. However, I did take a bunch of college courses back in the day on it. My goal still today is to try to eventually get to be an astronaut. Biology was actually sort of a possible route I could have used to get there. Now, the state of the planet right now and the fact that I'm getting older is making that seem more and more like a non-possibility, but with that said, I do know a few things about planets. The Earth is somewhat special, we're finding out. We are in a zone known as the Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. Actually, technically speaking, we are on the warmer side of the Goldilocks zone, and things could have actually been more habitable if Earth was just a little farther back. In fact, just a little fun side fact for you, they think Venus may have been habitable as early as 700 million years ago. So the Goldilocks zone moves out, and in fact, I believe in 1 billion years, Earth is going to no longer be habitable because of the amount of sunlight we'll be receiving. Anyhow, as the sun continues to use up its hydrogen fuel, it turns to fusion of heavier elements, which will expand the sun out, pushing this zone further out past Mars, which is also interesting because then you start getting to Saturn's moon Titan, as it's theorized that this is actually a moon that resembles Earth very early in its formation. So it may become habitable after a few million years in the later stages of the sun's life. Regardless, as we look out into the galaxy, we find usually gas giants around parent stars or super Earths with high gravity, and really what we don't find are Earth-like planets as far as we know them. Now, even by sheer probability, there likely are Earth-like planets out there, but honestly, at the beginning stages of our solar system, a dance between Jupiter and Saturn was required for the inner terrestrial planets not to be eaten up by the gas giants or flung from the solar system, or even just the creation of a super Earth which couldn't have supported life. To convey how lucky it is that Earth even exists isn't possible in the course of this video, but on an astronomical scale, so many things had to happen to allow Earth to be capable of supporting life, it almost seems intentional. Philosophical statements aside, the fact is, so far we haven't found anything that would indicate another planet is completely Earth-like. We have found some terrestrial worlds that are in the Goldilocks zone, but it's impossible to know from this distance, apart from analyzing the atmosphere and what sort of light is returned, known as emission spectrum lines. We can't really get an idea of what that planet is like, but we can get an idea of what the atmosphere may be composed of. So as for motive, why choose Earth? Well, considering these aliens seemingly breathe a similar atmosphere of mainly nitrogen and oxygen, and can at least tolerate the other gases much like we do, Earth would seem pretty habitable. And considering we as a species haven't really stumbled across another Earth-like planet, the idea may be that it's extremely rare, and even a spacefaring species such as the ones from Signs may not have come across any. But then we come to the biggest question that everyone brings up. How could a species be so stupid and so smart as to literally go to a planet that is 70% water with water vapor in the air where it rains all the time and attack a species mainly made of water and not even bring something like a suit or technology or anything to aid them besides hand-to-hand combat? Well, this may be easily explained and look no further than human behavior. So what are humans trying to do right this minute? If you answer get off this rock as fast as possible, you're correct. Humanity right now, despite knowing that we really haven't figured out shielding from the solar particles of the sun, which we know punches holes in our DNA. In fact, astronauts have been quoted as saying they can literally see the damage in their eyes. When the particles from the sun would be launched into their bodies, it would occasionally go through their skull and strike their retinas, causing flashes of light. When looked at, the particles are literally turning people into Swiss cheese on a microscopic level. Anyhow, apart from this happening, humans still want to set up shop on a planet planet completely hostile to us, Mars. We can't breathe the air. If we were left exposed on its surface, we would perish in minutes. And we aren't even sure if we can grow food there or if there's usable water for us. Essentially, despite the world being completely alien to us and no way are we adapted to it, we still want to set up a foothold there and possibly work on terraforming it. And I believe that's the key here. If humanity found a planet with a mostly oxygen and nitrogen atmosphere that had some sulfur in the air, or possibly, it would occasionally acid rain, and this could melt you if you were, say, like caught out in the open, I thoroughly believe humanity would still go for it and worry about terraforming it later. The aliens and signs, I believe, are doing the same thing. With a possible motive nailed down as to why they would even show up here in the first place, we also need to talk about the biology that we have seen in these creatures and how possibly they may not actually be as susceptible to moisture as we think they are. Getting a good look at these things, which is hard due to the fact that they are pretty much keeping to the shadows the whole time, they stand at roughly about, I would say, 6'7" to 7 feet tall, or about 2.5 meters. They are humanoid in structuring with 2 legs and 2 arms. Their head sits directly over their shoulders, which is how our own species is structured, and having the spine hold up the skull led us to being more intelligent, so the same can be assumed for them. Starting with their feet, it's going to be hard to get a good look as it happens quickly, but they appear to have 3 toes and 1 toe further up near where a dew claw on a mammal would be. Now, it could be a dew claw, like on mammals, but more likely, this would indicate that this species originally had a prehensile foot like humans had back in the day. However, over time, rather than walking like humans started to walk, they instead continued to climb and walk. We can actually see this style of walking is supported by when the alien crosses the alley at the kids' party. The way it slightly hunches forward and moves suggests it looks like kind of an early ancestor of humans than walking like, say, humans would walk. This would place this creature walking on the balls of its feet rather than the flat of its feet like humans do, which is called plantigrade structuring, which I've said probably millions of times over the course of this channel. The legs are long and lanky with greenish skin, and the skin appears to be quite thick, likely thicker than that of what humans have, but they are still quite susceptible to injuries. Overall, moving up to their upper body, they appear to be somewhat lanky continuing on, but they have had a lot of the same muscle grouping of humans, albeit longer and likely larger, judging by their size. Their arms are pretty skinny, but within their forearms exists a tube. This tube can be pushed outside of the body to excrete a small amount of poison gas into the lungs of humans and cause them to suffocate, resulting in their end and the end of a lot of people on the planet. However, it would appear that it does have its limits and quickly dissipates should the lungs be closed. In fact, during Morgan's asthma attack, this is seen. However, with the same attack, it's entirely possible this in reality just causes people to experience an extreme form of anaphylaxis, which is why Morgan's medicine containing anti-inflammatory medicine was able to rout the alien toxin. On their hands, much like on their feet, likely, they have 3 fingers and 1 thumb and claws about 1 inch in length, which can be used for attacking. The head of this creature is a little larger than a human's, which, as we know, relative to body size, can translate into huge gains concerning intellect. With the cerebrum much larger than that of humans, the signs aliens are incredibly smart. I know it may not seem like it due to their choices of where and how they began to attack, but consider the terraforming idea, which we will go into momentarily, because first, we have to talk about the absolute crux of the issue, susceptibility to water, which we will go over in a second. Their heads are fairly smooth, with no hair at all, making them appear more reptilian. There are no ears on the sides of their head, and instead just have holes, which indicates that they can actually hear. They also possess large black eyes typical to the human lore on aliens, and a smaller jaw and mouth that seems to have teeth that I would say appear to be that of omnivores. Although it is mentioned that the aliens would have adapted a vegetarian lifestyle, which is also seen in Ray's house that an alien was eating vegetables. Being a being made of cells though, how much do you know about them? Well, hopefully a lot, but ask yourself, what stops, say, us from dissolving completely when you drink water? Well, apart from evolving on this planet, the main thing is control of osmosis. Movement of water is really what it all comes down to. And if you think about it, that and salt really control everything. Placing a cell in a hypertonic solution, or the cell having less salts than its surroundings, the cell would shrivel as water is drawn out. Placing that same cell in a hypotonic solution would cause the cell to actually swell as water rushes into it, and this could ultimately end up bursting it. In fact, looking at your body, the only reason you're not as influenced by water in the surrounding area is because of your skin and its waterproof abilities, or at minimum water resistant. If you've ever seen the palms of your hand, they absolutely do absorb water when they've been in them long enough. But concerning cells, what helps helps mediate all of this. While not being 100% effective, this is known as the phospholipid bilayer, or the cellular membrane. This membrane is composed of two parts. The outside is hydrophilic, which means that it loves water, and the interior is hydrophobic, which means that it hates water. This essentially creates an inside area and an outside area of the cell. Without membranes, we'd really be nothing but just floating amino acids, and in no way could do anything because we wouldn't be anything. So don't forget to thank your fatty chains. So this is native to a species from a planet that is mostly water. Without this, life as we know it could never have been. And this is what I believe is specifically happening with the aliens from Signs, but only to specific points in their bodies. Taking a look at the damage from the alien when water was knocked onto it, it almost seemed to cause burns to the skin. And when enough was dumped on its face, it appears to have gone into shock and stopped breathing. Now ask yourself, if there is water vapor in the air, why didn't this happen when it was breathing? To answer this question, we have to look at its skin. The first thing we see in this creature is that it is adept at camouflage. Much like how the octopus is able to alter its pigmentation and blend in with its surroundings, so too are the aliens. This adaptation is known as having chromatophores. Down to a microscopic level, tiny muscles can pull on a cell, opening and closing certain areas to reveal sacs of pigments. Depending on how much it's opened or closed, this can change the coloring of the pigment and thus create camouflage. Now, that's really the quick and dirty version, but essentially this opening of this sac is what I believe is the issue for these aliens. As the creature is covered with these specialized cells, they may not be located in every single cell of the body, and instead may have a phospholipid bilayer much like humans have concerning their normal unspecialized cells. However, the cells on their body, specifically the skin due to this pigmentation sac, may actually either have a weaker resistance to moisture, possibly due to a more hydrophilic layer covering the sacs. With the introduction of enough water though, this overwhelms the natural ability of the cells to move water out of itself, and this quickly causes them to burst. And this is why these burns appear all over the body when water touches them. Atmospheric presence of water isn't enough to overwhelm these cells, however, but submerging them, pouring water on them, or even rain could overwhelm the skin's ability to remove the water, causing these cells to burst on contact. Once this happens, it opens up the body to a whole host of issues. Imagine it like a person who has severe burns from fire. Having those can send a person quickly into shock where they stop breathing. Much like the alien that we see when water was poured over its head and shoulders, it's too much for its anatomy, which would explain the rapid shallow breathing that we saw it doing before it finally stopped. It's not that the water was burning its insides, it's just that it was set into shock quickly, say like a human who suffered severe burns, and this led to its end. I believe the aliens, based on their actions on this planet, were able to breathe the same air as us, even with the water vapor, but due to the specific cells that make up their skin, this could lead to their end should they come into contact with enough water. Rounding back to the terraforming idea, this may be why we see these certain aliens on the planet versus others. As made mention in the book by Dr. Bimbu, they wouldn't use their technology when attacking the planet. Instead, they would engage in hand-to-hand combat with humanity so that we didn't use our nuclear options, which would render the planet useless. Because of this, the sacrificing of some of their species rather than the whole planet would seem like the best option, which in turn brings us to one of the theories in the movie. This theory is possibly pretty viable, and it's that the aliens were sent to attack, but they weren't the actual species pulling the string. Instead, they were just prisoners. Using this fodder species to invade a planet and attempt to overwhelm the natives there may have seemed like the best option. However, sort of like one man's trash is another man's treasure, except one alien's ultimate badass is humanity's casual annoyance, may apply here. Potentially, whatever the controlling species is may view what they dropped on Earth as the ultimate weapon, but really it was nothing more than just another animal to be overcome by humanity. First, we have our military might. We have weapons at our disposal that we can put lead down range and interrupt the chemical reactions of life for these creatures fairly easily. It may be that the original species was not accustomed to war quite like humans were and relied on hand-to-hand, and when dealing with a species that they dropped on Earth, considering they had poison gas, this seemed like a crazy advantage. So not only was the invading species expendable to the real invading species, but they also seemed stronger, which you'd think a species would actually learn about humans' violent history before launching an invasion like that, and to their credit, they kind of did because they knew about our nukes. However, even with our apes together strong mentality, many would still succumb to these aliens. It is mentioned how 3 cities in the Middle East were able to find primitive ways of combating the aliens, and as a result, they were able to drive them out. And this brings us to our other theory on these aliens, and that is that they aren't really aliens at all. The idea of demons has been floated, and after the debacle that was my video over Wreck, I know better than just to completely ignore this possibility, mainly because of all the rees I got in my comments, but the idea is pretty clearly based on what we have seen with a reverend losing his faith because of the death of his wife, holy water affecting demons because it was in the reverend's house, and Graham struggling with his own demon that seemingly follows him until he finally has to confront it with the help of Meryl and a baseball bat. And even then, there's allegories all throughout the actual movie that have more of a religious tone rather than an invading alien tone, I guess. But honestly, to me, yeah, this is definitely a possibility considering, first it's a movie, but let's just say for a moment that the biology of this creature does seem to fall in line with an actual possibility of a real-life creature, whereas a demon invasion of Earth would require, in my mind, more than just dumping water on them, which presumably is what the rest of humanity did and then drove them off the planet. Besides, I'm pretty sure the Doomslayer has already got the market cornered concerning demon invasions. Overall, I believe this to be not so much a demon, but an alien with very specific biology, possibly hailing from a desert planet. They do know humans would likely burn everything down to deny them the planet. A very human-esque thing to do. This requires these clicking aliens to react more in a way that causes them to be restrained when invading Earth. However, their adaptations were never really meant for this planet. As a result, the things that exist on this planet, like human beings on other planets that we were never really adapted to, makes it difficult to survive and turns out to be their weakness due to the hydrophilic nature of their skin, which may have been known to them, but again, just like humanity, when has a hostile environment ever stopped us from exploring something like space? Imagine Earth more screwed than it is now. Difficult, but very much so not impossible. Now imagine humanity knocked back on its heels by a 1-2 punch from not only a massive shift in global environments, but also a concurrent outbreak of a devastating disease that despite our advanced medical technology, we were not able to combat, as the only thing remaining of human society is a single city with small, more scattered feral outposts across the planet. In the events and book and subsequent movies, Maze Runner, that's exactly what happened to Homo sapiens on our backwater planet. The sun being the giver of life is something we consistently and without fail must rely on to keep everything in working order while we try to figure out things down here. However, should an upset in that relationship happen, there's little that we could do to actually rectify the issue. Throw in a disease that moves through a population resulting in bloodthirsty monsters, then you got yourself a pretty good post-apocalyptic scenario that I'm sure, based on current events, we would overcome, right? Well, even if we don't, it's not going to stop this video from being made. In today's episode, we will discuss what happened to Earth and why this devastating disease was able to get a foothold and bring humanity to its knees. Alright, let's get to it. So we all know the drill by now, but if you're a newbie, then there will be a timestamp up on screen. Heading there, you can bypass the summary of these movies. And oh yes, movies! I am literally covering the entire trilogy. But in the interest of time, and honestly, I'm not really sure who's seen it and who hasn't seen it, I'm doing a much more generalized summary of the movies so that this video isn't like 3 years long. But anyhow, again, going to the timestamp up on screen, you will go directly to the actual discussing of the disease in Maze Runner. But now let's get why the balance between Earth and the sun, if it's ever changed in terms of energy received, we are all just mega screwed. But it's best just to not think about how precarious our entire existence hinges on everything staying the exact same way it is in a universe where chaos seems to reign supreme. The year is 2136, and Earth is boned. Out of nowhere, based on how off guard humanity was caught, a raging solar storm would fling a coronal mass ejection at Earth. With no idea this was going to happen and no way to detect it, the world was plunged into strife. The solar flare was so powerful that it scorched the Earth between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, turning it into a desert wasteland. All countries within this belt were pretty much obliterated. Within the first 15 minutes of the solar flare striking Earth, 4.5 billion people were lost. The magnetic field of Earth was also disastrously altered, which resulted in more radiation leaking into the planet, destroying more plant life and giving humans and animals caught at these latitudes lethal doses of radiation. On top of this, it would destroy the atmosphere at those areas, resulting in dangerous storms popping up pretty much seemingly at random that would also scour the surface of the Earth. As time went on, large tsunamis, dangerous storms, and radiation would continue to ravage, taking more people out in the process. Those in the latitudes that weren't located between the Capricorn and Cancer were spared the worst of the damages, as the governments that were left would join a supranational post-flare coalition, or PFC, in an effort to establish order. For a time, they were able to come together and quell the issues that were plaguing humanity at this time, or at least ease them, but ultimately they would make things worse for Homo sapiens. After a 6-month investigation, it was discovered that the surviving 1.4 billion people would overload the planet. Due to the polar caps melting and rising water levels, which completely inundated the remaining land masses, leaving less to go around, and accompanying this with the failed crops, fresh water disappearing, and dwindling resources, they concluded that there was only enough to go around for roughly about 980 million people. Realizing that they had to take take out 30% of the population to fix their resource issues, they would go on to create a virus. This virus was originally designed to infect the brain of a person, leading to a quick, painless end. However, someone didn't do their research and the virus would go on to mutate. Dropped in South Carolina first, this virus would be airborne and then quickly move through population areas. Every year, a new infection site would pop up until ultimately it became a global pandemic. Upon this happening, things were completely out of their control, essentially dooming humanity. 15 years later, people would begin to be born who are actually immune to the virus, having the antibodies necessary to fend it off, either partially by slowing it or fully, in which case they would destroy the virus. This new generation would be captured and placed in trials to study their brain activity and why they were immune. Which, yeah, it does seem like a relatively dumb idea, but hey, ultimately I suppose it would quasi-work. And this drops us into the midst of the first Maze Runner movie. We open up our story with a man that doesn't know his own name. He's in a cage and it's rising fast. After reaching the top at top speed, the cage opens as a group of young men stand around him laughing. He gets out of the cage and immediately begins running off. As he does, he trips and then looks around and finds that there's really nowhere to go. Surrounding him on all sides are massive walls that cannot be scaled. Realizing there is no escaping, he is then captured quickly by the others and placed in a holding cell until he calms down. Eventually, he meets the group's leader, Albie, and the second in command, Newt. Getting the rundown, they walk through the town as he's oriented to his current predicament. Eventually, meeting up with Chuck, the village's medic type person, he begins to walk towards the opening in the wall after he spots it. As he begins to question what exactly it is, he is eventually stopped by the enforcer of the group, Gally. As they argue about why he was stopped, the walls begin to close and it was revealed that he was actually just saved because if he had walked in there at night, he would have been trapped and would have been taken out by whatever is beyond the walls at night. Later that night, a celebration is being held with the group. Eventually, Gally then confronts Greenie, as he's known, and continues to call him a shank. He enters the circle and then attacks him, but eventually he is thrown and hits his head really hard. As he does, he remembers his name is Thomas, as the group can finally put a name to his face. Thomas realizes at this point that there really is no escaping the place and then begins helping with the daily chores that the rest of the group are doing. As he does, he is then sent into the wooded portion of the glade. While there, he finds gravestones, but then is attacked by one of the former runners of the group. As he apparently had been stung and infected with the virus, the results of this are is that he remembers Thomas and knows what he did, but can't articulate it very well. Eventually, Thomas is able to run out of the forest after fighting him as the group pulls the infected away. They shove him back into the walled area as the door closes, sealing his fate. The next day, Minho and Albie both go into the maze attempting to look for an escape. However, after they were in there the entire day, the group begins amassing at the door to look for them. As they do, they spot Minho dragging Albie, who has been stung and infected. Before the door shuts, Thomas then runs in to help, but gets sealed on the other side, which turns into a whole other set of problems. Basically, being sealed in there at night isn't really a good thing. Creatures known as grievers are released, which immediately begin to hunt them. Thomas is able to raise Albie up and hide him as Minho abandons them. This leads Thomas on a chase with the creature as it corners him many times, but eventually as morning begins to break, the walls shift once more, crushing the griever in the process. As the doors open up the next morning, they come out carrying Albie, with all three of them having survived, but Albie is looking pretty infected at this point. They hold a meeting to discuss Thomas's punishment, with Gally looking pretty upsetty spaghetti, seeing as Thomas broke the rules and now those things could come seeking retribution. As they continue to discuss, another elevator is then sent up, this time with a girl named Teresa. She has a note saying that this will be the last one, which alarms the group as things seem to be changing. Heading back to the maze, they attempt to take apart the griever, finding that part of it is actually mechanical and the other part is flesh. Removing a stinger from its arm, they find a beeping piece of machinery marked 7 on it. Now that Thomas is a runner, Minho then goes on to show him a diorama of the entire maze. They have completely mapped it out before, but then have found no way to actually escape. However, there is a designated area that has 7 on it, which they rightly deduce that the Griever 7 may somehow activate something. After this, they have a whole love interest thing going on, so Thomas then calms down Teresa, but nobody really cares. And then he informs her of where they are, what they're doing, and Gally throws Thomas into a holding cell as part of his punishment, but is really just angry about how the balance may have been disrupted around them. The next day, Minho and Thomas head out to locate Area 7. Taking a piece of the griever, they end up finding a door and opening it, but are scanned. As they are, however, issues begin to arise all around them. The entire maze starts falling apart, and they barely just escape. Getting back to the glade, they find that the injection that they had gotten has actually worked on Albie's sting, saving his life. However, Albie is now privy to the truth and realizes that the maze isn't really worth leaving, which sort of bums everybody out around them. When night rolls around, the doors aren't shutting anymore, leaving them fearful that they may be completely exposed to the grievers. And exposed to the grievers they are! More doors begin opening up that night, with the main door not closing, resulting in an attack on the glade. Many of the group members are ripped away and ended succeeded in the attack before a small number of them are able to barricade themselves in the town hall, which is still overwhelmed. Albie is able to save Chuck and then knock off the stinger of the Griever, but ultimately would be pulled out and taken. Thomas says he needs to remember what's happening and then injects himself with a stinger, and ultimately does remember that he used to work for a company that put them all there. Realizing that they need to escape, Thomason takes his group and Gally keeps his. Thomason heads into the maze to leave the place finally. While in there, they run across a few Grievers and then continue to fight their way through, losing a few in the process, before finally finding a door and opening it. As they follow the green exit sign, they enter the lab and it appears that there was a battle recently. They watch Dr. Page talk about how they are the future and some are immune to the disease and how they weren't able to stop it, but they needed to be tested. As they go to leave, Gally then shows up infected. He takes out Chuck with a force multiplier to the chest, and then Gally gets a spear in his. They leave him to meet his end and then exit the facility, and as they do, a helicopter claiming to be the good guys shows up and takes them away. They fly over a scorched planet to an unknown destination, but we know that destination because that brings us to Maze Runner The Scorch Trials, or as I like to call it, Maze 2 Desert Boogaloo. Thomas is doing what I like to do, fall asleep and pretend I am not flying because flying is horrifying. As he sleeps, he dreams about his mother who seemingly fell after giving him up to soldiers for his safety. And then he has a nightmare about being back in the elevator heading up to the glade. As he wakes up, he finds the helicopter is actually under attack. They have landed at a base with a large group of infected currently besieging the compound. They move inside to the presumed safety, but is it safety? No, it is not. While inside, they are led around by the compound's leader, Jensen. Attempting to assuage their fears, he mentions how they are safe and how they have picked up other groups from other mazes, having rescued them. He then acknowledges that there is another shadow group known as the Wicked, and they have been resisting against them, but his group are not the bad guys. Eventually, they are all placed in a cafeteria with the other groups as Jensen calls out names so that they can be sent to a safe haven. One kid in particular in the corner, however, doesn't look too thrilled about it. Later that night, the kid opens up the vent to Thomas's bed, identifies himself as Eris, and then shows him what's going on. The people who are called are being wheeled out in what appears to be body bags with vital signs on them, showing that they are still alive, but they were never transported to some safe area. Because of this, Thomas begins to become sus about the situation. It's an older meme, but it still checks out. He ends up feigning an attempt to get through the door and pickpockets the guard, showing two things. One, they are trapped there. Two, the guards will fight back with force if you resist. So Ranger McFriendly Jansen and his squad aren't really that nice. Thomas and Eris then work their way through the vents again before finding the group members who were selected. They are unconscious and hooked up to machines. Thomas finds that Teresa is also hooked up to the same machine. As they hide after hearing the doors opening, it is revealed that Jensen is actually working for a very much so alive Dr. Page. She requests the subjects to be harvested for the cure and to make it painless, starting with Thomas's group. Thomas and Eris then run back to warn everyone to escape. So after like a giant massive escape sequence, they eventually are able to make it outside of the compound before they are forced to drink the Kool-Aid and then take off into the desert as a storm whips up. Thomas's group is able to actually elude the search team and then find an old abandoned building completely covered up by the sand. Moving inside, they ooh and ah at the architecture before finding a generator. As they turn it on, however, the horde has been alerted. A huge group of infected who were down there for some unknown amount of time have been stuck. They immediately give chase, running through a door. One of them then gets clawed in the guts, but they are able to pull him out, and then they all hide for long enough until the horde loses interest. However, the next day, things aren't looking so good for Rochacho over here, as he is coughing and in some serious pain. They then move through a destroyed city as they continue to hoof it from the compound and towards some mystery group known as the Right Arm that they have heard about in the mountains. Eventually, though, they are forced to carry the injured, and then they stop to rest and find that he is coughing up black goo and blood. They pull back his shirt to find that his organs are being degraded and the infection is spreading all over his body. Then they do pretty much the worst thing possible and hand him a force multiplier and let him take himself out. I mean, I'm honestly gonna be real here. It doesn't seem like the kind of situation where you should probably let him make that call, but that's just my 2 cents on the matter. As they walk away, they hear a shot ring out, knowing that he has met his end, and then they also left something behind that was probably pretty important for them. But out in the flatlands, they stop for a while to rest as they are all pretty dehydrated and tired. As they do, Thomas wakes up and sees lights in the distance near the mountains. Thinking that it must be the Right Arm, he wakes everyone up, and then they also find that a storm is moving in. Good timing, because that storm isn't like a normal storm due to the damage to the atmosphere. Lightning begins striking all around them as they run, with finally Minho getting struck. They drag him inside the building and into a horrendous smell. They're able to resuscitate him, but as they do, they find chained up infected all over the building. A woman sets out of the shadows named Brenda and asks how they like their guard dogs. They're questioned as to why they are there and then brought through the camp to their leader, a man named George. He wonders why they are there and why they are chasing ghosts in the mountains, but then deduces that they know more more than they are letting on. The group is chained upside down and questioned about what they know. Thomas asks why he's worried if the right arm are just ghosts. George questions them about where they are coming from and then gets that they worked for Wicked, which wasn't very wicked of them, you know, sort of like how bad is good. Anyways, eventually Teresa is able to swing over and release the mechanism that frees herself, and then she frees the rest, which is apropos timing because Wicked has arrived and besieged this new compound. As fighting happens all over, music plays over the intercom. George sends his people after the group to secure them as they are worth money, but then Brenda ends up saving them. They move into the sewers as the song ends and the compound detonates. Moving through the sewers, they eventually find some material on the walls. Looks very reminiscent of a sort of Last of Us infection, but also find, given enough time, the infected will fuse into the walls into this material after a rat is grabbed by one of the affected and eaten. This ends up activating the almonds of the horde, and then they give chase to the survivors. Eventually, they are able to escape to the surface in a building in a very much so Jurassic Park-esque scene, with standing on breaking glass before then getting back down to the ground. As they move across the city, they eventually run into a giant party, which isn't too far off from how humans would probably treat the end of the world. A man named Blondie makes them drink something before they can pass through. Essentially, he serves as sort of a checkpoint for the Wicked. He will get escaping people hopped up on hallucinogenic drinks, and then the Wicked will come and collect them. Before this can happen though, Teresa finds Thomas and then brings him out of it as George jacks Blondie's truck, and they all head up to the mountains. Upon arriving, things quickly do not go their way. The right arm has found them way before the group was able to find the right arm. However, they quickly realize Eris is actually in the group and then take in Thomas's group, seeing as they aren't a threat. But alas, they are in fact a threat. The group is then brought in and shown around as they are told Wicked has been after them for some time. A former scientist of the Wicked named Mary has actually legitimately a cure for the disease and can secure it without taking people's brains out, which is apropos considering Brenda was bitten. She is cured of the virus on the spot from a compound containing Thomas's blood. Mary then goes on to say that the young were lucky and they seemed like their brains could create an enzyme to stop the virus, whereas the older people could not. All while Teresa creepily watches, which I'm sure won't be a problem later, but as it turns out, it's a problem later. Teresa tattletales on the group as the Wicked then arrives. As she stands there asking Thomas not to fight, they start to force multiply the group. A battle breaks out with the right arm eventually being subdued and Mary being terminated in the process. Which, okay, you literally have the person there who knows the cure and you take her out. Like, bro, 2 minutes of conversation could have solved this whole problem, but it's not solved because we need a third movie. In the counterattack, the Wicked is then driven out, but Minho is abducted in the process. Thomas vows to take out Dr. Page as the right arm regroups and they go after Minho, which then brings us into Maze Runner 3, The Death Cure. And what I appreciate about these movies is they basically pick up one after the other. Okay, so I swear, like, I am almost done with these summaries, but this is honestly like 8 hours of movie. I'm just condensing here, so bear with me. I'm trying my best. So we open up the last movie of this trilogy with Thomas's group attempting to track down Minho. A transport is being shipped across the country with many different young adults in chains. Thomas and his group are able to separate the train carts from the front and then begin attempting to get them secured. In the process, they're able to hijack one of the VTOLs and then use it to take the train cart off of its supports. After a brief fight with the Wicked security force, they land the container in a shipping port. Searching the inside, they find, in fact, they did rescue a lot of people, but Minho is not in the container. They accidentally grabbed the wrong cart. Seems like something they should have probably checked prior, honestly. However, at the shipping point, a new idea was hatched. GTFO. The right arm is currently restoring a ship that they will use to completely leave the area and whatever Wicked is doing and find a new place to live far away. Discussing what they should do and if they should go back, it's brought up that even with all the planning they had and the fact that they had the drop on the security forces, they got lucky and it still didn't go completely their way. Later that night, VTOLs are out searching for the resistance, which forces them to shut down the camp for the night and also shows that they're actually relatively close to the Wicked city. Back at the labs, Minho is hallucinating that he's back in the glade and being chased by grievers. In reality, he's just being experimented on to see what makes his brain different, if anything, which is giving Teresa second thoughts about selling out her group. Thomas is not giving up, however, taking Newt and Frypan, they jack a vehicle and then continue towards the city that he may be held in. As they drive through a tunnel, they become surrounded by infected. One in particular seems actually fairly lucid and is able to ask for help. As she does, another starts to attack the car, which then alerts the horde. They drive through and try to escape, but end up flipping the car by accident. As the horde moves in, George and Brenda show up and rescue them. And I just gotta say, there's gonna be a lot of like last minute saves in this movie. Heading outside, George mentions that this was the last security checkpoint, so likely the city is overrun. Instead though, they find a huge pristine city with giant walls protecting it. Within the city, the last of Wicked are working to create a cure for the virus, but considering it's mutated, it's becoming more and more difficult to find something that doesn't just slow it down, but actually eventually stops it. Upon entering the city, it would appear as though there's political strife happening between those outside of the walls and those inside. The group is attempting to break in and attack the walls, but are quickly overwhelmed by the cannons outside, which drives them back and away. Thomas and his group are captured by soldiers as a result, and it turns out Gally is still alive, saying that he was left for dead, not dead. He was able to recover from his apparent infection and also a literal gaping chasm in his chest, which definitely pierced his lungs, and I don't know, that kind of seems like it was pretty close to his heart. But anyways, Thomas is actually still incredibly angsty towards him. Needing a way to get into the walls though and rescue Minho, Gally takes them to his boss, to which he can strike up a deal. The man is very clearly infected with the virus, having most of the tissue on the side of his face repatriated and destroyed. Knowing his days are numbered, he seemed to just want to take revenge, but then also utters the phrase, "Don't take unnecessary risks," which that'll be completely the opposite of what he does later. Thomas obliges and then is shown how to get into the walls to look for ways to get into Wicked. Moving through the sewers gives them a way in, but it's still a long walk. In Wicked, Teresa's currently viewing a new compound that she has created to see if it will get rid of the virus. Injecting a little girl who's infected with it shows promising results at first. As she sits and talks with her, she begins feeling better and better. Meanwhile, outside, Thomas's group locates Teresa inside of the building and realizes that she's their only way in. Thomas then protests because, you know, he's lovesick and all that nonsense, whereas the rest of the group understands that they just got straight up betrayed, so why does he care? Love interests. Oh, Newt begins acting aggressive towards Thomas as well, so that's something to note. Hopefully that won't be an issue later, but surprise, surprise, he's infected and his mental abilities begin to degrade over time, with the only thing saving him is his youth, but that only serves to delay the virus. Back in Wicked, Minho is looking rough and then attacks Teresa, grabbing something off the table process. Right after the attack, Teresa is then called back into the medical lab where the girl who was injected is now quickly succumbing to the virus faster than normal, meaning that her injection actually did nothing to help and possibly made it worse. As Teresa leaves work, she ends up seeing Thomas and then gives chase, resulting in her abduction. Inside of the city, Dr. Page is basically ready to give up. The virus has continued to mutate and now has infected the city. The immunes won't be enough to save everyone, so she essentially just says screw it. However, Jansen continues to struggle and then begins to hunt everyone, as now he has really no direction on how to do anything, and he knows he will be infected as the virus is airborne. Back at the compound, Teresa removes Thomas's chip so that they can sneak into the building. She remarks on how Brenda is still alive and how it's not possible for her to still be this healthy if she hasn't gotten a dose of serum in quite some time. She then realizes that there must be a cure, and she pretty much burned all her bridges, so nobody really cares or believes her. Breaking into Wicked with Teresa, they end up freeing all the immune people, escaping on a bus before being picked up by a crane and then dropped outside the walls. Dr. Page recognizes Thomas as he pulls a force multiplier out, but at that moment, Jansen walks by and then opens fire on him. They eventually are able to find Minho while fleeing and rescuing him after he takes out security. Really, they're rescued by Minho, who then takes out security. Anyways, running from the cops, they corner themselves in a room as security tries to break in. When they do, they end up jumping out the window to the water below, which begs the question, they aren't really that far away. Why not just open fire on them below outside of the window? Anyhow, things at this point are getting pretty heated. Gally's boss then rides a truck full of fuel into the wall, detonating himself in the process, which seemed mildly unnecessary, but it gets the job done. It almost seems like possibly though it was a unnecessary risk. Anyways, people flood into the walls and a mini war breaks out in the streets. While this is going on, Newt is finally succumbing to his infection. Minho runs ahead to grab the serum to save him, but it is too late. Thomas is forced to fight Newt and ends up stabbing him in the chest, ending him as he became ultra violent. Running back inside, Thomas confronts Dr. Page and he is told that his blood is the cure, but before he can take her out, Jansen then shoots her. He tranquilizes Thomas and then brings him upstairs, which by the way, Jansen literally comes down a hallway. How is this a shock to Thomas? That's a long hallway. Anyways, he takes the serum and before he can inject himself as he is infected, Teresa knocks him onto the ground momentarily and frees Thomas. However, he gets pretty much right back up and then starts fighting Teresa, but during the fight, Thomas then takes a few shots to his guts. Ouch! Teresa then distracts Jansen long enough for Thomas to throw and break the glass of the infected holding cell, and they escape and then eat Jansen. Escaping to the roof, Teresa is now able to throw Thomas onto the VTOL before the building collapses and she meets her end in the pile of rubble. Honestly, she probably could have made it, but maybe she just straight up deserved that. Anyhow, all the kids escape, humanity is virtually screwed, and then they have to set up shop on an unknown island where they can rebuild society that is immune from the virus, although the planet is still mostly deep fried, so that's gonna probably have some pretty large impacts for centuries to come. Okay, wow, so that was like the longest summary I think I've ever done, but essentially you are caught up now with what this series is. Honestly, it's kind of like the Hunger Games or Divergent, probably. It's definitely on the same playing field as them, but kind of having the added infected made things pretty cool overall. But let's discuss now why humanity's galaxy brain idea to introduce an uncontrollable virus, which we had no no counter for was quite possibly one of the most dumb ideas we've ever had as a species. First things first to know about the virus is its name. Seeing as it seemingly came out of nowhere shortly after the solar flare that wrecked our society, people began calling it the flare, which is a lot better than its actual name, which is what it's known as, virus VC321XB47. Just doesn't have the same ring to it. Upon being released on the unsuspecting populations, this virus was seemingly chosen at random, and as a result, it would mutate and become way more dangerous than what it ever originally was supposed to be. I mean, I get that possibly a lot of scientists were gone and the staff at Wicked looked relatively young, but this line of thinking was so horrendous, there's no way it would have been properly thought out and tested. But the results of this poor planning resulted in a disease that wasn't just aiming to take out 30% of the population to stabilize resources, but likely resulted in a genetic bottleneck for humanity, like the one we had almost like 70,000 years ago, that resulted in only 2,200 humans actually being left on Earth. Oh yeah, we came real close to extinction. Anyhow, the virus originally had horrible intentions, but the process should have not been too bad. Resulting in a quick and painless death, it would eat at the brain, destroying neural tissue in key areas, likely in the medulla oblongata, resulting in your heart stopping and breathing also stopping as well. This would have dropped people quickly before the immune system even had a chance to get into play, resulting in those desired outcomes. However, as we all are now familiar with because of the current stage of the planet we live on, mutations are quite common amongst viruses. Take something like the flu or common cold, and it mutates over a year. Take things like HIV, and it mutates within literal days of suspension of art therapy. The fact is, viruses, when coming into contact with cells, will adapt to their surroundings like anything else that's alive, despite it not really being, alive. Judging by the fact that this disease is airborne and mutates, the first progenitor characteristic that I would have to assume is that it is an RNA virus. RNA viruses are very mutagenic based on their virulence history, and this is an evolutionary trait that would carry on. Next, while some viruses have seemingly become airborne spontaneously, it's not mega common for this to happen. However, this particular virus at first was much more controlled and likely required touch to be picked up, which means it lingered on surfaces. However, over time, the viruses would adapt, become more airborne, throwing it outside of the realm of control of the PFC. To create a virus that you know for a fact will result in the ending of millions of people, and then not even have a vaccine countermeasure to something of your own design is so ridiculous that it hurts my brain. This virus would also go on to hurt many other brains of many other people in a variety of ways, so let's talk about disease progression for a moment to explain some of the symptoms that we see within those that are infected. We know when a person is first infected, black veins will begin spreading out past that point of entry, whether it be from a bite, sting, or scratch. Depending on locality and if major organs or blood supplies are in the general area, the disease could progress quicker. In the case of the scratches to the abdomen as well as likely biting concerning Thomas's group member, within a day he was rapidly changing as the virus moved likely into his abdominal aorta and intestinal tract. Here, it would have access to high amounts of blood supply. This is also why we see him throwing up the black goo and blood that we see just under the surface of his skin. Seemingly, the virus attacks the blood vessels of people, damaging them and causing a coagulation of blood to repair those vessels. However, it would appear to be much more adhesive than standard blood clots, as many of these clots breaking loose would cause strokes and heart attacks, leading to the end of the host. That said, as the virus continues spreading up the blood, more blood vessels will become infected and then change in appearance. Eventually, the virus will begin to invade the lungs of the person and then make its way into the brain. By now, the body would know it's under attack and begin releasing countermeasures. At first, this activates the innate immune system, and here white blood cells would try to attack, but likely be infected themselves. However, inflammation would begin first as a way to counter the spreading of the virus. Now, when it enters the lungs, this is the coughing that we see. Not only can you vomit up this black goo and blood, but you're likely also coughing up blood, which is causing a form of pneumonia. Within the brain of a person, it would likely result in meningitis first, which would immediately begin to sort of induce the early symptoms that we know of. These symptoms are changes in personality such as irritability, unprovoked anger, indifference, and depression. Decreased cognitive abilities like difficulty in decision-making, learning new tasks, and loss of short-term memory, as well as problems with balance and involuntary facial movements. These are all calling cards of inflammation of the meninges surrounding the brain. As encephalitis continues to mount, pressure that is put on the brain kind of results in the mind not operating at normal capacity. In some, concerning real life, aggression and depression are on par with reality. After a virus moves past the blood-brain barrier, however, clear it infects neurons as much as it does with blood. Usually the blood-brain barrier is there to keep pathogens from entering the brain, but viruses are particularly small, which is also how they likely have remained airborne, and this allows them to enter the brain. Once there, neural tissue degradation would start, adding to these problems. Involuntary facial movement would also be activation of the neural pathways and motor neurons as they either burst from viral load or are being stimulated by the virus itself. And the problems with balance would also be these same key neurons in the ears being destroyed, resulting in the mind-body disconnection, as the brain wouldn't really be able to orient itself effectively. And one time I had vertigo, which is basically where your ears aren't reporting where your eyes think that they are. Good God, I've never been that dizzy or nauseous. It sounds like an awful way to go. But the virus doesn't stop there. Eventually your body does one of a few things. Either you are immune, partially immune, either through your own biology or serums being administered, or you are completely screwed and susceptible to the disease like most of humanity is. So let's talk about option 3 real quick, and we will get to those others soon enough. When a person is succumbing to the virus, it can take days for older adults and something like weeks or months for younger people. Essentially, the younger, the better. Well, that actually sounds pretty familiar to present day, doesn't it? As the virus continues to degrade your neural abilities, eventually you begin having this damage mount in the cerebrum. Human cerebrums are responsible for a higher thought and control of our more baser instincts from the lower portions of our brain. With this no longer in check, it will result in stronger symptoms for those reaching advanced stages. Muscle spasms, disorganized or aggressive speech, auditory hallucinations, severe paranoia, dementia, sudden aggression, and self-mutilation are all extremely common. And a lot of these can be explained with the idea of schizophrenia. As brain tissue around the ventricles in a schizophrenic brain continue to degrade, this can result in hallucinations, paranoia, speech functionality, or self-mutilation in some cases. Now, take that specific disease and multiply it out to way worse effects as the entire brain becomes degraded, and then we begin to see how this could be a problem. With the brain literally melting in the skull, no part of it appears to be spared in favor of other areas. The virus does not appear to play favorites and instead attacks the entire organ as a whole. However, instincts are kind of hard to terminate as long as the body is still functional and living. Higher thought will begin to degrade until finally they become something known as the gone, which means every ounce of humanity that has really been in them is gone, and whoever that person was originally is no longer there. These people have devolved into cannibals only because of availability. In reality, they will eat anything to keep themselves alive, as seen with the rat. If it moves, it's food. With this, considering humans are around mostly because everywhere else is a freaking desert, then the damages within their brains have made them see humans not as what they once were, and really they're just seen as nutrition. This would indicate that likely these people could be outweighted. After entering their latest stages of infection, they do not appear to keep their bodies intact and instead will sit where they are if no incoming sensory information is given, and this will likely cause them to expire. It may even be possible that they turn to one another, seeing as Jensen was infected, but those who were infected more deeply turned and then ate him. For those who receive the serum or partial immunity due to their age, they will succumb to the disease, but not really as fast as others unless they receive that craptacular serum that Teresa made, in which case they will succumb in hours. As with Galley's boss in the third movie, it's clear he was infected some time ago and likely is beginning to feel the effects, as he may not have received a serum in quite some time. Blinded in one eye and his skin is showing signs of advanced infection, this may have caused him to actually ride the truck of doom to end himself when he hit the wall. That, or he just kind of knew his number was up. Either way, it's either bad decision making or really just not caring anymore, which indifference. Speaking of specific symptoms, another thing that you may have noticed is the material on the walls and the skin. Upon someone's infection in the later stages, they will not only have growths in their blood vessels due to damage of this virus, but it would also seem that their skin begins to create growths as well. Likely when the virus invades a cell, some individuals will have their DNA altered to the point that the original cell's purpose changes quite drastically. And this may be why we see almost small biomes being built out of those infected later on. And this can be explained with cancer cells. As I mentioned in my video over the growths in Novosibirsk in Metro Exodus, cells are interesting things. Take a human cell outside of the body and it's extremely hard to keep it alive even if you give it the right temperature and nutrition. Invariably, without the body, the cells will die unless under stringent laboratory requirements, and even then, there's no guarantee. Cancer is different. Henrietta Lacks in 1951 visited a doctor where she was diagnosed with a malignant tumor on her cervix. She ended up passing away that same year, but her cancer cells were harvested, and today we actually owe a lot of medical advancements to those cells. Key here is today. Those cells are still alive and able to grow without the body as their DNA was altered in some way that allowed them to live outside of the body. In summation, cancer doesn't play for team multicellular organism anymore and seemingly desires to exist as a more primitive form of eukaryotic cell and basically be a single-celled organism, but still really has no issue sucking up nutrients from your body because cancer is a biological piece of shit. Sorry, just really hate cancer. Anyhow, this may be what we were seeing with the infected. Considering these almost appear like cancerous growths on the man's face, and on others it almost appears to be stalks coming out of their skin, these may in reality just be tumors. Seeing as these are tumors and likely do not require the body to survive, this could explain the growths on the wall. Notice that it's only in the sewers. Because of this, as gross as it is, likely nutrition is flowing in that water that is usable for those cells. On top of this, as they continue to grow, they would be able to receive moisture from the human environment, which could keep them alive. This may in some ways keep the host alive, as nutrition is almost sent down a pipeline of cells, keeping those cells alive, albeit in a state of barely, and then also keeping the human alive, we really wouldn't call it human. Now, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't have seen this, but based on the idea of cancer cells existing outside of the human sphere of influence, a continuation of a small colony in the sewers may be possible, whereas humans infected on the arid surface would have their cancerous cells still degrade and wither through desiccation. And finally, we get to our immune people. It's interesting to hypothesize why these people would even be immune. Considering that they do not appear to have a prior infection resulting in antibodies to combat the virus, the idea is postulated that their brains are creating an enzyme that adults just completely lack. As a result, a baby coming into contact with a virus would be more apt to be immune and survive it for longer than somebody, say, in their 40s. But then this raises the question, how long is this person immune for? Only for as long as their brains produce the enzyme, or are they really just screwed as they get older? Well, I believe it's possibly that, but also a combination of your immune system still needing to come into play. The idea of children are not just small adults is paramount to understand this virus. Children, biologically, differ in many ways from adults, so much so that the medicine of pediatrics exists because treating them is completely different than treating adults. For instance, the blood-brain barrier that we enjoy as adults isn't even completely developed in children until about a year of age. So taking medicine for them is completely different and going to have different effects than it does on adults. Not to mention, barriers may be more or even less prevalent in children than adults, meaning that an overdose or underdose is much more likely. So with those who are immune, however, there appears to be a difference amongst them than their peers. Those born around the same time are not just immune forever. While they may have fared better as a child if they caught the disease because of the mystery enzymes in their brain, this doesn't mean as an adult that they are protected. In the case of Newt, as a young adult, while he was able to hold out for longer than, say, a full-grown adult being infected, ultimately he would succumb to this disease. Brenda was saved by Mary's cure, but interestingly, they apparently needed Thomas's blood. In my mind, this is actually a pretty easy one. What I believe is happening is not only are the enzymes of the brain protecting the neural tissue of children, keeping them alive, but also still being confirmed to have been infected. Those who had enough of this enzyme to clear the infection, or at least protect their neurons from being infected, were left with crucial things in their bloodstreams known as antibodies. The trilogy mentions how the enzymes in the brain cannot be replicated and therefore must be harvested, but then why need only immune people? Because the enzymes only serve as a temporary form of resistance. Otherwise, you could just have a baby and then just scoop out the enzymes from his brain, right? Probably not the most ethical thing, but then again, they are putting young teenagers in a maze with monsters, so I don't think ethics really concerns them. Anyhow, as you age, you lose those enzymes as seen with the rest of the young adults who still get infected. Thomas and the others, however, are different because likely they were infected with the virus some time ago, had the enzymes needed to resist, and were able to develop antibodies to the virus. It appears fairly rare though too. It may take quite a bit of these enzymes to protect the brain enough and render the virus inert, which may be why those kids who were younger didn't do as well as others who were younger and then fell to the virus in the early part of it being released. Some may not have been infected at all, which only gave the young adults a partial resistance to the virus as they had some of the enzymes left considering they were not very old yet. And still some were completely immune, having been inoculated during the portion of their life where they were able to overcome the virus and have an effective immune response to it, giving them the antibodies to this disease. This would be why the vaccines Wicked is testing out are not very effective. Having a fundamental misunderstanding of their own viruses, infection, and immunological response put them on their heels when it mutated. Instead, deciding to go after the brain enzymes as a cure rather than the antibodies, which I have to say, they couldn't figure that out. Seems like humanity in this timeline is doomed to fail. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching this long video. If you enjoyed, leaving a like would be great, and something is a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Patreon, and Roanoke Tales channel link in the description if anybody's interested in that. I'd also like to thank my patrons real quick. Huge thank you to our 3 astronauts, It's Not a Spoon, Nicholas Goodnow, and Nicole McTavish. Thank you guys. Next, I want to thank our scientists Skilt, DePodge, and Type 3 Screamer, as well as our residents of Rock Taco 89, James Wiley, McJizzleberries, Ryan Keen, Sasha A.D., Some Red Dude, The Barefoot Lycan, and Travis Ray. Hey, and to the rest of my patrons, I thank you as well. Your help goes a long way towards keeping this channel running. All right, so that's going to do it for me. I appreciate you watching, and I will see y'all in the next one. It was the 1980s. What can only be described as a massive hangover of American society from the 60s and 70s, it was full of burnt flat iron hair, bright colors, neon lights, and god-awful style, but the one good thing that did come out of it were zombie movies. Don't believe me? Take a look at the decade that feels like it was actually 20 years ago, but in reality, it was 40 years ago. Yes, we are all getting that old, but with this movie, there's no need to fear getting old, as there was always a way to be reanimated. In the Return of the Living Dead trilogy, technically a quintilogy, I think, because there was 5 movies, which mean, I guess, you know, there are the 2 other movies, but I just really couldn't bring myself to watch them. The military was experimenting with some pretty sketch stuff. Known as 2,4,5-trioxane, this compound is capable of reanimating the bodies of anyone, whether that be by taking out a living person who inhaled the gas, or bringing someone back to life who is virtually almost a skeleton. As this gas seeps into the ground via rain or into the air, afflicting the living with undeath, it would quickly overwhelm the local law enforcement efforts and the general population alike. Seemingly seeking only to devour brains to alleviate their own pain, the military would ultimately have to get involved and annihilate entire towns off the map. So today, as mentioned previously, we'll be talking about the trioxane gas, what it does to the body, and whether you will be living or undead, and how it may be able to do this. So strap in, because this is going to be a trilogy cover, because you guys said that you enjoyed the Maze Runner one, which I was actually really surprised about, considering it's like Hunger Games, but just know, you did this. We begin our story with one of the most ridiculous things ever, which you will likely come to agree at some point. This movie is based on true events. The names are real, the people are real, and these are real organizations apparently. So you know for a fact it's real. At a medical supply facility named UNITA, Freddy is being shown around the facility as to what he's supposed to do and how he's supposed to handle the menial tasks assigned to him. Seeming like a fairly small operation, there are in reality only a couple people that are actually keeping this place running. This company deals specifically in the sales and supply of human and animal parts, on the legal side that is. Things like skeletons, cadavers, medical chemicals, you know, what have you. However, as made mention by Frank, some of the skeletons that they get have perfect teeth, and he questions how many people could possibly have perfect teeth upon their expiration, so he begins to assume that something strange is happening over in India concerning acquisition of these bodies, but knows that it's his livelihood, so he's not going to look into it. As everyone is trying to GTFO for the 4th of July weekend, a group of punks, which quite literally they are a group of punks because this is the 80s, walk along discussing where to party. They decide picking up Freddy from his new job would be a good idea, as he always knows where to go. Back at Freddy's job, he discusses with Frank about some weird things in the basement. Bodies had arrived in army barrels. He goes on to say how they were shipped by accident, but they are based on an actual infected outbreak known as Night of the Living Dead that happened previously, but everyone assumed it was just a movie. Asking if Freddy wants to see them, they run downstairs to check them out. As they approach the barrels, we see a face appears almost mummified within the container. Freddy asks if it's safe, and Frank assures him that it is, and then smacks the container. And if you know anything about government engineering, no, it's not safe. 2,4,5-trioxane is then released from the container and straight into the faces of the two as they fall backwards and are knocked unconscious. The face within begins to melt upon reacting with the oxygen, and we are now kicking off the apocalypse for this whole small town. Across the US, the military has apparently set up an operation for quite some time, forcing the colonel to stay in that area of the world, which, I mean, it's really not so bad, but he still complains about it. He's been tasked with tracking down and finding the lost barrels for over 20 years, although it has been to really no avail. Back on the East Coast, the group of punks have secured a car from their friend Mr. Swiss Cheese over here, and then decide to go to a graveyard to party while they wait for Freddy to get off work. Back in the facility, Freddy then wakes up first and then goes to wake up Frank. They stumble around the supply shop until they start hearing barking. They find one of the dogs that has been bisected is still alive, or so they think it's still alive. He grabs it to reveal that it's moving despite missing an entire half of its body. Just as they are freaking out, the freezer door begins pounding and they begin to hear yelling from inside it. Frank goes on to call his boss to ask what to do. So back out at the graveyard, Wise Fish is gonna have to blur out like most of this because it's basically just stripping. If you guys want to go watch the original, I mean, like, you basically definitely earned that R rating. Man, the 80s were a wild time indeed, it seems. Back at the UNITA shop, Bert then shows up and flips out. He mentions how he can't call for help because he's not even supposed to have these things, which would launch an investigation into his whole business. Deciding that they need to take it out themselves, they use a pickaxe to the dome after seeing the movie and then learning that destroying the brain is the best way forward. However, it does nothing as the reanimated continues to writhe on the floor. Eventually they remove the head, and yet the body remains up and moving. Disassembling the moving cadaver, However, Bert then decides to call in a favor with the mortician down the way. He brings in the pieces in trash bags and then throws them into the furnace, and this would prove to be a bad move, as burning the infected caused the 2,4,5-trioxane to be released into the atmosphere. Upon this happening, it would react with the atmosphere and produce rain that is equivalent to acid rain, burning the punks in the graveyard as they ran back towards the car. In the graveyard, however, it would seep into the ground and then begin reanimating the undead. Back at the mortician's office, Frank and Freddy are looking more and more pale. Frank gets up to go throw up outside or in general make a run for it, then he is drugged back in while Freddy stumbles to the same couch. They decide that now since the evidence is disposed of, they can finally call the paramedics. Meanwhile, Freddy's girlfriend Tina went back into the shop to check on why he hasn't come out yet. She finds the barrels in the basement, and we get our first classic look at a zombie screaming brains at her as she attempts to out-juke him and then corners herself in a cabinet. However, this guy isn't really lacking brains either, as he's able to use a pulley system to attempt to open the doors. The rest of the group then arrives to check on her, with Mr. Swiss Cheese getting his brains bitten in. Another one of his friends then throws a gallon of paint at the zombie, to which it bellows out more brains, which frightens the group into running. Back at the morticians, the paramedics then arrive to check on Frank and Freddy and find that their body temperatures are room temp and they have no heartbeat. They are, for all intents and purposes, dead. Meanwhile, the punk group decides to exit the building entirely and then run back towards the graveyard. As they do, Trash is met with a group of infected and quickly dragged down. But rather than just eat her, they seemingly infect her, as she will appear later. Ironic considering this is the exact way she said would be the worst to go. Outside, the paramedics go to get help, but as they turn on their front lights, it reveals a large group of infected are waiting for them. They jump into the cab and eat the paramedic as he jumps out. Punk group then at this point has all but split up and are in different areas. In the church and morgue area, Frank's group begins barricading the entrances and windows in an attempt to keep the horde outside. Outside, the horde has retained some of their mental faculties as they are able to radio and call for more paramedics, which invariably do arrive and then are subsequently eaten. The punk group eventually catches up with Frank's group, and Tina finds Freddy completely pale and also turning. After looking outside and spotting those aforementioned paramedics being eaten, they realize that they do need to call the police for help, but first, they need to finish up boarding up the building. As they do, an attack commences and one is bisected and then brought inside. This infected is asked what she wants and why she is doing this, and it simply responds about the pain of being undead and wanting to eat brains as a result. Back outside at the graveyard, oh lord, Trash is back, and this time completely pale white, but is still buck nude as she runs around attacking a homeless man first before finally joining the horde. Eventually, another call does go out for cops to be sent to the area. Two arrive and are promptly eaten by the horde, and inside, they begin to realize that Frank and Freddy are not okay and will likely turn. Tina chooses to stay with Freddy inside the small church along with Frank. However, after being shut in, he quickly turns and begins saying what he actually wants, which is Tina's brains, and then begins chasing her. The group lets her back out and then gets to her before Freddy can actually finish the job and eat her brains. Eventually, using deduction skills, they kind of figure out that if they keep calling for help, people will just be sent out there and they will be eaten. So they decide that they need to steal a cop car to get out of there. Bert and Spider head out, leaving the group, and grab the cop car. They end up crashing it just a short time later and then end up finding the rest of the punk group in another building and hiding. The mortician and Tina then crawl up into the attic space to escape Freddy as Frank realizes all is lost and then throws himself into the furnace to end his undeath. At this point, several cops show up, with one flagging them down. However, this cop is no longer living. The horde descends on the cop cars, with the helicopter seeing it all overhead, showing that really no more help is coming. The mortician contemplates ending it, while Bert and the group go on to attack the tar man, which was in the basement. Because of his incredibly fragile state, they're able to knock his head off and then go into the basement to get to the phone. They call what's left of the police, who are amassing at a blockade, and then they are just immediately overrun by the infected horde. Bert then does what he should have done all along and calls the army. After informing him of what has happened, an artillery shot from 134 miles away is sent out containing a nuclear warhead. The entire town is annihilated off the map in a giant explosion, just as Freddy broke into the attic to attack the mortician and Tina, and all's well that ends well. Now, because I've lost control of my life, let's head on into Return of the Living Dead 2. Maybe we shouldn't have as many naked chicks this time. Ah, a blessing and a curse. We begin our story with the military in possession of some barrels from the first movie. This presumably happened a few years after the events that took place in the first one. However, the military still hasn't learned how to properly secure a load or send it to the right place. Ah, you gotta love the government. A few of the barrels are looking mighty loose as one of them falls off onto the road from the caravan, where surely someone would have seen it but doesn't. It then rolls into a ravine where it stays hidden away from the transporters. The next morning, a boy named Jesse along with Billy and Johnny talk about being inducted into the club. However, they're really just there to kind of screw with Jesse. Taking him to the graveyard, they end up trying to shut him in a mausoleum, but but he ends up bolting. As he does, they give chase until finally he finds a pipeline to hide out in. Now, I've seen it before, so this is never a good choice. The boys quickly find him, and as they do, they find the barrel containing the 2,4,5-trioxine. Seeing that it's property of the United States Army, they quickly become more interested into what it is, as Jesse attempts to tell him it's not a good idea to mess with that. Seems like one of these kids has self-preservation instincts. After dragging the barrel into light, they open up the top to reveal a face in the barrel, which freaks the kids out as they take off running. Eventually, they do drag Jesse back to the mausoleum and trap him inside with a stick. Outside the graveyard, we see, wait a minute, isn't that Frank and Freddy? Why, yes it is. They reprised their, well, I guess it's not their original roles, but honestly, they reprised their roles for this movie. They literally act the complete same. Now, Freddy is called Joey and Frank is called Ed, and ironically enough, they're retrieving skulls from the graveyard to sell, so something actually fairly similar to their first job in another life. In fact, later on in the movie, it's made mention that they're like, haven't we done this before, when they got infected? But we'll get there in a moment. They then head into the mausoleum to collect what they need, and as they do, they inadvertently free Jesse, who is trapped in there, who immediately begins to run home. As the duo cuts up a cadaver and grave robs the person, Billy and Johnny are able to crack open the barrel. However, once they do, they get a face full of 2,4,5-trioxine, which immediately sends them reeling backwards. This in turn triggers the same atmospheric reaction as in the first movie. Rain begins falling all over, containing the chemical as it once again is absorbed by the ground and produces an eerie fog that rolls over the area. As Ed and Joey sit in the mausoleum, they are protected from the burning effects of the rain. However, they are not protected from the gas. As it seeps in, Ed remarks that it's probably just swamp gas, but both begin slightly coughing and feeling ill. Back at Jesse's house, as he looks outside, he can see Billy and Johnny kind of stumbling around in the rain, but isn't too sure as to why they're doing that. Out at the forward operating base, 2 barrels are being inspected as the colonel gets out and realizes that they are missing one of the barrels. After seeing both the boys outside, he then decides that he needs to go check on Billy. He runs over to his house, narrowly avoiding being caught by his sister, who lets in the cable man, and then after getting to Billy's house, his mother answers the door and says that he's not feeling well, but Jesse says that he has his homework assignment. He goes upstairs and sees that Billy is sick, and then Billy threatens Jesse to not tell his mom about what happened and just to leave it alone. Billy then heads back to where he found the barrel, actually wearing proper PPE, and then takes down the numbers and information to call the military. However, as he does, one of the bodies, presumably one that was from the open barrel, has released the infected inside, who begins then chasing Jesse. He is able to outsmart it, however, and then pushes it into the creek before he escapes, and that probably contaminated all of the water. At this point, the rain has stopped, but the chemicals have moved deep enough into the ground to begin waking the dead. All over, the dead begin rising up from the ground, but still, Ed and Joey have not noticed. As they continue to eat lunch, a body that they were working on then rises out of its coffin. Ed and Joey freak out and then attack it. Meanwhile, Brenda has gone looking for Joey, where she is accosted by the undead. However, much like the degraded undead in the basement in the first movie, this one is also weak, as a single punch to the face incapacitates it. Back outside, the trio then make a run for it to get help before finally finding a house. The owners come out and threaten them, but they take off, leaving the owners to their fates. They continue running towards the neighborhood in an effort to get help, and as they do, they spot the cable man. They decide stealing the van and getting out of there is their best option. Meanwhile, Jesse creates a diversion to call the military. As he begins making his call, the trio then steals the van, hits an infected, and immediately crashes the vehicle, knocking out all the phones to the neighborhood before Jesse could warn the military as to where the barrel was. Then, to summarize this as best I can, it becomes just a massive game of keep away inside the house. The horde descends upon it, breaking windows and doors as they try to get to the living to eat some brains. They manage to stay away from being Chow and ultimately escape out of the building. A few houses down, however, Billy's parents aren't so lucky. After checking Billy's temperature and seeing him convulse and expire, his mom then runs out to find the dad so that they can go to the hospital. The issue is, however, Billy's dad is basically a man-witch at this point. Billy's dad gets eaten by an infected group as his mother goes to check on him. Seeing this, she then runs back inside to find that Billy is back up and actually looking kind of well. She then hugs him and he takes a bite out of her skull and into her brain. So now Jesse's group is then running to get a car. They know a doctor down the road has one, so they pound on the door and just barely get away from the horde. And the doctor answers as they all pile into a very nice 59 cherry red Chevy. Not bad. That's probably where most of the budget for this movie went. Eventually they're able to start the car, open the door, and reveal dozens of infected. They begin driving through as one attaches itself to the roof and attacks Ed as he was going to go throw up out the window. His hand is then cut off by the window, and eventually they throw it back outside of the car as it gives them a unique gesture for their efforts. Heading into the hospital, they find that nobody is there. The doctor immediately begins testing to see what's wrong with Ed and Joey and finds rigor mortis has set in on their bodies and that their hearts have stopped. But there still must be electrical signals in their nerves, but they are all reporting pain. scene. He pronounces them legally dead, but doesn't know why they are still up and walking around. He concludes, though, that they need to put them in bags to contain them. Out in the town, nobody's around anymore. The entire town has succumbed to the infected horde that has been running around. Lucy, the Cable Man, and Jesse all go to retrieve handheld tools that might help with their current predicament. They enter their grandparents' home and immediately grab everything they can and then head back to the hospital, where they find Ed and Joey deteriorating quickly. Meanwhile, Jesse gets an idea to use the hospital's radio to call for help. He heads into the basement of the hospital and then begins calling. However, some infected are actually already down there walking around. Eventually, it finds him and begins to attack. Jesse was able to out-juke him and then runs towards the elevator where his sister and the Cableman are. He begins attacking Jesse as the Cableman is able to rip an arm off and free him before his sister blows the zombie in half. Jesse turns on the steam and severely burns the corpse, making it hard for it to do anything, as basically it cooked the muscle, and then heads back upstairs. At this point, Brenda disagrees with the doctors and then grabs Joey and Ed as they steal the Chevy and leave the area to drive to a barricade. They get out as Ed attacks one of the soldiers and it is lit up by the others, though this does very little to his actual being. Brenda then leaves Ed behind at this point and gets into the car with Joey. Meanwhile, just something I have to mention, a pet store is being ransacked by the horde, so it's not just humans, but all forms of meat, which we will talk about later that the zombies actually want. Jesse's group has now stolen an ambulance as they drive through the living, abandoned streets to only find more and more undead in the area. While doing this, Brenda is screwed. Joey has fully succumbed to his infection and is now trying to attack her to eat her brains, but is still capable of thought and speech. He chases her into a church where she finally says, okay, and allows him to eat her brains, ending her in the process. On a bridge, they find soldiers have set up a barricade and are not letting anyone pass just in case they are infected. They decide their only option is to turn around and then end the horde in some other way. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside the town have been completely overrun by the massive horde, who have then taken their vehicles and eaten their brains. Eventually, they get the idea to lure zombies into a power plant with a food truck containing brains. They manage to shut down the gate to give them enough time, as they need to go turn on all the equipment powering everything up. Eventually, Billy is able to jump the fence, however, and then lets in the horde, starting this invasion of this place as well. The group then encloses himself in a truck in an effort to, not be eaten. However, they know that they can't stay there forever. They eventually send Jesse to drive the truck into the building so that they have a chance to escape and to turn on the power, frying the undead. However, player 2 has entered the game and Billy is still up in action. Billy attacks Jesse, but then Jesse grabs a screwdriver, hitting him through the mouth, pushing him off the top ledge, dropping him to what he thought was his fate. Inside, Jesse then turns on the power, which immediately begins to fry the infected. One in particular is definitely a Michael Jackson ripoff, which, man, that is a dated reference. But it subdues the horde while Lucy and the Cableman are safe in the truck as it's grounded due to the rubber tires. Billy comes back for one more attack as the doctor smashes a bottle over his head, and Jesse is able to push him against a pylon, immediately electrocuting him. Man, what a shocking turn of events. As the military walks through, they begin flamethrowing anything that still moves in an effort to contain the outbreak for a second time. But now the military has access to their own barrels, which they should have had access to for a while, and only a short 13 years later, like literally think about this, 1988 to 2001 was only 13 years. Seems like so much longer than that. Time is weird. Anyhow, 13 years later, humanity would once again be subjected to those long since past as the military attempted to form the gas into a usable concoction, as opposed to something that was really just an unstoppable rampant event. Which now brings us to Return of the Living Dead 3. I won't be watching Return of the Living Dead 4 and 5 for quite some time. We open up our story with a military base. A group of top brass are talking about the upcoming trials and experimentations. They're all fairly eager to see if their new answer to 2,4,5-trioxane is going to work or not. As they wheel the cadaver through the base to experiment on, we cut to a group of edgelords overlooking, well, a cliff edge. The edgiest of the edgelords is burning her hand with a lighter because I guess that's cool. Nothing like burning pain, as her friend comments on how edgy she is. Finally, her boyfriend Kurt shows up and she gets on the motorcycle as he's Mr. Impressionable and wants to impress the girl who burns her hands with lighters, so he got a motorcycle. You see, we are really working with a great group of people here. He decides to try to impress her by taking her to his dad's, which is the Colonel, and his secret lab to watch them conduct a test on whatever it is they're doing, which seems like a pretty good idea since, everyone in there is wearing breathable PPE and you guys are just sitting above the room with open vents. Surely nothing bad could happen there. As they begin their test, they string up the cadaver, making sure to hook it up to brain monitoring equipment as well as ECGs to look for heartbeats. They then administer a dose of 2,4,5-trioxane over the face of the person and they are quickly reanimated. Utilizing a new type of tool, they fire what appears to be a cryogenic shot into the dome. At first, everything looks pretty successful. The undead's head freezes over and its heart stops, ultimately stopping it for a moment. While everyone is patting themselves on the back, however, the scientists begin taking the person down and are immediately attacked by him as he reanimates. He attacks one and then stabs him multiple times with a scalpel, and then goes after the brains of the person and drops them on the spot. As he continues his rampage, the person then slumps against the wall and they're able to subdue the original body. But as they do, the other gets up and begins attacking. Ultimately, they're able to use the cryonic tool again to bring down this other subject and then subdue him long enough to stop the attacks, but the project is deemed a failure. Due to this, the Colonel is basically fired because of the setback and then is relocated, or just told he'll be relocated in a week and a half. He heads home to tell his son, "Sorry champ, looks like we are leaving again despite the fact that you suspiciously look like college age and shouldn't even be living here anymore. Also, who's that middle-aged redhead in your bed?" Kurt disagrees at this point and says that he's not going. He and Julie then take off on his bike to start a new life of debt and poverty, as neither seems gainfully employed. But as they are revving the bike, a truck comes around the corner. This forces Kurt to try to fix his trajectory, but he hits the guardrail, which sends Julie flying into a telephone pole, snapping her neck like a chicken wing. He laments momentarily, but then decides that he's got the perfect idea. So this terrible idea is basically he will use his access to get onto the top secret base with the body of his girlfriend, and then expose her to the trioxane. Technically, it does work. However, this will breed a whole host of issues later. Also, I just want to point out, he literally carried a body through a crowded base and nobody caught him. This is like Hitman levels of impressive. Opening a barrel, he wakes up his girlfriend, who immediately begins complaining of neck pain, which would make sense, but in his haste, he lets out one of the infected, who's now running around the room. He begins his attack and they are able to shove him back into the room after he goes after Julie. A soldier then notices at this point and gives chase, but is eaten by the infected. They escape via motorcycle, and yet no one takes a shot at them. I mean, what are those things they're holding? Like, what are they even for? That said, it wasn't really a clean getaway. They were spotted on the security cameras by Kurt's father and the rest of the staff. As they drive down the road, Julie begins remarking how hungry she is. They stop at a store to look for anything that she might want to eat. She begins grabbing sweets or really anything she can get, and eventually Kurt then backs into a group behind him who are just really unusually hostile towards him, which apparently spawns a hatred for what I can only assume is no reason besides micro issues, if you know what I mean. The owner approaches and a scuffle ensues, resulting in one of the group members named Mogo to be bitten on the arm and then sending the rest of the group running as the cops arrive. With the owner shot, he then asks to be brought back to the hospital as cops give chase to Kurt and Julie. The store owner then gets domed by a shot as Julie jumps into the back and begins eating his brains. However, this thing has gone saliva-borne. The store owner then jumps out of the truck, having been infected, and immediately begins eating the officer's brains. And I would love to show you like this whole thing, but there is no way that YouTube would ever allow me to do this tragically. So yeah, that sucks. Anyhow, the military is well aware of the situation, then shows up and subdues the store owners and the infected cop, but misses Kurt and Julie. Kurt and Julie then run off and get into a tiff about how gross she is because she's been cutting herself as pain relieves, the need to eat, or really just eat Kurt. And after he says this, she's like, "Yeah, I'm out," and then jumps off a bridge. She hits hard where a man watches. Kurt goes after her and finds her by a storm drain, and the man remarks how she must be gone. She then coughs up water, and she's actually still technically sort of alive. Now, the original group who was at the convenience store reemerges because apparently this is a beef that just won't quit. They end up retreating into the tunnels, and then we go back to the base where the colonel has officially been relieved of his command for what has happened, but as the new boss begins squawking orders, he takes a few men to go and find his son before it's too late. But luckily for them, Riverman saw them in dire straits with the Santos group and decides to take pity on them and then bring them to the tunnels for safety. He brings them into his safe area as Santos group finally makes their way into the tunnels to look for them. And yes, I do know this is all over the place. This movie is like mega chaotic. So while in there, Julie feels the last of our humanity leaving at this point and decides to take advantage of it and hooks up with Kurt for one last time as a rational, functional human. Riverman is the first to be found by Santos's group as they quickly descend on Kurt as well. Then they kind of just beat the living crap out of each other for a while until Julie finally goes through a montage of cutting herself and inserting nails into her hands and face and skin. And after completing this, she then exits the door, to which Santos remarks she is just the way he likes them, apparently reanimated and with severe mental degradation. He takes her into the back room and shuts the door for only her to exit momentarily afterwards, holding his head, and it's really just kind of like she pulled up his spine a bunch of notches. Ouchies. She then turns on Felipe as he fires a shot, but is stabbed in the sternum as she beats him with a rock. Essentially, the fight continues on as they are all in it in the process, and all of Santos's group is just annihilated. And then Julie ends up snacking on Riverman, which bummer dude, but luckily the old man is here. Kurt's father shows up firing a cryo round into Julie, knocking her out for the time being. But oh, it's not over yet. There was still like 20 minutes left in this movie. agree. I was actually fairly surprised. Kurt goes back to the lab shortly after his experiences in the sewer and then sees the military working on everyone who was infected to test out different ways of exploiting their strengths. Eventually he spots Julie is still in there, but also so is Riverman, who they have strapped into an exosuit. So not only can you not control these people, but you give them an exosuit. Brilliant. At this point, the idea that there is some sort of life in these infected has become common, but they are too dangerous to let loose, but not so dangerous that you don't give them an overpowered exosuit. Kurt frees Julie as Riverman is able to break free and the scientists attempt to take him out, but the scientists kind of sort of suck at it. And considering he's got an exosuit, he is able to move it with his brain. Riverman then recognizes Kurt and Julie and helps them out one more time by opening the door before he is taken out, and then the boss is taken out by another infected. The Colonel attempts to save his son by keeping the door open so that he can get through, but he instead decides to stay behind with Julie and burn alive. Talk about going down in the flames of passion. So now that we are all caught up on what the Return of the Living Dead actually is, and at least, a few of its sequels, we can get into the actual lore and science behind why we are really here. The trioxin. I think the first thing that we should probably discuss is what is this stuff even based on, because it actually does have a reality. Well, would you be surprised to learn that trioxin is based on a very real and very lethal chemical we have used in war during, well, the US and the UK have used in war during Vietnam? Well, if it isn't our old pal Agent Orange, or as it's colloquially known, 2,4,5-trichlorophenoxyacetic acid, and also trioxone. Essentially, this is some nasty stuff, still plaguing a lot of people in Vietnam, along with Vietnam veterans alike. This was dropped into dense rainforests in an attempt to clear them out and defoliate the leaves, eventually leading to much clearer lines of sight and more easily navigated terrain. It would ultimately be horrendous for anyone who set foot in the area. Exceedingly toxic to humans, it was stated that it should dry up after being dropped as a fine mist if it didn't come into contact and be absorbed by plants. However, as people moved through, they would breathe in this stuff, and really this is coupled with something known as dioxin would prove to be horrible. To save you a massive history lesson on why this stuff is like basically spraying cancer all over everything, there are a ton of health effects with it. Being fat soluble, it was able to actually enter the cells of people and continue to persist in the body long after the war ended, and it still does. In many, it raised their chances of getting cancer through things like genetic damage, as it clearly has an effect on cellular replication through DNA strand copying issues, and also likely has impacts on repair of genetic damage. It also seemingly has an effect on nervous tissue, degrading it over time, but even at low levels, it can result in weakness, headache, dizziness, nausea, abdominal pain, myotonia, hypotension, renal injury, and delayed neuropathy. Basically, at high doses, this stuff will absolutely shit can your body. At low doses, it still has lingering effects. But more specifically is the knowledge that we have of how it affects things like nervous tissue. Not only does it screw with your meat suit concerning peripheral neuropathy, but it also goes straight to the source known as your brain and can induce a whole host of issues. Cognitive decline, memory issues are major associations that we know of, but also dementia has been seen as time has continued on. And with those are things like issues concentrating, headache, insomnia, and fatigue, as well as depression. To sum up, 2,4,5-trichlorophenoxyacetic acid, along with dioxin, it basically sits in your body. It's extremely hard to get out once it's in there, and it continues to destroy everything around it. The good news is we have officially stopped using this crap to spray on our plants, or pretty much in war. The bad news is people are still impacted by it today, with birth defects becoming something commonplace in associated areas. But now that we know what 2,4,5-trioxin is based on, what exactly does it do, and what was its original purpose? Well, much like Agent Orange, 2,4,5-trioxin is a compound used initially for the military as a herbicide to basically just destroy marijuana plants. However, through complete accident, they found that it had effects outside the realm of what could be considered normal, or even normal for life in general. Administered in the form of a gas to those who were deceased, it was capable of reanimating them through restoring the function of their nervous system. It did not appear to matter how long that person had been expired either, as long as there was still tissue to reanimate within the body and a nervous system, the body could be brought back to what was kind of life. And this wasn't just limited to entire bodies either. It turns out that any body, no matter in what condition concerning connection to what originally made it up, could be restored to the point that it could move completely independent of a central nervous system influence, which we will see is very clearly the case later on. The herbicide is also so incredibly powerful that it has the ability to flatline people upon being exposed to the gas. After smacking the barrel in the first movie, Freddy and Frank assume that they just passed out due to exposure, but in reality, the gas has the ability to stop your heart and end you. However, after doing so, it still reanimates your body and keeps your nerves firing, but with the absence of your heart. Watching the degradation of Frank and Freddy, and in the second movie, Ed and Joey, and in the third movie, Julie, we can see that this has some pretty profound profound effects on the body, but the question is, why does it have these side effects? Well, let's discuss what happens to your body shortly after coming into contact with the gas for a living person, and then we'll move on to how it affects the body of a person long since expired based on what we have seen. So after the gas enters the lungs, it's pretty clear it would move quickly into the alveolar sacs and immediately move into the bloodstream. Due to its ability to interact with nervous tissue, like by disrupting and changing how the nerves fire, it would then move into the heart via the pulmonary vein, and then once here, it would be pumped around the body before quickly entering the blood supply of the heart itself, where we get the knockout. Once in the heart, it would immediately disrupt the rhythmic firing of the heart, flatlining the person within seconds of exposure. Clinically, the person has expired at this point. Now, normally when your heart flatlines and blood flow is no longer present in the brain, some pretty strange things begin to happen. For instance, your brain goes into stage 5 freakout mode, and it may knock you unconscious quickly as a result. Chemicals then will flood the brain in its last moments, and this is basically you checking out. However, that's under normal circumstances. For something concerning 2,4,5-trioxin, the brain would continue to fire despite not receiving oxygen from the body. Now, this is, as we all know, not how the natural order works. The brain can only survive for about 10 minutes at most, and even then, the brain damage becomes overwhelmingly present without oxygen unless you are hypothermic. Remember, kids, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. If you're cold and dead, you actually still have a pretty good chance. In fact, they found one kid under the ice for like an hour one time, and they were able to bring him back with literally no problems. Anyhow, so as the nerves keep firing, you do eventually wake back up. Likely the mechanism by which they fire is possibly a co-opting particle to the natural salt balances of the nerves that forces the salt to either enter or exit the nerve, maintaining a gradient of electrical charge, and by that, firing the nervous tissue. Sort of like how if you put salt on a freshly cut up fish, it will continue to move despite not being alive. However, this results in you being mobile, but you are severely altered. Starting first as sweat and fever, it would be clear that somehow metabolic constants are still in place, even despite the fact that blood flow isn't present, which makes this whole thing seem really strange. Now, I do have to mention in the third movie, they sort of kind of go back on this. They say that the cadaver had a heartbeat, which is odd because no other undead had a heartbeat for any amount of time, even in that same movie. I'm not really sure why, but hey, now you know I acknowledged it. The first movie, however, definitely mentions no heartbeat. In fact, if you look on the back of Freddy in the first movie, it's all red because blood continues to pool in his back as he lays down because of the lack of blood flow. So as time goes on, you begin to become less and less you. The reason for this would be quite clearly, at first, the trioxin gets into your body and then activates the almonds of your nerves as you continue to fire those nerves without the presence of oxygen or metabolic influences, such as like nutrition, concerning nerve cells. Some would invariably begin to operate at faulty levels. And this is why we see a major shift from a normal person who happens to be dead to a mindless beast. As these nerve cells degrade, higher thought would be less and less present to sort of override instincts. Not only this, as made mention by the captive undead in the first one, the pain of being undead is unreal, which is why they are screaming all the time if you didn't know. They mention how eating brains is the only thing that helps, and you're probably sitting there asking yourself, well, why is this? And I believe it's for two reasons. The first reason is that the brainstem and hypothalamus are both reporting low nutrition levels or reporting nothing at all as the blood continues to stagnate. With no new incoming chemical information on the status of the body, they think they are starving at first. Anything they eat just sits in their stomach if it possesses no nervous tissue and does nothing to touch their hunger. And this is important, as we will see in the second movie, that the undead are attacking a pet store. They are literally just going after anything with a nervous system, not just humans. The second reason is that as their body shuts down, these nerves are still forced to operate, and eventually these nerves would start misfiring, which has some pretty drastic effects all over the body. Should pain sensors start failing, or really firing incorrectly, let's just say it would be a literal hell. Because of this, it could explain why the undead are in constant pain. Starting from the outer portions of the body, which are the peripheral nerves, and heading in, peripheral neuropathy, which are the nerves outside the central nervous system, would start firing, sending information to the brain of something that likely isn't even happening. The brain would interpret this as extreme pain, such as a burning sensation. So we can probably assume that the undead literally feel like they are on fire all the time. So this doesn't explain the brains, but at the same time, it sort of does. Why do they need to eat brains? Well, after consuming the massive neural tissue within the skull of someone, it goes to their stomach. And now remember, they are still infested with the trioxin chemical. As it enters their gullet, this nervous tissue would also be exposed to the same chemical and likely become reactivated, meaning that this person who was just snacked on is probably aware somewhat that they are outside of their head. And we know this is possible, seeing as biting someone in the third movie does in fact infect them. After this enters their stomach and becomes fully activated, activated by the transfer of juices reactivating the neurons, think of it like an explosion of electrical activity within the body. When people are in constant pain, for instance, one of the things that you can do is essentially install a spinal stimulator onto the actual spinal cord itself. And what it does is send out a minor electrical current that overrides the pain signals coming from the body. It can be quite helpful in mitigating pain and helping with the mental symptoms that come along with constant pain. I believe the consumed brain is acting as exactly the same thing. As the stomach is full of nerve endings, and within the stomach, the brain is a ball of electricity firing, this would send up to the vagus nerve and into the brain, possibly overriding the pain signals. But not just that, due to its proximity with the spinal cord, it may actually completely override the sensory neurons of the body, giving the undead relief momentarily before they need more brains. The brains are acting as a sort of nerve blocker of sorts, I guess you could say, but they don't really desire to eat the person, just what's in the old brain case. So continuing on with other symptoms, as the body continues to degrade due to lack of blood flow, rigor mortis is another thing that begins to set in. Rigor mortis is when the muscles start to seize up as the muscle tissue becomes less and less responsive. If your nerves are still firing, the muscles would break down, and with no repairs happening, they would degrade over time, which may also be another reason why we see the elevated levels of pain within the body of the undead. Shortly after rigor mortis sets in, we can see that the body is also starting to succumb to just the absolute biological issues. Skin becomes desiccated, pale, and ashen as it is no longer receiving nutrition. The muscles become less coordinated, and the eyes become red as they begin to break down and swell, likely due to microbial interaction with the body, but still, the nerves press on despite they too are breaking down. Once the nerves reach a certain point, with the body surrounding them incredibly broken down, such as with the tar man from the barrel, their thinking kind of goes completely out the window for the most part. As seen with Freddy, he eventually can no longer fight the hunger and pain he's experiencing and goes after Tina, and the same thing is seen with Julie when she goes after Riverman. At this point, likely his cerebrum and her cerebrum as well have degraded to the point that they can no longer override the instincts to eat and fix the pain issue. Although, how he would know what he wants and why he wants brains is kind of a mystery. But as seen with Julie, she didn't really know she wanted to eat people's brains, and it was really just more of an on-site sort of deal, so it might be the smell. But with all this, one of the biggest issues about trioxin is the fact that it is still completely stable even if you burn it. With the cadaver from the freezer that was turned and then subsequently burned in the mortician's furnace, this would go on to release the gas into the air, and again, based on the fact that it's Agent Orange due to the chlorine and sulfur additions, trioxin enters the atmosphere and falls as acid rain, as seen with the Punk group talking about how badly it burns their skin. Once entering the ground, it has the capability to reanimate those in the ground, much like those who are still living, but that said, there are some differences concerning the two. Whereas the living can hold off eating brains for a little while, as they aren't really too far along, the long since dead undead immediately begin to try to consume whatever they can. Awoken in a state of burning agony, they fan out to consume, but still retain a lot of what made them human. The undead, despite being gone for a while, which again does violate biological laws, have their brains reawakened to move once more, though likely in a state of confusion. Their bodies are slow and unsteady, as seen with the Horde and the Tar Man. And this is not because of rigor mortis, but because of the complete lack of usable muscle tissue, ligaments, and tendons. Likely those who were buried only recently enough to still be juicy, shall we say, are really the ones to be able to be resurrected. Those who are completely skeletons or have had their brains completely desiccated and destroyed by time will not be able to rise. Their need to eat brains is about the same as it is for the living though, or at least once living, but they are just further along in the process overall. The smartest of the undead, which really comes down to just available brain matter left, are actually able to talk and call for more cops and paramedics so they can continue eating, and were likely the most recently buried concerning this ability. So enough of the zombie rating, let's talk about durability. As I write this, I internally cringe. The trioxin zombie is completely different from your standard infected in movies. In other movies, the body is metabolically reliant on itself concerning blood flow and nutrition and oxygen, with the brain being in control. However, with the trioxin, this is pretty much completely different. The body's nerves are on equal footing with the central nervous system, and they are all activated independently of the brain, it seems. Because of this, damage to the brain does absolutely nothing. Knocking a zombie's head off or destroying the brain does very little to impede it, and the only real way to stop it is to quite literally incapacitate it enough to the point that it cannot move or the muscles destroyed, as a skeleton cannot move on its own. Again, the reason is because unlike you or I, where the information comes down from the brain and spinal cord, in the undead, every nerve moves independently but towards the same goal. So if you cut a hand off, then the hand has a goal despite not being able to eat. If an undead is bisected, it still has the same goal, or at least its legs and upper body do, but again, the legs aren't really able to eat. All of this means that if you are trying to take it out with simple tools, chemicals, or even fire, it's really hard to take these things out. You can destroy the muscle, but as long as there is some nervous tissue left, it kind of still wants to attack you. The only real way that we've seen to completely subdue them would be the cryonic shot sent into them to destroy, probably by chain reaction, the entire nervous system, or by electrocuting them, which does not actually release the trioxin from their bodies, but continues to completely just burn to a crisp the entire nervous system. Overall, while not possible, trioxin is able to reactivate specifically the nervous system of the body, while the body around it continues to experience the normal degradation associated with expiration. As time goes on, they will become more ravenous and seek out brains to eat to subdue their own pain. While it may seem unfair, hey, they never asked to be woken up by the fact that the government doesn't know how to properly transport these chemicals. What is the definition of a person who remembers watching The Thing back when they were a kid, forgot what that was called or what it was about, and then made a movie similar but wanted to throw in some, climate change stuff? Well, my friend, look no further than this beauty of a movie known as Blood Glacier. Proclaiming the climate debate has been settled worse than anyone could have ever imagined. Also, all ice on the planet is currently receding at an alarming rate. It is theorized that Antarctica's ice will be gone within a decade, the alpine glaciers will disappear, the consequences are unclear, and life on Earth will change forever. Basically some real doom and gloom views here. But because the ice is receding at an alarming rate, microorganisms that we never knew existed on the planet would slowly be uncovered at first, then their release would accelerate rapidly. How this particular organism hadn't really become the dominant species on the planet is beyond me, but we will cover kind of what it does a little later on. So today we'll be talking about the movie Blood Glacier and the genetic recombinating organism that for some reason jacks everything's coding and creates hybrids, I guess? Doesn't really matter. It's got a cool concept, so let's get to it. So we open up our story with a man who is violently hungover and passed out in a shed. I mean, I've been hungover before, but this man is apparently on otherworldly levels. Another scientist goes to check on him as his dog barks at the door. Eventually he exits and goes inside of the main area. An alarm is currently going off as something is broken. Not really caring about it, he just kind of goes outside and gives water to the dog, Tinny, and the dog is currently growling at something in the distance, but we can't really see what it is. And I need to prepare you at this point. This movie is, it's an interesting one. It is revealed that Janek has been living at the research station for over 5 years. He is asked about why he has never left, seeing as the station's pretty crappy, and the other scientist mentions how he heard a story about why he's actually living there, but then they end the conversation pretty quickly. As the two walk through the glacial areas, the dog ends up running off as they crest the hill and find a bloody looking glacier in the distance. As they collect samples and pull cores, Tinny ends up running into the cave after hearing something in there. As the dog moves through, we see a fox is infected with something within the cave. Its belly begins to move as the dog lets out a yowl, alerting Janek that his dog is under attack. He then runs in and finds the dog appears to be injured. Turning, he knows that something else is in the cave, but he finds the remains of the fox next to him. Meanwhile, whatever is in the cave begins barking. Janek then helps the other scientist as he injured himself after falling, which, he hurt his finger, Crimea River, and then he tends to Tinny's wounds. As he does though, the dog then begins licking blood off Janek's hands, which will be mildly important later. Back at the lab, they begin investigating the samples that were taken from the glacier. Scientists known as Berta initially believed them to be botanical at first, but the capsule cells seem to fall apart due to UV radiation or some sort of contamination within the container. Because of this, she decides that she needs to go back to the glacier to retrieve more samples if she's to figure out what this stuff is. She asks Janek, but he says no because A, he's hammered, 2, darkness is coming in, and D, Janek says that there is a rabid fox out there and it's not safe. Meanwhile, the minister and another group land to hike in. Alright, so just kind of a side tangent, they're on a helicopter. A helicopter later comes to pick the group up at the station, so why didn't they just take the helicopter to the station? Who knows? That's the fun. Janek and Harold then begin discussing the status of Tinny. Assuming that it's really just rabies, they aren't too concerned considering the dog has already had its vaccinations. Janek then mentions that they should warn the other group. Janek is given morphine for his wounds, which seemed a little much because it's just kind of a head scratch, and that's when they get a call. Tanja calls in, and oh lord, we've got the old love interest launching into play. Basically, oh no, my ex-girlfriend is coming to the station. I hope this doesn't make us reconcile our differences and outlive a bunch of monsters. Honestly, only time will tell if that's the case. But then my boy Janek starts dropping a whole ton of morphine, as you do, and then he passes out outside in the cold. He's promptly awoken by something rummaging through the camp. As he goes to investigate, he sees that there is something in the trash, but he can't identify it. He believes it to be the rabid fox, and he calls Harold and asks for a force multiplier. Also, I know you guys complain about this, but there is a legitimate reason I have to call him these things. As he does, the creature comes at him. What appears to be a completely mutant beetle, it begins barking at him and then runs off into the hills. He loads up the force multiplier and then locks up the doors. The group tells him to calm down as the mutant thing he thinks he saw may just be a result from the morphine and alcohol, which is actually probably a pretty safe conclusion to arrive at. So as Harold tries to calm him down further, Tinny begins whining. Janek then carries the dog out to his shed. Janek awakens and immediately decides that he needs to go after the monster he saw the night before. Outside the mountains, there's like this weird interaction with the minister and her team. I actually have no idea what this is about. They're just like eating at a table. Nothing wrong with eating at a table, but it's like just all of them seem like they hate each other. Maybe it's just a European thing. I don't know. Or maybe it's just European acting. Anyways, Janek tries to warn Tanja that the group really shouldn't come up, but says that he's not going to stop anyone. Janek then takes Berta up to figure out what is going on with that glacier. As they move through, the glacier is now completely cleared of red material. Berta decides to take samples anyways, and Janek looks on at the cave. As he goes to release the beast, he ends up actually peeing on what appears to be an arthropod of some sort. Now, I call them roly-polies, at least down here, probably because of A Bug's Life, but there's like 1,000 names to call these things. Anyways, it's a bug. Anyways, jumping back to the minister's group, as they walk through, they begin discussing how all the scientists' prognosis for the glaciers sticking around were wrong, even the bleakest ones. Then there's this weird moment between the cameraman and Luca, again, not really sure what that's about, and the science team then goes on to dissect the arthropod to figure out what it is. From this, Berta is able to come up with a hypothesis as to what these things are and what they're doing here. But we can't talk about that because back at the minister's group, as they are taking pictures, the cameraman is then bitten by a bug, a really big bug, on his neck, or at least stung. And then we just jump back over to Berta, who then launches into her theory. She begins discussing how the microorganism appear to be like gene factories, that when they are eaten or drunk, they will then move to the host's stomach. Once there, they will recombinate all the genetic information that is in the stomach. In the case of the fox, it is an omnivore, so everything it has eaten, say like a beetle, would recombine in the stomach with the fox's DNA to form what Janek saw. Therefore, it is a mutant in a technical sense, but it is still following the same evolutionary principles of other animals, just completely randomly. She goes on to talk about how the bugs are born either mature or almost mature because of their extremely short life cycles. Because of this, even being combined with the DNA of a fox, the creature would have been rendered almost completely full grown by the time just a few days had passed. At this realization, Janek then asks what would happen if, say, an animal bit a human or licked up their blood. Berta says that any mixture of coding is possible regardless of species. She says maybe the myths of hybrids such as minotaurs or Anubis were really just people and animals that came into contact with this microorganism and are actually a reality. Janek then goes on to check on Tinny and sees that he is very clearly infected with something. Janek then radios Tanja asking her to change her route up to the station. He mentions how they're in danger due to a rabid fox being in the area. Tanja reports back to the group and they kind of change their route as Janek looks at Tinny. He pulls out a force multiplier but then can't bring himself to take out the quadruped. The group then changes their route and heads up to the station. Tanja convinces Janek not to take out Tinny as she can then take a look at him to see if he's actually okay. Meanwhile, the group is being stalked. Something on the edge is watching them. Cameraman falls down and is helped up as clearly he's not looking so well. And a random girl in the most random scene possible, like doesn't even make any sense, deep in the glacial mountains with a tank top and short jean shorts running around, is running from a creature flying through the air. I mean, what? Like, anyways, so yeah, it attacks her and presumably it really screws her up. But bro, what are you even doing out here in the first place? From what we can tell, this is like serious hiking type of stuff. How did she get here? Okay, I've spent too much time on this. Back to the movie. The station agrees that they need to keep everything a secret and not let the journalists know about what's happening. Janek goes on to say that he's gonna tell everyone, seeing as this is a dangerous situation, so screw you. Janek goes off to meet the group to warn them about what's up there with them. As he runs through, he finds an Ivek has had its stomach burst, which luckily means that some giant thing is probably around. As the group continues their trek, the cameraman is looking a little sweaty and clearly having some sort of reaction. They hear something fly overhead while they tend to him and then spot the random girl from earlier still running around. My god, how is she still alive? They all look up and spot the flying creature overhead. Before Luca can get a shot off, it then flies over and just kind of stabs him through the chest with a giant stinger, ending him fairly quickly as the cameraman then runs off. Okay, so Janek Janek then radios to Tanya just as the group shows up. Tanya tells them to run as they take off. Back at the base, they lay down the random rave girl and then look for medicine and bandages to tend her leg wound. Eventually, the question of where is the satellite phone is raised, and then they are told that it is back at the measuring station. Basically, they have just isolated themselves for science. Berta and the others have noped out back to the glacier as they discuss if anyone is coming back. Tenny begins barking, and basically the whole station is going to crap. Out of the glacier, the bug was put into a case, and as Berta opens the case, it jumps on her face. Falk tries to get the creature off and then uses a rock to smash it, but as he does, the creature has completely mangled her face, or at least somewhat eaten it. Ouchies. And this has pretty much left her DOA and down for the count. Of course, then again, it may have just been about, he literally just took a rock and smashed her face. And that probably may have messed her up. Anyways, she's donezo. Meanwhile, back in the shed with Tenny, the pupper ain't looking so hot. Tanya comes up to check on them, and Janek then shows him Tenny's stomach, and Tanya immediately takes out the old euthanasia kit to take out the dog, as clearly it's suffering. Janek does like this cry thing for a minute, and then he injects the dog, releasing it of its earthly bonds. Tanya decides that, oh my god, hey, this is the best time to tell Janek that she was pregnant with his baby but got rid of it. So Tanya, this man like literally just lost his dog. Like, there was probably a better time to do this. So just a quick question to all my European viewers. Guys, like, what are you doing out there with these movies? Anyways, the minister has a minor freak out as they discuss if these are aliens, and I'm beginning to suspect her and Luca had a thing together. Falk then bursts through the door, screaming for everyone to close it. Before they can, an Ivek-looking creature then bursts its head through the door, and Falk lies about what happened to Berta as the Ivek continues to attack the compound. The minister has another freak out, telling it to stop, which actually sort of works for a minute, and then the creature just kind of nopes out. Or does it? It then bursts through the window as Janek gets into an old hand-to-hand situation with it. Though, to be honest, I mean, it doesn't really seem like it has that many offensive abilities, but whatever. Then Janek is able to hold it off long enough for the minister to stab it in the head with a drill and then run the creature off. As the group discusses what to do, they realize help will come likely tomorrow night, but that's not good enough as the girl's leg has gone septic. Falk, Tanya, and Janek all go out to find the phone and Berta. As for some reason, Janek is really suspicious of Falk all of a sudden, with no clues as to why, or how could he even have like the innate knowledge that something happened. The girl begins to freak out as they assume it's just kind of normal pain in her body, but nah, it isn't. Something is in the girl's leg, and now a mutant is growing inside of her body. They decide that they need to cut it out and burn it, which actually is fairly successful. Back at Janek's group, Janek is upsetty spaghetti at Tanya for getting rid of his kid, and this spawns a little bit of a lover's quarrel, as you might imagine, and Tanya mentions how it was a mistake as Falk attempts to just completely run off. Falk, what are you doing, my guy? Just say her face got eaten by a bug. Who's gonna ask questions? At the station, as the group pats himself on the back, they let back in the cameraman, who now clearly has all these mutant bugs underneath his skin. They begin bursting out, and way to go, man, you just infected the entire group. Harold catches himself on fire and then runs out as he burns, and then the Ivek shows back up. With the building burning down, well, it looks like everyone is fairly screwed. As Janek and his group go back to the measuring station, Falk realizes what he's done, but then he grabs a force multiplier on the shelf. Janek assumes that she must be in the cave if she went anywhere, as they all move into it to look for her. Now, it has been so hard up to this point not to call this man Janet. Anyways, they begin to hear noises emanating from further in, but as they keep moving, they eventually find Berta face down. They turn her over, and her face is looking pretty much like lasagna. Falk freaks out and then pulls out his force multiplier, which again, he could have easily just said he didn't know what happened, but it doesn't matter because he was attacked by the creature and ended on the spot. And presumably this is the fox from earlier. Then Tanya attacks it and then takes it out with pickaxes. Tanya then calls for help using the phone as they hug it out and everything's good. Tanya then, though, sees smoke rising from where the station is. They both run back to find out what happened. Arriving back, they find that the minister, Irene, and Bert managed to survive. So the helicopter shows up for them shortly after. See, they could have just literally taken a chopper there the whole time. Tanya goes back in and finds something, which, my god, just wait for this. She calls in Janek and then finds a baby has come out of the stomach of Tenny. Janek does the right thing and goes to take out the abomination, while Tanya's like, oh hey, it's your baby, we should keep it. Bro, what? My god, Europe strikes again. As the helicopter flies over, more and more blood glaciers can be seen all over, releasing more of these microorganisms. Presumably they will enter Earth's water supply multiply, and over time, turn everyone and everything into a Cronenberg monster, and then we get a jump scare from an altered version of a falcon, as it's also gone airborne. Okay, so you might be sitting there thinking to yourself, wow, Roanoke, you really chose an amazing movie here, didn't you? And to respond to that, mutant recombinations are life, brother. But with that said, let's talk about the microorganism itself, as well as why it likely wouldn't be a threat to anything even a few miles downstream, shall we? First, what is the microorganism and what does it do? Well, upon either being ingested or injected in the case of the cameraman, this will work its way through your body. However, if it's ingested and goes to the stomach, anything that you have eaten previously will be added to the swath of genes it has at its disposal and recombined to create something else. An example of this, and likely the best one, is when the dog licks the blood of the hand of Janek. The blood in turn goes to the stomach where it creates a dog-human hybrid. The other option is if an injection into the skin happens, while this may not be an infection in a conventional sense, it may just really be stabbing you. Despite the creature being multicellular, the creature still has the capability of infecting others simply by breaking the skin on a host. This is seen with the random girl running through the mountains who really shouldn't have been there at all. However, for the cameraman in particular, and to that argument the same with the girl, they were both straight up injected with something after being stung, which resulted in many creatures being formed. So I don't really believe it's the bacteria, but likely this injection was really just an injection of eggs. And then those were laid underneath the skin to hatch later, seeing as likely there is no genetic recombination with any other creature that had been eaten, and because they hatched out of the site near the actual injection point. So there was really there's genes to combine with, like muscle, skin, all that, but again, I believe it was just eggs. So essentially it would appear, however, depending on the species and if they were eaten by something, this microorganism isn't really ready for humanity either. And here's the reasoning for that. We know that it needs to combine with an existing set of genes, as in genes that are actually still viable, to create a living creature. Well, humans cook our food, which denatures and destroys protein, as well as just completely fragments DNA. So if this thing were to get in your stomach and really you ate something, it's probably going to be cooked, whereas normal animals don't cook their food. So there's still genetic coding in there that this actual cell could use to recombine. Anyways, the only mutants that we know for the movie are a moth combined with an Ivic, a wasp combined with a falcon or possibly an eagle, but I recognize the noise that it makes, so it's probably a falcon. And then there's also a beetle that is combined with a fox. All these creatures in some way are combined with insects to create a much more grotesque animal hybrid. Oh, and don't forget the abomination of the human combined with a dog that Tanya gets attached to out of nowhere, and I'm sure that'll make for a normal upbringing. So with these creatures in particular, the question becomes, how does the pathway work and how are they able to recombine with one another? So to start this journey, we first need to understand what the blood glacier microorganism is and how it works on the body and its cells. As if we don't, we won't know how this is going to work if we don't understand some basic principles about cells that we are working with. And that was just a long-winded sentence. So let's take a trip back to the oldest war on the planet that is still full-on raging today, the war of bacteria versus viruses. Every day, roughly about 20% of Earth's bacteria are exploded by viruses in the ocean. They are attacked, infected, forced to replicate, and then burst, releasing more viruses into the surrounding waters to continue on the cycle. And this is daily, which is astronomically high. Now, you might feel bad for the bacteria, but it's not like it's just sitting there doing nothing about the constant onslaught. The bacteria does have some defenses at its disposal that humans are actually co-opting right now for our own use. Over the last hundreds of millions of years, with 20% of the ocean's bacteria being destroyed daily, eventually the bacteria said, nah, this ain't it, and started its own immune system with blackjack and hookers. That's right, on a cellular level, down to one of the most basic cells that we know of on this planet, it was able to develop a defense, and here's how it works. When a virus lands on bacteria and ruptures it after a while, all that genetic coding of the bacteria, as well as its plasmids, which are free-floating genetic structures, leak out into the surrounding environment. Well, bacteria isn't stupid. It can scoop up this DNA and learn about what may have destroyed the original bacterial cell. In this, a defense is born. Either this DNA is taken, added to its own plasmids or DNA, and now it may have resistances it didn't before. The other option is known as conjugation. Let's say a bacterial cell survives an attack from a virus. Well, now it knows what its invader looks like. When it comes across another bacterial cell, it can copy that plasmid and then pass along that information to the other bacterial cell by forming a tube that goes through that cellular membrane of another cell and then exchanges the DNA of what they have learned. And this is why antibiotic resistance is becoming really, really bad for us, because bacteria is talking to one another. But this leads to an immunity to that virus as cellular surface receptors change their protein presentation, and then the virus can either no longer be able to invade or another internal immune system is activated. And this is the one that humanity is currently using. Enter a little gene editing tool known as CRISPR. That's CRISPR. are. I actually elected to do my senior paper for my biology degree on this particular editing tool back in 2017. Not even the professor had heard about it back then, so obviously, huge shout out to Kurzgesagt for supplying all the good information that anyone could ever want. Essentially, what CRISPR does is if a bacterial cell manages to survive an attack of an invading virus, it will remember that specific genetic coding that was really injected into its cytoplasm. Usually what happens is the cell will accept the coding and then it will be replicated, producing more viruses. But those bacteria that actually possess CRISPR will have a different strategy. They will hold on to the original coding and remember the virus by producing RNA segments utilizing CRISPR to find and cut apart the invading viral genetic material. CRISPR will find anything that looks similar and immediately slice it up, rendering it completely useless and no longer a threat to the cell. This immune system as of late has been applied to humans. If you give CRISPR a particular gene that you want to insert into the genetic coding of humans, it will then run along your DNA, snip out the old gene, and insert the new one. Now, there are a few issues with this. I've got a buddy I was talking to a few years back who actually works in the gene editing field, and they're utilizing CRISPR, and he said that the body was actually going back and fixing the corrected genes with the incorrect genes, which is fairly odd. So there's actually more to it than just copy paste, so it would seem. And the other issue is some of these genes also look very similar. So it's possible that CRISPR could actually place the gene in the wrong location, which, as you might imagine, could lead to some other issues. But if we can get this thing perfected, call me optimistic, but we were talking about no more natural death or diseases for mankind. Granted, humans aren't that lucky, so even if you don't die naturally of old age, something will get you within about 300 years, it's hypothesized. So don't plan on sticking around until like the end of the universe, but hey, I'll take 300 years over 80 any day. So with the bacteria that we know of summed up utilizing CRISPR, it can be assumed that since this is such an old trait and bacteria does share information, the bacteria in the blood glacier likely would have this same ability, and that's how it's able to edit genes. So some of you might be thinking, well, surely the bacteria is very old. How can it interact with current day animals? But the fact is, bacteria itself is very old, like even the bacteria around us all the time. Being the original organism on this planet, prokaryotic cells were one of the first to come about. But what I do find interesting, however, is the apparent weakness to UV light, as mentioned previously. Berta hypothesized that it was either the sunlight or contamination from the actual container, but I believe it's fully just ultraviolet radiation, and that is sterilizing this particular type of bacteria, and here's why. When the scientists return back to the blood glacier after finding it for the first time, the glacier appears completely devoid of the original red color, meaning that all the bacteria on the surface was likely ruptured and destroyed, even if it was just near the surface too. That's why Berta had to dig so deep to get more. But it's basically just been destroyed when the light reaches it, which this raises an interesting point, which we will go on to later. How viable is this stuff really then? First though, let's talk about the pathway. After being released from the ice, this bacteria will immediately begin to form in pools of water as it runs downstream. And here, it would appear as though insects are the first to come into contact with it. After consuming the water and bacteria, it would appear as though the bacteria really doesn't have anything to combine its own genes with, so likely it's kind of just a parasitic type of deal, as it takes cells and likely turns them into just cancerous balls within the guts of insects, because it's just basically blendered the DNA. But insects don't live very long, whether that be by natural ends or being eaten. In the case of being eaten, medium tier predators would eat up these bugs, breaking open the bugs and then mixing with the bacteria, the bug's genetic coding, as well as their own stomach cells. Here, the bacteria would randomly recombine genes. How this is done would most probably be done with a form of conjugation. A tube is shot out of the blood glacier cells into the eukaryotic cells, taking the gene information from the body of the larger predator and whatever cells that the animal actually has within its stomach. Eventually, a creature starts to gestate as random sections of coding are just kind of smashed together. But now the question is, does this happen within the bacterial cell, or the cell is infected with a form of CRISPR that travels through the conjugational tube and into the eukaryotic cell? Personally, I believe it to be the latter over the former, utilizing a host's original cells with the bacteria picking up information from a smaller host cells. Initially, it can then inject into the eukaryotic cell and then activates its mitotic pathways, which leads to a form of gestation, much like how babies are made. When this happens, eventually a creature will literally be born out of the stomach of the host to create a new form of mutated life. Now, the reasoning I have towards this not actually happening in the bacterial cell is because this would literally produce hundreds, if not thousands of creatures bursting out of the initial host after gestation. Of course, it's pretty hard to reconcile the issues with this anyways, because there's so many cells in the animal's body that really it doesn't make the most amount of sense as to why only one creature would be born out of them. Although judging by the stress that the host endures, such as with the fox in the glacial cave, or even Tenny, possibly the internal organs of the creature are broken down and all those cells are used to create a new creature rather than waiting for a single cell to divide over time. But then that would also also require all the bacterial cells to have the same copy of information to implant in the host DNA, which, considering this is supposed to be done at random, it doesn't make much sense. Anyhow, the biological plot holes aside, let's talk about why this bacteria may exist and why it went extinct. So judging by the fact that this bacteria only appears in glaciers protected by ice from the damaging effects of UV radiation, why is it no longer anywhere in the oceans? Well, to learn about this, we have to go all the way back to the Ordovician period. At the very end, roughly 440 million years ago, 2/3 of all life was wiped off the planet. It is hypothesized that Earth actually got hit by a gamma ray burst, which is caused basically from a sun exploding, which, if that's the case, it was lucky to only lose 2/3 of all life, because that has the ability to deep fry a planet extra crispy. The gamma ray burst would end up destroying the ozone to a large degree, which allowed for UV radiation to leak in. At first, this destroyed the primitive plant life on land, as nothing was really there to protect it, and this would kind of change cellular DNA, raise heat, destroy the cycle of oxygen production. Basically, this would just wreck the delicate balances to sustain life. Eventually, however, the oceans would suffer too. Water has a way of protecting creatures within it from experiencing the effects of what's happening on land, but eventually the UV radiation would begin heating the waters, lowering oxygen levels, and then UV radiation would still just start entering the waters. Eventually, this led to a mass extinction of animals dying off, known as a mass extinction. Prior to this, however, I would be apt to believe that this bacteria would have thrived, because there were strange animals all over. The fossils that we find actually show it was incredibly varied, and many changes to animals physiologically took place. However, after this extinction, so too went the blood glacier bacteria that was floating around due to its susceptibility to UV radiation. Likely the only surviving bacteria would have been pushed deep into the oceans, down to almost the level of the ocean floor where no light reaches. It likely stayed there until the ozone reformed and began blocking out enough radiation again. However, even this wasn't going to save it permanently. But then during the Ice Age, we know that the Earth actually received less energy from the sun. The bacteria likely flourished, but then was trapped in the ice. Then, as the sun rays increased once more, the bacteria was pushed deep down into the oceans again, but some was trapped in the ice. And this is where humanity is at now. With a small outbreak, they refer to it as Armageddon, but is it really? No, it's not. The fact is, according to this movie, we were already wrecking the ozone layer, which for a time was actually our reality. And if I remember correctly, it really had to do with the CFCs from all the 80s hairspray and also refrigerant materials. But since then, as of 2021, the ozone holes have essentially repaired themselves due to us not being complete jackasses. But time will tell how that holds up. Regardless, in that universe, the ozone is continuing to deplete, letting in more UV. I believe this bacteria would honestly be a negligible issue. Due to its weakness to the radiation and almost guaranteed destruction by even the smallest amounts of UV radiation, the bacteria from the glaciers would not even have time to flow downstream to infect the oceans before their destruction, as the creeks are extremely shallow. We are talking about being left overnight on a glacier and it was destroyed. This weakness would mean that really this issue would take care of itself fairly quickly. And I mean, yeah, you might get like a few mutant bugs running around, and yeah, a few animals may get converted, but overall, it's still an animal. A catch and destroy program would kind of take care of all that pretty easily, and there's no guarantee that these things can even reproduce with each other, considering the genes are so varied. Basically, it doesn't matter how much of that bacteria is growing in the glaciers, the reality is the sun is going to destroy it fairly quickly. And seeing as it's so weak, likely in this movie's universe, the same bacteria is still within the oceans, just extremely deep in them, and humanity still hasn't been wrecked by it. So overall, I'd have to say, what even is this movie? Well, it's an interesting one. Sort of reminds me of The Thaw, just a European version with bacteria rather than parasites, but at least with The Thaw, the parasites represented a legitimate problem. I think they sort of ruined the bacterial threat when they showed that even low levels of UV light just totally shreked it. When I was a kid watching Planet of the Apes, I thought to myself, man, humanity really got screwed over. But after watching the Planet of the Apes trilogy, bro, what is wrong with humanity in these movies? It's sort of like how in The Matrix, humans are just otherworldly levels of giant losers, but instead of giant robots that can tear us apart, we're just turds to giant monkeys that can tear us apart. And tear us apart they do. You see, taking place throughout Rise, Dawn, and War for the Planet of the Apes, humanity got screwed up big time. In an effort to cure the unfortunate but natural effects of aging, specifically Alzheimer's, more aggressive means were needed to alter the human genome to create an effective medicine to combat the horrendous march of time. We turn to what we normally turn to when testing potential medicines that could, body us, apes. In this case, chimpanzees who share similar reactions and traits to humanity, but not as valued in terms of their lives. After administering the newly concocted medicine, it would result in the apes, who were highly intelligent, pretty much rivaling humans in most aspects, but humanity would still continue to regard them as animals. animals. Spitting in the face of these apes and their preference for peace, humanity would engage in a war with the apes that would ultimately spell our undoing and give birth to the abomination that was Marky Mark in Planet of the Apes. Now, God, it's horrible. So today it's pretty clear what we were discussing, just exactly what this medicine is, how it affects the minds of apes, how it originally was supposed to help humans, and why there appears to be such a detraction between humans and apes concerning the more aggressive version of the medicine, and why this is actually a fairly expected outcome. Alright, so for all the new people here, first, thank you for the 500,000 subs. Without you guys, literally none of this would have been possible. And seeing as there are a lot of new faces around here, I'll go through my usual spiel. Up on screen, you'll see a timestamp. If you would like to skip ahead past the summary of the trilogy, that will kind of dive into the science of the movie and how the specific virus affects humans and apes. However, if you would like to stick around and listen to the sweet, sultry sounds of my voice, that is also appreciated. Alright, so let's get to this long summary of, the beginning, which is Rise of the Planet of the Apes. We open up our story in the jungles of somewhere, and I'm assuming it's Africa considering that's where we find chimpanzees. A group of chimps is being chased by humans and are getting snatched up left, right, and center. After being loaded onto a cart, the troop attempts to run after those captured, but to no avail. Then we jump across the planet to see a green-eyed chimp. Currently, she is undergoing an intelligence test, which I have done myself, and I can't even solve that test that quickly. And seeing as Bright Eyes, the ape, is solving the test so quickly, Will, the researcher, runs to his boss, Steven, to tell him that they are ready to move on to human trials with this breakthrough, and he's ready to show the board. Will begins his presentation discussing the virus known as ALZ-112, or ALZ-112, doesn't really matter, but it has been given to the ape to create neurogenesis, but in reality, their main goal is to cure Alzheimer's. Everyone is pretty stoked, and back in the holding area, they are attempting to get Bright Eyes out of her cell. As they do, okay, man, the body language clearly shows that she's guarding something underneath the bed, but these guys are big brainy brains, I guess, and actually, you know what? These scientists aren't too bright. They attempt to force Bright Eyes out of her cage. Back in the meeting, Will goes on discussing how there are no ill effects to the dose except that it turns the iris green. In theory, the cure would fix a wide array of human genetic diseases. As they are all high-fiving about all the money they're gonna make, Bright Eyes then bursts through the glass and then is taken out on the table. Steven is pretty upsetty spaghetti and says that they are all contaminated and need to be taken out. He orders Robert to take out all the apes in the facility. Steven allows Will to stay on with the company but tells him to, just like with his old man, take the cure back to formula perhaps? Which kind of bums out Will. While euthanizing the apes, Robert finds out that Bright Eyes was actually trying to protect her child and then makes the decision that Will needs to take the ape home. Will has now doomed the planet of the apes. Arriving home, we find out that Will's dad isn't doing so hot, which is kind of a big driving force behind why Will is even trying to cure Alzheimer's. Will shows his dad Caesar and says don't get too attached, but, well, he's gonna get attached as we all know. The next morning, we see how far along into dementia the father is. Forgetting that he hasn't driven in years, he's the first to notice that Caesar is displaying traits well beyond what a day-old ape should, and that his eyes are also green. Fast forward 3 years later, and we go through a montage about how super cool Caesar is. His skills advance faster than that of a normal human, and by comparison at that age. His neurons are advancing faster than his own species to boot. A fight then breaks out between Will's dad and the nurse, which prompts Will to just straight up jack some of the ALZ-112 virus that he knows will work. He injects his father with the virus in hopes that it will cure him or at least stave off the Alzheimer's. The next morning, his dad is downstairs playing the piano and clearly is better. His father begins discussing how he has been cured and he feels 100% back to normal. Checking his vitals, Will doesn't pay attention to where Caesar is, and then he gets outside. He heads to the neighbor's garage where he's discovered by a little girl. The dad then comes out with a bat and begins swinging at him, but Will gets to him just before Caesar is badly injured. He did get a cut on his leg, which prompts a visit to the hot zoo doctor, or veterinarian if you like, and then they decide to start dating. Not really important, but just so you know, there's a love interest. We go through the whole bonding thing, as you do, and then they decide to take Caesar out into the woods so that he can get some freedom. They take off Caesar's leash, and Caesar then extends his hand as a gesture of asking for permission. Caesar then runs through the woods, and then we get this montage of him running through the woods for like years, having massive chimp energy, and then he looks like that one ape Professor Farnsworth created in Futurama for a while, but then a family and their dog show up, and then Caesar sees the dog wearing a leash too. This prompts Caesar to ask if he's a pet. They assure him that he's not, but maybe not. We put kids on leashes nowadays too. Caesar then asks about his parents and asks what he is, which is an interesting question for an animal to ask. And I believe the only other animal to ask this was a parrot that they taught to speak, and then it asked before it died what it was or something like that. I can't remember specifically. Anyways, it really doesn't matter to this. Will then shows him the facility that he was born in, and then Will tells him that his mother ate lead, so he raised him. So the veterinarian now is asking questions, and it comes out that the ALZ-112 virus can be passed along genetically genetically to offspring, and that Caesar has some of the traits that his mother had. Meanwhile, the dad is using a fork backwards, showing that something appears to be amiss with his brain. Looking into it, he discovers that the virus is being thwarted by the immune system, meaning that the Alzheimer's is coming back. Meanwhile, the dad then wanders outside and gets into the neighbor's Mustang. The neighbor yells at the dad, which makes Caesar upsetty as he begins attacking the neighbor. The neighbor makes a run for it, but Caesar is about to clap them cheeks when he comes to his senses and then realizes what he's doing, and then goes on to check on the dad as the people back away. The cops then show up along with animal control and then moves him to his new home. They let Caesar out into his play area, which at first I think he thinks it's pretty neato, and then Will is forced to leave him there while he appeals his sentencing to the sanctuary. Caesar quickly realizes that it's really just him being abandoned, and he doesn't like it. And then the most needlessly ridiculous character arrives. Malfoy here is being a turbo douche to everyone, and then locks Caesar in a cage as the rest of the chimps freak out at a newcomer. It's a madhouse, I tell ya. Back at home, it's clear the dad is degrading quickly. ALZ-112 is no longer effective at all, and for some reason his brain is degrading even faster than normal, which didn't make a lot of sense until I sat down and thought about it, but we'll kind of talk about that later. Will then spills the beans to his boss that he already did human testing on his father and that ALZ-112 did work, but he developed antibodies. Will says that he needs a more aggressive virus to make sure the body can't resist, and oh man, this turns out to be a great plan. Again, Malfoy is just a complete loser to everyone. I half expected him to keep saying Pata, honestly, and the red sweater on Caesar isn't working. The other worker is just sort of spineless, and that'll probably save him later, but back in the labs, Steven awarded Will with a bunch of apes to try ALZ-113 on, and this is where we meet Koba, and this is the ape that would actually doom everyone. During an experiment on the ape, Robert is inadvertently exposed to ALZ-113 when his mask is kicked off. Always make sure your PPE is on properly, my dude. And here is where we get the great exposure event, and this is why quarantine is so important. Anyhow, back at the sanctuary, the other chimps don't really like Caesar and what he is wearing, and then begin attacking him, or at least the alpha does. Malfoy runs out and tranks them both, and then brings them back to their cages. Meanwhile, back in the lab, Koba is showing an increased intelligence, showing that the virus is in fact working. Robert, though, appears to be having an immune response. Back at the sanctuary, Maurice, the giant orangutan, signals that he knows sign language, but the people don't like smart apes. Will notices the injury on Caesar and then asks if he'd been hurt when he goes to check on him. Not important, but just know that resentment is growing as Caesar is left behind once more. Later that night, Malfoy, a dude, and a couple girls show up to look at the monkeys. He sort of screws with them, you know, because human bad, and Caesar is able to steal the other guy's pocket knife and then just mean mugs Malfoy. Honestly, at this point, I haven't even looked up his real name. He's just Malfoy. Anyways, Caesar later unlocks his cage and then releases the giant gorilla inside, who's afraid to come out of his cage, but he's been stuck in there so long. Eventually, he does come out and is thankful for the freedom. They then wake up the alpha and show that Caesar doesn't want to fight, which now makes Caesar the alpha as the original alpha submits. Back at Will's home, he's about ready to give his father the ALZ-113, but it seems that the old man is pretty much done for, so he ends up crashing out in the middle of the night. Or at least that's what's implied by the black suits that they're wearing the next morning. Or it seems like the next morning. It's probably not the next morning. Anyways, Steven now is up for human testing since Koba appears way smarter than normal and it's sustained. Will mentions how they still don't know what's going to happen with humans, so they need to stop testing and definitely not test on humans just yet. Steven pretty much ignores this. Back at his house though, Robert is definitely sick. He's trying to get help from Will as a neighbor then shows up and confronts him, but gets blood sneezed on him, and we now have a spreading event. Way to go, scientists. Will pays off the sanctuary and then goes to get Caesar. However, Caesar then shuts the door on Will and does not want to go home with them. Definitely a good use of a couple $1,000s, but this has cemented Caesar in his leadership because he chose to stay rather than flee. Caesar now has a plan. He gives the old alpha a cookie and is distributed amongst everyone to further show that he is the leader. With power secured, Maurice then asks why he did it, and then we get the ape strong together line. The orangutan says apes are stupid and then walks off. Later that night, he makes his escape and then steals a batch of ALZ-113, and using the pocket knife from earlier, he stabs the canisters and releases it in the sanctuary, making all the apes smarter. The next morning, the apes wake up seeing the world in a different way as Malfoy bangs on the doors and cages. Checking all the apes' eyes, they have turned green, showing that the plan has worked perfectly. Okay, so here on the TV, we get a reference to the Planet of the Apes astronauts who go through like a wormhole and get sent to the future of Earth, which is actually a pretty neat callback. As the owner of the sanctuary looks on, he notices that the apes are acting strange. Back at Franklin's apartment, he has succumbed to ALZ-113, and I know we're jumping around, but that's just how this movie is. Anyways, we now get a fight between Malfoy and Caesar, and I just don't get the point. Chimps can literally rip your arms off, dude. Anyhow, we get the classic, get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape, as Caesar yells no, showing that he he is now capable of speech, which you may be as smart as you want, but the throat structure does not allow it, and we'll discuss that later. Anyhow, the group attacks the spineless dude for a minute, but Caesar places him in a cage and stops him from being Shrek'd. Malfoy is then taken out by an electric shot from the fire hose and his baton. I mean, this honestly needed to happen, so really no loss there. And now the apes all ascend out of the sanctuary and move out into the surrounding area. Later on, back at the sanctuary, they watch the tape showing how Malfoy got wrecked as the chimps began assaulting the medical labs and freeing the rest of the apes. Steven is then alerted that Franklin has succumbed to the disease and walks in to find the building is vandalized. Out at the zoo, the apes are also being set free to bolster their numbers further. After an all-out assault in the city to free their captured brethren, they then move to the Golden Gate Bridge to make their way out of the city entirely. Eventually, the cops show up to ruin the fun, as usual, and corner the apes. Okay, so the cops show up with batons. Bro, how are you gonna take out a 500-pound silverback gorilla with a baton? Like, how can you be so aggressive towards something that much stronger than you, but also be so stupid as to show up with a stick? Anyhow, this just shows the poor planning on humanity's part. But as the apes are fired upon by a helicopter, it is then brought down, and Steven is in it in the process, as he was on that chopper, even though it was completely unnecessary for him to be on that chopper. Off the bridge, Will gives chase in a cop car and then heads off into the forest looking for Caesar. Koba is the first to find him and tries to attack, but Caesar throws him off. Will tries to convince Caesar to come home, but respects his decision to stay in the forest and lead his monkey people. Also, the neighbor then goes into work feeling a little under the weather and has a nosebleed, and this spreads the disease far and wide, which at this point we know happens pretty easily. And this leads us into Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Humanity is totally screwed by a pandemic. We actually open up Dawn of the Planet of the Apes with news reports stating if you have a sore throat, stay home. However, as the disease continues, people become erratic, aggressive, and civil unrest ensues. Totally not what humanity does anyways. Dubbed the simian flu, it is stated that only about 1 in 500 people are capable of surviving the virus, which puts us at just 16 million humans left. Back to focusing on Monkey, they are hunting in the trees. They have established themselves as a major presence in the Redwood Forest. Caesar now has a son who is immediately attacked by a bear. He shouts for help as Koba comes flying dagger style and then stabs the bear in the back and then takes it out. Heading back to camp, they now have set up an ape society, but really it's not all that important. Just know Koba is sort of taking Caesar's son Blue Eyes under his wing as a secondary parental figure. Maurice is teaching the tenets of apedom, saying apes should not take one another out, but if they are related to us, they will anyhow, because humans do it, apes do it, everybody does it. I mean, look no further than, what was it? It was like a cave of, was it Heidelbergensis? A bunch of skulls of other Heidelbergensis were in this cave. Basically, it was a serial killer, just so you know. It goes that far back. Violent ape theory. Look it up, it's pretty interesting. Anyhow, after Caesar's return, his wife has just given birth to a second son, but it appears to be a hard birth and it puts her down for a while. Caesar talks to Maurice about how they wonder if humans are even still out there. It's been 10 winters, in the last 8 they have seen none, which means the human race ain't doing so well, it seems. Meanwhile, back outside the camp, 2 scouts run into a guy who we will all come to hate because his brain doesn't work so well. He ends up taking one of the scouts out and then yells to his group, who all arrive with force multipliers drawn, which honestly outclasses the force enhancers that the apes have. Caesar then calms his group down as Malcolm yells they don't mean any harm and then put down their tools to show that they aren't a threat. Caesar yells for them to go as the rest of the troop begins yelling the same thing, which is probably horrifying to hear. Maurice then finds the bag that was left over from the group and then tells a few of the apes to follow the humans. Malcolm returns back to his zone and then gets Dreas in the car and tells him about what happened. The dude just dismisses it immediately and it's like, bro, you weren't even out there and the whole truck is telling you what they saw. However, Carver is telling them how they probably left them alive just to backtrack them to their camp, which actually, I mean, it's a fair deduction and it's true if I'm being honest. Dreas tells everyone to keep this information quiet as it would freak people out. In San Francisco, things aren't as good as they used to be. Most of the city, or what's left of it, are in one area. Back at the camp, they discuss what to do with Koba, saying that humans are dangerous and should be dealt with as in war. Some say that they should be peaceful, and Caesar tells everyone what they should do. Basically, this is their home, and the human home is over there. They should show up in force and let them know not to come back. That way, everyone wins and they can coexist, but coexist they do not. I mean, look no further than Homo sapiens and Neanderthal, really. The apes arrive the next day in a show of force as alarms are sounded in the human camp. Looking out at the apes, Malcolm goes to meet with them. Caesar says that he does not want war, but they will fight if they have to, and he makes it known that this city is the human home, but the forests are the apes' home. This sort of throws a wrench into the whole plan of using the dam to power their city when Caesar tells him not to come back. So what does Malcolm do? Well, he comes back. I mean, his hands are kind of tied, they do need power, but they do quite possibly the most moronic thing possible. They bring Carver, the guy that literally just shot a scout. Why do you bring Carver? it's clear the dude's marginally unstable and he's got like a severe hatred for apes. Like, out of all the people, you could literally bring anybody else, or just don't bring an extra person at all. I just don't understand why this is necessary. Also, Dreas launches into some speech to calm everyone by telling them that he's scared. It's a great speech, boss man. However, Dreas does have a point that the power from the dam would allow them to reach out to the rest of the world and find out who's left, and then they could rebuild. But I don't know what's really stopping them now. They say they have 2 weeks of power left, but why not flip on a radio? Why do you need the dam's power? This part didn't make a lot of sense to me. Anyways, Malcolm sets off with his group to attempt to make peace long enough to get the dam working and get power. Out at the ape-controlled area, Malcolm then tells them to stay in the truck, do not leave, do not get out, just stay there and let him go make contact. Upon making contact with the ape camp, he's then pulled to Caesar and does like this groveling thing, like, come on my guy, stand up like a homo sapiens. Anyhow, Caesar is baffled as to why he has come back, but agrees to hear him out. Malcolm tells him about the dam, and Caesar agrees to go there with them as the humans seem desperate. Back at the cars, Malcolm appears to say that they can work on the dam, but they have to leave their force multipliers behind. The apes break all of them as Koba tells Caesar if they get power, they will just use it to harm the apes because Koba knows humans. Ah, growing disagreement. You love to see it. Meanwhile, back at the forward operating camp, we get some exposition about how everything sucks in the world and everyone has lost someone. I mean, with 99.8% of the human population flatlined, I guess that's probably true. Also, Carver starts sowing anger amongst the group because they just had to bring Carver along in this delicate operation, which he has shown he can't be trusted considering he blew away one of the apes earlier, and then Caesar's wife is sick, so that kind of sucks too. Anyways, the next morning, the apes are ready to go and then meet up with the humans to head over to the dam. Koba, however, has other plans. He and a few others go back to the human stockpile area to see what they are up to. Humans being humans have a ton of force multipliers, and after running into a few humans who apparently didn't get the memo that there are super intelligent apes running around, finds Koba. But then they kind of let him go after he pretends to be just a normal chimpanzee, and I mean, that's an interesting idea. Back at the dam, the humans are discussing how everyone they know is pretty much gone, which is a pretty big bummer, and as they run some explosive line, they detonate it to free the turbines, which causes a small cave-in. The apes help pull the rocks off and then end up helping save the group, but Carver is slightly injured in the cave-in. And here's where Carver's brilliance comes out into play. The dude was told not to bring a force multiplier, but it's discovered that he did. The rest of the group didn't know this, but it basically breaks the tenuous trust. Caesar tells the humans to leave, so that's great. Way to go, Carver, you douche. But back at the monkey camp, Caesar's wife isn't looking so hot, and not just because she's a chimpanzee. Malcolm tries to rectify the misunderstanding, but luckily he happened to bring the CDC personnel with them. They give Caesar's wife a course of antibiotics, which should help with her infection, but Caesar says that they have to stay for one day to know if it's actually just straight up poison or not. Back at the human camp, they take Carver and then put him into a truck where he must stay. They should have just sent the dude walking home, but instead they keep him around. Koba then returns looking for Caesar and then heads up to the dam. He's a little upset at the humans, and when Caesar arrives, Koba accuses him of putting all the apes in danger and says that he loves humans more than apes. So Caesar beats the hell out of him, but unfortunately doesn't finish the job as he won't take out another ape. Could have saved a lot of problems there. Back at the ape camp, Koba tells Caesar's son that his father is just blind and doesn't see what he sees, which to a degree he's right. But this starts to win over Caesar's son to Koba's side. The next day, Koba shows back up to the human stockpile and then gets in close enough to the two humans to take their force multiplier and then takes out the guards and steals a few of them to arm his own apes. But now the dam is back up and operational. As they bask in the glowy goodness of a crappy gas station, Caesar says he now trusts the humans, and I'm guessing it's because his wife is feeling better, but I'm not really sure why he trusts the humans all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Koba shows up and then takes out Carver, thank God, and back at the monkey camp is where part of the movie, everything's starting to seem like it's great right before things go horribly. San Francisco has power, everyone's feeling good, surely nothing bad could happen, but bad had happened does indeed. I've been stuck on that statement for a while. Koba gets back to the camp and then lights it on fire. He then crawls up the rocks and takes out Caesar with a shot that injures him, but then leaves the human force multiplier behind to frame humanity. Maurice tells the humans to run at this point, and Koba then rallies the apes, saying humans did this and burned their home, and that they need to go on the offensive. Back at the human camp, everyone is partying because power has returned. Dreas looks at pictures of his family and has himself a good cry, but as everyone rages, they got the radios back up and working and are calling for help. The apes then attack the human stockpile and take all the force multipliers, or at least most of them. They lock down the encampment and then shut the doors, knowing an attack is on the way. Dreas goes on to say how they will not get through the doors, but that's quickly not realized. The apes begin their attack, which looks bad at first, more so when human armor support shows up, but like the geniuses that they are, they leave the hatch open, so an ape is able to get in there, and then actually it's Koba, and it quickly overwhelms them and takes them out, and then uses it to ram the door. Anyway, Anyways, this attack is literally like 30 minutes of the movie. It's just pretty wild to watch. As the monkeys ransack the human camp, back at the monkey camp, Malcolm and his group find Caesar, who is still alive somehow. You'll find this ironic later in the third movie. I guess I should just say now, yeah, there's spoilers for this video naturally and all over the place. Anyways, Caesar then tells that an ape is the one that injured him. Back at the human encampment, people are being rounded up. Koba tells Ash to take out the human, but he retorts that Caesar wouldn't want this. So Koba then grabs him and throws him off a balcony, taking him out in the process, violating like one of their main tenets. Outside, people are being rounded up and put into cages and whatnot, and those that are loyal to Caesar are also put in chains as they are considered dangerous. So Malcolm and his group eventually stop at Caesar's old house where he used to live with Will. Malcolm then runs to go get equipment to work on Caesar, where then he runs into Caesar's son. He tells him that his father is still alive and then takes him to see him. After Blue Eyes meets Caesar, he then tells his son that it was Koba and they remove the bullet from his side, saving his life. So Blue Eyes then proceeds to go back and free the captives. Caesar looks around his old house and deduces that his old pal Will had succumbed to the virus like so many other humans. Meanwhile, back at the sewers, the humans make contact with what's left of the US military, and Malcolm attempts to stop them so Blue Eyes has enough time to stop what's happening. While this is going on, Caesar then crawls his way out of the house and finds Koba in the steel structuring of the building. They begin attacking one another, you know, real damaging, good versus evil, all that jazz, and eventually Caesar is able to overpower Koba. Koba says the apes don't kill apes, but Caesar says he's not an ape and then lets him drop. With Caesar back in power, he talks to Malcolm about how there is war now that Koba has attacked and humans won't forgive, which is true. We don't forgive. I mean, we almost annihilated the wolf population just for eating some kids, so that happens. But he knows things can never really be fixed. He says humans here must go before the fighting begins in the area as the soldiers are coming. Because that throws us into the third movie, the trilogy War for the Planet of the Apes. Oh Lord, we are gonna get through this one way or another. We open up our story with a quick summation of what's happened. Rise, dawn, and war. Basically, humanity isn't doing so hot after the war broke out between humans and apes, coupled with the virus that ransacked our species, and now what's left of the US military is on the hunt for these intelligent apes in an effort to eradicate them. As a bunch of soldiers make their way through the redwood forest, they eventually spot a stronghold of apes on the ridge, but now we also have other monkeys working with humans in an effort to annihilate apes. As they set up their armaments, they launch a full-scale attack on the apes, blowing apart the ramparts and pushing them back up the hill. One manages to escape to warn the others and then get reinforcements. As reinforcements arrive, I have to ask this question because it's important. What even is the point of the soldier's body armor if it doesn't work? The spears made by monkeys are able to easily pierce it with like no effort. Anyhow, after the battle concludes, the remaining surviving soldiers are captured, but instead of being taken out, which is likely what Caesar should have done, he instead ties them to a horse and lets them walk. He's questioned about how do they know they will send the message and that they just really won't come back and take them all out. And Caesar says that they are the message because he could have just ended them. Not sure, my boy, I wouldn't trust humans at this point. Anyhow, the Alpha Omega gorilla mentions how the Colonel is coming after Caesar and how he wants to take them all out, which riles up the group. The Alpha Omega gorilla then overwhelms the gorilla known as Winter and escapes back to the human soldiers' encampment. As the apes head back into their main home in the waterfall, eventually Caesar's son Blue Eyes returns home from scouting a way out of the forest. He mentions how on the other side of the mountains there's a large desert. Just so we're all aware, he's talking about the Rockies. That took an embarrassingly long amount of time for me to arrive at that conclusion when I was watching this. Back under the waterfall, everyone is pretty jazzed about everything. Blue Eyes got himself a girlfriend named Lake, and later that night the apes discuss leaving the waterfall. Winter wants to leave that night as the soldiers are getting pretty close, but they talk about how they need to plan first. Little do they know, they probably should have left like that minute, really. Later that night, when most of the troop has gone to bed, Caesar sees a light in the waterfall. As he goes over, he reaches out and finds a rope, which means the humans are here. He tells Blue Eyes to protect his mother and brother, and then goes on to find the patrol tasked with guarding the group. After rousing the troop, Blue Eyes is seen taking out one soldier, but another pretty much has got his sights trained on him. Over the radio, the Colonel is heard saying that King Kong is dead as Caesar goes to confront him. The Colonel has taken out Caesar's wife and his son, but accidentally left him alive. The Colonel then makes his escape before Caesar is able to get to him, and thus kicks off a blood feud. Later they realize that they can't find Winter, so betrayal seems likely, but his youngest son Cornelius is still alive. The next morning, everyone decides it's time to nope out of there and head towards the desert that Blue Eyes was talking about. Caesar instructs Lake to take care of Cornelius while he goes on a blood rampage. Maurice attempts to get him to come with them, but Caesar declines, and so a small group decides to accompany Caesar, consisting of Maurice, Rocket, and Luca. Setting out, they find a small outcropping area. Moving through, they find one lone man. As he drops his firewood, he goes for his force multiplier, and Caesar annihilates him pretty quickly finally, as he's done being Ranger McFriendly to these damn dirty humans. They question why he is out here alone, but as they head inside, they find a little girl. She appears not to be able to speak, which is concerning to Maurice. Maurice says that she will meet her end out here if they don't take her with them, so they end up yeeting her onto a horse and then taking off. Her reaction to her assumedly ended father seems a little stunted, right? Well, that'll be discussed later. Eventually, the apes are able to find the soldier encampment where they find Winter with a brand new brand on his head. They surround him and question him, where's the colonel? Winter mentions how the soldiers are coming down from the north to join them, so the donkeys think the soldiers are really coming down to finish off the apes for good. Caesar tells Winter that his son and wife are gone, and before he can scream for help, they sort of, I guess, choke him out. I mean, if I remember correctly, he's not actually seen it anywhere else in the movie, so I guess he's actually dead. Very strange. Anyhow, Caesar starts having nightmares about Koba because he's becoming like him now, and the next morning the soldiers are loaded up and leaving, and they give chase. Now, they're out on an open beach. My dude, you'd be so easily spotted. But somehow they aren't. You know, plot demands it. But as they reach the snowy mountains, they find the soldiers have been taken out, or at least a few of them have, from their own for some reason. One guy is still alive, and they ask him why he was shot, but he's not able to answer what happened, to which they relate that to the little girl as well. Baffled by what they have seen, they move on, but as the group ascends a tower to look out over the area in search of the soldiers, a figure approaches and begins stealing out of the packs of one of the apes. As he does, he is spotted by Luca, who then lets out a yell. They give chase and corner him inside of a building. Turns out he's also an ape who thought he was stealing from humans, though after he saw them yell up top, why not just stop? Anyhow, he allows them to stay, but he also says that he has information on where the border is, which means he has information on where the colonel is. The next morning, after some convincing of Bad Ape, which his name is Bad Ape, they all set off into the mountains and eventually discover the soldiers' main camp. A surprise attack happens on Luca and Caesar, but Rocket is able to jump in and knock the soldiers out. Luca, however, was injured gravely in the fight and then ends up meeting his end shortly after. Caesar says it was a mistake to bring everyone here and that he's gonna go in alone. Also, I like how the little girl cried more when the gorilla passed than when her father did. Pretty bizarre. I mean, the gorilla just kind of gave her a flower. It didn't seem like it was that special of an arrangement. Anyhow, as Caesar heads off on his own, he finds multiple apes strung up as a warning. He recognizes them from his own troop and then discovers they've all been captured and put behind fences. He drops one of his apes, who tells them that they came out of nowhere and ambushed them. The humans plan to use them as a labor force before they expire, and then Caesar is knocked out by bigger ape. Coming to, the colonel is talking to him, you know, really riling him up, all the good stuff, and Caesar says he's here to take out the colonel for taking out his wife and son. Caesar is then thrown into cages with the rest of the group, separated from the baby monkeys, and everything really just kind of sucks for a while. The next morning, the soldiers then line up as the colonel comes outside shaving his head and whatnot, and then they enter the cages and start beating everyone as the apes are then brought out to kind of do their labor. Lake tells Caesar that they've had no food or water since they've been there, and after a collapse of a wall, one of the orangutans starts getting reprimanded for it. Caesar eventually yells for them to leave him, which causes them both to be punished, and that ape and Caesar are then brought to the front after it seems like a revolt is about to take place. They end up taking out the orangutan as Caesar says the apes need food and water, but the colonel wants them to get back to work. Lake holds up a rock in an effort to not have Caesar's brain splattered, and it works. Luckily, the remaining members of Caesar's scouting party have not been located and are watching from afar. Later that night, Caesar is strung up but released by the gorilla to talk to the colonel. The colonel then warns Caesar that he will slaughter the apes if they stop working. They'll get food and water when they are done with all the labor. Caesar then deduces that the soldiers coming down from the north are not there to join the colonel, and Caesar goes on to mention how this is because he takes out his own men based on the bodies that he has found. He goes on to say something must be wrong with his men. The colonel then divulges what's happening. The reason the colonel spat in the face of Caesar's mercy is really one that sort of makes sense, actually. He goes on to discuss how humanity attempted to bend nature to its will, but nature was punishing humanity. The apes are stronger and likely smarter than humans, which for a time wouldn't have been an issue, but humans would have become like cattle to the apes. Now, however, the virus has mutated, robbing humanity of its ability to communicate, higher thinking, and anything that makes them human, meaning the apes will inherit the earth. The colonel had to take out his own son to stop the virus from spreading, and he fears the virus will wipe out humanity for good this time, and while it might not totally take them out, he's basically right. It will wipe out humanity for good, and he goes on to discuss how the soldiers coming from the north are part of the military he's in, but after what the colonel did, he was alleviated of his command. He says that he told them that if they want to alleviate him, then they will have to come here and stop him. So a battle is about to begin in his holy war, and the colonel doesn't want it to become a planet of the apes. Oh, he said it. Outside of the base, Rocket and Maurice and Bad Ape are discussing how to get in. After Bad Ape takes off running, he then finds a hole in the ground, and this hole leads to underneath the base via pipes, which might be usable in helping the other apes escape. As Caesar continues to be strung up, he hallucinates Koba talking to him, but it's actually the gorilla cutting him down. Also, a little girl is able to make her way through an entire base with like little difficulty. Man, these soldiers are really on high alert considering, there's a bunch of soldiers coming down from the north to kind of take them out. How do they know it's going to be a large group? It could just be like a small specialist group. Anyway, she offers the doll to Caesar and then gets him some water so he doesn't bite the dust, which gives him some strength, and then she carries over some remaining food, and now he's back up to operating capacity. Soldiers continue their rounds, and Rocket ends up coming out to get their attention. He fights the gorilla and then is dragged into the pen and beaten up, but survives and signals to Caesar about escaping. The next morning, when Caesar is released from his cage, the doll is found, and the Colonel wonders where that came from, but doesn't do too much about it. As they work, they begin signaling to one another about how many there are of them. Maurice and Bad Ape continue working underneath the holding pens to release their troop. Bad Ape counts the steps, and they discover a pipe just above them that leads to the ape's holding pen. As they break through, they find the tunnel is starting to flood if they keep digging at the quarry, so they have to stop work without eating it. So a quick plan is devised, and then they throw their crap. Hitting a soldier up on the catwalk, they get him to come down to the holding pen. As he walks in, he's hit with more, and then walks over the hole that is dug, and then immediately brought down, and they get the keys off him. With the apes free, they then release the rest of the group, and all of them head into the tunnel to escape. Caesar, though, wants to stay behind and take out the Colonel. Just as they escape, the battle kicks off to relieve the Colonel of his command. As soldiers run through, they realize all the apes have escaped, and they try to get to the Colonel in his dwelling. They aren't able to open the door. Caesar then climbs up and finds that the Colonel is not doing so hot. Unable to speak and seemingly more primitive, Caesar goes to take him out but then stops. Seeing the doll, the Colonel has been infected with this new variant of virus. The Colonel is basically worse off alive now. That said, the Colonel then domes himself shortly after. With the battle in full swing, Caesar goes to destroy fuel tanks powering the facility, but as he does, he is tagged with an arrow to the side. He's then able to destroy the tanks anyhow as the guy with the crossbow catches the grenade and then runs off into the mountains. Due to the actual battle taking place, a giant avalanche is brought down on the soldiers, annihilating everyone in the process except the apes. What a stroke of luck! The apes then head off to their new home as Caesar is getting weaker. He tells Maurice that he likely will not make it, and then ends up meeting his end at his new home. And I just want to say, this ape took like a bullet, but an arrow to the back took him out? I mean, bummer, dude. But there are worse things coming the ape's way, and it's known as Marky Mark Crashy Crash Landing into the future after his shuttle entered some sort of time warp, fleeing them, I guess, when the apes are already well established. Godspeed and good luck to you, you damn dirty apes. You'll need it. So holy cow, I mean, that was a long one. Legitimately, I didn't think Planet of the Apes would be as interesting as it was, but with the virus and sequence of events leading up to the apes becoming the dominant species, I was kind of rather interested in watching it, and it sort of makes you hate the human race. So the first thing though I wanted to talk about is starting with ALZ-112 and the effects it had on humans and apes alike, and why they should have likely just stopped there. ALZ-112 was initially created as a way to combat Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a disease where different protein structures build up in the brain, choking out neurons, but also the neurons themselves self-destruct in ways that eventually result in holes being formed in the brain. This disease over time robs you of your memories, your fluid movements, and really just your humanity. An absolutely horrendous way for one of the smartest species on the planet to go, having the one organ responsible for everything we can accomplish slowly degrade from underneath us. Upon ALZ-112 being used on Will's father, he quickly learned that the body would do what the body would do, and that is adapt to what it perceives as an invader. If it didn't, then we would all be nothing but virus factories until our species went extinct from being a virus factory. The body was coming into contact with ALZ-112, and although it took a fair amount of time, eventually the body was able to develop antibodies to medicine, which ultimately rendered it inert. This process would likely have been slow at first, but with the effects of ALZ-112 negated, the brain would quickly continue on. This says a few things to me about how ALZ-112 works once it enters the brain. The first thing that ALZ-112 is known for is neurogenesis, which essentially is the creation of new brain cells, and this allows the brain to recover from Alzheimer's. As new neurons are added into the fray or new dendritic connections are made, this allows for the brain to continue operating at what was once a normal capacity, but this also points out a critical flaw with the medicine. It does not outright stop the progression of the disease, which is a critical portion to stop if you want the lasting effects. So here's why Will's father went downhill so fast, even though he received injections monthly every year. As the neurons were created, the brain was still suffering from the ill effects of Alzheimer's, and neurogenesis was just able to stay out in front of the brain-destroying disease. As the brain created new neurons, the pathways were able to be maintained, but likely what was happening is the beta amyloid plaques were still building up in the brain, even though the brain was capable of compensating for a short while. As these plaques choked out more and more neurons, eventually an almost equilibrium would be reached with the brain until until the body created antibodies. Once this happened, the neurodegeneration was continuing on as normal, but almost to the point of which no one has survived. Well, no one has survived, and then it went past that point of how quickly it would degrade a brain. So from here, the plaques would take out so many neurons so quickly, his disease seemingly came back with a vengeance. In humans, it was able to last as long as it did because of the weaker immune systems. In apes, however, likely had they continued to run trials, this virus would have shown soon, possibly even years sooner, that it was not a permanent fix to the disease. However, the virus seemingly does not just stick to the brain, and it would seem, which is really kind of expected, as it was attempting to propagate as much as possible. Within the eggs of Caesar's mother, an egg would likely become infected, or even possibly when Caesar was a fetus. Considering he was so young, the virus would work its way into his neurons and then begin setting for neural connections at a much faster rate, as well as increasing gray matter quicker over a short period of time, which is shown as he progresses well beyond what a human is capable of a similar age group. This doubling of gray matter within his brain made him much smarter than obviously his peers and humans, but at this point the virus had affected his genome. The reasoning for this may be as simple as how Caesar was raised. In primates, and mammals in general, we receive most of our antibodies from our mother's milk when we are breastfed, and this sort of bridges the gap of time when we are infants and our immune system is really kind of weaker and definitely not strong or really functioning well on its own. Considering Caesar was taken away from his mother at a day old, and as far as I know, Will can't produce breast milk containing antibodies, the virus had essentially free reign in his body. The virus was integrated into his being at this point because there was nothing to counter it, meaning that the weaker virus was quite capable of existing within him permanently, and his body would become accustomed to it, which may explain why the first night at Will's house, Caesar was sick. That was an underdeveloped immune system attempting a response, but failing. Think it's crazy? Well, really it's not if you look at it. So look at the herpes virus, for instance. When you are initially infected, you may develop flu-like symptoms, but the virus is permanently in you as it's attached itself to nerve clusters and even infected the nerves themselves. The same idea can be applied to Caesar. Likely his mother, she may not have needed monthly injections if she did not suffer from neurodegenerative disorders, but her intelligence would have been more limited as her body would have responded eventually to the virus trying to create alterations to the cell. So a nice way of summing up what ALZ-112 does is this. If you are human without cognitive degeneration issues, the virus would make you more intelligent, but eventually the body would produce antibodies rendering the virus inert, but you would still retain that intelligence that you have built up over 5 years. Ideally, this would usher in a utopia for humanity as genius becomes average. If you are human with dementia, it can maintain a balance keeping you at your original level of intellect, but once the body produces antibodies, it's game over. If you are an ape receiving shots, you would maintain the intellect gain, but it would be less as the immune system is stronger. And if you are infected as an infant under the right circumstances, you may actually have it passed down to you through your mother's blood supply, which ultimately makes you more intelligent. However, the issue was, Will attempted to save his father outright and wasn't happy with the extra 5 years that he got. In this effort to harness nature to combat nature, he would go on to create the downfall of humanity, ALZ-113. And this is where the issues began cropping up. ALZ-112 was a fairly weak virus, something the body could overcome. ALZ-113 was never intended to be overcome. The body was forced to deal with this invader permanently, but they needed it to really have no ill effects. The issue was, however, testing wasn't carried out all the way that it was supposed to be, and this new version had a much more aggressive virus that apes were capable of handling, humans were not. After the initial exposure event of Franklin being infected and sneezing on a pilot, and thus the pilot carrying it across the world, humanity was pretty much screwed at this point. Dubbed simian flu to shift the blame away from the fact that it was created in a lab and not in nature, the intention was to show that it was the apes' fault. This bred a lot of hatred towards the apes if you didn't know that already. 48 hours after exposure, people would report severe headaches, sore throats, weakness, fever, and joint pain, all indicators that the innate immune system is coming across the virus. 36 hours, nausea, vomiting, red eyes, raised rash, and chest pain, as well as cough, would begin forming in people, showing that the body was basically in a panic, attempting to thwart whatever was invading. 7 days after the infection, and stomach pain was immense as blood was likely dripping into the back of the throat and down into the stomach because you were bleeding from your nose, mouth, rectum, and eyes. Severe weight loss, as the fluids leaked out everywhere, was also fairly common. Essentially, you were a dead man walking. It's clear to me that the virus chosen for ALZ-113 was likely a form of an Ebola virus. It's clear this virus was likely weakened in some way, however, as you didn't really want it just completely ending people, or at least that was the plan, but you did want its virulence and infectivity. This tampering with the virus is why apes are able to survive exposure to it consistently, whereas humans would drop. In fact, initially it was believed 1 in 10 humans may survive survive infection, but that number quickly dropped to 1 in 500, meaning that it took a certain type of immune system within humans to even be able to survive the infection. As ALZ-113 continued to make apes more intelligent, the fact is not known whether these apes cleared it or not. Likely it stuck around in them longer than the original ALZ-112, and this would make them much more intelligent over a longer period of time. But it also had the added effect of implanting itself in the genes of apes, which in turn made them consistently produce offspring that were smarter and would ultimately go on to become the new dominant form on the planet. Now, the thing is, likely ALZ-113 would have a similar effect of increasing gray matter in the brain and also dendritic connections, which would ultimately be our downfall. Before getting there, we have to understand, though, the differences between human and chimpanzee immune systems. So I have two examples for you to show the stark differences between humans and apes. The fact is, humans are giant nerds and we are weaker as a result of our more clean lifestyle and just the naturally occurring immune cells within us. The biggest dichotomy is between how humans and apes react to HIV and SIV. When an ape contracts simian immunodeficiency virus, they too possess CD4 T cells much like humans, yet the disease never progresses to the point of AIDS. Apes are a lot of times naturally infected with SIV, and to their bodies the virus does not go wildly out of control, and they are able to survive fairly unimpacted by it. Humans, on the other hand, when contracting human immunodeficiency virus without aggressive medical intervention and medications, will expire within about 3 to 7 years as it progresses to AIDS, allowing for opportunistic infections to flourish. Even with medical intervention, the HIV virus will never fully leave the body, even when it reaches undetectable levels. With our close relation, apes are able to live quite happily with the virus, and it absolutely destroys humans, so why is this? Well, we're just completely different. The second example is the herpes simplex virus 1 and the herpes simplex virus 2. HSV-1 is a human-born strain of herpes. As such, it's adapted to our bodies, and our bodies are actually relatively adapted to it. Because of that, it is seen as the less aggressive form of herpes, creating things like cold sores, though you can absolutely get cold sores on your crotch, so be careful out there. Herpes simplex virus 2 is believed to come from chimpanzees. In chimps, the virus is a lot like how HSV-1 is in humans. It's less aggressive and not as detrimental to the epithelial layers of cells. However, back when we all had a lot more hair, possibly around the time that we were Homo erectus, someone got freaky with a chimp. HSV-2 was able to jump over to our genus at that point, and thus it moved from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, and now we are plagued with a more aggressive form of herpes because our bodies are relatively new to this type of virus and we can't control it as effectively. These two examples highlight how different our two forms of life are at combating diseases despite us looking somewhat similar, at least, sharing a common ancestor millions of years ago. And apes typically just have a flat out stronger immune system than we do, and that is more aggressive at, taking care of bacteria, viruses, and parasites and keeping them in check more readily than ours can. And this is why ALZ-113 is so insidious. Just below the threshold of what apes could naturally handle, but above the threshold of what most humans could handle. The fact of the matter is, as soon as Franklin's mask was kicked off, that should have been an immediate quarantine event. At least that's what my lab would have done, or any self-respecting lab out there, but I digress. Essentially, they shot themselves in the foot and also shot humanity in the foot doing this. As ALZ-113 began spreading across the globe, not only was it respiratory in nature, but could also be contracted through things like direct contact or indirect contact with objects and surfaces. It rapidly infected humans, which we would have all seen at this point, just how rapidly respiratory diseases go, and this would induce the bleeding that we have seen as blood vessels burst quite readily all over the body. And this resulted in a 99.8% lethality rate and the population flatlining, which only left a paltry 16 million left on the planet. And this would indicate to some degree that this altered form is actually Ebola that we were dealing with based on mutation rate. Almost 15 years after the outbreak, the virus had remained fairly stable, and this is a characteristic that we have seen with Ebola. In our actual real world, samples taken back in 1976, still to this day, the new form of virus is 97% similar to that original form, and this would make it fairly viable as a candidate for Will to turn to because of its low mutation rate, but also its infectivity and aggressiveness when infecting humans. It would basically make sure it would force its way into your cells, and your body would likely not develop a resistance to it. It is known of those 16 million humans left, every one of them was infected with the virus. The doctor mentions how genetically they are immune to the most damaging effects, but really it's just their body keeping the virus at bay, or they are likely either coexisting with it in their bodies, and even possibly the virus is not able to get a foothold, but I kind of tend to go with the latter over the former, and here's my reasoning on that. During the bubonic plague era, those with a Delta 32 allele mutation, that meant the co-receptor on the surface was never fully exiting the cell membrane or was completely covered, allowed allowed them to survive the bubonic plague, and those traits got passed down. What's interesting is, if you have this mutation, you are either somewhat resistant or immune to contracting HIV. Now, immune is a strong term, as the virus is basically so mutagenic that it can change within literally just a few days and attack some other co-receptor, but the key here is that the Delta 32 allele mutation makes it exceedingly tough for HIV virus to get a foothold in humans, propagate. And this is what I believe is happening with those 16 million. Somehow, some way, likely the co-receptors on their cells are making it difficult for the virus to get a foothold in their bodies. Because of this, they never crashed out and were effectively immune due to their genetics. However, much like how HIV can mutate and infect someone with the Delta 32 allele mutation, so too can the simian flu. After 15 years and ransacking humanity, the virus would change. As it changed, it's pretty clear whatever co-receptor barrier that was stopping the virus from entering the cells of the body was no longer a factor, as likely another co-receptor was used. Upon this happening, the virus would once again spread quickly amongst the human population, except because of this mutation, the end result changed. Rather than just crash out the human body, it would instead cause them to regress, to become more primitive. It wouldn't end them, as clearly the adults could go on to thrive, have children, and basically return to monkey themselves because of their inability to speak, rationalize, or learn things like they used to. And judging by the little girl after seeing her father taken out, being emotionally stunted. So you're probably asking yourself, well, why is this? Well, I believe the virus is technically doing its intended work on increasing gray matter and connections, much like we have seen in the apes, but humans are just the susceptible species. Apes that come into contact with ALZ-113 still have the immune system in place to combat the virus, and thus are rendered an unaffected population because of it, or at least detrimentally unaffected. But when humans are infected, the genetic mutation that saved the last remaining people was no longer enough to save them from the mutated version. Shortly after coming into contact with ALZ-113-2, I guess we'll call it, it would go into the brain of a person and likely ramp up production of neurogenesis. But wait, this sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? After all, that's what saved Will's dad and then also made the apes smarter, but that's actually the problem. There's this idea that if we just had bigger brains and more connections, humans would be smarter. But actually, we are about close naturally to the limit of how intelligent we can be without interventions from robotics. In fact, there's this theory, or really hypothesis, I guess you could say, that the next form of humanity will be Homo cyborgus, because we'll actually literally start slapping on basically robotic portions of us, and then when the organic form of us finally is done away with, we'll be Homo machinus. It's pretty interesting, we'll see what happens. But back to the whole conversation about our brains. Now, our brains could get a bit larger, just so you know, and we would still be okay, which would actually still translate into more intelligence due to our relative body size. But if our brains got too large, it would have the opposite intended effect. If our brains were to, say, double in size or double in connections, it would actually be incredibly harmful to humans. Our thoughts would be slower, as signals would have to travel through more tissue, leading to more activation of other areas, which in turn could just be perceived as noise. If you were to double the connections in the brain, this would slow down nerve impulses to the point that intelligence would actually start going backwards for a person. Essentially, from where humans are right now, adding more brain matter and connections after a certain point would actually just kind of make us dumb. And this is what I believe is happening to the infected with the mutated version. While the Ebola virus became less virulent and severe for those who didn't bleed out from the first version, this version would continue adding gray matter to the brain of a person unchecked, with the body having no way to fight back, as it's the freaking Ebola virus. This in turn would have unchecked consequences. With the neurons in the skull doubling up, this could quickly result in speech being lost, as the connections made would take too long to formulate a response, which causes the stuttering and confusion by their inability to speak that we see in everyone's eyes. On top of this, it is mentioned higher thought is lost. Formulating speech, the conveyance of ideas, and understanding is an extremely delicate balance built up over millions of years of interaction with one another. And even still, it's not like we've mastered it. People speak different languages, for example. But with the extra gray matter in the skull, this impedes logical thinking and the conveyance of ideas, as well as almost returning those infected back to an animalistic state, as they now must rely on instincts, which is ingrained heavily in the brain and body to survive. And this is why we never see humanity climb back up the totem pole, and why the apes are so surprised that humans can speak in the Planets of the Apes series. And speaking of speaking, this part is a bit strange for apes, just so we know. We're just going to cover that real quick. Humans can speak because of our vocal cords and structures associated with it. There are sacs actually in the ape's throat which help them yell loudly but do not facilitate speech. So I don't really care how smart Caesar is, he would not be talking even a throaty speech like he does simply because of his voice box. It's just not set up for speech. That's like asking a human to effectively swing from tree to tree consistently without fatigue, simply because we see apes do it. Our bodies just aren't built for that, and chimpanzees' throats aren't built for speech. All in all, ALZ-112 and ALZ SCP-113 were good ideas in attempt, but with emotion getting in the way and choosing such a dangerous virus as well as human error along the way, A, not quarantining the handler immediately, and B, treating literal sapient apes as less than you, humanity sealed their fate to be the animals of the planet while our less evolved cousins stepped up and became the dominant species. However, now they have to worry about Mark Wahlberg showing up with his standard confused look on his face, although I guess they should be used to that considering most humans probably look confused with our slowed down brains. I don't know which one of you requested to watch The Ruins, but after watching it, it kind of just ruined the entire day for me, and you'll come to find out why this is the case. Taking place in Mexico, specifically the Yucatan Peninsula, a group of friends decided that going and rediscovering an ancient Mayan temple is the way to go rather than just drinking beer and hanging out by a beach. I mean, to me personally, it's no contest. Obviously, I would want to meet my gruesome end atop a sun-soaked temple, and this group knows how to party, so they agree. Having left very little information about where they were headed and where they could be contacted, the group becomes stranded quite quickly with a type of monster that actually doesn't seem like it would be that hard to overcome, but for some reason, nobody has used any napalm yet. So anyhow, today we'll be discussing what is in this temple, why it hasn't spread very far as of yet, and also, you know what, just screw it. We're gonna talk about how easily it is to overcome this issue that these people are faced with, because why not? Okay, so for all newcomers here, which I say every time because there's new people, up on screen you will see a timestamp, but I also figured out how to put timestamps in the actual progress bar in the video, so that's super useful. But if you want to bypass a summary of this movie and what happens and why we should all despise a character, then head there. For everyone else, let's learn why you should never go explore the ancient Mayan ruins that are stricken from maps and very obviously trying to have their existence hidden for funsies, unless you're Indiana Jones. We open up our story to an extremely dark area and a woman crying. As she sits with very, very little light overhead, she's calling for help, but then gets got by something that we can't see because it's almost pitch black. As we move through the forest, it's pretty clear they are virtually in the middle of nowhere. And then we jump over to our main group of friends, Stacy, Amy, Jeff, and Eric. As they sit poolside for some god-awful reason, Jeff and Stacy are playing cards. Seems that the group had gotten a little lit the night before, and this is somewhat of a recovery day. Amy then sits up and says that she lost her earring, which turns out to be her favorite earring, and she just can't bring herself to part with it. As they look around, a German man named Matthias takes notice and then heads into the pool and finds it, bringing it back to the group. As he turns around to leave, the group offers him a drink, to which, I mean, have y'all ever offered a German a drink before? They usually don't say no. My father-in-law and wife really know how to rage. He goes on to explain that he's here with his brother, but he left with some girl to go to a dig site as she's an archaeologist. The group says that they would like to come along with Matthias to hit up that temple. The girls take some convincing, but eventually they are down for it and then choose to leave the next morning. But then Amy makes the biggest rookie mistake you can possibly make before having to get up early the next morning. She drinks too much out at the beach. Amy tries to dance with Jeff, but he's kind of not feeling it, so Jeff decides to go to bed, leaving Amy completely hammered, and her being the great person that she is, starts dancing with Matthias. She attempts to kiss him, but he's like, nah, I'm not feeling it. Good dude. Amy, on the other hand, is a turbo loser. The next morning, Jeff finds the Greeks from Matthias's group had passed out on the beach, so likely they aren't going to be coming. Stacy and Eric are getting up, which we gotta blur this out because it isn't educational like the naked yoga that you can find on YouTube for some bizarre reason, which that's not even a joke. Like, what is going on with this site? And that's why we got that YouTube red, baby. Anyways, Amy is blowing chunks in the toilet and then copping an attitude with Jeff, which I'm not sure she has a leg to stand on to be upsetty, but after some convincing, Jeff gets her up and they all head out to the temple. Going into town, they realize it's roughly about 11 miles to the temple, or 18 kilometers, and then another 4-kilometer hike, or 2-ish miles. They find a taxi to take them, and when they initially ask the guy, he says that it's no good and he won't take them. But they pay him off. If they want to meet their end, that's their own business, so he agrees to take them out there. After arriving, they find the other vehicles there, and then the taxi takes off. Matthias luckily has a world phone, and Eric makes a joke about his phone working by saying like, can you hear me now? Keep in mind, it's a joke. That'll suck later. They walk over, and Eric almost spills the beans about Amy trying to make out with people, but either Jeff is unaware or he doesn't care. My money was on him just basically dumping her when they got back. But as they stop, they find 2 children standing in the woods watching them. Matthias then finds the path that they need to go to. It's also covered up by a bunch of fronds, which likely should have been an indicator that things weren't going to be great. Like, they had been ignoring a lot of warnings so far. Eventually, they exit the jungle and come out to a completely cleared area around the temple, which is fairly unusual since it's supposed to be abandoned. As they take pictures, a man exits the jungle and yells at them to stop in another language. They assume it has to be some sort of toll as Amy takes pictures and keeps taking pictures. Jeff tells her to stop and stay still. Jeff holds up money as more men exit the jungle. Matthias shows the man friend his world phone and says that he's looking for his hermano, which it means brother. And then Amy continues to move and take pictures. As she does, she backs up towards the temple, stepping on the plants behind her, which sends the men into a freak out as they draw their force multipliers and bows. Seriously, Amy, you suck so hard. In an effort to calm everyone down, the Greek goes and gets the camera from Amy and then walks it over to the men, but he catches an arrow probably right in the aortic arch and then catches some lead to the dome. The group freaks out and Matthias grabs his pack and they all run up the stairs to the top of the temple. I hate you, Amy. As they observe the surroundings, more men exit the jungle and now they're stuck up there. Matthias checks the tents for anyone, but every one of them are gone. They ask Eric if he has any signal and then Amy gets upset with him because she doesn't know what a joke is and begins reeing. I mean, I know I'm going hard on Amy right now, but God help me, I hate this character. They then ask Matthias if he has his phone, but the man down there still has it. As they observe the mines down below, as well as women and children, continue to come out of the jungle and wait. Jeff says that the Greeks or the hotel or someone will come for them, they just need to remain calm. As they begin discussing rationing their water, they hear a cell phone ring from down in the temple. They assume it to be Matthias's brother, so they create a harness for him and send him down. Halfway down though, the rope ends up snapping. Matthias survives the fall but is paralyzed as he broke his spine, which that totally blows. And then at this point they send down a girl, to which Amy complains, asking why him or Eric can't go, but they really aren't strong enough to lift them back out, so they can't work the crank. So then Stacy decides to go when really they should have just thrown Amy down there. As Stacy is lowered down, we see the plants outside are also on the inside of the temple. Getting to the bottom, we see Matthias, which as stated, he explains he can't feel his legs, and Stacy also slices open her knee on something. She yells up Matthias's state, and Jeff says that they need to build a backboard. Jeff tells Amy that she needs to go down there, but she is refusing because she doesn't want to, and instead says they need to call someone. I mean, honestly, at this point, like I said, just throw her into the Temple of Doomshoe, please God. Instead, Amy tries to get the mines to help them, which doesn't work at all, surprise, surprise, and then Amy rips some of the plant off the temple and throws it and hits a kid. The kid freaks out, and then they just straight up dome the kid on the spot. Pretty brutal. Way to go, Amy. You're now responsible for ending a child. Back in the temple, Stacy continues to hear the phone ring. As she goes to look, she can't see it, but she's freaking out a bit. Up top, they got the backboard built and are ready to go. They lower Amy down, and now they have to figure out how to move Matthias. They try to move him the best possible way they can, but judging by that crunching sound, which you guys can't hear, but I could hear, that spinal cord is completely shredded at this point. Complete bummer, man. You're probably not going to walk again. Up top, they decide that they can't move him again or risk even further damage to his spine. Jeff has a moment of hope finding plane tickets, and he deduces someone will come looking for them, and with that breadcrumb trail with the Greeks, they assume many people, including hotel security, might come looking for them too. Amy tries to calm Stacy down as they all go to sleep, and looking over the temple, many fires are lit around, showing that people are definitely still out there. The next morning, as Jeff pees on the plants, he finds that they have bloomed. He then sees a watch and finds a person in the plants completely desiccated. Stacy then wakes up to find the plants on the temple have wrapped around her legs. Eric then starts pulling the plants out of her wounds on her legs. Amy is outside at this point, and Matthias says that he needs to see his legs, and then finds that the plants are all over his wounds. Jeff begins ripping them out of Matthias, but on Stacy they see plant spores are all over her clothing. Realizing that something is up with this temple, Stacy heads into the temple to find the source of the phone ringing to get help along with Amy. As they move through the temple with their fire, they can't really locate the source, and as they move in further, they realize that there is a person in the plants in the wall. They move her and then find the phone is not ringing at all as it's completely broken. As they continue to hear the ringing noise, they hold the fire up to one of the flowers and find that the flower is actually mimicking the ringing. Amy reaches out and the plant begins attacking immediately, taking the fire away as they both run out. Stacy gets got for a second but is freed as they start getting pulled out of the temple before the plants can grab them. Amy tells them that the flowers were mimicking the noise, and she tells Jeff that she's not staying here, which I mean, you're more than welcome to go out there and get force multiplied out in the sand, to be honest with you. Then Jeff says the most ironic thing I think I've ever heard: 4 Americans on vacation just don't disappear. I mean, they absolutely do. Unsolved Mysteries is like completely riddled with those stories. But Jeff is just scared. But he does mention keeping their wounds covered, which is the ultimate good thinking. As Jeff brings Matthias some water, the dude is looking pretty bad, and considering his spine is snapped like a twig, that makes sense. Jeff checks on Matthias's legs, and they are completely infected. Septicemia has begun setting in, which is a bone infection, and Jeff says that they need to cut off his legs to save his life or he won't last a day. Matthias then agrees, says basically cut them off as it'll save his life. They give him a belt to bite down on just in case it hurts, but considering he's paralyzed, I don't think that's going to be an issue. They use a rock to break the tibia and fibula and are fairly successful. Also, unfortunately, this has to be straight up blurred because no fun allowed. Having been successful careful, they leave the legs, to which the plants immediately come out and take them, showing that the plants are actively hunting them and are aware when pieces of them are falling off. Later that night, Jeff is down in the sand pacing, seeing how exactly the locals are reacting to his movements as they keep in pace as well. Eric sits outside with Amy and they talk about how basically screwed they are, getting everyone into the mood of depression. But as they talk, the plants begin playing tricks on Stacy. They begin mimicking sounds of Amy hooking up with Eric to sow discontent in the group. But honestly, it's not like Amy can really be trusted, so I really don't blame Stacy. While the group argues about what's happening, the plants officially come for Matthias, going down his throat, and they end him by presumably either severing his brainstem or constricting the heart and stopping it. Eric says, well, thank God we cut off his legs, which was pretty funny, but this freaks out Stacy. She's aware the plants are inside of her, and as she screams at Eric, the plants begin to mimic her voice, which is absolutely horrifying. Out front of the temple, the locals are salting the ground to keep whatever this plant is at bay, so it doesn't spread any further. Jeff and Amy have a moment where Amy tries to say that she didn't do anything, like a liar, but Jeff says it really doesn't matter, hinting that he already knows they're screwed. Meanwhile, in the tent, Stacy has the plants moving under her skin. The rest of the group is alerted, and then Jeff cuts into the skin to pull the plants out and get a hold of it, and then he throws it away. He gets the two largest of the plants out, but there's a problem. Her body is absolutely riddled with these things, and she knows it too. In fact, one is inside of her head as it moves across her brow line. She notices the group kind of get pensive about it, which confirms her freak out. While everyone is asleep later, Stacy is gonna cut this nonsense out. She gets the knife and begins cutting open her skin to get rid of the plants while the flowers open up around her, showing it's aware of her presence. Eric then exits the tent to find that she has cut herself all over to get the plants out. I can't really blame her. I'd probably do the same thing. Jeff then tries to get the knife, and then she cuts Jeff on his hand, which injures him, obviously. But Eric comes up to kind of, get the knife away from her, and then Stacy totally claps him with the knife in the chest. So he's gone now. And at this point, the plants come to collect his body, and Jeff isn't able to help with his injury. Having just ended her boyfriend in a bout of lunacy, Stacy requests to be ended on the spot, and Jeff obliges, leaving only Amy and Jeff left. Jeff then comes up with a terrible plan because it involves Amy surviving. He uses the blood from Stacy and covers Amy. He then carries her down the stairs and lays her on the sand. He yells at the mines and distracts them long enough when he says the code word Amy, and then she gets up and takes off running. Jeff then takes a few arrows center mass and eventually gets domed. Amy continues running off into the jungle, gets the Jeep started, and unfortunately, the person who was the biggest loser turns out to be the only survivor, which is amazingly annoying. Like, of all the people who deserve to get got, the most unlikable character survives. Real bruh moment. Later on, the Greeks actually do show up, but odds are they're going to fare even worse because, Amy's not going to come back with any help because she sucks. So, humans and plants. We go way back. Our symbiotic relationship of each of us giving one another air to function is fantastic for each other's survival. Unless, of course, it's happening, in which case it's not so great for our survival. But occasionally, plants have been known to be less than symbiotic with animal species. In areas of extremely low nutrient availability, plants may turn to a much more predatory nature in order to help them survive the more harsh environment that they find themselves in. Animals do it too, as eating their own young if the environment is barren of food, or humans turning to cannibalism should the situation be dire enough. So it's not like we can really blame plants for, eating us. But to understand what the vines these plants are and how they adapted to snacking on humans, we must first try to figure out what are their origins initially and go from there. Now, probably the first and most obvious type of plant that everyone would immediately think of when hearing about a carnivorous plant is the Venus flytrap. This plant, for all those across the pond who may not know of these, essentially the plant is able to snap shut when an insect or small amphibian enters the two leaves. As the plant closes around the animal, it can suffocate it and then over time extract the nutrients from its body. Now, the thing about carnivorous plants is they're just receiving nutrients from the animal. They will still undergo photosynthesis and need it to survive, which will be important later. So with all that said, what sort of plant is located in the temple? Well, for this specific plant, obviously, it's nothing like what we have seen, but instead, it's a type of carnivorous plant that needed to adapt to its changing environment and also likely to the activities of the locals in the area, and all this would come together to create a creature where people go to meet their end. I believe this specific plant that we are dealing with in this instance is actually a form of sundew carnivorous plant for multiple reasons, but the largest one being the look, movement, and location of this plant. So first things first, the location lines up perfectly. Sundews are typically located in North America in the US along coastal regions and up into the interior of Canada. But down in the lower portions of North America, they are located in an area known as the Yucatan Peninsula, which also just happens to be where this movie takes place. So considering the geography of this area is nailed down and pointing to the sundew plant, what other sort of context clues can we look for? Well, the sundew, or Drosera, carnivora is its actual name, they are also the fastest carnivorous plants, able to turn a full 180 degrees in about a minute. It can easily catch the prey that it needs to survive, as insects aren't really expecting a plant to snatch them up. And with the movement from the plants in the ruins, it's clear to see that these are also moving around the same speed, but possibly a little faster considering how they body Matthias so quickly. Also taking into consideration the extreme environment that the sundews can thrive in, they need very little soil nutrition, if any, which is exactly what you will find in the temple, as likely the soil there hasn't been replenished in hundreds, if not thousands of years. But what I would say points to this being the sundew are the adaptations that we see left over from its previous form to the form that it has become now. Sundews form somewhat vine-like projections with a bulb on the end, and these bulbs are in turn covered in a hair-like filament that can wrap around insects and move quickly to do so. They require full to part sun, like to have cool, dry places during the summer, enter a dormancy period during the winter, bloom in the spring, exiting that dormancy, and enjoy warm, temperate climates to tropical environments. Essentially, they are a hardy plant that has been successful in many different environments. Pertaining to specifically the hairs for a moment though, these protrusions help them sense their environment around them, so if something comes into contact with the hair, but also it can stick creatures. When a creature is caught, this helps the plant recognize that food is here as it wraps around it and suffocates the insect, but also the plant releases enzymes onto the insect to begin dissolving it away for consumption, which can lead to its desiccation. So now, taking what we know about the Mayan temples and what they were used for way back in the day, we can make some assumptions about this specific temple. Now, there's the common thinking that decapitation and heart extraction during blood rituals was fairly common, and I mean, it really was. With that said though, there were many different ways to bite the dust in Mayan society. Arrow sacrifice by being shot with an arrow was pretty common. Bloodletting was also kind of something that happened a lot of the time, but for this particular temple usage, I believe the method was hurling a person down a sinkhole, or in this case, just a pit. High status prisoners, or those chosen specifically, would be sacrificed by being dropped into the hole for the nourishment of the Mayan gods. This was a fairly common practice back in the day, but what I imagine happened was something began to take notice of this blood and meat being dropped down in the hole. Sometime in the past, the plant native to the area may have had a few of its spores drift into the actual drop point. Having found a cool, dry soil underneath, the plant would continue to grow, and with the added benefit of the bodies being dropped in, it was more than enough to sustain the plant as it grew. Eventually, the Mayans would likely notice this type of plant was growing outside the temple. As the rituals continued, possibly during the spring when plants first exit their dormant period, it's likely that the Mayans could have actually made a connection that the plant may have been somehow related to a god, which would have ensured that the ritual continued and the plants would be fed. To stop the plants, probably from the issues that would arise from them spreading into the surrounding plant life, the soil would be salted to keep it at bay, but humans would still be sacrificed over time to the plants. What's most interesting is that this would have likely inspired the adaptations that we have seen amongst the carnivorous plant. Now, the plant is a plant, mind-blowing I know, and even with it being fed by sacrifices, its main goal is to thrive and survive. With a large portion of the plant in the temple being protected from the sun, the plant leaves located outside the temple would be providing glucose to the rest of the plant underneath via photosynthesis, which satiates the part and full sun requirements. But the most interesting adaptation is how the plant is able to lure humans to their demise. The same hairs that can be used to produce a ringing sound of a cell phone to get Amy and Stacy to head further into the temple likely are also the same hairs that can sense when a creature is around. Using the compressional waves in the air, the plant can, in effect, learn these patterns and reproduce them, although, just to be clear, there is no real understanding of what these compressional waves mean. It's just an indication of what's around is likely food. Now, because of this would mean that maybe mating noises produced by an insect would be pulling in more insects, or possibly the call of a bird or another animal would basically attract the attention of that species. But this would also be born out of the specialization due to its isolated area it finds itself in, as it's not able to spread further past that temple. As the plant was initially growing, the hairs may have become specialized in this way by humans above the temple, talking, interacting, and making noise in general. With less insects to kind of need the hairs for it, they eventually became a way to get unwary prey to once again walk into the trap by getting them to either approach the temple or getting them to move deeper into the temple subsurface to look for the source of the noise that maybe that person was hearing. Another interesting thing to note is the plant reacts to noise, but also seems to have chemoreceptors located likely somewhere on those same hairs to understand when a prey is injured. In Matthias's case, he wasn't being loud, but the argument taking place, coupled with his lack of legs, made the plants realize that he was close, and thus he was ended rather quickly. When Stacy goes to sleep, odds are the plants can hear the rhythmic snoring or breathing of a person as it wrapped around her legs because she had her leg closest to the door. And it was able to enter her wound slowly and do something that gives credence to the spring hypothesis as it infected her with spores. But also, after Eric was stabbed in the chest, the plant realized very quickly that he was injured because of the blood coming from his chest, and it dragged him into the plant. But back to the spores, as seen on her shirt when they were attacked by the plant, black mold-like spores can be seen. This would indicate that this plant may actually be pollinating with contact spores, allowing the creature to spread, but considering the soil is salted outside, it can't get much further than that. However, with the people inside, the spores are able to use the nutrition of the body and grow wildly out of control rather quickly, which this is what we have seen when it grows so quickly under Stacy's skin. Skin appears to be a rather good deterrent, however, and it keeps the vines from accessing the body's meat, because any other location or hole in your body, you would probably notice pretty quickly and react very strongly as long as you were able to fight back if a plant was trying to, get in there. So the most probable line of thinking is that these plants began to understand wounds on animals as they were dropped into the temple every year for a sacrifice. So because of this, whatever was making noise, or when blood was sensed by either the hairs or a giant thud noise was sensed by the flowers when somebody was dropped in, it's basically like ringing a dinner bell. So you're sitting there asking yourself, okay, so how do you beat this thing? Well, that's kind of a complicated issue, isn't it? The reality of this thing is it's a freaking plant. Odds are you could just drop a bunch of gasoline into the pit and light it up. Do the same on the outside of the temple and you've basically cleansed it. But the main issue is you have to contend with the Mayans on the outside who may still see it as a literal embodiment of a god. Really, the easiest way to actually stop this thing is to continue to salt the soil around the temple and erect a structure overhead blocking sunlight. Now, the stipulation of this is it cannot touch the actual temple, otherwise the plant could just literally grow up it. Sort of like how you've seen vines grow up any type of structure. But as mentioned previously, the plant requires the nutrients of bodies, but it still does have to complete photosynthesis to actually stay alive. With the sun blocked over the entire temple, the plants would have nowhere to go to receive sun and would expire rather quickly as they couldn't tread into the salted soil at all. Perhaps the Mayans also believe they are containing it from spreading by feeding it and appeasing it every year, when in reality, they're the only ones keeping it alive. And this is why they literally dome one of their own when they get hit by the plant, as they are clearly experiencing a massive amount of superstition surrounding it. So the most logical way would be to stand out in front of the salted soil far enough back not to get kind of got with this and keep attempting communication, because otherwise you have to go up into the little temple of horrors, which the plants do still possess the capability of bodying you rather easily. Ultimately, the plant itself is incredibly easy to take out. In fact, they touch the plants several times with very little issue. They have the capability of creating fire on top of the temple, so my main plan would be just burn it all down. I mean, hey, if I'm going out, I'm taking it with me. Take rocks, start cutting vines apart, letting them dry out in the sun, creating a pile, then light that bad boy up and just start burning everything outside. But don't forget, you're human and really still faster than a plant. Plants inside the temple are another story entirely, however, because there's so many of them. And this would require much more fuel to burn, but the plants on the outside are gone, and then it's just a waiting game. So either go with Jeff's premise and then kind of wait until these super early hours in the morning when the guards outside the soil areas are likely tired, and then attempt to make a run for it. And considering they have fires and you're in the dark, your night vision might actually be better than theirs. Either way, the plants would be exceedingly easy to put down. I mean, likely all you would really need is like weed be gone. And I would say Amy would come back with armed forces to deal with the threat, but she strikes me as a complete turd who isn't going to do much of anything to help others or rectify an issue, so those Greeks are screwed. Does art imitate life, or does life imitate art? Well, in today's episode, we're going to sorta quasi-blur that line. Taking place on planet Earth, a Slagathor known as Beth, along with 4 others, all meet up at a casino in China to rage, drink, take random pictures with complete strangers, as you do, and in general, just have a good time. However, someone at some point was infected with a mystery disease that has an extremely quick incubation time as well as high virulence. So quick, in fact, that the next day they are already exhibiting symptoms, but despite this, they go back to their original countries of origins to spread that illness amongst their homeland's people. So in today's episode, we'll be discussing how on point this movie is with reality in a lot of ways, what the virus is, and how it affects the meat suits of those afflicted. Okay, so quick announcement. I was looking through my subscriber thing, and a lot of y'all are watching but not subscribed, so if you like the content and want to be updated, feel free to sub so that you know when I post. And also, I finally got like a real artist to help me with merchandise, so I'm working on that currently. I ran a poll recently, and it seems to be kind of in favor favorite merchandise, so we'll be doing that. So anyways, moving on. So as per usual, you will see a timestamp up on screen to head to, or use the pretty neato chapters thing in the actual progress bar, but heading to that point, you can bypass a summary of the movie, although I thought it was definitely pretty interesting and worth a watch if you actually haven't seen it. Or hey, maybe you just watch it here, since I'm about to really just spoil the entire thing for you. Also, don't be put off by the Goop Queen here. We won't have to worry about her for too long. So let's get to why we should probably all not board a plane if we are feeling sick, shall we? So we start off our story with coughing. Well, that already lines up. Beth Ermhoff is sitting in an airport looking rather unwell. It's day 2 currently, and she gets a call from John Neal, Mr. Suave over here, who just hooked up with her, and then she bolted. Now, normally that wouldn't be too bad of a thing, but as mentioned previously, Slagathor, it's really the perfect name, has a husband and kids. Nice, Beth. She's touching everything around her and then hands her card off. Across the way, we see a sick man is moving through his town. He's sweating and a little disoriented as he heads home. Meanwhile, back in London, Mrs. Sweats over here drops off a binder full of something, assuring that since she's touched that thing, whatever she has is definitely going to be spreading to that room. As she drives through London, she's looking kind of rough. She gets home and then the maids find her, and starting with the feet, they have turned ashen, showing that poor blood circulation is heading in that area, and her pupils are dilated out as she's foaming for the mouth. Meanwhile, back in the good old US of A, Beth looks on at her Alderson Company packet, having returned back to Minneapolis. She signs some crap and then walks in with her family. She hugs her kid, which, well, he's a goner now. And then, back across the planet again, a businessman heads to Tokyo and is exhibiting much of the same symptoms as everyone else, as he works for the same company. As he rides the bus, he's sweating, uncomfortable, and then eventually collapses. While this is going on, the original guy back in China is leaving his complex, likely to go get help. Seeing as he's one giant walking vector, of course he sweatily touches everything and then coughs on children in the elevator. Great times. Eventually, as he's walking through the fish market, he's beginning to have kind of a kaleidoscope vision. This causes him to wander out in the road and then be hit by a truck. On day 3, we jump over to the CDC with, wait, is that Morpheus? It is! Walking up to the visitor section, which fun fact, everyone can access with a day pass, the real scientists go to another parking garage. Well, I guess actually that's not 100% true. From the front axis, it does have some scientists that come through. But anyhow, Morpheus is stopped by a janitor and they talk about his son, and then Morpheus says that he will call someone to check in on his mental state. Out at San Francisco, we come across a man named Alex, who is the first to notice this case. He is currently pitching it to the papers, but they aren't buying it. He mentions how he believes it comes from the fish markets and that obviously they need to pick up this story, to which they decline, and he decides he just needs to put it on his blog. As he threatens the paper, she mentions how they need more information to go off of than just what he's providing, but it's showing already that he's willing to go off very minimal information to jump to conclusions, which historically is a great thing. Meanwhile, Mitch goes to pick up his son Clark at school as he's got a temperature of over 100 degrees and the same cough that his mom has. Oh, by the way, it's near Thanksgiving, so that's not exactly ideal because everybody knows about Black Friday. On day 4, Beth isn't looking wonderful. As she stands there, she begins looking kind of rough and then convulsing on the ground and foaming at the mouth. They think it's a seizure as she's brought in, then they end up losing her fairly quickly as she begins seizing on the table again. The doctor explains this, but Mitch doesn't look too upset by the news, which is, I don't know if this is acting or what, but they discuss how it's not measles or H1N1, which was the only thing over there, but it does have some of the symptoms of herpes causing encephalitis, which, I mean, wouldn't surprise me with Beth. As Mitch heads home, he gets a call from the babysitter that something is wrong, and then he runs inside the house to find that his son has already flatlined out, a lot like how his mother has. Which, man, Mitch is kind of getting screwed by all this. On to day 5 at the WHO, they believe the cases are coming from Hong Kong, to which China begins shutting down at this point and quarantining immediately. They discuss how fast it's happening and possibly where it came from. Meanwhile, Mr. John O'Neill from Chicago flatlines, and then his wife comes out to find that he is a piece of crap. Man, Beth and John really got what was coming to them. During the autopsy of Beth, they find that her brain has degraded to some degree, more so than what could be considered normal, which would imply that this thing may be attacking neural tissue. And at this point, an infection investigator is called in, which is actually a real thing. People specifically pick to put together how things work and where this might have come from. In this case, it's Dr. Erin Mears. She heads to Minneapolis to begin her investigation. While this is happening, it's determined that Mitch is actually immune from the virus for some reason, and his daughter is freaking out as she would. Back in a meeting, God, I remember these, they discuss how the virus is spreading. They believe it to be respiratory at this point, and also fomite, meaning that surfaces can play a huge role in how this thing spreads, and that the virus must be stable enough to exist in a hostile environment, such as the environment that we live in, for long enough to be transmissible. The WHO is reluctant to react as they scared everyone with the swine flu, their words not mine, and it didn't do much of anything. Interesting to say the least, isn't it? Art and life and all that. Heading over to the BSL-4, and that's where they keep the good stuff, or Biosafety Level 4 laboratory, which you don't want to be in there unless you really have an interest in the disease you're working on. They begin attempting to grow the virus in various tissues to no avail, as it keeps destroying any cell they put it in. Also, I love how wooden the interaction between the scientists are. Basically, that's spot on. You ever try to talk to a fellow scientist in a lab? It's like pulling teeth. Then again, back when I worked in a lab, I was likely the most sociable. As they discuss how the virus affects the body, they come to the conclusion the body didn't even try to mount an effective resistance to the virus. It truly had no idea what to do with it concerning the virus, which is even more interesting in present times, which we will discuss a little later on. The virus just continued to grow out of control in their meat suits. Alan continues to harass others, and Morpheus is pulled into the Homeland Security office because the feds are a little suspicious that this was a planned event, which is by nature how they are supposed to think. I mean, that's sort of their job, and they connected it to how it is near a holiday at all times. The feds suggest that maybe someone altered bird flu, to which Morpheus says the birds are already altering bird flu. Nobody actually has to do anything. It could still screw us up regardless. Oh, and if you haven't noticed yet, this is like a Contagion movie mystery thing and not just like some crazy apocalyptic event. Dr. Mears talks to everyone who may have had contact with the infected. They then find out that Beth's driver may have come into contact with her, and he's got the same cough and sweats as everyone else who was infected. A team shows up with masks to cover him up in an attempt to stop it from spreading, but everyone on that bus is probably screwed. Dr. Mears now interviews Mitch and mentions Beth had a layover in Chicago, and was there anyone there that she might have talked to? This kind of rustles the jimmies of Mitch, as he knows John Neal is in Chicago and she wasn't supposed to be there. After realizing his wife is a piece of trash, he's pretty upset about the whole ordeals, as Dr. Mears just spilled the whole beans about his marriage basically being a sham. Later on, they end up actually discovering where it came from. After modeling how it interacts with both the lungs and brains of people, they showed that it had both pig and bat sequences. Basically, it was picking up keys to different species to interact with their cells, and it was figuring out how human cells work faster than how humans were figuring it out. So it was a novel virus with a mortality rate in the low 20s with no vaccine. And if that doesn't get me the yellow symbol of lameness, I actually don't know what will. So the doctors decide to call all the private run labs and tell them to cook their samples. It's a BSL-4 issue only. And then the doctor, known as Dr. Sussman, who does some sus things, responds with something that is literally the most spot on thing I've ever heard. If you limit this to a BSL-4 government lab, it will take forever to figure out. Yes, it will. You gotta love bureaucracy and protocols. But he doesn't destroy his samples, he keeps on working. On day 8, many cities are actually infected in the US alone. To this, the WHO sends scientists to Hong Kong to determine the origin of the disease. After walking through and looking at all the patients who first dropped, the lines begin forming of how this might be happening. So by day 8, they aren't able to grow the virus as well properly, so they can't test anything on it. And meanwhile, Sun Feng mentions how there's an outbreak in his village, to which the WHO doctor says sorry, but doesn't really seem that sorry. Anyways, back at the private lab, the doctor continues working on the virus sample under the guise that he was going to destroy them. He was able to grow the virus, to which he immediately forwards the data on the MEV1 virus, which is the first step to creating a vaccine. On the other side of the planet, Alan is talking to a pharma guy to help get a possible cure. In this case, it's known as Forsythia, which is a plant. Seeing as this thing is kicking off, Dr. Mears requisitions a large facility for triage and treatment. Some random asks, is it coming out of their budget or hers, which is also spot on complaint during a freaking pandemic. People get really upset about budgets. Back at Mitch's house, the paranoia warranted is starting to set in. Andrew comes over to see Mitch's daughter, and he basically sends him packing and doesn't want flowers. And then we get to see what Beth was doing at the casino and who she was interacting with. The WHO doctor is watching footage of who she was with and where she was. The doctor suggests that the virus started in Hong Kong, which they say is just a guess, and it probably didn't. Nobody wants to take the blame for a virus popping up in their country. Ah, art and life. Am I right? On day 14, Dr. Mears is boned. She wakes up with a cough very similar to the cough of those infected with MEV1, and she quickly calls around trying to get information on who was around her and if they are infected. As you know, other sicknesses still do exist. She then calls Dr. Cheever and says that she's sick. She discusses her symptoms, and he tells her to stay in her room, and he's going to try to get her home healthy if he can. Also, Mitch can't get his wife and stepson buried, which is, well, sort of a bummer. But then again, if I couldn't bury my cheating wife and stepson, I mean, I guess that would kind of explain, why he wasn't really too upset about his wife. Anyways, examining the casino footage, it shows that Slagathor is once again calling John Neal and discussing cheating. She leaves her phone behind, and that's how she comes into contact with the girl from England. She then has her drink touched by the waiter from Hong Kong, and that's how he dropped. Then, the Hong Kong scientist working with the WHO doctor says the Americans and French actually have the cure to the virus. They're manufacturing it in secret, but the WHO is actually in cahoots with the Americans, which made me bust out laughing. But it makes the Hong Kong strong, scientists suspicious of the WHO doctor. Also, Forsythia didn't work on Sun Fang's mother, but he suggests it was because she wasn't strong enough, which it just didn't work at all because it's a plant. As they go to leave, they abduct Dr. Lenora, which is the WHO doctor, saying they need to use her for ransom for getting them pushed to the front of the line to get the vaccine. I mean, she could have just resisted at least the smallest amount. Anyway, Sun Fang shows her his village, or what's left of it, and says she needs to help. Meanwhile, out at the facility, Dr. Mir set up. She's now a patient there, and she's not doing too well. At the Department of Homeland Security, they tell Dr. Cheever they can't pick her up as a congressman has priority. Because, you know, Congress. And then he also goes on to say that they're about to shut down state borders to contain the virus. Dr. Cheever is concerned that this will cause a panic, and he's right. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles on that. He tells Dr. Cheever to keep quiet until they need to tell everyone. During Alan's vlog, he takes Forsythia to see if it combats MEV1. During this, Dr. Cheever calls his wife to say that things are beginning to break down. Nurses are striking because they don't have a way to actually combat the virus, and are really just putting sick people next to healthy people, hoping that the healthy people don't get sick. So really, it's just a skeleton crew of volunteers currently helping out with triage. He then tells his wife that she needs to leave now and don't stop and don't tell anyone. While he did this, the janitor was outside his office, and now he knows that the jig is up. It's time to panic. Dr. Cheever's wife then tells her friends, completely violating what Dr. Cheever told her not to do, and then she says that her friend needs to get out of Dodge as well. Basically now it's a giant information leak, pretty standard. So things are getting pretty crazy on day 18. There's a giant run on Forsythia, and they can only give out about 50 doses. People start rioting over it and burning stuff down and looting, which is what humans do when they're scared. The individual person isn't so bad, but a group of us, man, we are dumb. Mitch and his daughter try to leave and then head into Wisconsin, but they aren't able to cross the bridge, and that would be my cue to find a side road, if I'm being honest. As Alan walks around the city dropping propaganda, he talks about how his house got broken into for Forsythia, which is ironic considering he started a lot of this panic, or at least helped it. Across the continent, Dr. Mears has officially bitten the dust at this point to the virus, as she's buried with the others in a mass grave. Guess she didn't get picked up in time. So now that people are good and scared, an interview was done with Dr. Cheever and Alan for some reason, and as they discuss what's happening and why people shouldn't panic, Alan accuses Dr. Cheever of just being in it for the money and that they are suppressing a cure. Art and life! Dr. Cheever tries to defend himself, but Alan fires back that if it wasn't the case, why did he know something was about to happen but only chose to tell his family about it, which basically destroys Dr. Cheever's credibility and then freaks everyone out even further. Remember, at the end of the day, everyone is human. Because of that, as mentioned by the janitor, we all got people. Most of the institutions in place are just trying to help and make things better, just for your own information. At this point, the virus has mutated into a highly divergent state, which gives them a way to maybe create a vaccine. They go on to discuss the issues they are having. They used the dead virus first and immune boosters, but that yielded no results. Now they have to use a live altered virus to see if that gives them what they need, specifically antibodies to the virus, which the issue is the live virus could revert back to a wild type and body the host as a result, which as you might imagine isn't great. With the updated info, the virus at this point is around 25% to 30% lethality rate, and considering it's projected to basically infect 1 in 12 in the entire world population, with a rate that high, about 145 million people would drop because of the disease. So the entire planet is quarantined at this point, much like how we were back in 2020, and on day 26, things are looking a little dicey. The MREs the military was giving out are running low, and everything is shutting down. Riots are breaking out, more looting, and overrunning the trucks with the food. Again, humans in groups, not too bright. After 2.5 million people in the US dropped, they have now started issuing mandatory curfews. Cops have stopped showing up to work, and as a result, people's houses are getting broken into and nobody is coming to help. Day 29, Mitch then breaks into a neighbor's house who got bodied a few days earlier and begins stealing food because people gotta eat. He goes back inside to look for his daughter and finds that she is hanging out with Andrew during all this crap, which angers Mitch pretty heavily. Kids. They're basically just dumb adults. Disclaimer though, they're not really just like adults. They're actually quite different. Like even pain medication can screw a kid up, but not touch an adult. Anyways, back in the labs, Allie begins discussing how she thinks vaccine 57 may work. Homeland Security wants to put it in the water supply to cure everyone at once, but Allie declines. Instead, she injects herself with the vaccine 57 to test it, see if it works or not. She then visits her dad, who has the virus and is succumbing to the disease because she needs an exposure event from him to see if it works. I mean, really, she could have got an exposure event from anybody, but this kind of just ensures she can see her dad. At this point, the vaccine seems effective and she doesn't drop. Now the question is, who gets the vaccine first? Jumping ahead to day 131, society is still crumbling as they ramp up production of this vaccine. Aubrey was attacked by men, not important, and at this point, Alan is discussing making money with the pharma guy about Forsythia and how the new vaccine will have some side effects in like 10 years or so. Just life, man. I'm telling you, there's so many parallels. But it's a trap. Because of his panic-inducing rants, he has become something of a celebrity and isn't willing to let it go. Homeland Security got involved and nabbed him, though I think he technically still falls under freedom of speech, so not really sure how that's gonna go. On day 133, they now have a lottery system to determine who gets the vaccine based on birthdays on ping pong balls, and Dr. Cheever says Allie needs to actually take credit for her findings, as everyone is pretty jazzed. Mitch's daughter is pretty upset that she's on lockdown for another 144 more days, which, I mean, it's kind of just get over it sort of deal. Oh, and by the way, the doctor is still kidnapped. They negotiate a trade for her and soon is given a placebo vaccine for his village in exchange for Dr. Lenora. I feel like she's got some sort of Stockholm syndrome going on, as I'm assuming when she's at the airport and she gets the real vaccine, she then runs back to the village. Alan, at this point, has his blood taken. He lied about being infected with the virus as he has no antibodies to it, and it was all just a hoax. But he made bail regardless, and they let him go for now. Now, I hope I saw this correctly. I believe Dr. Cheever was given vaccines for his wife and himself, but instead he gives one of the vaccines to his wife and then gives the other vaccine to Roger the janitor's son so that they know he will be okay. On day 135, mass vaccination sites begin opening up as humanity begins to get ahead of the virus and slow its spreading. Then Mitch's daughter has her prom with Andrew as Mitch cries over his terrible wife, and then we see where the virus actually came from and who is responsible. Beth's company, Alderson, knocked down some trees which disturbed some bats, who then dropped infected bananas into a pig's cage, which was eaten by the pigs, which resulted in infection. Those pigs were then brought to the casino to be served, where a chef was infected and then held hands with Mitch's wife on day 1. Pandemic started because Beth needed to hold hands with everyone. So, first things first, when examining the outcome of a disease, it's easy to let emotions get in the way of what's happening. I mean, after all, we are human. Seizures, convulsions, sweating, disorientation, all of those are merely symptoms of what your body is currently enduring and attempting to cope with, or in this case, MEV1, but it wasn't really successfully coping with it. It is important to remember that at the end of the day, it's an invasive organism or virus, and what you are experiencing are just the reactions to it being in your body. So with that very obvious statement out of the way, let's take a look at the actual symptoms of MEV1 and try to figure out why the doctor called them herpes at the beginning, because interestingly, cold sores could possibly induce a lot of similar symptoms if you didn't know. When a person was first infected with MEV1, they appear at the beginning to exhibit symptoms of malaise and a cough. Seeing as the virus infects the lung tissue as well as the neural tissue, your body would first and foremost attempt to decrease the viral load by coughing, which is exactly what the virus wants. As the body becomes more and more aware of this invader and the invader in its midst, it will begin activating other immune responses in an effort to counter it. When it does, this results in the high-grade fever in the low 100s as the body is attempting to burn out whatever is infecting the cells. The issue is, however, this will ultimately be fruitless once you start displaying symptoms. By day 2, the cough is getting worse and the fever is depleting your meat suit faster and faster, as well as the virus ransacking you. What was said that is highly interesting is that your body doesn't even know what to do with the virus. While not completely true, it's much more likely related to the incubation period more than anything else, which let's go on to talk about how the innate immune system kind of reacts to virus infections versus the adaptive immune system. When a virus first enters the body and begins infecting cells and replicating, those cells will send out messages to alert the rest of the body that a major bruh moment is currently happening. That's right, I can relate to the youth. These messages are secreted from the cell into the bloodstream and surrounding matrix, and they are known as interferons. This tells your phagocytes that some sort of infection is taking place and help is needed. After picking up this signal, the body's innate immune system is now activated as the phagocytes enter the area where the infection is, and in this case, the viral infection, and then begin scooping up viruses and breaking them down. Now, this is all well and good if it's just kind of your standard infection of viruses. While the flu can in fact be lethal, if it's just a minor virus like rhinovirus and you're not immunocompromised, the phagocytes can keep the infection at bay long enough for the adaptive to be activated, which is the real powerhouse of the immune system. The issue with MEV1, however, is that the incubation period is so short, as in like 3 days, that the phagocytes are overwhelmed quickly. Usually with viral infections, the time needed to produce devastating amounts of viruses are roughly about 2 weeks, maybe a little less. And this ensures that at least some antibodies can be produced to the virus in an attempt to subdue it. However, with the MEV1, while the phagocytes may have made it to the thymus to activate the body's stronger defenses, the issue is this takes time to build antibodies. In fact, it actually takes a couple days to properly activate the adaptive immune system. By day 3, MEV1 has already mostly destroyed the body, and not just the respiratory tissues, but something much, much worse. As MEV continues to contend with phagocytes who are quickly being outclassed by the sheer ability of the virus to reproduce in great numbers, they are small enough to bypass the blood-brain barrier and enter the brain itself. And this is where where the true lethal nature of the virus actually lies. Heading to the spinal cord, as well as the 3-pound chemoelectric anxiety machine in our skull, inflammation would begin causing the brain to swell, as well as the spinal cord. Now, you might guess, that's completely terrible for your life expectancy. There are a few viruses that we know of that can actually cause this to happen, and strangely enough, something as common as the herpes simplex virus 1 is capable of producing encephalopathy. What is encephalopathy? I can already hear you asking. Well, when a virus enters neural tissue, it can cause swelling in that tissue. In fact, specific viruses can cause swelling in certain places, and the herpes in particular can cause swelling in the temporal lobes, and in rare cases can cause swelling in the frontal lobes. Obviously, with those areas afflicted, things like hearing, speech, mood, memory, and logical thought can be heavily damaged. But I think I may have a fair idea on where the MEV1 virus specifically causes encephalopathy. During Beth's autopsy specifically, they discuss how the gyrus of the cerebrum were intact, things looked relatively normal. However, when they got to the lower portions of the brain, that's where they spotted issues. On the lower portions of the brain, you had things like the pons, the hypothalamus, thalamus, pituitary, what have you, all like the really important stuff. But the most critical to our survival as an individual is the brainstem. Here, most of the autonomic functions are housed. Blood pressure, chemoreceptors, breathing rate, heartbeat, all run without a person's conscious effort, except for now because you're manually breathing and also manually blinking. You're welcome for that, by the way. It'll return back to you in a little bit, but it's just slightly annoying for now. Just stop thinking about it. Anyhow, this is what I believe is basically dropping people like flies, or at least the right set of circumstances are dropping people, which we will talk about in a little bit. Shortly after their infections, it's clear the viral load rises quickly. Considering this is a lung and neural tissue disease, it would begin destroying lung tissue as it's quite virulent, as shown by how much difficulty they had trying to even grow the virus under normal circumstances with standard cells. During the first day, this would induce the coughing that we have seen in the pneumonia creeping in once those cells are destroyed. However, again, as it enters the neural tissue, the virulence doesn't stop there. As neurons were ruptured and the body continued to undergo these virus-driven problems, the brain and spinal cord could swell, leading to the rest of the body's suffering. Autonomic functions would begin to cease as consciousness was lost, and eventually a full-blown coma would be entered. Shortly after this, you would likely go into MODS, or multiple organ dysfunction syndrome. Breathing would also cease, and it really may go as far as to stop your heart from beating or cause you to enter an arrhythmia due to pressure on the brainstem. Explaining the symptoms I always feel like is important because we sometimes view viruses, the actual thing that is causing the infection, as what's tearing our bodies apart, when in fact, in reality, yes, those are doing damages on a cell-by-cell basis, but usually it's our own bodies screwing us through things like inflammation and autoimmune disorders. Now, one thing just for your own reference I did want to clear up is something called the R0 infectivity rate that was discussed in the movie. Now, it's discussed in the movie. I don't really know if I covered it earlier. I don't think I did, but it's basically just a basic reproduction number or reproduction ratio. It can essentially map out things to be vaccinated against and what can be expected if it's allowed to run rampant. So the present IRL disease right now is a 2.5. Typically, if it's under a 1, you may not need to be vaccinated against it. For further reference, the flu is about at a 1, and take something like measles, which is insanely contagious, is like a 12 or 18. It is said that if 10 people stood around somebody with measles, 9 out of 10 of those would become infected, and much like with MEV1, measles can cause encephalopathy, which is why we vaccinate for it. MEV1 is projected to be at a 4, which would put it higher than the current pandemic, and is also capable of having a higher lethality rate, which gives you an idea of why it would be highly necessary to stop it as quickly as possible. So now on to what everyone is interested in. What exactly is up with the immunity of some while others are totally screwed? Well, isn't that the million-dollar question more so in today's day and age? Well, much like how the human immune system is ridiculously complicated, it's way more complicated than I'm about to make it sound, but I'll give you a couple of major possibilities based on what we know now that we actually didn't know in 2011. Who did your ancestors screw around with? An interesting question to be sure that nobody really wants to answer, but depending on what that answer is, you might not be full-on Homo sapiens, which might actually be a good thing. Originating out of Africa some time ago, it became apparent that Homo erectus also made their way out of the continent, much like Homo sapiens would kind of a while later. And this shows us a great deal about how our bodies operate in the presence of infectious diseases because of this era. Now, I could write an entire dissertation on this topic because it's so interesting, but essentially the first thing to know about our ancient ancestors is they had a much stronger immune system than us today. And I'm not talking about like back in the Dark Ages, I'm talking back to Homo erectus. When Erectus first left Africa, their immunities were quite powerful, and it seems as though they were under a massive amount of selective pressure as they moved into Eurasia. With new diseases that weren't in Africa, but in this new area, came enzymatic activity that would result in less severe reactions to diseases, viruses, which became crucial to the survival, as if your body overreacted to them, this would result in your end and then your body not passing along your genes. Over time, Homo erectus would become Homo neanderthalensis, and because of the selective pressures of the diseases sweeping through, their bodies maintained this high enzymatic activity, which resulted in less severe reactions to RNA-based viruses. And this is integral to what is actually happening currently that we see in real life. Like I said, this movie kind of blurs the lines between what is happening in reality and then just being a movie. As Homo sapiens made their way out of Africa sometime later, we didn't evolve under such selective pressures like Neanderthals did. Because of this, our enzymatic activity was much lower, and as a result, we would react more viciously to RNA viral infections, which sounds great in theory, but actually, this would cause us to meet our ends by our own body's responses. And then we started hooking up with Neanderthals. Now, one of the prevailing hypotheses with this type of enzymatic activity is that it's expensive for the body to maintain, and because it's expensive, we never really developed it when we were in Africa. But the Neanderthals had to keep it developed to survive what was in Eurasia. Anyhow, over time, as we banged Neanderthal out of existence, because humans are like that, look no further than Mass Effect, also Tally Best Girl, we picked up something on our 12th chromosome, the ability to react less aggressively towards viral infections. Not all of us have picked this up. People directly out of Africa do not seem to possess this trait as frequently, which may explain why viral infections are more lethal amongst this specific population, because people directly from Africa may not have a direct link to Neanderthal populations. I've had great personal interest in this specific Neanderthal-based immunity system myself because of how I react personally to viruses. I'm a carrier of flu and do not actually show symptoms when I catch it. I also had a confirmed case of Rona this year, but I also suspect I had a case in 2019 based on symptoms. My symptoms were only sweating and a fever for a few hours for about 3 days, and then absolutely nothing. The reason I may have had such mild symptoms in any presence of any virus was, according to my genetic profile that I conducted, I appear to have 60% more DNA from Neanderthal than the average person. And I would go out on a limb to say, because of this, likely I possess some sort of inheritance on my 12th chromosome concerning my immune system. Also, I had people ring in one video saying, Roanoke, you can't have 60% DNA from Neanderthals. Are you a biologist XD? Which, like I said, just because you have 60% more isn't saying that you have 60% of your DNA. So 60% more of one is like 2.2, I believe, or maybe it's 2.1. Whereas, 60% of 100 is like 60. So anyways, I'll let you figure out the difference. But because of this resulted in some people contracting the MEV1 virus, but being able to cope better with it. But still, this wouldn't explain why Mitch has an outright immunity to the virus. For this, we have to look at two things in particular: the phagocytic activity and the co-receptors on a cell. What I believe is happening specifically for Mitch and the others who may be immune are that they have some mutation that the virus is not able to link up properly with a co-receptor on a cell to be let in to replicate. While a virus may be present in the body, it is at undetectable levels simply due to the fact that it can't replicate enough because not enough cells are available for that replication process because they do not have the co-receptors to be brought in. I use this example a lot in a lot of my videos, but it's always interesting to me. People from Central Europe actually have a Delta 32 allele mutation because of the bubonic plague. And what happened is that specific receptor is either only growing halfway out of the cell membrane or not at all. Therefore, HIV can't actually attach to that co-receptor to give them HIV infections. So because of that, they actually have a resistance to HIV, and some people have actually shown to be almost outright immune to HIV. But be safe out there because HIV is super mutagenic and it can still infect you. So back to the MEV1. So with this virus floating around attempting to access locked cells, there are cells taking notice of their presence, and these are the phagocytes. They will happen across the virus and say, "Whoa, buddy, what are you doing here?" They will then engulf it, destroy it, and then take pieces of it to T cells, and from here, they will make the T cells aware, and then the body's aware, and then they start making antibodies, ensuring that the virus can never grow to the point of being out of control, as anything there will be blocked further from accessing cells as antibodies attach to the virus. Now, Mitch may be immune and still have the virus present in his body, but the MEV1 virus isn't an all or nothing deal. The mortality rate is 1 in 12 people, and even just that 1 in 12, it's an actual 25% to 30%, meaning that there are still roughly 548 million people worldwide who would have to contend with the virus attacking their bodies as they have the co-receptors, but again, they will survive, and you can look no further than the current pandemic to understand what this would look like. We know specific people have more phagocytic activity for some reason that will continue clearing away viruses quickly to stop the viral levels from being completely unchecked. During this time, due to the chromosome 12 inheritance, they will not have as strong of a reaction and may never had the encephalitis as a result, which means their bodies can properly produce antibodies to the MEV1, which ultimately will leave them naturally inoculated. Although I will say this, vaccination would still be worth it, as it's been shown it can help the body produce way more antibodies to an invader than just natural inoculation alone. Ultimately, there are no zombies. There's no crazy alien virus, just the good old-fashioned Nipah virus that infects lung tissue as well as neurons, resulting in encephalopathy. The issue is, however, the virulence was so high that antiviral medications couldn't touch it, and it was also hard to grow. But ultimately, the nuclear option of our body, which is the antibodies, would, as in real life, be the thing that seemingly can fight off anything. And this is why we really need to develop CRISPR more for the future. Imagine being able to aim antibodies at quite literally any disease you want to, rather than just trial and error bodies have to go through now. I feel like we could honestly conquer anything. Do you guys remember that debacle Wreck? Well, Demonic Enzymes sort of took that entire video and trashed it, but luckily for us, there's another version that's totally not a ripoff of Wreck. In fact, it's so different, it even has a much more feasible origin for disease. In the events of the movie Quarantine, much like Wreck in literally every single way, in fact, even the attic door comes swinging down and scares everybody, a journalist and cameraman are shadowing firefighters and EMTs for a ride-along to get a good feel for the average everyday life of what happens at the fire department. Unfortunately for them, they should have probably just decided to do this another day. During the events of The Shadow, they get a call late in the night to respond to an old woman screaming in her apartment. Upon entering, they find the old woman has something severely wrong with her and isn't responding to commands and seems to just have a general confusion before turning violently aggressive, which then kicks off a night of everyone in the building dropping and becoming highly aggressive monsters that are borderline animals attacking their fellow tenants. So in today's episode, it will probably feel somewhat familiar. If you haven't seen the Wreck video, then don't go see it. Just pretend like it doesn't exist, because this time we are covering something a little more corporeal. The Doomsday Cult virus from the movie Quarantine 1 and 2, and how it affects the body, and why hilariously the guy who brought this upon humanity is an idiot, because he seemingly doesn't understand the immune system, but also doesn't really understand viral mutations. So as per usual, up on screen you'll find a jump to point to bypass the summaries of these movies and then head straight into the science. I'm also going to do something extra crazy, actually separate Quarantine 1 and 2 in the chapters. Exciting, isn't it? I had someone get upset in the comments in the last movie I covered saying I was explaining the summaries too much, so also let me know what y'all think about that too. Basically my thinking on it is, I kind of just show you the movie without showing you the entire thing, and I figure maybe 3 hours of movie breakdown in 16 minutes is pretty good, but that's just my opinion on it, so let me know what you think about that. So let's get into why, if you plan on dropping a virus on a planet, you need to actually make sure you have an exit strategy or at least a way to counter said virus. We kick off our story with Angela trying to make a viral video about the daily life of firefighters. Little does she know, a viral video will be absolutely what she's capturing. As she interviews all the other firefighters, as someone who's done Third Rider, which is basically I rode along with ambulances and helped out with that stuff back when I was in EMT school, these guys have way too much time on their hands. Like, not IRL, but in this movie. And like, I was in a small county where I did mine, and about every 10 minutes we were heading out to a call. Imagine in New York, these guys show up and boom, they are working the whole day. But moving on, we meet one of our firefighters, Jake. As he continues to show Angela around, there's the standard ribbing one another, showing her the poles they slide down and the tools that were used, as well as the Dalmatian. Pretty standard stuff, and as time gets later on, firefighters go to sleep for the night, which does occasionally happen, but a call rings out and Jake mentions how it looks like Angela got her call. They load up and then head out to the apartment. Arriving at the apartments, they find the cops are already there too. An old man awaits them and then tells them what's happening. He mentions how there was a scream from the woman's room and it didn't even sound human. Other tenants have gathered in the atrium to see what's going on, as then they head up to the woman's room. They bust open the door to Miss Espinosa's apartment and then find her standing at the other end. A dog runs out barking as the woman continues shaking. As they question if she's hurt or okay, she moves into the light and there is blood on her shirt and she's foaming at the mouth. Cameraman then turns on his light to the camera, which frightens her and turns her aggressive. She then begins attacking the firefighters and bites into the neck of one of the cops. As they subdue her, they pull the cop downstairs, but as they are trying to extract him from the building, they find the doors are locked and they've been trapped inside. At this point, they're officially in quarantine. As the cop radios to everyone outside, his radio seems to have been jammed and nobody can get in contact with anybody on the outside. As they begin kind of freaking out and discussing what to do with the cop, one of the firefighters is then thrown from the floor above and lands on his chest and immediately begins bleeding out. He is still technically alive, but that is some serious brain bleed at this point. Jumping forward, Angela then heads upstairs with Scott, the cameraman, and heads back to the old woman's room. As they do, another woman who was in there was trying to run out, but then is pushed and knocked unconscious. Scott turns on his light and finds that Miss Espinosa is back up, except this time she's covered in blood from attacking the cop. As the other cop tries to talk to her, she charges and he's forced to put her down. And this freaks out the cop, as it likely would, and Jake attempts to calm him down. At this point, the firefighters go around and start trying to get everyone out of their rooms, and honestly, I don't know if that's a good idea. A few of the tenants already look sick. As Jake gets to the last door, he finds one woman sitting in the dark, looking at a static TV screen, breathing heavily. They get her up, and as they do, she immediately begins vomiting. Further in the room, a rat is seen, and Scott has to stomp on it as it was running straight at him, which is a fairly strange thing for rats to do. Meanwhile, the tenants were able to find the right key to get the textile shop open, but as they move into the area, lights are turned on the outside as soldiers in biohazard gear have force multipliers raised, telling them to stay back. They put metal grates up over the window to keep everyone in and inform them that they need to stay in there until they can send in help. At this point, everyone in the atrium isn't able to call or really get anyone on the phone as a local jammer has been placed nearby. Jake mentions that this quarantine is in response to a threat which could be biological or nuclear in nature, which is actually more common than you think, which is actually true. Life is pretty horrifying. Most people are just oblivious to it. As they continue to try to find a way out, they head out to a window and are immediately blocked off by more soldiers, who then put plastic over the windows to contain whatever is spreading inside. As a vet inspects the firefighter and cop in the textile shop area, they're both looking incredibly rough. Bleeding out, broken bones, foaming at the mouth. The vet mentions how he has never seen anything like this before. He says that he doesn't understand how an old lady could do this to two grown men. At this point, Angela goes around interviewing people. Not important, but what is important is player 2's entered the game. George, the guy who fell and currently doesn't even have a connected tibia and fibula, is up and walking around, which looks incredibly painful. As he slowly walks towards everyone, they see that he's foaming at the mouth and begins growling at everyone who comes close. They give him a sedative to knock him out so he doesn't damage himself further, which works for a moment. But at this point, the vet seems to know what is happening. Based on the symptoms that everyone is displaying, aggression, sensitivity to light, foaming at the mouth, he suspects it's rabies. He's confused though, as rabies usually takes days to manifest, but this is only taking hours, meaning that it must be a mutated form. The issue is, with standard rabies, if you don't have symptoms yet, you can cure it. Once you display symptoms, it's too late and it's 100% fatal. So if you ever get bit by something, go to the doctor immediately to rule out rabies. And also, you need the thing that bit you, otherwise they have to preemptively give you like 7 shots in your stomach, if I remember correctly. It's incredibly painful. Back in the atrium, a lawyer attempts to go back to his apartment but is stopped by the cops. He has the right idea, separate from others, and eventually he says that he's going to sue the cop as he boards an elevator. Angela at this point goes with 2 others around to the back area, to the back stairs, to see what's going on, and the dog from earlier is in the hallway. It's clear that the dog has gone completely rabid at this point and is barking at them, but before it can attack, the elevator doors open up and the lawyer is immediately attacked as the dog jumps inside and begins snacking on the man-witch. So from here, basically everything starts going sideways for everyone. As they leave the lawyer to his fate, they then head into the couple's apartment, where they are able to pick up a TV broadcast with a chief saying that everyone inside the building has been evacuated, which is a lie. They then shut off the power. As they hear someone breathing, the woman who was sitting watching static TV from earlier has found them and begins attacking. Scott is forced to use his camera to bash in her face to protect himself and the group. So finally, the cop gathers everyone up and then mentions how the CDC is here. Oh, thank God, send in the nerds. The vet protests, saying that how could they possibly have a cure for this? They don't even know what it is. As they discuss where everyone lives, the cop then asks who was in the attic, and they say a man from Boston, but nobody's seen him in months, which is probably a good sign. And now the CDC is coming in, and they gave these nerds force multipliers. As men in biohazard suits move in, they move to the textile room to inspect those who are infected. They then go and extract some brain tissue from George, but after they remove some, he sits up and immediately attacks one of the CDC personnel. Only one of the personnel actually manages to escape. As they demand information from him as to what's happening, he says that they first noticed this at the vet. A dog arrived, and within an hour, all the other animals had been infected with a rabies-like infection. They traced the dog back to this apartment complex, and it turns out to be the little girl's dog, Max. Now the issue is, the little girl has been sick for what the mom says was weeks, but it's just bronchitis. As the attempts to assuage everyone's fears are made, they then turn on the light to the camera, and the little girl shows sensitivity to it. The little girl then bites into the mom's neck as she is straight up infected. As they move upstairs to track the little girl, they end up passing by the old lady's apartment from earlier, the one that got. Well, now she's no longer got and is back up, mobile, and missing. And that's why you double tap, ladies and gentlemen. As they search the apartment, the little girl then jumps onto the cop, biting him, ensuring that he's now infected. Then the old woman comes out of the darkness, but gets smacked down by Jake, who has an axe. As they leave, everyone is running upstairs as 2 people stay behind to try to close the textile shop door as the infected are trying to get through. Realizing it's a fruitless endeavor, they say screw it and then run, and the girl's mom, who was cuffed to the stair banister, is immediately bitten by the infected as she can't go anywhere. That was some great thinking ahead, Mr. Officer. Basically now it's just a complete free-for-all. Tons of people are getting bitten, and most of the tenants at this point are infected and turned with just a small group of survivors. In a small room that they were able to close the door to, they find the CDC personnel with them has been bitten, but so has the other girl in the room as she has bitten off her fingers. So yeah, that's not normal. This sends the other tenant into a freak out as then he cuts the plastic and tries to escape, and then is immediately domed by a sniper on the other building. The sniper then keeps taking pot shots, keeping them inside of the room. The old man in the other room mentions how there may be a way out as there's a drain in the basement, but before he can tell them how to get there, the CDC personnel changes and attacks the old man. The woman then changes, and then they bolt and shut the door. Now it's just Scott, Jake, and Angela. As they try to make their way out, basically the whole building is now infected. Jake goes ham on like 12 different people, which was pretty much just like awesome. Talk about like just play some Doom music over that. And then they get into a room and eventually find the keys to the basement. As they open the door to leave the area, Jake is then dropped as he's overwhelmed, leaving just Scott and Angela, who's freaking out about staying in the light. Bro, the light ain't gonna help when it's just super rabies breaking out everywhere. They're forced up into the attic, however, as the stairs are completely infested. In the attic, they find rat cages everywhere with rodents and experimental equipment. Moving through, they realize it's a lab of some sort, and it has newspaper clippings about a doomsday cult all over the walls. As they walk through, Angela won't shut up about staying in the light. I guess it's just adrenaline overload. And they find a tape recorder, but they have no idea what it says as it's been damaged. But eventually they realize someone is up there with them in the attic of the attic. Scott goes to take a look and then finds that something is up there as it attacks his camera. He has to turn on the night vision as the flashlight was broken in the altercation. As he looks around, he spots this thing in there with them. It attacks him, taking him out in the process, and considering this thing looks like it's starving, it immediately begins to eat him, leaving just Angela. As she sees it, it attacks her and knocks her down, and then drags her off to become a snack as well. And honestly, probably should have just barricaded an apartment room, and that would have made way more sense to me. I mean, that would be my plan. Just barricade the crap out of a door and just stomp any rat that comes by. So while all this crap is going on, this brings us into the events of Quarantine 2, Viral Boogaloo. So concurrently with the outbreak in Los Angeles apartment complex, whatever, we start our story with two women in the back of a taxi, and from the looks of it, probably a fake taxi, based on the fact that they're dressing in the taxi. I mean, I'm just not understanding. Was it a surprise that the plane was taking off that night? Usually they get a heads up about that. Anyhow, as they head to the terminal, Jenny and Paula board the plane, and they end up running across one of the pilots who already looks sick. He says he must have gotten it from his dogs, who's also sick, as all the other dogs in the neighborhood are sick as well. Jenny is then tasked with keeping an eye on a teenager named George as he is traveling alone. As they fill up the plane, an elderly couple gets on. The husband has Parkinson's and doesn't really move nor speak due to the effects it's had on his nervous system, and a large man gets on the plane as well, who's going to be patient zero. As the plane gets ready to take off, Mr. Handsome over here is attempting to put his hamsters in the overhead bin. The bigger guy named Ralph goes over to help, but then is bit on the finger by one of the hamsters in the cage. Anyways, from here, just the run-of-the-mill group of people who you're going to meet are just going to meet a horrible end. Just prior to taking off, it's important to note, Ralph is already beginning to show signs that something is up with his vision. As the plane continues flying, there are several discrepancies. First, who are these two making out in the plane? Like, what is that about? Second, they say they have Wi-Fi, and have you ever used a plane's Wi-Fi? Why do they even offer it? I've never been able to get to function. And possibly the most unbelievable thing about this is the dude is having a full-on conversation on his phone when they're in the sky. Also not really feasible. Just thought I would bring that up for a second. So moving on. So at this point, Jenny and Henry start hitting it off, and there's an unusual amount of animals on this plane as well, with an older woman mentioning that the cat she has is usually pretty well behaved and never leaves the apartment building. I wonder which apartment complex she belongs to. Also, the pilot continues to show degrading symptoms as they continue to fly. As Jenny goes to check on Ralph in the back, he's looking pretty rough. He mentions that he needs some water or at least something to drink and is seeming quite disoriented. As Jenny moves back to check on Henry, he's watching a live stream of the apartment complex from the first quarantine, currently undergoing many issues. Jenny then heads to the back of the plane again to check on Ralph, who is slumped over, and then turns, showing that he is foaming at the mouth. He vomits on her and begins talking about stopping the plane as he needs to be let off. The cat also eats the vomit, scavengers, you know, and as Jenny cleans off the puke, Ralph runs to the cockpit and begins slamming on the door to be let in. A few passengers are able to subdue Ralph, with George possibly getting a concussion. Paula then zip ties Ralph's hand behind him. Jenny then puts in an emergency call so that they can make an emergency landing. The pilots now start the emergency landing, but they are doing so during some difficult weather, and as such are hit with severe turbulence, which is literally my nightmare scenario, but they are successful in landing. Upon landing though, they are not given a gate at which to go to. So while doing that, Paula is then bitten in the face by Ralph, who wakes back up, infecting her. They end up putting Ralph in the bathroom and closing the door, trapping him. Luckily, there is a medic on board, so they're able to sedate Paula before it gets any worse. As the pilots attempt to get to a gate, they end up just taking one and exiting the plane. Pilots stay behind to keep Ralph in the plane contained. As they head to the door, it is locked and they aren't able to get out to the terminal. They then open another door to the baggage area to get to the main terminal. Then as they move through the staging area, it becomes quickly apparent that they are trapped in there. All the doors have been sealed and now they can't escape. They're basically just completely locked down. Everyone is predictably freaking out at this point as they argue. George then looks outside to see that they're completely surrounded. They're given orders to stay in there and not to escape. They are now under quarantine too. So they start yelling at Jenny like she has any idea what's going on, which is bizarre, and they realize they need a med kit for Paula as she's bleeding out. So a few are sent up back to the plane's cargo hold to retrieve it. As they walk up, the power is cut, leaving everyone in the dark. Heading back into the plane, they find that both the pilots are gone and Ralph is nowhere to be found inside the bathroom, but it is covered in blood. As they begin cutting the carpet to get in the cargo hold, they find the man with Parkinson. He looks down at the broken zip ties as Ralph is now on the loose completely. As the group enters the cargo hold, the lab rats that were supposedly just hamsters have now been let loose in there. Ed takes it out as Jenny grabs the med kit. As they ascend out of the cargo hold, she sees one of the pilots at the end of the plane, kind of like skittering around, creepy as hell. But behind her is the other newly infected pilot as it grabs her. Luckily, Niall is packing some heat and then takes that pilot out. Meanwhile, as they attempt to get out, the man with Parkinson's wife is trying to escape out the door and appears to be panicking. As they try to get her to kind of calm down, she turns around and begins attacking the group in a rage. They are able to shut the door and keep her out, but just barely. George begins talking to Jenny about how her dad just called, but all the phones went dead at the same time, meaning that they're basically now being jammed as well. As Jenny looks around for a potential way out, she ends up finding that there is some blood splatter, meaning that they are not alone in there now. Jenny says that whatever is spreading through bites, but the medic says that she disagrees as they don't know how it's spreading. Meanwhile, the man with Parkinson's is totally boned. He sees one of the rats but can't call for help or move really, and it ends up biting his head, infecting him, and then they capture the rat. For their safety, they end up putting Doc in a cargo box and chaining it up so that he can't escape. The group then decides that they need to figure out what was in the plane's cargo hold. As they inspect it, this rat was the same one they saw inside the cargo hold. George begins throwing shade at Henry, saying that he knows that he brought lab rats on the plane instead of just hamsters. Henry is able to convince Jenny, though, that the lab rats were actually just regular South American hamsters and they have tails. George says at this point that basically Jenny needs to stop thinking with the brain downstairs and that she would believe him if she didn't like Henry. My boy George, he kind of knows what's up. As Henry and George talk away from the group, she looks up and spots our old buddy Ralph. He runs down the conveyor belt and begins to attack. Luckily, Ed is able to get to them and then wraps a wire around his neck and takes him out, ending Ralph before he can do any more rampage and attack anyone. At this point, they get a call over the radio saying that the CDC is coming in. Oh, thank God, the nerds with more force multipliers are here, and this time they brought a container with them. They take Niall's force multiplier and then grab the rat's body. They begin picking people and intend to inject everyone with something they call a protocol, saying they can't leave unless they take this protocol. The old lady obliges to take the protocol, but as she goes to get her injection, the cat has now turned and bites the lady's neck. Bad kitty. They fire on it, and as they do, they activate the almonds of Doc with Parkinson's, who is now able to get up and then bites the neck of the CDC personnel. The others at this point start freaking out. Not realizing that they are expendable, they then run outside, and the couple who couldn't keep it together for a 3-hour flight has her boyfriend abandon her and follows the CDC personnel outside. As they go out, they're lit up like the 4th of July as cowardice is punished. They manage to drag one of the CDC personnel in who's only slightly injured, and they all run to a truck. As they get in, Niall says that he loves his wife and quickly begins to turn as he was bitten previously, but he kisses his wife. I'm sure that won't be a problem. As they shut the door, they all hang out in the trailer. Jenny says that they will send more help as they have the protocol. Shiloh, the medic, fires back saying that there is no protocol. Those were different medicines for different diseases. All of them were different colors, different vials. They were basically just injecting them with anything they could to see what sticks, making them the guinea pigs for stopping this outbreak. Henry points the force multiplier asking what the CDC knows, but he mentions how it's really not the CDC, but the CDBT, basically counter-terror stuff. Henry seems real interested, doesn't he? He mentions how one of his units was at the apartment complex. They found one survivor, if you can call him that, and goes on to mention how everything they gave them to counter the disease made it worse, not better. Animals carried it first, but it spread to humans ultimately. They have no idea how to stop it, cure it, and their only option was containment. The CMBT then kind of just domes himself, as presumably he wanted out, or he knew this thing was going to go real bad real quick. As they discuss escape, Ed then talks to them about a tunnel. As he puts out his arm, though, to basically motion where to go, the pilot reaches down and grabs his arm. As they lift the container, they're able to crush the pilot before Ed can be bit. Honestly, at this point, I think it might just be better to stay put. That's kind of what I would do, but the group decides to throw deuces, which actually turns out to be the correct choice, meaning that I would have probably definitely bit the dust during this movie. As they walk along the conveyor belt, Henry then goes AWOL to go get more ammo. As he lock and loads Brides of Christ, they run into Paula, who is fully transformed now. She attacks Jenny, who's able to then knock her off the ledge into her doom, and they eventually enter an office area where they attempt to find the blueprints for the staging area to find this tunnel. George ends up finding Henry's case in it, proof that whatever is happening, Henry is linked to. As they find the blueprints, Niall and his wife both jump into the office area, because you probably shouldn't have kissed her, Niall, but Henry is able to take them both out. Henry at this point was also bitten. George reminds him that he will be okay though because of the injections that he has, and Henry realizes the jig is up, the news is out, they finally found him. Henry says something that, look, I mean, technically he's right, but he's not right the right way. Basically, there are too many of us. We are growing out of control population-wise and using more and more juice on a burning planet. And, I mean, the reality is, yeah, we are. We really need to stop hooking up so much. Anyways, Ed goes for the force multiplier and gets got because of it, and then the rest of the group is put up against the wall. Jenny asks how he got that stuff through security, and it turns out that the Doomsday Cult is far more reaching than originally thought. Security was in on it. Henry then injects the vaccine into his eye to stave off succumbing to his bite. Jenny mentions how clearly that didn't work in his apartment complex, so obviously that's not a good thing. He then grabs George and takes off. As Jenny goes off to look for George and Henry, Preston, who was infected a while ago, begins chasing after Jenny. She was able to escape before finally crushing his head with, I don't even know what that thing is, honestly. It's just a big metal thing. Okay, so then this like weird thing happens with Nika. She was infected, sure, but she does this thing where she's like smelling the air and then bends over backwards and makes like this weird cooing noise. I don't know why she did this. No others exhibited these symptoms, so I'm guessing it's probably just to be creepy. Meanwhile, Shyla runs back into Jenny and then sacrifices herself to the infected as she's already been bitten. She's basically torn apart as Jenny enters the darker corridors, having received thermal vision goggles from Shyla. She follows the blood trail, where then she finds the mice are all over the place back there, and as she continues through, she eventually finds George sitting in a hole as he says Henry's cure didn't work. She looks up and finds that Henry has changed, but because of his cure, he now has inflamed the right eye and face area, weakening the integrity of the skull presumably, as well as the tissue. George opens up on Henry to get him off of Jenny, and then she smashes his face with a wrench, taking him out. As Jenny and George are the last two, apparently the whole terminal was just missiled. They're both able to get into the drain and begin making their way out of the airport. Jenny then gives the thermal goggles to George as they crawl along. The further they go, the more aggressive Jenny starts becoming and breathing heavily. He then looks back to see that she has actually been bitten and is changing quickly. As he exits the pipe, he looks back to see that she is fully transformed, meaning this bite now only takes minutes. He looks out over Las Vegas, assumedly now the new outbreak area, which I mean, just nuke Las Vegas, I guess. So the first thing to understand about quarantine is that it is not some ridiculous demonic enzyme that makes no sense. Instead, it is simply a mostly zoonotic infection that is able to be manipulated in a way that becomes highly infectious, but also highly mutagenic as a result of the Doomsday Cult tampering with the actual viruses. So, to explain how this disease progresses and may in fact cause the aggressive nature exhibited in those infected, we must first talk about the virus and how it's able to jump species from animals into humans, because it's actually not as easy as you might imagine. It's very difficult for viruses to jump species. There are many questions in this order that will dictate whether a virus is able to infect a host from animal to human and vice versa. First, does the original host animal carry the virus? Second, does the original host shed the virus? Third, to what extent are humans exposed to the original host? Fourth, can the virus infect humans? Fifth, how well does it replicate in humans? And sixth, how effectively do humans spread the virus? Given what we know about the Quarantine movie and the vet's hypothesis on what the virus is that we are dealing with, the general running idea is that we are dealing with rabies, which in all actuality is a pretty good platform to go on concerning potential world-ending events, as it satiates all but one of the questions as far as how it is able to propagate in our species. The original host carries the virus, such as with rodents who they are working on, which in turn is able to infect dogs in the apartment complex through bites and also just straight up biting humans as well, which checks off the first question. The original host will shed the virus as rabies is shed through the salivary glands as it moves from the brain to the saliva, which is transmitted through bites, which takes care of the second question. Humans would be exposed to the host readily because we are a species that bonds with other animals quite readily due to our social structures. Any dog that is infected would quite easily come into contact with their human family, much like how Max came into contact with Fiona, which checks off the third question. The virus can in fact infect humans. The rabies virus is capable of infecting mammals with fur quite readily in its natural form, so any altered form of the virus would maintain that base, which gives us a check for the fourth question. The virus at first seems to replicate slowly in humans happens at a much more normal level, which may take a few days to manifest symptoms. As the virus becomes more familiar, which we will cover in a moment, with the human anatomy, it is able to replicate faster and faster, which kind of lends credence to the possibility of it moving around the body by some alternative method so that it satiates question 5. But then we kind of come to the crux of the issue for the Doomsday Cult. Question 6. How effectively does it spread from human to human? Well, to answer this, the reality is it doesn't spread all that well. When an animal is infected with the rabies virus, at the end of the day, they are an animal and can only take what they have operating between their ears to go from there. We know rabies induces a whole host of symptoms in the host as it begins to affect the brain and cellular communication, which we will definitely be covering why humans become so aggressive so quickly. But the issue is animals, they aren't exactly that smart. When an animal is scared, it will bite. That's its typical go-to when defending itself or going into offensive measures to ensure its own safety, or even hunting. Considering rabies is known to cause hallucinations as well, this only works in conjunction with the already rising aggression levels to make them lash out and bite at things that may or may not be there. And this is exactly what the rabies virus wants, as it's transmitted through bites because of infected saliva. With humans though, this is not the case. Our typical go-to is not to bite. I mean, sure, children will do it, Mike Tyson will do it, but think about any fight you've ever been in or seen. Was anyone biting the other person? Likely not, unless it was a last resort, because humans' teeth aren't really used for defensive or offensive reasons. We use our hands, we scratch, we elbow, we kick. Humans are really more about blunt force than sharp force. And the reason for all that is because as we evolved over time, our brains got bigger and we learned how to use tools rather than what nature gave us. Because of this, things like biting in fights do not come naturally. Another issue is with regular rabies, we can still somewhat control ourselves even to the bitter end. While things like hydrophobia will likely occur during the later stages along with anxiety, tremors, and agitation, the fact is even with rabies affecting cellular communication within our brain, there's not really a point where someone may lose complete control and then start attacking doctors and others. In fact, look up medical footage. People who are in extreme late stages are still communicating, moving, and around people with very little issue, and this is due to the brain still having control over our meat suit. Because of this, the virus is not all that capable of spreading within the human population, and instead, once you are infected, odds are it will live and expire with you alone. Animals are typically responsible for humans contracting this disease and propagating this disease in the wild. So the sixth question is completely not satiated, meaning that this virus would be a flop. It would never attain this level, at least in its natural form. It just wouldn't be possible for the standard variant of rabies to attain such virulent ability, which is exactly why Mr. Handsome here was in his lab developing a more virulent and potent form of this rabies. And to do this, it would require overriding the natural abilities of the human mind to still operate in an altered state. So the question is, how might they have been able to do this? Well, to me, it's pretty clear that if you take how rabies typically operates, you would need it to really become more than what it is. So to understand this, let's talk about what rabies actually does to your meat suit when it infects you and how the Doomsday Cult virus differs from this, which explains the alterations made to it. When you are bitten, the virus enters the broken skin and then is seeded via the saliva. Whereas most viruses will infect the nervous system only accidentally if the immune system fails to combat it to the point that it is suppressed, the rabies virus is actively attacking the nervous system. Upon entering the muscles via a bite, it will then migrate towards the end of the motor neurons. From here, it begins a slow crawl towards the central nervous system. It will use things like active transport from the neurons themselves and the neural tracts by using the axon's long fibers to kind of continue on up to the central nervous system. While in the peripheral nervous system, rabies can be stopped with a series of shots that are capable of saving your life, but if you aren't quick enough, you will drop no matter what they do if you start showing symptoms. Speaking of symptoms, once the infection reaches the central nervous system, such as the spinal cord, brainstem, and brain itself, the jig is up. At this point, it is 100% lethal. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, which is what makes it important that if you are bit, seek treatment immediately. Once it gets to the brain, typically this is when aggression is seen, along with a host of other symptoms. There are technically two types of rabies: aggressive rabies and dumb rabies. Aggressive rabies is typically what you think of when you imagine Cujo. Aggressive. Dumb rabies is when an animal almost acts drunk, out of character, and will completely lose fear of other animals, including humans. Now, they will still bite you, so don't take them as friendly. Now, this is linked to kind of a few reasons why the brain might react this way. First, it's pretty clear that the animal is out of character. Brain inflammation is pretty standard when rabies actually enters the brain. Because of this, things like meningitis can begin to form, which can cause brain damage, as your body really doesn't have too much of an ability to stop the disease from progressing. This will also lead to things like malaise, difficulty concentrating, speaking, thinking, drinking water. Basically, viral meningitis accompanied with actual encephalopathy is nothing to be taken lightly. But even with all these, there are still other aspects of rabies that we have only just recently recently figured out. And even with pressure on the brain, these symptoms such as aggression are strange to say the least. So the question now is, what have we found that might explain kind of everything going on, and how might this actually tie into the movie Quarantine, which may have been what the doctors were going for? Well, recently, Dr. Karsten Hufer looked back at studies conducted in the 1980s and 1990s where they found that the molecules of the virus combine to nicotinic acetylcholine receptors, which respond to the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, which affects muscle control. So concerning muscle control, we know the vet had a hard time believing the old lady could take out 2 full-grown men in that way, but with the receptors being influenced, think of it like burning a candle at 3 ends as opposed to 1. Even though she was elderly and female, the acquisition of more muscle usage and overriding the mind's natural propensity to protect the body from damage means that the old lady was operating well beyond the capacity of a normal person, likely to her own detriment. If you didn't know, humans typically only use about 1/3 of the strength that we are capable of, and this is to protect from muscle tears and damage to the body. With these receptors influenced heavily, this allows for the old lady and even children to almost overpower a normal adult. So an adult male would almost be impossible for an average person to overcome strength-wise. The findings also suggested that the other receptors in the brain were being affected via glycoproteins created by the virus as well. These proteins would essentially hang out in between the neurons of the brain and affect the brain and how it communicates with the cell next to it on a cellular level. When the glycoproteins were injected into the brains of mice, they found that the mice became extremely agitated despite the fact that they were not infected with rabies, but by the viral creation within the body. And that is the whole point of this rambling I have gone on. Typically with, say, a zombie virus, the idea is a fast replicating virus that moves faster than normal through the body and is able to overtake the brain. But in the case of rabies, it appears that while the virus is responsible for the expiration of the host, the glycoproteins produced along with brain swelling are what causes the agitation and behavioral changes. There's also another aspect to the viruses that does fall in line pretty well concerning what we see in Quarantine 1 and Quarantine 2, and this is the speed at which it infects each subsequent generation. When a virus was first dropped, such as with the pilot who was sick and then went to work, or the little girl who has apparently been sick for a while, at first the rabies virus progresses quite normally through the body concerning time constraints. But as the virus moves from human to human as opposed from animal to human, its mechanisms become more familiar with the human body and it adopts a better ability to infect. Each generation creates a new variant of the virus, which would suggest a highly immunogenic ability of the virus and adoption of amino acids to aid in infecting the most prevalent host, which is humans. All this becomes faster, thus making the virus highly successful. This mutagenic ability also seems to explain how it is able to infect so effectively. Rabies will not enter the blood, and because as mentioned previously, it is a neuron-driven disease. But due to the tampering by the Doomsday Cult, I would go on a limb to say that there are 2 possibilities now. It could be either or both, really. The first possibility is that the virus is now a bloodborne disease, or at minimum has the ability to enter the blood of a person and will still infect neurons of this person as well. If we take a look at the blood vessels in the eyes, upon their infection, we can see that they are bulging, indicating that the blood vessels may be directly under attack from the virus. And this bloodborne ability would also have the added benefit of greatly decreasing the incubation time. Rather than having to slowly move up the neurons, which may take days, it can circulate through the body quickly and bypass the blood-brain barrier, entering the brain quickly. The second possibility is that the virus itself is still a neuron-based disease and will still take some time to actually make its way up the central nervous system, but the virus is releasing a form of glycoprotein into the bloodstream. This glycoprotein may have the ability to still wreak havoc on the body. As the immune system is activated, it will become quite aware that something is in the blood that shouldn't be there, and an all-out war is launched in the bloodstream, which would cause blood vessel damage, which again would account for the red eyes that we see. Now, I am partial to the first option over the second because of how the body reacts once infected. We see really that the incubation time decreases rapidly as more and more are infected, almost to the point of it being minutes as seen with Jenny. And this mutagenic rate may also be confirmed as when Henry uses his countermeasure, which may have worked as like a bite from a mouse to a human, it now completely fails when it's human to human bite, as likely the virus has mutated beyond the control of his medicines, which basically means that his group has really just screwed humanity. It didn't just create a good plague. But the final thing I wanted to talk about is, what does this virus do to the brain of a person? Well, again, as incubation time decreases, we see the symptoms coming on stronger and quicker than the previous person that was infected. After the hypothesized entering of the bloodstream, it would quickly work its way into the cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF, as well as the brain itself. Now, I imagine the CSF would be entered first as the person quickly begins having physical symptoms. With Jenny, minutes after her infection, she begins breathing quickly and heavily, almost hyperventilating, and likely this isn't really a result of low oxygen levels, but actually difficulty with her brainstem communicating to other brain cells. The brainstem is responsible for a lot of autonomic functions, as you know, and one of those is breathing rate. As the infection takes hold, the first thing it begins to influence is how quickly you are breathing, likely making you feel like you are suffocating, but you aren't. As the infection takes further hold of your mind, anxiety and panic would continue to add on to that breathing rate as it becomes more shallow and rapid. With others, this was slower, but ultimately it doesn't matter who you are. This will then lead to you salivating as the virus moves into the salivary glands and begins forcing an overproduction of this saliva, shedding the virus via your mouth. Minutes later, as the glycoprotein begins to settle in between the neurons by the virus, moving past the blood-brain barrier, your aggression levels would increase as the brain begins thinking less and less logically. Now, typically with rabies, you still have control. You are in control, but you're not really in control of like your muscular movements. But with the absolute saturation of the 3-pound anxiety-ridden chemoelectric meat machine in our skulls, they would likely shut down the frontal lobe in any real capacity, leaving only aggression, fear, and instincts, and the programming by the virus. And this would lead you to quickly turn on friends and family, as your brain literally doesn't remember them anymore. Hell, you may even be just straight up hallucinating the whole time, and you think that they are the monsters, and you are using everything you got to stop them, even down to biting. However, the virus isn't sustainable at these levels. Considering the progression of the disease and how quickly it can envelop your mind, hydrophobia is likely to set in extremely quickly. Because of this, leaking from your face and increased aggression levels, your body would be depleted extremely quickly. If you could outlast a horde for a few days, they would end up just dropping due to exposure and dehydration, even faster in warmer, drier climates. And this means that while the virus is extremely virulent, ultimately it would burn itself out because it's just too powerful. So again, why not nuke Las Vegas and just be done with it? In the immortalized words of a great scientist, life finds a way. Except this time we aren't talking about dinosaurs figuring out how to overcome an enzyme, which might actually be a cool episode to discuss later. No, this time we were talking about why it's never a good idea to let your guard down around an alien form of life that you have no idea how it will react to your poking and prodding. In the not too distant future, before Ryan Reynolds had become Deadpool, humans had successfully funded a mission to Mars. This mission discovered something while out there and brought back a sample. Understanding that they couldn't just have the sample on Earth in case it was hostile to human life, they decided the best recourse would be to have it far above the planet in the space station while the life was examined. A good call to be sure, but the issue arose when the creature was subjected to an environmental shock, and then humans were forced to provide another shock to wake it back up, something that would make us seem hostile in the creature's eyes. So in today's episode, we will be talking about Calvin from the movie Life, which was supposed to be an awesome space horror movie, but it just was sort of DOA, I guess you could say. Alright, so let's get to it. So for all new people here, if you look on your screen or even just at my action bars or whatever in God's name they're called, chapters I think someone said, you'll find that I do indeed do summaries of these movies. One of the things that I've kind of seen is that sometimes people will just straight up talk about movies, and if I've never seen them, then I really have to just sort of deduce the plot from context clues. So to avoid that, I just summarize the whole thing. Apparently this can be quite a shock to some people, so if it's shocking, and I'm kind of mentioning that a lot, you can jump ahead to the science portion of why Calvin is going to suck the meat out of your insides. For everyone else, let's get to why you should never poke an alien with a cattle prod, shall we? We start up our story with a capsule floating through space. On its return trip to Earth, it naturally flies into some sort of space rocks, which then send it on the still kind of same generalized trajectory, but it causes it to ever so slightly go off course. Had it gone off course and missed us, it really would have been good for at least another decade or so, or at least humanity would have. The International Space Station is well aware of what happened and is reporting to Mission Control. As they attempt to figure out what to do, they suit up Rory, who will be sent out to operate what can amount to $1 billion catcher's mitt. As the crew watches on, Rory gets ready to catch the capsule. They correct their heading and then wait. I mean, I know honestly that they wanted to get this thing, but they sort of put themselves into the path of this, flying thousands of kilometers per hour, so if he misses, they're pretty much screwed. All that said, they do end up catching the capsule and then celebrating as they've officially doomed themselves. The next day, an exobiologist, really I think they should be called xenobiologist, Hugh Derry, which is, you know, whether it's exo or xeno, that's an absolute goal level of biology, at least for me, examines the samples to find evidence of a single cell life, except it's fairly different from the life on Earth, but in some ways it's still similar. It's similar in the aspect that it's carbon-based, needs air, food, and water, but the cell wall is thick, much thicker than anything on Earth, including plants, and it will later behave much like an animal cell might in some ways, but it really appears to be like an ultra-capable protozoa. It has quite a few of what Hugh deduces to be cilia, although from that length, I would go on a branch here to say that it's a Pseudopodia based on overall size, but we will also get to that later. Apart from that, the cytoplasm, nucleus, membrane, and all the hallmark traits of an Earth-based organism are there, but due to its clear morphological differences, it's pretty apparent that this is not a cross-contamination issue from Earth, which has happened in the past. So also stick around because I have a conspiracy theory about the phosphine gas on Venus that we may have detected, which could be an indicator of life in the upper atmosphere of that planet. And this is like real life, so it's pretty interesting. Anyways, as Hugh gives it water, raises the temperature, and surrounds it with glucose, as well as altering the local atmosphere, eventually he is able to awaken the single-celled life and bring it out of its hibernation. Obviously, everyone is pretty jazzed about it. Back on Earth, kids are asking the scientists the usual questions via Skype, because nobody could have predicted the rise of Zoom a few years later. So anyhow, you get a lot of questions about the bathroom, for some reason, with the International Space Station, which, if y'all want to know how ridiculous humanity is, this is just completely off topic, but then again, those are my type of videos. There's an anecdotal story that a spacesuit really has a sleeve, we'll call it, and it's supposed to secure a certain part of the male anatomy on spacewalks, so if you need to go, you can go. Well, the sizes were small, medium, and large. Well, males would continually choose the large option and wouldn't fit properly. So they had to change the sizing to large, huge, and gigantic so people would actually pick the proper fitment. As it turns out, you can take the human off the planet, but you can't take the ego out of the human. Again, anecdotal, but I always think about that because it seems as no matter how far we advance, humans will always be ridiculous. But back on track in New York, apparently a contest was held and one school was chosen to pick the name for the alien, and his name is Calvin. With a name like that, it's no surprise that he turned on humanity so quickly. Shout out to all my Calvins currently watching. So from here, we start getting into some interpersonal stuff with the crew, not important, but the Doctor, or as he's known, David Jordan, is about to break a record for being in space the longest at over 400 days, which, if y'all didn't know, the shielding on the International Space Station isn't foolproof. Astronauts that have been up there for a really long time say that they will see random flashes of light, and it's actually ionized particles smashing through their body, creating tiny holes in their retina, which activates the light-sensing cells. Pretty wild. But the radiation you get up there is low, but it can still accumulate damage to your meat suit. The atrophy within David's muscles has also become quite an issue. David says that the reason he's up there for so long, after being in the military, he likes it because he doesn't want to go where humanity is, because we just continually screw one another up, which is not incorrect. The next day, as Hugh continues to work with Calvin, he finds that it's actually becoming a multicellular organism, but strangely, it's different from how life works here. Multicellular organisms here specialize when working together, at least with animals. Muscle cells, nerve cells, photosensitive cells, bone cells, immune cells, stomach cells, whichever. While the DNA within them remains the same, depending on which genes are activated, causing them to specialize in certain ways to support the body as a whole. The other end of this is the single-cell organism, doing this on its own, but typically it can't coordinate with other cells all that well. Calvin, on the other hand, is what is known as a supercell. Now, it's kind of a colloquialism because if you look up supercell, the only thing you're going to get is weather terms, because as far as I know, there are no supercells on Earth. Actually, there are no supercells on Earth. It's not a natural part of evolution on this planet, but essentially a supercell is more capable than a regular cell. In Calvin's case, every cell is a muscle cell, a nerve cell, a photosensitive cell, providing sight, the ability to break things down if it's a stomach cell. It's just everything. Every cell is capable on its own and more capable in a group. Its abilities later to break down other cells makes it a near perfect predator. Every cell is capable of doing the job of the cell next to it, and because of that, its intelligence grows quickly, as does its strength and capability. Calvin at this point can also interact with its environment. It has formed proto-appendages and then reaches out to Hugh as he reaches for it. The creature is curious about Hugh, to which he's also curious about it. At the beginning, Calvin is not aggressive as long as what it's interacting with is not aggressive either. Also not important, but Sho just had a kid. I'm sure that means nothing terrible will happen to him. Later that day, Hugh continues working with Calvin, and at this point, Calvin is crawling on his glove as the mass of cells is becoming more and more capable. Later that night, an alarm goes off as Rory goes in to fix an issue with a clamp. Hugh forgot to close it earlier, and because of that, the crew is pretty upset. Miranda brings up that they don't know what these cells are. For all they know, they could just be carrying a form of like space anthrax. Hugh gets defensive, saying that Calvin is an anthrax, to which Rory brings him back to reality. Those cells in there could be dangerous. They don't know, but if Hugh doesn't make sure everything is sealed up properly, he's putting everyone in danger. He reminds Hugh that that thing isn't his buddy. Because of the clamp failure, the air pressure changed, which caused Calvin to actually go into a hibernation. But this actually relieves Miranda to a certain degree because the creature was growing extremely quickly with the nutrition that they were giving it. But because of this, Hugh decides decides that he needs to shock it back to, I guess, life. He goes on about how this could replace stem cells, cure the incurable, so obviously he's a little too close to this given his paralysis. And I'm not sure what he's basing this assumption on, if I'm being honest, because they know absolutely nothing about this cell. That would be like finding bacteria and being like, it could cure stem cell issues. Based on what? As Hugh begins shocking Calvin, at first it doesn't work, but as he raises the level, it jumps back to life and onto his glove. It breaks the wand and then grips his hand. As Hugh tries to pull his hand back, it begins breaking his fingers. Eventually, this causes him to pass out. While he floats there, Calvin begins testing the glove durability. Realizing that it can't get out that way if it doesn't have a sharp instrument, it goes back for the wand, breaks it in half, and then uses the sharp point to escape the glove and into the open environment. Yeah, at that point, no way, man. Keep that sealed tight entirely. Eventually, Calvin finds that the rodent is tied down. It mimics it for a moment, but as the mouse goes to bite at Calvin, Calvin then attacks it. Within seconds, it breaks the mouse down for all its cells and then grows considerably in size. Rory jumps in and grabs Hugh, basically trading places as Calvin attaches to Rory's leg, to which then Rory grabs an oxygen candle and burns it off. He asks for permission to body the creature and then grabs an incinerator and goes after it. While he's attempting to burn it, it's not so much that he's missing it every time, the creature is just highly resistant to fire, likely due to the cell walls every single cell has on the outer layer, which kind of forms a sacrificial barrier. Honestly, at this point, it would have been perfect for Rory to just escape, but he doesn't. Instead, the creature jumps on him, goes inside his mouth, and considering what we just saw it do to that mouse and the amount of blood, it can be assumed that that's what it's doing to his insides, quickly converting the brainstem, brain, lungs, and ultimately heart as it moves down, and this flatlines Rory pretty quickly. As Rory floats there, the incinerator is out of fuel, but still has enough to keep the flame going. As it triggers the fire suppression system, it makes the room no longer sealed. The creature exits Rory's mouth and begins going after the fire suppression system, eventually getting inside one of the openings before it can close and escaping into the main station. With the quarantine compromised, it's now free to move about and begin its hunt. As Kat sends a distress call back to Earth, her transmission is cut off, to which they have no idea how much actually got through, and that'll be important later. Losing contact with Earth, they still have a local ability to communicate. They need to exit the station and fix the comms, so they send Kat as she's the only one qualified at this point. As she checks on the transmitter outside, she finds that it has overheated and there appears to be scorch marks on it. They arrive at the conclusion that Calvin must have destroyed the transmitter so they couldn't call for help. Now, how did a mass of cells arrive at this conclusion? Well, we will discuss that later. As they question whether Calvin intentionally went after the water-cooled comms and CPU, Calvin then exits and attaches to Kat. As she crawls along, it turns out that Calvin has broken the coolant line on her suit. Calvin officially knows a ton about spacesuits. As she moves inside, her helmet begins filling with the coolant, which is poisonous, so she can't just drink it. So now she's basically drowning. As they get to the airlock and get it ready, David goes in to get her, but as he's trying to tell her how to open the valve, Kat realizes that the jig is up at this point because that's really what Calvin wants. She prefers to drown herself and turns the lever the wrong way and chooses to keep Calvin outside of the ship to save the rest of the crew, but that's not how things are going to go down. As the crew begins discussing is there any other way that Calvin can get in, the thrusters are possibly a way in. Sho then watches the temp gauges as Calvin continues to try to get in them. They try to blast him into space, but after operating the thrusters a few times, in space, that causes some problems as they quickly run out of enough fuel to keep that up, and if they burn any more, they won't be able to fix their decaying orbit from them just doing that. So they decide that they need to let the creature into the ship to stop it from getting to Earth. Hugh comes up with an idea that they just need to purge all life support on the ship because that might send Calvin into his hibernation once again. As they do this, Calvin is stalking them actually around the ship. Meanwhile, Hughes is actually looking a little out of it. As they get the International Space Station back up to where it needs to be, Hughes' situation continues to randomly devolve as the crew discusses what they've seen. Hugh has a revelation that Calvin doesn't hate them, but he has to end them in order to survive. As Hugh passes out and then flatlines, they start trying to get his heart to beat again, which doesn't work at first. As they continue to shock him, they get him back and see that something is moving on his pant leg. They pull back his lower pant leg to find that Calvin has been feeding on his blood because he's paralyzed and didn't feel it. At this point, they defib Calvin, who has gotten to the point where he can now flap portions of his body to move through the ship more easily. As the crew members bolt, Sho jumps into his sleeping pod as Calvin tries to find a way in. It attempts to break the glass, and it actually seems like it's quite capable of doing so, but then leaves him instead. They talk to Hugh with his last few minutes that he has left, as his blood oxygen levels have dropped dangerously low due to the low amount of blood he has, to which he flatlines again fairly quickly. As Miranda and David discuss the hate that they have for Calvin, which I'm not sure why this is such a revelation, they realize that they can actually track Calvin because it ate a tracker from Hugh's legs. Moving over the ship, it ends up following a blood trail back to Hugh as it begins consuming him, them to become larger before attempting to break back into the crew areas. However, they seal it in and then trap it, but a proximity alarm has begun blaring. Coming up from Earth, a ship attaches to the hull of the International Space Station. Despite them trying to hail it and make it turn away, it begins pushing the ISS. Miranda says it was a protocol that if Calvin turned hostile, the ship would be pushed into deep space rather than let it crash back down to Earth. It was basically a safety protocol to kind of yeet that thing out of our orbit. Sho at this point realizes that he is screwed if he stays in the pod, and he attempts to leave, but ends up opening the area and letting Calvin out. Maximum move. Calvin then grabs him and attempts to pull him back, but for some reason, the rocket attached to the clamps outside malfunctions and breaks a few of the clamps, causing the airlock to rupture. Sho chooses to drop with Calvin in an attempt to take him with him, but alas, Calvin is able to crawl back inside the ship. Because of this failure of the rocket, all that random thrusting and movement, it has caused their orbit to decay once again. They realize that they're going to hit the atmosphere in 30 minutes, so they need to devise a plan. David realizes that they need to send this thing into deep space rather than let it get to Earth. David wants to lure Calvin into a pod, so he sends Miranda into pod B to go back to Earth. David then chooses pod A with Calvin because he has no desire to return back to Earth with humanity, so he will pilot it into deep space. As David moves through, he ends up luring Calvin in with a few candles before getting into his pod, to which Calvin obliges to come with them. At this point, Miranda heads to her pod. David then preps the pod and fires out. Calvin breaks the candle quickly that was distracting him and then goes after David. Miranda fires hers and then heads towards Earth. David begins attempting to pilot his pod towards deep space manually. Miranda radios to Earth to tell them what they are dealing with, but as she does, she hits some space debris. And now this is the unfortunate part. Because of David's long time in space, his muscles are weak. Calvin has really no issue stopping him from reaching the controls easily and then restrains him from piloting the ship to space. Whereas Miranda, considering she just hit space debris, is now flying out into space to meet her unfortunate end of starvation or dehydration. Maybe the air will run out. It's really no way to tell. So basically, that plan went to absolute hell. After David lands in the ocean, he's freed by Vietnamese fishermen despite him telling them not to open the door, which in turn releases Calvin onto the planet. And considering it's hypothesized that Calvin was what caused the extinction on Mars to happen, looks like humanity and all the things here are next up on the chopping block. But hey, I guess that's just life, isn't it? Ha! Every day is pain. So the first thing I think that we should talk about is a supercell, how that cell interacts with other cells, and with Calvin being composed of these type of cells, how does that give him the abilities that he has, which in turn makes him such a formidable foe to scientists and doctors located on the space station. But even before that, what happened to Mars? In our own reality, even as soon as 700 million years ago, which seems like a lot, but cosmologically speaking, we literally just missed it. Venus was a warm, habitable planet with its own oceans as well as Mars. Venus, Earth, and Mars were essentially all ranging in terms of temperature, as you might well imagine, based on proximity to the sun. But as the internals of Venus continued to change and CO2 was spewed out of the volcanoes, the planet quickly became uninhabitable to humans. Not that we were ever really there. Mars, however, may have lasted longer in terms of habitability, but due to its lack of magnetic field, the planet was bombarded with solar radiation and had its atmosphere stripped away. However, in the movie Life, once upon a time it would appear that there was in fact life on Mars. With the arrival of Calvin, this planet was quickly overrun and all life was destroyed. The reasoning for why Calvin is not native to the planet is with a species that aggressive and capable, nothing else would have a chance to evolve on that planet, and instead everything would be consumed, leaving only Calvin, which is what is hinted at as having happened. If that were not the case, other microorganisms would have been found in the crust of the planet where they were digging, but instead they only found one form of life. After Calvin left the planet barren, time passed and the atmosphere was ripped away. This introduction of solar radiation, changes in the atmosphere pressure and composition, triggered Calvin's hibernation reflexes. This also hints that Calvin not being a native at Mars due to the fact that he can survive extremely hostile environments. Likely this creature originates from some other area of the galaxy, or it's quite possible this creature may have originated anywhere depending on how long it can survive in space, which we have seen is quite a long time. So the question is, how feasible is it for Calvin to survive for this long, and how might he do it? Well, again, it's hypothesized, at least with Mars, within the last several hundred million years, it became a barren wasteland. Because of this, that would put Calvin's single cell at hundreds of millions of years old. And to do this, that would mean it needs to enter a state that we actually find bacteria doing in hostile environments. When bacteria is in a barren area with low nutritional states, improper climate, or really anything that can hinder its growth, certain variants can enter something known as an endospore. The bacteria will form a spore within itself which contains a coat on the outside which is resistant to enzymatic activity and environmental pressures to a degree, as well as an outer membrane, cortex, germ cell wall, and inner membrane. Essentially, this allows the bacteria to exist in a vegetative state using very little energy while it waits for more hospitable environments to form. The original bacterial cell then lyses and releases the spore. Should you be infected with a spore, it can can enter its standard bacterial form and then begin an infection. So you're probably thinking to yourself, well, it can only last like a few days, right? Well, actually, some endospores have been shown to be viable up to 10,000 years, with some revival of spores claiming to have awoken bacterial cells that are millions of years old. So take this idea on our planet with our standard cells that we have, and you can see that a creature lasting in a dormant state being awoken, more so one that appears to be much more capable as far as cellular activity, and it can actively and logically react to its environment. The idea of Calvin having survived in the soil of Mars becomes much more of a possibility. To put in perspective of how strong Calvin actually might be, we can actually take a look at microorganisms on Earth even further. We know in the past that we have inadvertently thought there was confirmed life on the moon due to a cross-contamination issue with our atmosphere, allowing bacteria from Earth into the vacuum of space. Because of this, it took time, but we quickly realized, based on genetic coding, that this was Earth bacteria. But you know what exists in our upper atmosphere? You guessed it, bacteria, all the way actually into the stratosphere. To which brings me back to my Venus comment that I was going to say earlier. Recently, and take this with a grain of salt because it may have just been a data issue, we might have found phosphine gas in Venus's upper atmosphere, an area of the atmosphere that we know the temperature-wise is actually fairly hospitable, and humanity could literally visit it if we had, like, say, a large balloon and could exist outside without the need for heat shielding. It's roughly about 80 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit during the day, or 27 to 36 degrees Celsius. Still warm, but not going to cook you immediately. At night, it does get colder with temperatures in the negatives, but the key here is it's fairly habitable range for microbes to exist if they are anaerobes. So my conspiracy theory is that when we drop probes on Venus, we may have inadvertently seeded this part of the atmosphere with microbes from Earth that may have been producing phosphine gas. Now again, this all hinges on data that we have collected being read correctly for what we have identified, but it would still be pretty cool nonetheless, or terrible because we literally just accidentally seeded a planet. But the point of this rambling is that the upper atmosphere of Earth, which is inhospitable to life that we know of it down here, or in the deepest points of the ocean where thermal vents exist, also keep life going. Life is fairly resilient, and Calvin is more resilient than that. With the introduction of nutrition in a similar Earth-like environment applied to the biological cabinet, this produces the environment for Calvin to wake back up, to which they determined that he's a thicker cell wall than anything seen on Earth. Because of this may actually play into Calvin's longevity after entering a state of suspended animation. The cold slowing down the cellular metabolism, the evolutionary traits doing the same, the likely coating the creature would actually form along with the cell wall and the protection from direct sunlight due to it being within the actual crust of Mars. There's no reason to think that the potential Calvin could have may have made him last indefinitely if it stayed in this state until the planet's destruction with the sun going supernova. Because of this presumed idea, Calvin is space herpes. Likely whatever planet it may have been on once upon a time may have actually had other animals that were capable of resisting such an infection from Calvin, or it may have just been the apex species of said planet. But when whatever alien sun it was orbiting finally exploded, Calvin's species may have been so adapted to hardships on whatever planet it was on, it may have been surviving within the crust itself and then sent into deep space as a chunk of rock. And this might be how it ended up accidentally seeding Mars with an apex predator. As Calvin continued to grow and absorb biomass, there are two questions that need to be answered. The first is, how is Calvin, after exiting in assumed spore form, capable of existing outside, and how did they know he would expire in space? Okay, well, I guess there's actually three questions, because the third question is, how does Calvin actually absorb biomass? To answer the first two, look no further than any cell that is exposed to the environment of space. Think for a moment. If you didn't have any nerves to relay pain, what would you feel in space? Well, with your standard meat suit, if you were to go into the vacuum of space, it would be cold, your eyes would instantly freeze, water in your body would begin boiling, but not because of heat, but really because of lack of pressure, and your lungs would probably burst if you held your breath. Sounds pretty bad, right? Well, despite all this, your body can actually survive in space for up to a minute. Granted, that minute is excruciating, but it's completely possible. Our eukaryotic cells, at least animal cells, lack things like cell walls, and because of this, it really comes down to membranes, which are fairly susceptible to things like environmental influences. Cell walls play a huge role in supportive structuring of a cell, but also in a lot of other aspects. And this can cause a creature composed of cells with cell walls to survive exposure issues that might take an animal out. So I mean, look outside. We call those plants. Plants can't move, at least not very quickly, which means that they have to exist outside in the elements and will either thrive or expire based on what they have going for them. And this is actually why the first biomass on this planet to move up onto land were plants. Even then, it took them a while to develop into strong enough cell forms and then form into plants that we know them today. The fact is, plant cells with cell walls would be considered more resilient than animal cells, at least in some instances, but without the rigidity of the cell wall, animals are capable of movement even down to a single-celled organism like a protozoa. Now take something like Calvin, who has the best of both worlds, movement and a cell wall. This would allow the creature to leave the confines of the space station for a limited amount of times, but much longer than any human would be capable of surviving in space. Also take into account that the fact that this creature appears to have a better control over its individual cell functions, resulting in a more macro utility and things like opening and closing of cell walls, and those could be shut, providing more protection, with the outermost cells providing almost a shield-like covering, which allows the creature to operate for extended periods of time in really hostile environments. So next thing is, what in the name of all that is holy happened to that mouse that Calvin came into contact with? Well, look no further than the movie The Thing for a decent explanation on what's going on. However, you're watching this, so I'll go ahead and provide a decent explanation. As a supercell comes into contact with a regular cell, it's clear that it lyses the internal contents of the regular animal cell quite easily, as we see with the mouse. As the skin is quickly worked through, new skin is then seen underneath with blood vessels, and everything starts turning pink until the muscle is then gotten to, and then the nervous system, and ultimately the skeleton. Each cell of Calvin likely contains enough lysosomes, or it might even just straight break open the cell entirely, utilizing its own cells. Upon this happening, the nutrients of those cells are absorbed, which in turn allows Calvin's cells to undergo mitosis. And if there were a drinking game where you take a shot every time I say cell, nobody would survive. This leads to a larger creature that the more it's able to absorb other biomass, the more it's able to grow, much like anything else. But with all that said, something else is happening when Calvin grows. Since every cell is working together and can function independently as well as its own, as it grows, it gets smarter and stronger, sort of like our brains. The larger they get to a point, the smarter we are. Now, it's a really simplified version because Einstein's brain actually wasn't bigger than the average person's, and in fact, it was a little bit smaller. But regardless, the key here is that as Calvin grows, its intelligence increases, but I would go out on a limb to say something else is happening also. As Calvin goes after and takes out Rory, did you notice how the creature was now capable of understanding the systems of the ship? While not directly interacting with them, it knew the water-cooled, the transmitters, and the CPUs. While not knowing how to interact with them, it knew how to break them and also navigate the ship. You know who else knew that? Rory. Rory was essentially the mechanic of the ship, which means whoever the creature takes out, it would absorb that person, which means after taking out Rory, it definitely knows there are humans on the planet below, which is exactly why it overpowers David and subdues him while it crashes onto the planet. So how might it be doing this? The first thing to understand about our brains is memories are just patterns. They aren't so much stored in our neurons, but in a way of our neurons firing. This is why things like dementia affect our memories, because as things like the pathways are lost, so too is the memory lost. And this is why things like a certain smell can trigger a memory, because whatever smell forged that pathway along with the memory fires along the same route and triggers that memory that you have should you smell that smell again. So with memories being patterns, that means intelligence is a pattern, because intelligence is application of memories in new ways, possibly causing new patterns to emerge, which becomes new technologies or standards. When Calvin interacts with a human, likely it would be quite easily figuring out that our brains were located in our skulls, as a lot of juice is being sent from one area of the body. Moving into the brain of a person, such as with Hugh and Rory, it would quickly pick up these patterns and connections that our brains fired and could replicate those. Now the issue is, let's say like you could absorb somebody else's brain, but you didn't speak the language, you would need something like a Rosetta Stone to translate what our brains know as well as the human language. But taking into consideration of how smart Calvin would be, likely it would be an ongoing process as it moves around the ship, learning from the host's brain, which was absorbed, which again means likely Rory and Hugh at this point just have empty skulls shortly after the lights went out. So this means after Calvin took over a few bodies, he way outclassed normal human intelligence and could outthink and outmaneuver the scientists and doctors, leading them to a quick end. So much so that he began to not even see humans as threats as when he left Sho in his pod. Rather than take him out, Calvin knew that he would come out if he just waited long enough, and he could actually end up using Sho to open the doors so the creature was no longer sealed in. Again, thinking way ahead of humans. So the next question is, how do you overcome this thing? Well, I would have to disagree with Hugh that the creature, despite being carbon-based, could have been destroyed in a vacuum. This creature existed in a quasi-vacuum of Mars for hundreds of millions of years. The only thing I could really see destroying this creature is radiation of space, which is why they found it only in the soil, as it needed to protect itself from the UV radiation, as well as the more damaging forms like gamma radiation. So the issue is, with it now on Earth, there's really not a likely possible scenario that you could stop this thing. The only way humanity could even contain it, maybe, is directed radiation or a scorched Earth policy, literally unleashing massive amounts of radiation over a large area to degrade the Calvin cells and destroy them. The issue is, however, that destroys life as we know it and makes large swaths of land uninhabitable. And this is the best case scenario too. Should Calvin get a foothold, which, let's be honest, it's in the ocean at this point, there's no way to destroy it. And remember, since it's a single-celled organism, that it may be capable of working alone, coupled with a multicellular one, there's no reason to suggest that Calvin couldn't just break off a piece of him and then seed an area with individual cells. The best way to compare Calvin is the flood from Halo 3 landing on Earth in the present time. The shipmaster glassed half a continent for a small outbreak, which is the only option to save the planet. But unfortunately, no genocidal aliens are coming to our rescue on this one, so we would really be just us. Our planet would be destroyed in days as life was wiped out and only Calvin life remained. The atmosphere would then change over time, as well as no oxygen from the ocean or really plant life remaining, and Calvin would enter a state of hibernation, once more waiting for the next species to find it and unleash it on their planet. During the events of the American Zombie War, Las Vegas would be completely lost. So much so, in fact, we would have to call it Lost Vegas. God. With numerous casualties on both sides, eventually the entire city would have to be walled off. Just prior to the first outbreak happening, an accidental quarantine breach would take place during the transfer of what would spark this whole thing off. Shortly after the walls were constructed, the discussion of what to do with those infected remained. While some organizations wanted to move in and secure what they were originally working on, others, like the president, would want to nuke the area off the map on the 4th of July because, if you think about it, it'd be pretty patriotic. However, prior to the nuke dropping on the city, which, see, I told you we should just nuke Las Vegas, a small team would be sent in to retrieve a specific version of the infected, as it represented the culmination of all the work they were conducting in Area 51, unbeknownst to them. This team would ultimately come across some pretty strange infected whose origins actually do make sense considering the presenting characteristics they display. So in today's episode, it's pretty clear what we're talking about: the Army of the Dead infected, and specifically some of the ones that if you weren't paying attention, you may have just straight up missed, and what that means for the rest of the infected. So as per usual, everyone knows what I'm about to say, but for you new people, up on screen you'll see a timestamp of where to head to if you want to bypass the summary. Honestly, this movie was pretty good, but man, I don't think it needed to be almost 2.5 hours. I felt like a lot of it was filler at some points, but that really doesn't matter. So anyways, you can head there or look down at the chapters in the bar, whichever, really doesn't matter. Alright, so let's get to why the military really needs to install some skid plates on the bottom of their super trucks if a freaking car can cause them to release massively dangerous cargo out into the world. We start off our story at Area 51. A convoy is headed out to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, a couple just got married in Las Vegas, which historically marriages will last forever if you go to the drive-through chapel. Across the way, the soldiers are discussing about what they are hauling. They aren't really too sure as they've been told nothing. Meanwhile, the couple start doing the do, and then back at the soldiers' convoy, the two are talking about how they could just be hauling an alien, or maybe the original Declaration of Independence, who knows. Anyways, the guy driving drops the ball and doesn't focus up. I mean, I can't blame him, and then he ends up just kind of, specifically taking out the truck with the cargo. What was the Humvee up front for? Who knows? That's the fun. After a fiery explosion, the container is compromised as another soldier radios in. Over the radio, the woman tells them to get everyone that can move and then get away from it immediately. Anyone who can't walk is to be left behind. As the soldiers approach, the door opens and a creature is released that immediately begins taking them out. Round seem almost completely useless against this thing. Two soldiers end up running off, but they run like 100 yards, and then one soldier's like, oh, okay, we're far enough. One guy's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah bro, that seems like a far enough distance. Oh wait, it isn't. They're quickly attacked and then turned by what is essentially the Alpha. Shortly after their transformation, they move over and then see Las Vegas is ripe for the picking. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas the next day, everything appears to be totally screwed. Gonna have to blur out some of this, but basically the entire place is getting overrun Zombieland style as the Alpha walks through the area. A war then kicks off between the military and infected, and also this war, I mean, it just seems like bad planning. I mean, just keep using missiles, right? They end up dropping soldiers into a massively infected area with a dome parachute that can't be controlled. Maximum oof. But eventually the military are pushed back over time. The area is completely lost. There's a subplot of a mother looking for her daughter, but yeah, it doesn't go according to plan as they get straight up crushed just a few feet from the exit. Also, pretty big oof. Presumably months later, we meet Scott. One of the people who managed to survive the outbreak within the city is now flipping burgers. As he continues working, a man enters the diner named Tanaka, and they have an offer for him. Get a team together and retrieve the money from a vault in a casino. The government has elected to nuke Las Vegas, so he's interested in getting that money out, and if he's successful, he will get 50 million of it. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, there's a camp that has been set up literally on the other side of the wall from zombies. Seems like, that seems like a bad idea, right? Like literally, it's just a wall. I mean, no, just put the whole desert between me and that. Kate is a volunteer there, and as she discusses with Jita, a mother, this guard who's Mr. Hardass is measuring everyone's temperature to make sure they're not infected. Basically, my boy is just power tripping, as you know. Kate is trying to talk the mother out of going into the city to get money to get her kids out of this camp, but we all know how that's going to go. Meanwhile, Mr. Meathead is having a nightmare about his wife. She was apparently turned in the house, so he ended up having to dome her with a knife, and we see that Kate was also there. Super sad about the whole thing. Scott then calls Mr. Tanaka under the name Possible, which may imply other teams have been asked, and he says that he's in. Now we get the old getting the boys back together cut through, you know. I prefer the scene in MacGruber where the whole team just gets blown up at the end, but this one will do. He offers varying amounts of money to the team to get them enticed, which obviously works. Oh, and by the way, the pilot, they actually had to superimpose her over. I forgot the original guy in the movie, but he turned out to be a disgusting pile of shit. So literally they just straight up removed him. Pretty impressive. So the guy who's supposed to crack the safe, his name is Dieter, not important, but that's my father-in-law's name. Never seen another Dieter. All right, so back on track. So the team then gets the setup. They are to enter the casino, get the money, head up to the roof to an abandoned helicopter. Dieter asks how they really do the zombie ending. Scott tells him just go for the brain, an old standard. As long as that's destroyed, you're good to go. They show how the plan should go, which, how do you think it's gonna go? A security detail is then sent in from Tanaka, and his name is Martin, and he will be accompanying them as well. Back at the camp, Scott goes to see his estranged daughter, Kate, and then tell her he's got a job coming up. He promises her $50 million if she helps him. Meanwhile, the mother from earlier is attempting to get into the city to get the money so she can get her kids out. It's a lot of gets. Kate then jacks a bus to get the team into the camp to retrieve what they need. They appear to be the only bus heading in while everyone else is heading out, not suspicious at all. And as the security guy tries to get to know Chambers, she says she doesn't trust him. And I break away for a moment. Have you ever just not trusted someone and you don't know why? Well, some call it instinct, some call it a gut feeling, but there's actually an interesting story with this. They're known as mirror neurons. There's a hypothesis out there that actually in certain people with mirror neurons, and this is not just what I say, there have actually been studies conducted, they have the ability to somewhat read other people's minds. Now I know it sounds insane, but what they may actually be doing is looking for movements, social cues, and actions so small that they're imperceivable to our senses at large. But to the mirror neurons, they may not be, which kind of actually relays the person's intent. Because if the person intends to harm in a way, they may not be thinking they are showing it, but their body language gives them away. These neurons read this, and that's what gives you that weird feeling about people. So sometimes you should just trust your gut. But back to it, as they reach the camp, everyone is pretty much getting mobilized to GTFO. The team meets up with Lily as Kate tells them not to get nuked and then walks off. Eventually she comes across Jita's kids and they tell her the mom is gone. Assuming Lily is involved, she goes and punches her across the face, which I mean was a solid connection. And Lily says that she took them in because they need money. Jita didn't tell Lily though that she had kids, but I mean, it's a pretty small camp. Shouldn't you kind of know that? Kate decides that she's coming in with her dad and the team to look for Jita. Scott then relents, but says that she can come along. Lily says that they need one more guy, and the guard walks up and Lily asks if he wants to make 20 grand, which of course he does. His power tripping is then checked by Vanderhoof, and then they all move into the city carrying gas tanks for the helicopter. As they open the door, they are expecting to charge, but really they just find a bunch of desiccated infected. The Shamblers were not smart enough to get out of the sun, but when it rains, they come back to life for a few hours. And this is crucial to figuring out what these things are infected with, so keep that in mind. As they walk through the abandoned roads where the military fell, they hear roaring. A freaking infected tiger is walking around surveying the area. It ends up leaving, and Lily turns to the guard and asks to see his force multiplier. She flirts with him, and then he hands it over, and she immediately pops him in the leg and zip ties his hands. She starts talking about how they have to send an offering to the alphas. They leave him out in the open and then quickly hide as they hear a yell. 2 alphas arrive to inspect the area, finding the guard hogtied. Sensing it is indeed an offering, they take him off to their lair. Lily then says that even though it was accepted, they need to get off the streets as it's a sign of disrespect. So they need to head inside of buildings. She also says that she's not sure how it works, but they take them off to Olympus and then turn them into one of them. Tig then starts asking who's the most important just after witnessing the dude get sacrificed, but back over to Bert, he's not having a good time. The Mega Alpha shows up and inspects the sacrifice. He checks out, I guess, what is his queen, and I mean, since he's listening to her stomach, I'm assuming she's pregnant, so zombies can get pregnant. Haven't seen that since Dawn of the Dead. Bert is then thrown into an empty pool area where he's grabbed and taken off to some fate, which we will see later. Back in the building with the team, a ton of Shamblers are inside, just kind of standing around in a basic comatose state. Okay, so Dieter yells at this point, which doesn't wake them up, but the light will wake them up and conversations will wake them up. So why didn't the yell wake them up? I'm starting to sound like WowSage Gaming over here with the zombie sins. As Chambers moves through, the guy sent in by Tanaka throws the glow stick that they were using to navigate by down another hallway. As she moves through, she has to take out multiple infected as they keep waking up. And as she takes out one of them, their arm lands on a pan. As the team continues through, eventually the pan is knocked down, awakening everyone and turning it into a massive fight. Running and force multiplying, Chambers ends up fighting her way out, then is blocked by Martin, who locks her in like a real douche. Eventually she is able to break a window, but is surrounded. Guzman just kind of watches without, firing firing a shot till it's like way too late. Like, bro, what are you doing? Then he puts a round in her gas tank, detonating it, and then taking out the Horde. Already down 2, they make their way to the building with the vault. The place seems more abandoned for the moment with just a few stragglers. As Dieter looks around, he finds blueprints for the vault, which means Tanaka had possibly sent in other teams before them, which means the possible name on the phone call kind of confirms that there were others. Heading outside, they find the helicopter, which appears, as Tig puts it, a hunk of junk. May have probably been something they needed to check prior. Lily and Martin then head off to do Martin's actual mission. Lily fires a shot in the air to alert the Alphas of their presence. Scott attempts to bond with his daughter at the generator about running a food truck, but then he tries to, talk to Kate about her mom, but she's still pretty pissed that he ran off and didn't talk to her afterwards. So that reconnect just totally failed. Scott fires up the generator for the building, and I just want to point out there's still a ton of infected around, which I don't know, seems like a bad idea. They enter the vault area where Dieter ends up saving Guzman's tail. Dieter then uses a card to open the security door and check out the vault at the end of the hallway. Also, there was another team of grave robbers. Clothes look familiar, eh? Vanderho mentions how it's basically just them, just from another timeline. So I should warn you, this movie is like 10 tons of crazy. All right, so back out on the road, Lily and Martin are approached by 2 Alphas. Dieter finds the trigger plates for the non-lethal deterrent, by the way, and even further away, Zeus, the real Alpha, finds Jita in her group and abducts them. As the other Alphas approach Lily and Martin, seeing there is no sacrifice, they have to open fire on the male Alpha, taking him out. Headshots actually do still work, and the Queen is subdued by metal cabling. Martin flips her over and then cuts off her head. So Matt, you're probably gonna have to blur this one. She yells and Zeus is alerted to the crap that's happening. Martin takes the head to try to get ahead in life, but it's sort of like that one guy who stole raptor eggs in Jurassic Park 3. It's just not a great plan. So Vanderho now brings zombies down for Dieter to attempt to get them to activate the pressure plates. He microwaves a hand and figures out it's not the meat, it's the heat that they are attracted to. As a zombie walks, they figure out the non-lethal isn't so non-lethal. Between force multipliers and crushing walls, it really would have been kind of a bad time. Meanwhile, Tig tries to get the chopper up and going, but it's a piece of junk. Upstairs, the team gathers around a TV as the nuking has been moved up a full 24 hours, despite how cool and patriotic it would have been to drop a nuke on the 4th of July. Scott radios to Tig and tells her of the new information, and she says that the helicopter is going well and that they shouldn't be alarmed at all, but they probably should. Back down at the vault, Scott asks how Dieter is doing, which he needs absolute quiet and roughly 30 minutes to crack it. If he messes up again, it locks forever, so that's probably not good. Back out in the streets, is that a zombie horse? Well, there are zombie tigers, so why not? Zeus finds his queen headless and then listens to her stomach lamenting that he can't hear it anymore. Scott and Kate make sure that the exit is clear, and then they find some extra money in the casino that is just basically straight up theirs now. While doing that, Dieter is able to get the vault open, and everything appears to be good to go. But usually when everything is going good, that means it's about to go really bad. Also, Lily grabs the cash counter and looks at the queen's head, important foreshadowing. Opening the vault, critical mission success. Zeus carries his queen's body back to Olympus and opens her abdomen to find a fetus that is blue in coloring, pretty much wears off after being removed. So now the Horde is pretty upsetty spaghetti. Also, Scott reconnects with Anna, or my girl Maria Cruz, and as Scott turns around to look for Kate, she's gone missing and is outside. The Horde is now on the move for vengeance as ordered by Zeus. Kate runs towards the Olympus building to get her friends as the Horde storms the building that the team is in. Scott hits the elevator button, but as he does, an infected jumps out and grabs Anna, and holy sweet Christ, just turns her head around so far her freaking like thoracic spine is yanked up in her. God, that was brutal. Scott takes out the elevator as they have to leave because presumably more are coming down. Vanderho and Dieter run towards the vault as infected begin pouring in, and as the rest of the team tries to run, Martin traps them in a room with the infected and then goes to kill Tig. Also at this point, the Alpha has found them. He approaches Dieter and Vanderho as Vanderho goes on the offensive, but it's a lot like when Arnold tries to fight the Predator. Monsters be strong, man. Before he can bite Vanderho, Dieter then smacks the Alpha and locks Vanderho in the vault. As Martin heads outside to get to the chopper, he realizes that the bag feels a little strange. He checks and realizes that it was actually changed with a money counter. As he checked, the infected tiger shows up and it's snack time. After a short attack, it eventually crushes his head with a bite and eats his face. And we might be able to sneak that one by, but that's probably gonna have to be blurred. Back at ground level, the team comes across the rest of the Horde, which really makes you wonder how Martin was able just to walk out front. As Scott continues to decimate them, Guzman is attacked and then he lights up one of the zombies. And did you see that? Is that the Terminator? Could be. We'll talk about it. Guzman is bitten, so he's donezo, so he elects to pull the pins on his grenades and take out quite a bit of the Horde in the process. Zeus now exits the elevator and sees that his people aren't doing so hot. Or are they? Because they're on fire. And Kate goes to check around the Olympus where she runs across our old pal Bert. Scott and Lily exit the roof and she holds up a force multiplier to the Queen's head to stop the Alpha from attacking. As Tig and Scott take off, Lily becomes distracted and then the Alpha pins her with a piece of rebar. She drops drops the queen's head off the side of the building, basically making the Alpha ridiculously angry. Scott directs Tig to the Olympus and that they need to get Kate. Kate ends up finding Jita and her group as they were abducted, and Zeus heads back to the Olympus as well. Scott is then dropped off on the roof and then heads into the building. Bert finds them first and bites Sadie. As Bert goes to attack Kate, she ends up doming him, but sees the Alpha has just found them. As Jita tries to open the door, it's stuck. Luckily, Mr. Macho Man Dave Bautista is there to soldier status the door and noob tube the Alpha. Exiting the top of the building, they find Tig has left, but not really. She was in the process of leaving, but then decided to come back for them. As they go to leave, the Alpha jumps on the helicopter. A fight ensues as they try to get out of there, but Scott misses every freaking shot on this thing, except for the one where he wings the pilot. The Alpha then breaks Scott's arm as Tig watches the nuke heading inbound, and the Alpha bites Scott, infecting him, but gets distracted by the nuke blast that just detonated, which gives Scott time to line up a shot and splatter the blue brains. Interestingly, there's blue brains. The shockwave causes the helicopter to crash. Tanaka has received no call, so technically now it's a critical mission failure, and we will get him next time. After the crash, Tig is gone, Jita is gone, Scott's infected, and Kate is injured. She finds Scott, he gives her some money to start a new life, and she is forced to dome him as he turns. Back in Las Vegas though, Vanderho appears to have survived. He exits the vault with the money, finds a car, and then heads to an airport where he bribes the staff to fly him to Mexico City. Shortly after chugging some champagne, he starts to feel lightheaded, so he heads to the bathroom, and there he finds out he was actually bitten by the Alpha, as Dieter wasn't fast enough. So now the adventure begins again in Mexico City. Okay, so first things first that I want to say, in these videos, they are essentially broken down via context clues and filling in the gaps on missing information. So take A Quiet Place, for instance. In A Quiet Place 1, quite literally, we see the creatures move through the water in a way that would indicate they are natural swimmers. But in A Quiet Place 2, I keep getting the comment, this didn't age well, or they can't swim, bro. So the only thing I can imagine is that they don't swim in that movie, which seems a little dumb, but that means that we'll have to revisit that. So in this movie in particular, a whole cinematic universe is planned. So what I'm about to cover is the hypothetical science behind these infected based on what we have seen, how they have survived this long, and what was up with Metalface and the Blue Hue crew. So first things first, let's start from the beginning, shall we? The original Alpha, who colloquially known as Zeus, was Patient Zero. It's pretty clear at some point he was a soldier based on the high and tight he's got going on with his hair when he actually originally breaks containment, meaning likely that this was a super soldier project, not just some random find or contracted disease. The concept of a super soldier in this movie is pretty clearly stated all over the place. Between the speed at which Zeus can move from running, the jumping far outclasses any normal human's ability, plus the strength displayed when he literally pulls off another soldier's jaw would be pretty indicative of basically this soldier has strength outside of what his standard meat suit would provide. Getting a good look at him, muscular mass does appear to have been higher than what would be assumed to be standard. Now there are some ridiculously swole soldiers out there, but this guy was like bodybuilder physique. All these indicators, not to mention where he was being held, again point to the hypothesis that Area 51 was working on a super soldier program to increase resilience in battle as well as durability. We see the soldiers open up on the guy with everything they had, and surely they landed enough shots to turn the organs into Swiss cheese, and yet they could not drop him nor put enough damage downrange to stop his attack. And this would likely mean that while the central nervous system is at the helm controlling the body itself may no longer be in a life support role that it once was, which again, for a super soldier would be quite important to function this way, as they would not have to feed themselves as regularly, and they could sustain wounds that would not be otherwise survivable, and then they could also just take out another human pretty easily. And really, just to kind of put all of it into perspective, surviving hostile environments like say a desert in the Southwest United States, all of this would be quite a boost to any project that was being worked on. So let's discuss the durability even further based on the clues we find throughout the movie. What I love about this movie is that they did everything in a fairly subtle way. If you knew where to look and when to listen, you could see what was being hinted at all over the place, but it's never too in your face about it. When the guard measures the girl's temperature, the first thing he says is that she's down a few decimals in a threatening manner, which means something else is happening within the body of a person besides what we would standardly assume. When your body is invaded by anything natural that is, its first inclination is to raise the temperature of the meat suit. When it does this, the protective mechanism makes it harder for bacteria to grow and thrive as the environment changes to suboptimal levels. This can actually slow down bacterial division. The same works with viruses. They do well at normal body temperatures because that's what they have adapted to. This would also activate the immune system to have a stronger response, as this is basically a cue to bring down the hammer. The thing that your body doesn't do is drop temperature. Why would it? After all, you need to survive while fighting this infection. Slowing down your body's response to some infection by making you colder and thus slowing down your metabolism would be pretty bad for your longevity. Now, this isn't to say that your body doesn't go the other way with it. One time in my life, life, I had a fever of 105 degrees, and I probably should have gone to the hospital, but never did. I just remember hallucinating my family walked into the room, which was pretty fun, but your brain does start cooking at around 106 degrees, which, as you might guess, isn't great. So why would my body prefer to raise temperature even to detriment? Well, that's because that's how our bodies have evolved to fight infection. So again, dropping temperature is fairly rare. It can happen when you have sepsis, or an extremely small percentage of the population have shown that they have kind of evolved a different pathway when dealing with infections, so they do lower their body temperatures. But again, it's really rare. So rare that the government wouldn't create a standard measuring unit to know if you were infected by how many degrees your body had dropped to. So what does this rambling mean? Well, it's pretty clear to me that upon your infection, a change within your body begins to take place that is cutting out the need for metabolism, or at least diminishing your body's role as life support. Instead, something else becomes a life support for your body, and as a result of this, less heat is produced within the meat suit in the early stages, and that is the first thing that's noticed. Such as when Vanderhoof was touched by the flight attendant on his arm, and she said that his skin was freezing. After his infection, the temperature began to drop rapidly. So before giving away what's going on, there are further clues as to the diminishment of the body's role in keeping you alive. The shamblers who didn't get out of the sun and instead kept crowding the walls were still subjected to the blistering heat, and eventually their outer layers, such as their skin, eyes, nose, mucosa membranes, all of that would quickly become desiccated. It really just becomes about water loss at that point, which is basically a law of this planet. If you have more water than your environment and you add heat, well, there you go, you're losing water. However, as Lily mentions, when it rains, they come back for a few hours, only to dry out again, meaning that all those bodies piled up near the walls are still alive. They're just kind of in a dormant state, such as like a suspended animation. So how are they living if surely they have completely dried up? Well, prior to answering that, because obviously I want you to listen to more of this, we need to look even further to the few strange infected that we see at random and rarely in certain areas of the movie. The most clear example is the infected that Guzman takes out, and it's only seen for a few frames. It was not some televised event, or it showed Guzman as having some giant response to seeing this, but after the skin on the face of the infected was ripped off, underneath we see a clear metallic skull and a blue eye. Guzman was still able to put it down nonetheless with a headshot, but that is a dead giveaway as to what we were seeing in this movie and a possible hierarchy forming between alphas and shamblers. There are a few different versions of the infected that we have seen. You have those who are infected by the alpha themselves, one generation out, who are turned into almost quasi-alphas. They are more intelligent, stronger than a regular person, and faster. Now, compared to the alpha, they are in no way superior. In fact, Zeus could probably completely Shrek them if they were able to get out of line, but likely that's not going to happen since they seem to be under the sway of him after they are bitten. But the first generation of Zeus's infected are quite formidable and still share a lot of the same super soldier characteristics that he had. As the infection continued to spread out further into the surrounding area, eventually many generations of infected later by a sub-alpha would bite a person, who would then bite another, who would then bite another, and so on and so forth. It would appear a change would begin to take place, one that would lead to a mindless infected shuffling around, standing in dangerous environments that decrease longevity, but still keeping the same or at least a similar durability that Zeus has. We see that these bodies are in fact alive, not just the shamblers, but also Zeus and his band of infected as well. So remember the high and tight I mentioned earlier concerning Zeus's hair? Well, I mentioned it for a reason, because now when we see him, the length has increased, and that means the body of Zeus is still very much so alive, producing hair, undergoing cellular metabolism, cellular division, all the things needed to keep it alive. But if something else is taking over the cellular metabolism, then why would his body technically still be alive? Well, because again, if you are creating a super soldier, you want a soldier, not a machine. But combining the two would yield some pretty interesting results. There is this idea that humanity is basically at the precipice of what our brains are capable of. If the brain gets much larger, which I have mentioned in several videos as of late, then it would slow down our ability to think due to more neurons being in the way pretty much, thus hindering our intellect. If we stay the same, we can learn more, but we may hit a plateau eventually, and that's just the limit. But using our big brainy brains, there may likely be a way around the issue, but what makes it most interesting is it's right at the edge of our limits that our brains are able to grasp a tool to get around that limit, almost making it seem like it's a universal barrier to species if they are to obtain this new tool. This tool is basically grafting machines into our body. The thinking is that our bodies wear out from age, bones break, muscles become less strong, genetic damage mounts. We will turn to machines to fix the issue, which we sort of do now with prosthetic limbs, pacemakers, and spinal stimulators, which at a certain point will become commonplace, sort of like with Cyberpunk 2077. So eventually we will have to ditch the name Homo sapiens, and the next step is theorized, or hypothesized anyways, to be Homo cyborgus. As the modifications to our meat suits become more and more pronounced, eventually we will start working on alterations to the brain itself. Things like microfilament optics, for instance, could be a way to bypass the speed barrier presented by nervous tissue and how slow it fires, meaning that if we can speed things up, we could quite possibly have more intelligence and larger brains waiting for us on the other side. Eventually, it would get to the point where our bodies would wither and decay considering they're organic, and we would be left with the machine us, and the new evolutionary step known as Homo machinus. An interesting idea to be sure, but the point of all this is to show we are already thinking about, as a species, how to advance past what our bodies are capable of. And if I'm sitting here thinking about that, Zack Snyder is thinking about that, and now you're thinking about that, and who's to say that Area 51 wasn't thinking about that? With all that said, what do I believe is happening in this movie? Well, I believe it's the super soldier from the beginning who has been injected with a form of nanite or micro machine roughly the size of a cell, but more probable it's even smaller than that. It's supposed to take direct control of the chemical reaction known as life while leaving the person still in control of their bodies. It appears that the experiment may have gone awry at some point, and likely the intellect level was not at the desirable levels that they wanted, thus the transportation. Or it's even possible they were doing this Resident Evil style and he was being sent out on his first mission, but due to a couple getting freaky in their car, it instead released it on the American public. So now that the cards are on the table, and invariably in a few years another movie will come out saying it's a freaking alien virus or some crap despite the machine components that we are seeing within the infected, let's discuss how it affects the body and how it may be able to keep the meat suit motivated and moving throughout all the damage it receives and the hostile environment conditions. As I have mentioned, we are nothing much more than chemical reactions. I mean, I personally believe there's a soul in there also, but everyone's got to make their own call on that one. But what's interesting about our bodies is, what is death? Well, death is considered medically by the stopping of the heart, and true death is brain death. But even during these points in time, a person who is clinically brain dead can have their bodies kept alive, meaning that they aren't at the helm, but they are still technically alive. The chemical reaction of life is still continuing. When a person's heart stops, even then, the brain is still alive. Signals are being sent between neurons, chemical reactions in the body are still taking place, cells are undergoing mitosis and cellular metabolism. The fact is, the line of death is incredibly muddled. It's blurry. It doesn't make any sense until about 20 minutes later when you are truly gone. But even then, they brought up a kid from underneath the ice who had been down there for like an hour and they revived him, so even metabolism stopping isn't technically the end either. The reason I bring this up is a chemical reaction conducts itself because of the laws of nature and physics. If you have too much positive charge here, it's going to attract ions from over there. If you have more water there and a salty substance here, osmosis will draw that water out. These are passive movements that allow for life to take hold, and then life itself will become more active about it, as such with active transporting nutrients across gradients, because that's what cells need. Now you can get to the point where a cell is not capable of pulling this off, which leads to cellular death. This may be because the DNA is just too damaged to form the right proteins, ATP is too low, or in general it's just reached its max limit on what it's capable of. But you live and expire based on what cells can do and what they can't do. I believe the Super Soldier Project was an attempt to overcome this natural life event. Adding in nanites that appear to be blue in coloring, I would say they are hijacking certain cells and are supposed to leave others alone. In terms of the hijacked cells, muscle, skeletal, and endothelial would likely be the targeted ones, but I believe the nervous system may have been a bleed over effect as it wasn't supposed to, and this is in the alphas that we have seen. Likely also the sex cells are infected to a degree but still functional. So these mechanical proteins would actually enter a cell and in fact may actually be organic in nature themselves instead of metallic, and then use the body to build proteins, which may be important as to why we see this kind of fall apart later. But as the machines enter the cell, they can assume the role of DNA. They would replicate themselves further using the naturally occurring structures within the cell, such as the ribosomes and endoplasmic reticulum. And here, these other proteins would continue to spread across the body, such as when we see them move into the bloodstream and then enter more cells, speeding up the process. Once the body was saturated with these cells, again, likely they would have assumed the role of DNA within the body, directing the cell's functions. Likely, since it's a nanite, it could move materials needed for the cell into the cell, or perform the metabolism itself within the cell, meaning that heat production would be decreased as it assumes cellular functions. While doing this, the body's temperature would continue to drop as the cells were more likely aided in virtually everything. Which, I know, it sounds like a weird concept, but if you think about it, we are a grouping of cells that use machines all the time. A machine aiding a cell in its ability to keep the body alive might not be as strange as you think. Anyhow, this would have some pretty far-reaching consequences, both good and bad. bad. The good consequences are, let's say you take some pretty heavy damage. Considering the nanites in the body are aiding the cells in their tasks, things that might outright cause a cell to stop functioning don't happen as the nanites keep the cell functional. So holes in your body, normally a game ender, right? Rectified by the nanites keeping the cells that weren't affected in the immediate area alive and likely ramping up mitosis to heal and providing cells with oxygen. Another good consequence, piggybacking off the idea of increased healing factor, is muscle contractions. Most know this, but if you didn't know, we only use about a third of our strength that we are capable of. Bodybuilders have been known to use roughly about 50% through extreme training, and if you are hopped up on adrenaline, some have been shown to use about 80% of their strength, which literally tore muscle from bone. The point of this is, because we don't use all of our strength, our body stays functional for longer. It's protected from damage. If we had an increased healing factor brought on by the nanites, then our bodies could afford to use more strength than normal, as it wouldn't be so detrimental. Of course, this would require alterations to the brain to do this, because it's really just a baseline that we don't use as much. Another good consequence would be bone strength. As we have seen with the one infected who got domed, his skeleton had taken on a metallic appearance, indicating that materials in the body itself may have changed. Now, this is not likely grafted or intentionally changed by, say, like some shadow facility, but this would say to me that when elements from outside the environment enter the body, they might be being incorporated into the body itself, kind of like how radium can actually replace calcium on our bones, or it could be used to create more nanites which cover the bone, thus reinforcing the area. So now this all seems pretty good. Stronger, more durable, intellect kind of stays, but it's clear that considering the state Las Vegas finds itself in, something went wrong. And I think it comes down to something as easy as how do you stop a protein from entering the nervous system and affecting it? Odds are you can't. It's clear that with the original Alpha, he was impacted in ways that would be less conducive. Considering the nanites would take control of all the other cells and assume the role of genetic information, that's the hypothesis I'm running with, it would be pretty clear the nervous system, more specifically the brain and spinal cord, would befall the same fate, which may also be why he's able to access more of his strength, because the brain itself has been changed. So likely this Alpha is hindered due to interference of the nanites splitting his thinking possibly into two lines. The first is to create more like him and reproduce, which is a very human trait. Pretty much animals want to reproduce. The second line of thinking, which may be more of the machine influence in the acquisition of materials from the environment, which as he abducts uninfected and changes them, he has his queen accept offerings to bring back. Either they can choose to eat or choose to turn. Because of the nanites' influence on the body, likely eating isn't as necessary as it is for you or I, but replenishment of basic chemicals would be necessary, but it's never really shown what they're eating to sustain themselves. Another bad consequence of the nanites, and the final point I will make, which supports the body's replication method, is that the further downstream you get, the more animalistic you become. At its core, to the shamblers, the nanites are still actively protecting the body in certain ways, allowing the cells to enter a state of dormancy, and then when it rains, they rehydrate and get back up. But depending on who you were bit by, think of it as like making a copy of a copy of a copy. The more copies you make, the more aberrations in the picture become apparent until eventually it looks nothing like it originally should. The same idea can be applied to these nanites. As the cells made these copies, mistakes would likely be made. Then these nanites would go on to infect others, where more mistakes were made, until ultimately you have this super durable infected, but the instructions specifically concerning the instructions on the central nervous system basically become a garbled mess. And then you are left with a base instinct to survive and replenish, but the intelligence has gone completely out the window. And also, I want to point out something. It's interesting that we actually make nanites that kind of look like viruses, isn't it? And technically viruses, depending on who you're talking to, aren't technically alive. Very strange. So this would lead me to believe, based on the fact that all the cells are impacted to a degree, that only Zeus and his tribe would be capable of actually reproducing, as the sex cells and the shamblers would either likely be completely screwed up or non-functional, which, let's talk about that as well for a moment. It's pretty clear, as I have stated with all this, the body is most certainly alive, and depending on how pure the instructions of the nanites are on a cellular basis, this would have a pretty profound impact on the organism as a whole. Zeus was well above his pack, but likely at or just below the intelligence of a normal human being. Those a generation below would likely be well below the average intelligence of a human, but by no means an animal. However, being that humans are animal, old urges die hard, if you know what I'm saying. So the sex cells could be affected by the nanites or left completely alone. Either way, they are still functional enough to produce offspring for Zeus and the queen. The baby, being from the queen's body, was immediately infected with those nanites, but after the queen's end, likely the body of it was too frail to keep alive and may not have had the nutrition levels required. We have seen, however, that the nanites can keep infected alive in crazy odds. The queen, for instance, despite being separated from her spinal cord, still had control of her brain and head, meaning that since the body is alive and the cells are alive, this would indicate again that the nanites are running the metabolism of the cells to keep them going. But the issue is, these infected are not invincible. The chemical reaction of life still needs to keep going, or at minimum, the central nervous system still needs to be in control, as the nanites do not appear to have a will of their own, just instructions to be followed to aid the body. Because of this, destroying the brain of the person will render the body absolutely useless. Now, it may very well still actually be alive, however, but without the complex system of neurons to communicate and interpret life, well, then it's really nothing more than just a giant mass of cancer cells. Not sapient by any means, not even sentient, as there is really nothing there to interpret life. But again, likely the body is still alive and kicking, it's just really been turned into a vegetable. So to sum this up, I believe what we were seeing in Las Vegas is a result of a super soldier program gone wrong. The nanites injected into the original soldier were an attempt to sidestep the natural processes to keep our bodies alive and aid in creating a person who was well outside the range of what a normal soldier could do. However, with the nanites, it's hard to direct or account for possible changes in the body, and this soldier may have had his mind altered by them, attacking others, and then he infected the entire city, which would ultimately become more and more diluted down the line, leaving the infected to become less and less capable as the infection continued generations out. The year is 2051, and humanity is boned. So boned, in fact, that they must time travel to the past to recruit key people to fight against the machine race known as Sky. Wait a minute, let me check my notes. They must travel back in time to recruit key people to fight against the white spikes by being dropped from the sky. There we go. So, in a mere 30 years, humanity would be brought to its knees by creatures that seemingly came from nowhere. Despite the valiant defense of Earth by the Homo sapiens race, the future population would dwindle down to a paltry 500,000 people left, with most animal life completely annihilated as well. A super predator that is considered to be an invasive species for a variety of reasons would touch down in Earth's ecosystem and eventually hatch and spread so quickly the entire planet would be knocked back on its heels and would never recover. Seeing the extinction level event, the future humans would riskily open a wormhole to get to the past to have their parents and grandparents aid them in the war for the future. If it sounds like this would be causing a lot of temporal time issues and conflicts, then man, prepare yourself. So in today's episode, we will be talking about what these creatures are, their abilities, what makes them successful as predators, and possibly where do they come from. And also, before we start, nobody's required to, but if you think you are subscribed and want to check, YouTube recently did a purge of a bunch of people from this channel, and I've seen it before where people with functional accounts just straight up get deleted off the channel for no reason. You know, who knows? Anyways, it's always a good time. But as per usual, up on screen or in the chapters, you will see timestamps. If you want to jump to the lore and morphology of the white spikes, then you know where to go. I don't think I've ever been this early with a movie like ever, but it seemed pretty cool, so I figured, you know, why not cover it? After all, someone said that I was a mediocre movie review channel now apparently, so hey, let's do it. So let's get to why when what amounts to basically being space herpes invades your planet, and you have the ability to go back in time, you actively search with all due diligence for where these things are coming from. We open up our story with Star-Lord falling from some purple clouds. Along with a ton of other people, he seems to be one of the only few that actually falls into a pool. Now, I'm no invasion coordinator, but I would have to say that drop had to be maybe a little too much drop in it, and as he gets out, it's apparent that something is roaring in the distance, but you can't hear it because these videos only ever have the sweet sultry sounds of my grating voice. Flashback to 28 years previous, and we meet Dan Forrester. Arriving home at a Christmas party, he's currently talking to recruiters about a possible lab job. As we get the standard dad working all the time, yet he has a loving family type of thing going on, we get some information that Star-Lord's dad is out of the picture. Really seeing a lot of parallels here. As Dan goes outside to finish up the interview, he is told that they are going with a different candidate, thus crushing his dreams of working in the lab. Although having been a scientist myself, I gotta be honest with you, scientists can be the whiniest bunch of bit as he sits down to watch a soccer game or football game, because American football is football and not hand egg, wise fish. He talks to his daughter about how he shouldn't let her dreams be dreams. You know, supportive parent stuff. But as the game plays on, out on the field, a portal appears out of nowhere and out walks 50 or 60 armed soldiers. A woman walks out and she immediately begins telling everyone what's going on. They're from the future in 30 years with an enemy who is not human, and they are about to go extinct in 11 months. We then get some info on what's happening. The world's militaries were immediately mobilized and only 50% were able to jump into the future, and after they were sent, only 20% returned, and even of those, a lot were gravely injured. Because of this absolute meat grinder people were being sent into, the civilians would be mobilized as well to be sent in. A world draft was enacted to call upon anyone who was deemed capable of jumping under very specific requirements. And people did what people did. They got upset, rioted, and started questioning why they should be fighting a war in the future despite it literally being a case of extinction. Like, I mean, yeah, you probably should just go ahead and fight it because at the end of the day, you're gonna die anyways. As Dan continues teaching his class, the kids there are a little upsetty about what's going on. The future appears to be something completely useless of preparing for. And as Dan asks the class what they want to talk about, one guy just like wants to talk about volcanoes, and this will be highly important later for almost no reason. But as Dan talks to his class, he gets a notification to report for the draft for testing. So this reminds me of that one movie where like they had to melt down humans for genetic material to save an alien race, and despite the sacrifice of that person, the aliens just sort of acted like elitist turbo douches about it. That's the sort of thing that happens here. Getting drafted to fight a future war means you probably have some questions, right? But pretty much everything you ask is ignored by the soldiers testing you. They essentially tell Dan that he meets his end in 7 years anyways, but then won't tell him how. So he's selected to fight in the war. So here's a question for you. If only 500,000 people remain out of almost 8 billion that are on the planet now, why would only 50% be capable of jumping into the future? Star-Lord mentions later how it might be because you don't want to interact with yourself, but that would mean when Dan is sent into the future, 99.37% of humanity would be capable of jumping at this point to fight because they would already have been annihilated. But I guess that doesn't matter. But what does matter is that Dan's tour of duty will last 7 days. A biotracker is attached to his arm and it helps facilitate the jump, as well as it counts down to when he is going to be jumped back. Also, we are going for the North Korean factor on this jump. If you attempt to remove the device from your arm, your spouse or child of legal age will be sent in your place. Again, what even is this? Like, if it's predicated on not interacting with yourself, why would it be okay to send the spouse or child? Okay, yeah, whatever. As Dan goes to talk to his wife, she starts quoting how little people come back. She says that they need to run, but with a giant tracker on his arm, he's basically stuck. Dan goes and sees his old man at this point to get the tracker messed with, but sometimes you just gotta have a good old-fashioned argument with your dad. He gets into a tiff with him because his dad doesn't trust the government and thinks his son is trying to entrap him. Not important, but he does have a Bullitt Mustang, which we'll see later. And if you aren't sure what that is, it's the 1968 version with the 390 V8 Fastback painted Highland green. Excellent in most aspects, except it should have been in 1967. The ironic part though is his dad talks about financial issues, such as obtaining money, yet he has this thing which can sell upwards of $3.4 million, but I digress. Dan tells his old man to stop sending Christmas cards to his house though. He doesn't get a second chance to fix things. Dan then goes home, talks to his wife, teaches his daughter how to dig a hole, and then he tells his daughter that he has to go on a business trip for about a week, and she deduces that he's been drafted. Then we get to the most screwed up process I've ever seen in my life. To save you the amp up talk, civilians get the most basic of training. And when I say basic, it's like they just show them how to load and use force multipliers. There's virtually no training. It looks like the smart people are going with R-Force and the others are going with D-Force, which I think stands for decoy force maybe. Seems a little screwed up. As Dan talks to his new friend Charlie, they both figured out the reason they are older and in this group. As mentioned previously, it's because they are already gone in the future in some capacity, which explains why the people they are being commanded by are so young, because they haven't been born yet. But here's how all this works. Time is a river. Imagine 2 rafts on that river. You can jump between rafts, but you can't jump before or after the 2 rafts. Now, I'm not 100% sure how this raft was established in 2021 then. You would think it would be established only in the future from its time of creation to the further future where it's operational. But I guess not. Maybe I missed something. Anyhow, they say basically it's held together by chicken wire and hopes and dreams, so that's comforting when you're being ripped apart on an atomic level to be thrown through time. One woman asks what they are up against, and they are told that if they knew, nobody would go. Also historically great. As Charlie talks to Dan, a facility in the future is under attack with the research team. If they lose this, then the war is lost, so a quick jump becomes necessary. As everyone is sent up and into the future, we get back to the beginning of the movie, but there is a problem. They were told they would be dropped probably about 5 to 10 feet above the ground, which if you drop 10 feet, you can definitely still break bones. But rather than being dropped 5 to 10 feet above the ground, the group is literally dropped above skyscrapers, meaning most of the group is now toast from the get-go. Luckily, Dan manages to survive along with some others in his group as they look out over Miami that is completely destroyed. As they view a group from below, they see another squad gets annihilated by the creatures. Dan is informed by the colonel that they need to get the research team out of the building for search and rescue. Moving through, they end up finding the team has been annihilated, and then they run into the creatures responsible. They are in a bit of a time crunch, however, as the entire place is scheduled to be scrubbed with energetic concussive force. Because the research team is now gone, they are attempting to find what the team was working on. As they search the building for it, the aliens have arrived once more. Moving into the stairwell, Cohen is the first to notice them above. After engaging in force multiplication, which appears to be doing very little unless you hit them in the abdomen or neck, it becomes a race to get out of the building and out of the area of effect. Also, straight up, Charlie has the most realistic reaction of any person ever being chased by an alien monster with razor sharp teeth. This man screamed shit about like 120 times. It made me laugh. Anyways, eventually the team is able to make it into the tunnel after their caravan is completely ripped apart by white spikes. While jumping in, Cohen and Nora are both hit by spikes and stay behind as missiles are dropped into the tunnel that the team was trying to escape through. Several hours hours later, Dan wakes back up in a cot at a forward operating base in the Dominican Republic. Most of the team has been taken out at this point, leaving Dan, Charlie, and Dorian. Dorian is there because in a few months he ends up meeting his end via cancer. So rather than that, he wants to go out on his own terms, which explains why he decides to do it 3 times. After talking, Dan is being called forward by the colonel. As they talk, Dan realizes that it's his daughter as they share the last name. But his daughter isn't really all that happy to see him, which, I mean, obviously it's a little confusing, but sometimes with these movies, is anybody's daughter actually happy to see them nowadays? I mean, look at Army of the Dead, look at this movie, like everybody's daughters just hate them. Anyways, she says that she didn't bring him here to spend time with them, she brought him here for a reason. So obviously he would have a few questions and he asks what that reason is, and she's like, oh, I'll tell you when you need to know. Why? Just tell him. What is up with all the smoke and mirrors in this movie? Anyways, the remaining military has a plan. They have developed a toxin. See, they just tell you anyways. Like literally, she won't tell him right there. They get on the helicopter, then she tells them. Anyways, they developed a toxin to take out the males, but it wasn't successful in the female, which they are going to capture and figure out why. Okay, so again, here's the dumb part. Again, like the movie, but they have the knowledge that Russia is where the first outbreak of space herpes started, right? So rather than send people, I don't know, back and then work with world governments on searching Russia for whatever this stuff is, they decide, screw it, just send people into the meat grinder. I mean, in this situation, what would you do? Maybe set up a freaking search team in a perimeter? What's the old saying? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. How is Russia not locked down in 2021 timeline and massive searches are being conducted? Essentially though, all it took was 3 years and humanity was completely overrun. So again, would have been better for them to look. But Dan asks what happened to his family. And again, Murray is just super vague about everything. So at the female hive, the soldiers are attempting to bring this thing out, but it's not working. One dude gets completely bitten in half, which sucks, and Murray descends in to help while everyone is getting shreked. So this whole thing really seems ill-conceived. While they are down there and trying to subdue the female, more males arrive answering her calls. And before the female can eat Murray, Dan then jumps in to help, and they are finally able to subdue the female, getting her in the cage. Okay, so this cage has got like giant spaces that are basically just bars. This thing can still shoot spikes out of its appendages. What's stopping it from just shooting everybody that captured it? Regardless, as the males arrive, they manage to extract the female as Dan and Murray get in a Humvee and then throw deuces as heroic music plays. How these things don't follow them is beyond me. They get to the beach where she pops a flare, which again, how does that not attract their attention? So now let me give you a synopsis of this, like this whole family thing. Murray is being super vague, but finally tells Dan that he left them, big sad boy hours, and everyone shares and cares, and Murray then tells Dan he meets his end in a car accident. Like, again, I get it, people go through changes in life, and life is tough, but I'm just saying, Dan doesn't really strike me as the bailout of the family type, and then he just does. Okay, so now we are in the Bahamas, and a giant structure that literally does nothing, and you'll see what I mean, was built out there. The best I can figure is the walls are for like maybe when hurricanes come through to stop the waves from destroying everything, because they're virtually useless otherwise. In the lab, Murray has the female sedated and asks Dan to give her a hand with raising her up in the air. It is taking a ton of sedation to keep this thing down, meaning that its ability to detoxify its body is off the charts. So now we get to the lab section of this movie as well as family bonding, because, you know, we have to do that. They're attempting to find out what exactly the toxin does and why it doesn't work on females, but it appears to be a genetic profile and that being different somewhat, which we will discuss later on as to why this is the case. Dan asks how they plan on getting the toxin to the deployment stage, but again, Murray doesn't want to talk about it till she has the toxin. Just tell us. Why is it so hard to just tell us things? As Murray continues working through the night on the toxin, Dan comes back to try to help, but Murray is predictably a bit of a turd Ferguson with him. And then she tells him the actual plan, which she could have just told him from the... Okay, I need to stop complaining. Anyways, the plan is pretty easy. If the toxin works, he needs to go back and mass produce it and then send it back to the future as they don't have enough time here. How hard was that? As they fix their family issues, they have a 100% toxin match. But it just so happens the female now wakes up and calls out. And look at how useless these walls are now. They do nothing to stop invading males like at all. Although these could be invading females, which we will talk about. Dan has got 7 minutes before he's brought back to the past, so it becomes a game of keep the meat suit away from the razor sharp teeth. Murray gets got through the back by a white spike, and as Dan attempts to carry her to the helicopter, that thing just nopes out of there. Probably a wise choice. So now everything has gone to crap pretty much. As the base bursts into flames, he realizes that he's not moving Murray anywhere. As they are attacked, he then reaches out to grab her as she falls into a bunch of white spikes. He jumps after her, but is teleported into the past before he can reach her. Hitting the ground hard in the past, there's a guy in the background missing an arm. What a time to be teleported. I mean, I guess it could have been worse. They're teleported literally for the last time though, because the base was destroyed, so that was their link to the future. But what's kind of stupid again is he has the toxin, he says he Betty has it, and the lieutenant tells him it's over because they can't send anyone to the future. Okay, sure, but you have the toxin now. The toxin works on everything, so wouldn't it just become a waiting game? So despite literally having everything they need, the world is pretty upset and everything. They assume the human race is done and it's all set, again, despite having the literal answers to the problem in this man's hands. And I know, again, I'm complaining a lot at this point. I did like the movie, but it seems like to me this isn't normal logical thought. Dan tells his wife about his daughter in the future, so get this, they figure out the issue that literally nobody else could figure out. And like, they literally do it whispering to each other for a minute. The year is 2048 when the first attack happens in northern Russia. Betty asks, what if there's a whole fleet waiting for them when they get off their ships? To which Dan says there was nothing. Nothing was ever found. So she asks, what if we're looking in the wrong year? I mean, gee, you think? Dan goes and visits Dorian at the bar and says that he needs the claw. They then visit Charlie to analyze the claw, and he figures out that there is volcanic ash from the claw, which may be from China or Korea, which, you aren't going to believe this, brings us back to that one kid who knows everything there is to know about volcanoes, and he cracks the code wide open as to where these things are. Armed with this information, they figure out the creatures have always been there, and it's global warming that released them. That's why it took so long, as they dug up, not down, and were released. The group approaches the federal government, or really just this nondescript federal dude, who then tells them no, he's not sending them to Russia to literally stop what causes the human extinction event, so Dan is forced to ask help from his dad. Dan's dad just happens to have, I think this is a B-52 Stratofortress, but I'm not 100% certain. Again, where's this man getting all this money from? But in the frigid Arctic Circle of the country, as they make their way through, they eventually encounter electrical disturbances, finding the source of the human extinction in a day. I mean, in a day. They see a giant crater in the distance and know that's where the creatures are. Moving through an ice cave, eventually they gain access into a ship confirming that these are indeed alien and not some ancient form of Earth life. Dan brings up that they have the proof they need and that they could leave now. But if they do leave, really the UN's just gonna argue with itself and everybody's gonna go extinct anyways. But he says that if they go in, really, they may not be going back. The group agrees that they need to do something because the governments suck. So they break into it to put an end to the creatures before it even starts. As they move through, they eventually find the cockpit of the ship and discover aliens inside, and they're not white spikes. They appear to have crash landed on Earth. Moving further through, they find the white spikes are cargo and Earth may have not actually been the target. They inject the toxins into the pods containing the white spikes as they begin to melt. However, in doing so, they awaken the rest of them, and they now start rigging the ship with C4 to blow the whole thing. As they continue fighting, they realize there's an entire colony within the ship, and they end up just blowing it up and taking out Dorian and the lieutenant. Dan and his old man realize that one with the red belly ran off, which I stopped for just half a second. Kind of sounds like the Snatchers from Gears of War, doesn't it? They even have the tail spike. I'm just saying. Anyways, tracking her down, it devolves into close quarters combat as Dan stabs it in the arm with a toxin, but it bites off its arm to stop the spread. As Dan's dad goes to sacrifice himself, Dan gets in close, cutting it with the claw before putting the toxin into the female's mouth, melting its skull. It falls into the icy rocks below, splattering itself, ending the threat from the alien weapon. Having saved humanity, nondescript federal government man takes credit, but it's all good because we see the Bullet Mustang in the background. Then Murray is introduced to her grandfather as poetic justice ensues, and Dan doesn't have to make the mistakes he may have made in the alternate timeline. Now I gotta tell you, alright, I'm complaining, but I actually do think this movie is worth a watch. It was a lot of fun, so don't take me pointing out the flaws of it, meaning that you shouldn't check it out. It was sort of like King Kong versus Godzilla in the aspect that it was just fun to watch. I'm sure a lot of people could kind of use a way to unwind as of late. So I think the best way to kick off the science portion is to start with a question which I intend to answer later. Who on this planet is the most successful species? Who occupies the most biomass and has effectively conquered the planet? Well, I'll tell you, you may be tempted to say humans because of our technological prowess and population size, but you would be way off. White spikes are by design likely not naturally occurring creatures anywhere within the galaxy, but appear much more like a bioengineered superspecies. This is not to say that they couldn't exist, but there is a reason I believe them to be as such. Taking what these beasts are, how fast they reproduce, and how easily they can overpower most intelligent races on Earth, it's pretty clear that they are essentially what could be considered a super weapon. Because any naturally evolving creature like this would completely destroy a planet and then lead to their own extinction unless they have some alternative means of acquiring food, sort of like plants. It is hypothesized within the Tomorrow War itself that the aliens who were transporting these creatures inadvertently crashed with their cargo. It's really hard to tell exactly how long ago they crashed unless you listen to Mr. Volcano Kid. But if these things were released prior, they'd consume all biomass, are extremely territorial, capable in both terrestrial and aquatic environments, showing that these were likely meant to be intentionally dropped on either a planet the aliens were warring with or had intentions of clearing out hostile life forms, ironically. And I would go with the latter latter over the former due to limiting issues. Well, they were used intentionally, not they just evolved. So there's this generalized thinking with humans that if aliens would want to take over Earth, that they would have to come down here and fight us, right? The reason is because ultimately we would turn to nuclear options, rendering large portions of our planet useless. But in reality, they don't really have to do anything of the sort. Either they could just turn a fast-acting virus loose on the planet and we would have no way of defending ourselves against it, or they could really just drop a bunch of engineered hostile life forms capable of overwhelming us or really any enemy force quickly, and likely that species wouldn't be willing to glass its planet for it, seeing as it's an animal, until ultimately it would be too late to do anything about it because the creatures were severely underestimated. So before getting to why I believe this is a self-limiting issue, using these creatures as basically a strike force, let's first go over their morphology really quickly to see what exactly we are dealing with in terms of durability and offensive capabilities. It should also be noted that there appears to be sexual dimorphism on display between the males and females on the planet, which we will go over them and ultimately highlight why they are different. Starting with the feet of these creatures, they have two main sets with a pair of forelimbs, technically making them quadrupedal as they use the back four legs to walk, and the forward limbs are not used in that support role. Their structuring appears to be somewhat digitigrade on the legs, but unlike Earth-based organisms, these creatures appear to have four joints, allowing for a greater range of movement and mobility. Below the lowest joint exists the feet. They're roughly about the same length as your tibia and fibula, if you are an average adult male Homo sapiens. There are claws on both the back and mid limbs, as well as a dew claw that sits higher up that has been seen on some. And these can be used to grasp onto walls and completely eviscerate a human within seconds with very little issue. The hind limbs are used more for a supportive role, however they're typically used for locomotion, whereas the mid limbs are long enough to be slightly in front of the creature from time to time, where they can be used for offensive purposes, such as shown by the larger front claws than the back claws. Think of it the same way as why cats' back claws are more blunted, whereas the front ones are sharper. The back four limbs, as mentioned previously, have four joints on them, each allowing for a greater range of movement, which in turn, due to how they move, also makes the creature extremely fast and able to keep pace with human vehicles on the ground. Internally in these limbs, I would say they have an endoskeleton as opposed to an exoskeleton, judging by the musculature that we can see underneath the white skin. On the back limbs, spikes are prevalent, but not comparable to the mid limbs, which have sharp spikes on the elbows for offensive capabilities such as slashing when running by other species. The front limbs, or forelimbs, are much like those of a praying mantis on Earth, having several spikes roughly about 6 inches or so. They can grasp prey, although if they grasp a human, that's enough immediately to induce severe trauma and then bleeding, leading to a quick end. On the back of these creatures exist several spikes for likely defensive purposes, either from their own or in general, so nothing can crawl on the back of them. I would say more defensive because the underside of these creatures are quite vulnerable to damage, whereas their backs appear, based on rounds that have hit them, to be more like a thick callous material coupled with sharp spikes, rather than say like a brittle carapace. Jutting out from their backs, likely controlled by the spinal cord directly, exists a tentacle. These tentacles are capable of opening and firing a spike out of them at great velocity, which in turn can injure a person with a single hit and then incapacitate them, which we will talk about the internal mechanics of that here in a moment. Moving up to the face of the male white spike, or possibly female white spike, which we'll get to, they are incredibly ravenous looking. Their eyes are jet black and appear to kind of exist in a more prey orientation than predator orientation, being more focused on the sides of the head. However, this may be intentional as they can keep an eye on the sides of anything moving, but likely this is not completely on their sides. It's really just more to the sides, and they probably still do have overlapping sight on their front. The mouth of these creatures are lined with random razor sharp teeth. One bite from this thing would sever a limb entirely. The mouth opens wider than what could be considered advantageous and appears really just to be associated with damage producing abilities. With all this, the creature is also missing its nose. It just appears to have what kind of looks like an open wound that appears to take in air from the surrounding area directly onto mucous membranes, and because of this, it allows them to smell blood up to a mile away. So let's move on to the probable internal anatomy for a moment, shall we? Internally, as mentioned previously, these animals possess endoskeletons. An exoskeleton of this size would not be viable for how quickly they move, not to mention the muscle that can be seen underneath the skin is kind of a dead giveaway for that. The skeleton would be quite thick, more so on the head of this creature, as it's able to take shots directly to the dome with very little issue of shrugging it off. They would appear to have a circulatory system of sorts, as surviving on Earth with our oxygen percentage would not be viable for anything without it, as the oxygen diffusion would not be sufficient to keep it alive. Not to mention these creatures appear quite intelligent, which is more pronounced in the female, indicating that brain activity would have higher oxygen demands than that of insects, and as a result, a closed circulatory system is required. The system has been seen whenever Dan gets in close to the female and cuts her throat. The blood that comes out isn't just an amalgamation of fluids within the body spilling, but the rupturing of a system. Speaking of the system, what exactly are we looking at concerning this? Well, interestingly, it is what is known as hemolymph. It's a greenish yellow blood that can be found in certain species on Earth, which will lend credence to what we talk about later. The armor on the back specifically would be likely a layering of skin tissue found all over, and it's just built up here to protect it from attacks from humans and its species alike. The tentacles on the back would be something likened to our own esophagus, except instead of going towards the body, it ejects the spikes. The tentacles would be functional like a long muscular tube, and with their proximity to the hypothesized spinal cord of this creature, it would be extremely easy to control, likely almost to the level of reflex rather than conscious thought. Seeing as spikes are found all over the body, this would be pretty indicative that the body just produces these in great quantities, allowing some spikes produced internally to be almost regurgitated out of the body through these tentacles and into potential prey. Now, moving on to the female specifically, not too much is different about her specific appearance, apart from the fact that she is larger than the males or possibly, sterile females, and more powerful. Able to bite a human in half with little to no issue and also double the size of the males and other females, it would appear that this is the matriarch. Covered in a thick armoring as well, this allows her to withstand even more damage than her male counterparts can, and she far outstrips the intelligence which we have seen exhibited amongst the drones, as she almost seemingly understands what is happening when she is abducted basically, and then seeks out revenge on Dan and Muri for entrapping her. Concerning hunting, these creatures are social hunters. They group up much like you would see in a pack of wolves and run down prey. They can communicate to one another by screeching with what appears to be orders given to move around certain obstacles and barriers. They also know how to flank prey much like wolves would, and then push it into a trap. Again, this gives credence to their intellect. But okay, now it's time to talk about the elephant in the room on these creatures. Why are they here and what they may be related to? So again, I'll ask, who is the most successful species on this planet? Well, it's ants. Ants have an insane amount of biomass, hunt over large areas, exist on every continent except Antarctica, and have been around for an extremely long time, much longer than humans. If aliens were to come down right now and judge who was the most successful of all the species on this planet, it would be ants by a country mile, which is exactly why I believe what happened in this movie is just that. I don't think it's a coincidence that the aliens just happened to crash land on Earth. I think they were leaving Earth and they had issues and then crashed back down to the planet. Taking into consideration of how these creatures look, operate, and the value offered by naturally occurring life on our planet, I believe it was a mission to bioengineer a super successful hunting weapon that was limiting in the way it could produce and reproduce, and that it could conquer a planet quickly. And if you left it alone for long enough, it would ultimately die out over the long term, allowing for the original species that engineered it to return back to that planet sometime later with no resistance. So what I think these things are simply ants from Earth bioengineered potentially with other species, or maybe even other species on this planet. Now, this could have been to wipe out all life on Earth, or it could have been completely unintentional. We won't really know until Tomorrow War 2 at Boogaloo. But for now, let me explain why I believe this is, all the indicators are really there if you look. First, ants too have 6 legs. Now this isn't literally the top indicator, but it shows that there may be some relation genetically between ants and white spikes. Ants possess 4 limbs that connect to the back portion of their bodies with a pair of 4 limbs at the front, and they can be used to kind of grab what they want to and then bring it to their mandibles. Now clearly the white spikes do not have mandibles and instead have razor sharp teeth, which again, bioengineering appears to have been combined with them along with other creatures in order to produce this. Another physiological trait that points to me thinking that they are ants are the armoring on their backs. Certain varieties of ants have been known to have a layer of armoring specifically on their backs that when engaging in battle with other ants or insects protects them from being injured and losing the fight. So internally, did you know that ants actually have a form of blood? And you'll never believe what color it is. Greenish yellow. Much like when the matriarch gets her throat cut and it begins spilling out the contents of her circulatory system, the coloring matches almost exactly what ants have in their body as well, which is why I specifically mentioned the hemolymph. Now again, whereas ants have an open system, this species would likely have a closed circulatory system, which is intentional because this allows them to exist at the size they are and properly move oxygen around their bodies, whereas ants that size would quickly suffocate under its own size. Again, bioengineering. Another pretty good indicator as to why these creatures may be ants is how they can track pheromones and their ability to smell blood up to a mile away. When the queen was captured, humanity was not only dumb for leaving spacing in the cage when she can literally fire spikes out of her tail, but it should have also been airtight. I'm not surprised that the white spikes were able to find the human base out in the middle of the Bahamas because of the pheromone trail that she was likely leaving behind. When ants seek out food, they will leave this trail for others to follow and for them to follow back. They are highly successful at picking up this trail when lost, and should they find food, a huge portion of the colony will then follow that trail and subdue whatever food is there and bring it back. The white spikes were simply able to follow her scent as she was carried over the ocean, and considering they are highly successful in aquatic environments, this led to humanity being wiped off the map in that time line save for a few stragglers elsewhere. This ability to track the queen and her pheromones is only compounded by the sense of smell these creatures seem to possess, which, looking at ants again, the chemoreceptors allows them to venture out as far as 100 to 200 meters away from a colony to find food. Now, taking into account how small an ant is, that's a massive distance for food. Extrapolate that to the size of a white spike and you will see they should be able to smell blood and pheromones really far away. But the strongest reasoning I have is how their society works and why this would be advantageous to the aliens to create these creatures intentionally for the conquering of planets. We know the white spikes have a single queen, and not just a single queen, but it would appear that the rest are either drones or they are females, but they are not the queen, so that being the case, their eggs are not fertilized. But that's just it. The entire colony appears to have come from just one colony, indicating that likely a colony of ants were captured on Earth and then changed into what we see. So the thing about a single colony is there's really only one that can reproduce in terms of colony continuation, which will be critical later. Ants owe this evolutionary pathway to something known as haplodiploidy. This also explains why the toxin that appears to work on the males, which are the drones, might not in turn work on her, which may also indicate that there may really be no females apart from the queen. But that would require us to actually check. Now, in ant colonies, most of the ants you see are female, and the drones are the ones who reproduce with the queen, but it is still possible, consider this is bioengineered, that we see just drones. Haplodiploidy is at its most basic core a way for the queen to produce the viable young and pass along genes for said young through meiosis, which is a recombination of genes which produces genetic variability. Sounds kind of complex, but really it's not so bad. So the queen is diploid, which means she actually has two sets of genes, like how humans are diploid because the mothers donate half their genes and the father donated half of his. Two haploids come together to form a diploid organism. Now, when an animal undergoes meiosis, this results in a recombination of genes, ensuring that, say, like some random disease can't come through and completely annihilate the entire population, because there will be somebody who quite literally is just built different. This is how life evolves over time as these random recombinations are successful and they are passed down, and then those changes go on and so forth. Now, the queen is diploid, meaning let's say that she produces 4 sets of eggs per laying cycle. Due to meiosis, those eggs are now haploid and need to be fertilized by a male with haploid sperm. However, it's not necessary for the eggs to be fertilized to produce viable young. All haploid drones are just big simps for the queen and basically just workers and then donating their genes. These sperm are reproduced by mitosis, meaning that they have the same exact genetic coding that the donor has. There is no recombination unless there's a replication issue, and this means that there is no difference in ants between their sperm cells and their regular cells. And this would make diseases quite successful in affecting them and their offspring if there was no genetic variability. Now, the queen's haploid eggs will be fertilized by drone's haploid sperm, which, with the addition of royal jelly, produces a diploid queen once more, continuing the process. The other 3 eggs, however, if not subjected to royal jelly, will become something else. The eggs that were fertilized in the absence of this jelly will become diploid workers, capable of producing ants that can lay eggs. However, even with this, remember, they undergo meiosis when producing eggs. So those eggs that the non-queen produce will not be fertilized by the males, and as a result, all her eggs will become haploid workers, who will go on to only fertilize the queen's eggs. Because any diploid female that creates only haploid eggs, those will become haploid males. This is why other female groups are not able to produce offspring successfully, and ultimately their line, or at least their diploid line, will die out as only the queen has the ability to attract the drones to fertilize the eggs properly. This limiting technique is important, but ultimately what it does is control how many queens come about in the colony. Otherwise, the entire thing would fall apart and infighting would erupt if the colony was to allow this, and this would lead to its own downfall. Haplodiploidy is the entire reason I believe ants were chosen as the species to be bioengineered to take over the planets. With this system set up, if you took a queen and her colony, made them larger, more aggressive, and with longer lifespans, considering it only took 3 years for humanity to be overwhelmed, you could change the genetics enough so that royal jelly would not be produced, and because of this, another queen would never be born. Without a queen not being born, you would still have the male drones fertilizing the eggs of the queen to produce more haploid drones, but another queen to continue the colony would never arise. Instead, you would have a fast-producing army of males under a single queen's orders that occasionally a diploid worker would be born, lay her eggs, which in turn would produce more male workers, but never any more queens. Over time, eventually the queen would die of some event, whether that be old age or dumb luck. She's an animal and isn't perfect. The horde of creatures would live on for some time after the death of their queen, but without a way to reproduce, reproduce, eventually their lifespans would be lived out, or food would become so scarce they starved to death. Because of this, the aliens could return sometime later to a planet completely picked clean of life and build it the way they want with literally no resistance or threat from the locals, as everyone has been eaten, even the local fauna, such as with the horses running from the white spikes that we have seen. And my final point that indicates this is haplodiploidy that we are witnessing is the toxin and its ability to work on the colony. The males themselves genetically aren't very different from one another, but it may also be a process of lacking genetic coding that allows them to be resistant to diseases based on immunological functioning and genetic orders as indicated by the DNA. When you have something that's haploid, it may have all the necessary coding to survive, at least with insects, but there may be a critical problem if the gene is damaged or it just simply never existed in the first place. Take for instance color blindness in humans. It's more prevalent in males than females, and the reason is it's found on sex chromosomes, specifically the X chromosomes. Because males have XY and females have XX, when the gene on the X chromosome from say father is passed down, the mother may have a normal functioning gene on the X chromosome that she passed down. So the daughter having XX chromosome, one being the mutated gene and the other being the normal variant, means that her vision would be normal and no color blindness would happen. With males, however, if the X chromosome passed down has the mutated version, in this case from the mother, the Y chromosome will not have a copy of the functional gene, which means that color blindness will be present in that male. And this is why color blindness is present in males more often than females, because of the simple chance that likely a female won't have the mutated gene on both X chromosomes, whereas it's more likely for a male to have it on one of the X chromosomes that he has, because he only has one. Now, the same thing can be applied to the white spikes. It's apparent that this toxin causes the creature to melt down on males, but the female is capable of surviving. This, along with the amount of sedation they have to use to actually keep the female asleep, would mean that her body on the X chromosomes she has, assuming that she is of Earth, or at least partially, may mean in her genetic coding she has a faulty gene for some enzyme production that would remove toxins from her body, but also has a gene in good working condition responsible for clearing toxins from the body. Now, whether this be an enzyme or just organ function is unknown, and it's never really stated, but with the functional genes she has, she's able to resist the first round of toxin initially. The males, having the haploid version, may just run into luck of the draw. Seeing as they only have one set of genes that contain likely the faulty gene, this means that they could not survive the toxin entering their bodies, as seemingly they did not produce the likely enzyme they need to inhibit the reaction that seems to completely melt their bodies. This would be why they had to design an entirely new toxin to overcome the queen and her genetic profile. The haplodiploidy would also indicate the size differences. With ants specifically, the queen is always larger to help accompany the constraints of laying eggs and producing young. The genes within her body code for size increase, which is passed down to another queen, but drones do not have this size increase. Female ants sent outside the nest also do not enjoy this size increase either, which means it's specific pretty much to just the queens. Because of all this, I believe aliens touched down on Earth, found the true ruling organism on this planet based on biomass, secured a colony, and then brought it up. However, they had some issues with the ship for unknown reasons, and the experiment they were working on crashed with them. Luck would have it that it was in a frigid portion of the planet which kept the creatures in a state of suspended animation until global warming would wake them back up and unleash them on the planet to annihilate the human race of that timeline. What happens when you take a perfect evolutionary monster that's also a hunting machine that survived the destruction of its planet, rode an asteroid into our planet, survived that impact, and then pin it against the squishy Earth bodies? Well, complete and absolute destruction of most ecosystems, and including in that, the destruction of our own society. And subsequently, A Quiet Place Part 2, when that comes out, which is actually confirmed, humanity has been knocked back on its heels, which is far better than any other animal. These perfect predators that touch down from space are merciless machines as they work through the planet, adapting and eradicating all life. However, what gives them this ability to survive these countermeasures, and how might humanity yet overcome this species? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode. So as per usual, I'll put a timestamp up on screen if you would like to bypass the summary of the plot, but if not, I will get you up to speed. So let's drop into it. So first off, this movie is an absolute nightmare. If you don't know, A, I'm clumsy, 2, I snore, and D, I have tinnitus. To be absolutely quiet would be maddening, and I for sure would have been annihilated the first night after I fell asleep. But then again, I would have been spared from the constant noise, so I guess it could be worse. So what happens during the events of the movie though, now that I'm done complaining about the constant noise I hear? Well, nothing good. We start off in a store ironically in the year 2020, which, hold up, for real, this appears to be fall, and it's currently summer, and it only took 3 months, which means this likely takes place in July when the aliens first touch down. And based on this year already, this movie is a documentary of the future instead of just fiction. So, July Apocalypse expansion pack confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get to our own demise, during the course of this cursed year known as 2020, it's basically just a skeleton crew of humans left and the quietest of animals on the planet. The aliens that touch down have incredibly sensitive hearing, and as a result, anything that makes any noise is attacked and mutilated. Here we see a family attempting to scavenge supplies in a town long after its abandonment. While there, kids are being kids and totally not reading the room concerning the end of our species, and one, known as Bo, is drawn to a space shuttle toy. The dad takes it away for fear of it making noise, which was honestly a good move, but the daughter gives it back to the kid. Unbeknownst to the family, the kid puts the batteries back in while walking home, and the toy starts making space shuttle noises and alerts a nearby creature of the family's presence. The dad takes off to yeet the toy out of the kid's hand, but alas, the kid is yeeted instead. This apparent attack causes his instant end. Roughly a year later, Reagan, the daughter, continues to feel some serious guilt. While technically not her fault, it still sort of is her fault, but kids, what are you gonna do? While Lee continues to make radio contact with anyone else, or really, doesn't make radio contact with anyone else past his neighbors, it all really becomes a fruitless endeavor. Nobody is picking up the phone. All the while, however, he attempts to continue to work on the cochlear implants for his daughter in an effort to fix them. After his attempt to fix his daughter's hearing, they go to a river where we get the first major, so yeah, this family is already not too smart moment. While at the river, the father and son quietly talk after they drop a fish. The son tries to bolt, but the dad tells him it's safe because of how loud it is. Later, they go to the waterfall where the dad is able to yell, but they are still safe. So you can literally be next to water and are safe. So it really kind of turns out to be an interesting idea to live on a quiet farm then. While walking home, Lee and his son stumble across an old house that an elderly couple lived in. The old man is ready to check out, however, after finding his presumed wife's body. Lee signals for him to stay quiet, but the man is really kind of just done with this. He lets out a yell so that the monster will come back and take him out. And take him out it does. With a quick slice to the chest, considering what we see it do to a truck later, this quickly opens the rib cage and he meets his end. While away during this, the mother's water ends up breaking and she goes into labor. She heads down into the basement to flip on the lights to red to let Lee know that she has gone into labor, but steps on a nail and drops a glass frame as a result. This alerts a nearby creature to her presence and they enter the house. Arriving back to the house and seeing the lights, Lee discovers Evelyn in the bathroom after setting off the firework diversion. She has already given birth to the baby and she is hiding from the creature currently skulking around the area. They quickly make their way into the soundproof basement area they had already created, which again, if they have a soundproof basement, why are, okay, anyways. Promising that he will actually go and protect the kids, Lee takes off to look for them and Evelyn falls asleep in the basement. Shortly after, however, she wakes up to discover it has been flooded and the creature has already found its way in. So then the kids almost die in a grain silo, which is a real thing if you didn't know. If you go into a grain silo, you sink. So don't ever do that. But interestingly, this is where we see another trait of this creature. As Reagan's cochlear implants let out a high-pitched frequency, it appears to injure the alien and cause it great discomfort. However, the reaction is not by chance. The aliens apparently have the ability to affect electrical activity in the area by an unknown means, but it could be by known means to me, so we'll cover that in a minute. At this point, the creature returns and attacks and wounds Lee. Marcus and Reagan hide in the truck, but after seeing his father wounded, Marcus shouts. This causes the creature to begin ripping apart the truck. Lee signals to the kids that, bro, it's cool now, but I gotta meet my end because, total dad move. I guess kids really will be the death of you. He yells and draws the monster away, which then attacks and ends him. With only the kids and mom left, they retreat down into the basement where the creature returns. At this point, Reagan has realized that the implant weakens the creature or at minimum has some effect on it. She switches on her device and the creatures become painfully disorientated. Realizing that this is actually what's causing it, she then puts it up to a speaker and amplifies it. And this causes the face to open up, exposing the soft, fleshy, gooey goodness that's known as the inside of its head. Evelyn takes it out with a boomstick, and upon doing so, two creatures hear the noise, which is to be expected considering they can hear from miles away. So the family arms itself with a newfound way to actually fight back. So now that we are all caught up, what a wild ride. This movie is interesting to say the least, but there are some serious plot holes and downfalls. I mean, if humanity only had spears at our disposal, I would probably be inclined to believe this is possible, but but we literally have armor-piercing rounds. But we'll kind of cover that, but let's first get to the biology, and then we can tear apart the premise here. The size of this creature is actually not that much taller than a human. It stands roughly 6 to 7 feet tall, or about 2 to 2.3 meters tall, and due to its emaciation, I wouldn't put this thing over about 300 pounds. It's a marginally humanoid creature that looks mildly emaciated to boot. They are stated to be an evolutionarily perfect animal, and this means they're able to adapt to any environment, no matter the atmosphere composition or lack thereof, temperature, presence or absence of light. It really doesn't matter. They can exist and thrive in any condition. The aliens do not possess eyes to hunt, but instead hunt by sound. The large ears they do possess under the armor allows them to interpret the clicking noise that they emit, so I would have to assume this is probably a form of echolocation, meaning that they can somewhat see their surroundings and can find you if you don't stay still as well. On their exterior, they possess impenetrable armor. This chitinous material appears to be about 1/3 to maybe even a 1/2 inch thick and is apparently immune to all forms of penetrative countermeasures. Because of this, they fear no animal on Earth. This armor can also be shaped. On the front limbs of this beast are claws several inches in length, which is able to rip apart humans like tissue paper as well as trucks from what we have seen. This armor also acts as a tremendously strong barrier to the outside. Considering they come from a different planet and are basically just space herpes for worlds, they would need to survive the confines of deep space. And they are able to do this, and in turn, survive an impact onto a planet. This barrier also protects from extreme heat and cold. Internally, this creature is massively powerful and insanely quick, able to traverse miles in a matter of minutes and destroy vehicles as well as grain silos. These beasts are able to easily overpower defenders and attackers alike. Also concerning internal metabolism, it appears as though they don't have a need for energy in a traditional sense, which again is just kind of one of the most dumb things I've ever said, but like I said, we'll get to that. Instead, these creatures are able to hunt much better than anything on Earth, but with that said, they do not eat their prey. Instead, they mutilate them and leave them. So starting with the feet, we see that this creature has a stump-like appendage, appearing less like a specialized land organ and more like an afterthought, which may explain everything later. The structuring of the leg, however, is much like that of the predators on Earth, digitigrade and able to support their weight appropriately. Moving up to the hips, we see that it has a pelvis much like a human. Moving further up, nothing is too notable concerning the chest or abdomen, except for its overall emaciated look and armor plating. Flanking either side of the chest are two large front limbs. These limbs serve as the main offensive lever. Much like animals on this planet, this creature has an elbow and a wrist. However, the actual carpal bones are much more elongated, and the phalanges are tipped with chitinous claws several inches in length. Again, these will be completely adequate at slicing open anyone who makes any noise. Moving up to the head, we see that the only vulnerability that it has, or that we know of, is the overlapping chitinous plates. When trying to listen, these will open up, revealing the face underneath. Here we see jagged teeth in all directions, several inches in length. No eyes are present, but on either side are large fleshy ears meant to take in information and hone to its location. So we need to discuss internally what is going on with this thing. As we know, this creature does not eat prey. It simply hunts and destroys it. So is it really hunting at all? Well, based on its complete lack of nutritional intake from humans, as made mention by the people who created this thing, it appears to be a territorial creature more so than a hungry one. This would mean that internally this creature must have something at its disposal, and I believe that to be its own means of energy production without the need for outside consumption. And this also is made known by the fact that when these aliens first came across on the asteroid that hit Earth, that would have taken millennia and probably longer than that to actually get here. All the while, the few on the chunk of rock would not have likely been eating one another or anything else. However, because of this distance, it isn't likely they're receiving energy from light type of deal. First, because being in the cold, dark recesses of space indicates that there is very little light, if any at all. Second, because of the actual physiology of these creatures. Because they don't have eyes, their evolution on their original planet was likely well past the habitable zone of their star, or at least what's considered habitable for humanity. Their ability to resist extreme temperatures and their lack of eyes would indicate, at least to me, that they were presumably like confined to a moon or planet further out from their parent star. This planet or moon would likely have been frozen at the surface with water, but due to the internal temperature of the planet, this likely allowed for water to be liquid further down. In fact, I believe one of the moons of Saturn, is it Io? It might be Io. Anyways, this moon is presumed to have water that's liquid underneath the surface, but it's going to be straight up pitch black down there. But that's kind of why I theorize this. Again, with no eyes, this would indicate that darkness is how their evolutionary traits would arise. Visible light is something that a species and life form in general would take advantage of. Instead, due to their frozen world, sense of sound would be preferable. Now, sound works above and below water. In fact, it does travel faster and further in water, but it still works in air as well. These creatures would likely have evolved in the dark, frigid waters of their world, and I'm just working with what they gave me, but they could likely come up to the surface, say if it was in an elliptical orbit around their sun. So an elliptical elliptical orbit may thaw out the planet at some point during its revolution around the sun. We can see the results of this as they have the ability to run on land and are quite effective at it. However, where they really shine in their ability is to swim. It is known that after landing in Mexico, North and South America were hit the hardest first, but shortly after that, these creatures spread throughout the ocean and began making landfall in other areas and taking over the local population. We also see how seamlessly this creature slips into the water in the basement and maneuvers around without disturbing the surface. Another reason why I believe this creature was from the depths of the ocean and hunting more out of territory than sustenance is once again its metabolism. We know deep down in our own oceans there are hydrothermal vents. Here organisms are able to live without sunlight or food and instead use chemicals coming from the vents for this food. Likely these creatures from space would do the same, or even still may have some unknown method of eating, because during their stints up on land, I don't think hydrothermal vents are that present, and they're definitely not present on our planet concerning on continents. Another trait that appears to be otherworldly but actually rooted in reality is this creature's ability to be affected by high frequency and electrical signals. First, the high frequencies can damage the creature's hearing, sort of like a person getting flashbanged. This will send them reeling backwards and ultimately knock them unconscious, likely due to a runaway amplification within its perception organ. And that sounds weird, but have you ever been sitting there just minding your own business and then your ear goes really quiet and then it just does this weird E noise for like 30 seconds? That is essentially a self-replicating signal within the hair cells within your ears, and then your body gets it under control about 30 seconds later. So it can be assumed, at least with the hearing of these aliens, that maybe they don't have the ability to get that noise under control at certain frequencies. And the electrical interference may seem weird, but actually there are creatures that have that on this earth. First, we see that electric eels, and that's pretty much the standard, their ability to generate electricity could have an impact on the field around them, but more importantly, and probably more likely, is like how the sharks have the ability to perceive electric signals. This organ is known as the ampullae of Lorenzini. These tissues are electroreceptors and can help them detect electrical fields around them. That sounds odd, but it's actually not, because when muscles work, they generate small electrical fields, and that's how sharks can find prey. So it would appear that the aliens may have a version of this, except way beefier. The electric field they look for may have likely been from a larger animal on their planet, and as a result, the small electrical fields of humans go unnoticed. But this field the alien puts out is able to affect the conduction of electricity within the house at certain points, causing the lights to flicker on and off. So here we have a creature with impenetrable armor, doesn't need to eat, appears to not be able to breathe, can resist temperature variance that would drop a human, can detect from miles away just by sound, and appears to be straight up unstoppable. All this led to every military within 3 months completely giving up trying to destroy these things, and in turn, this led to the collapse of society and likely bunkers being flooded. And here's why I think this is absolute nonsense. First, good lord, the biological plot holes. So let's discuss armor for a second. Chitin is a naturally occurring material grown by biological organisms. The issue with that is, however, too much and the creature is stiff. Too little and it's brittle. Somehow these creatures are immune to all forms of countermeasures. So just good lord, no. Let's discuss what a 50 cal actually does. An armor-piercing round can literally punch through a 1.3 inch thick of solid steel. On top of this, it has the added effect of compression waves which liquefy muscle, bone, skin, whatever. That much force imparted into this creature over chitin only being, what, maybe a third of an inch thick, means that the compressional wave is still being imparted into the body, meaning that each hit is creating a bubble on the other side of that armor, even if it doesn't punch through, destroying that area of the body. And this is why even if you're wearing a, like if you're a cop, right, and you're wearing like a resistant vest, you still get bruises on the other side because that energy is still hitting. So there's the first issue. Countermeasures would absolutely work. Second, I'm just spitballing here, but what about a freaking tank? You're telling me that a tank round, a thing literally designed to destroy armor and pierce it, can't punch through chitin? Spent uranium, as far as I know, is one of the strongest armors that I think humanity knows of so far. It could be stronger now. It's been a couple years. So unless this creature is quite literally packing armor made outside of the knowledge of the periodic table, which seems unlikely, then a tank round would punch through these things with ease. Not to mention, it's a tank. Drive over it, spin the tracks, mincemeat. And these things, yeah, they're powerful, but they're not getting in a tank. Or hey, even third option, why would you not place a boombox out in the open or hover a drone and then like literally attract every creature within a few mile radius and then just detonate something you know for sure has the compressional wave to liquefy past armor? Look, all I'm saying is I don't care if it's an alien or a perfect evolutionary machine. At the end of the day, its body, just like ours, is nothing but a chemical reaction that needs to remain ongoing for survival. If this wasn't the case, then being shot in the face from the mother at the end would have done nothing because its body would remain functional. But it destroyed it, which means it must play by the rules of life, and no biological creature is going to resist everything and more than what the literal military can throw at it. I remember watching this in theaters and thinking, why didn't they just sort of like just make this thing a god? Because this creature has a glaring weakness to it if it can be taken out by one shot, and yet it's able to resist everything just because it folds in its face. Like, no. So this is an invasive species. Eradication from Earth is likely not possible based on its ability to hunt in the oceans, but safe zones could nevertheless be created quite easily, and unless we were fighting this thing with swords and axes, technology trumps nature in most respects. But I also want to talk about this creature in general. I don't get it. Everything about its evolution and ability doesn't make any sense from an understood science perspective. If a creature doesn't need to eat, why have teeth? Defense, right? Well, its defenses are basically impenetrable. So again, why have teeth? Territory, right? Well, if it's defending territory, why do they seem to move on both land and water? Surely their food source is likely in one location over the other. But then if they don't need to eat, there's no point in keeping territory. And if you don't need to hunt, why are the organs so fine-tuned for literal hunting? The argument can be made that maybe this creature doesn't find humans edible, but it's stated that they only possess animal intelligence. So still, when they take out another animal, surely they would chow down, but they don't. But there is something known in nature as the good enough feature. A way to think about this is, why in the name of all that is holy are human breathing tubes connected to the food tube, which means we can choke? Well, it's because nature deemed it good enough. These creatures don't appear to fall in this category as good enough. It almost appears as though these traits were handpicked and bred by something else, because all of this coming together appears way more plotted and planned than by random chance. Because is anybody really going to sit here and tell me all of these factors with it were designed by nature? Because this is way too great to be just good enough. But who knows? Maybe we'll see in A Quiet Place 2 the quest to seal up plot holes.
El combo perfecto de McDonald's sí existe y te da más por menos. Porque con el $5 Meal Deal de McDonald's puedes elegir entre un McDouble o McChicken. Y te llevas papitas pequeñas y bebida pequeña y McNuggets de 4 piezas. Es mucho McDonald's por no mucho dinero. Prueba el $5 Meal Deal hoy mismo. Precios y participación pueden variar solo por tiempo limitado.
During the events of the Crappening, or the Happening if you prefer, the planets are finally ready to take back the surface of the planet. Humanity has had it too good for too long, apparently, and because of our massive expansion across the surface of this world, it has led us to have some less than ideal encounters with the native flora and their subsequent response, which actually sort of makes sense. When a species is threatened on a large scale, usually adaptations will arise to protect that species from the aggressor. We have seen this with the bacteria being attacked by viruses and developing CRISPR. We see it with fungus attacking bacteria, to which the bacteria will develop antibiotic resistances, because I guess everybody just likes ganging up on bacteria. But we've also seen it with humans being attacked by wolves, to which we annihilated almost the entire species before realizing that they were kind of a part of a complex food web and were quite necessary. Life itself is nothing more than a reaction to other forms of life and changes in the environment. Considering we use trees to build houses, clear cut them in droves to make usable land, and in general just burn them up for firewood, it's not like trees really have an understanding of what they're being used for, but with their mass interaction with humanity, eventually a biological defense would be formed to keep us away from them by taking us out. Which, if you want to know something that's actually interesting, chili peppers' chemical burning sensation is supposed to stop us from eating them, but it doesn't. Caffeine is poisonous to a lot of animals and the coffee bean, but we drink it anyhow. Humans are just kind of weird. But in The Happening, humans are the primary target for a mysterious biological concoction that overrides our self-preservation instincts and forces us to take ourselves out. So in today's episode, we will talk about what this chemical is, how it affects our brains, and how plausible it may be, because there's actually something inside of us, a rather interesting phenomenon that we really don't understand all that well today, which this may be co-opting. All right, let's get to it. But first, this episode is sponsored by No, it's not sponsored by anyone. So, okay, moving on for real now. So as per usual, we will jump into a summary of this movie before getting to the science for all those who haven't seen it yet. Someone mentioned in the last video, I didn't have like a timestamp up to where to jump ahead to, so really it was kind of sort of a running poll to see if anyone actually does jump ahead, as I can't tell from the analytics, but it seems that some people do. So up on screen, you'll see a timestamp to jump to bypass this masterpiece of a movie, but come on now. Who wouldn't want to see Marky Mark, formerly part of the Funky Bunch, in this acting? It's beautiful. But on a serious note, this did hurt me on a physical level to watch. I just don't remember it being this bad. So we open up our story with two friends sitting on a park bench in Central Park. The blonde is discussing with her friend that she can't really remember what page she was on. This confusion is something that we will see flourishing throughout the movie, as this is the first stage of the toxin entering the brain. As her friend reminds her about what page she was on, they hear a scream, and then see some people clawing at themselves and standing in the park motionless. Her friend continues to request information as to what page she was on, as her friend looks at her kind of confused. Eventually the blonde pulls out a hair pick thing, I don't know what that is, and jams it into her neck, puncturing her trachea and esophagus. Ow. Further in the city, the toxin is just arriving as a group of construction workers are standing around. You know, as construction workers do, and I can say that because I used to do construction. It's really just one guy working and 6 guys watching. As Mr. Popular finishes up his joke, someone then falls to their end. Checking on him, they hear another person fall just behind them. Realizing this isn't a normal set of events and these people aren't just falling, they look up to see that all the workers located on top of the building are jumping off to their end, ensuring that something terrible appears to be happening. Ha! Anyways, all over the city. Jumping further away, we meet with our teacher and main character named Elliot, a Brooklyn street tough, wait, wrong movie, a kind and friendly teacher who is discussing about the mass disappearances of bees all over the world. He asks his class why this may be happening, as everyone throws out their ideas relating to pollution, to global warming, to climate change in general. Man, I've been really doing a lot of these movies lately on climate change. To which Elliot remarks that it could be any one of those things, but it's bad nonetheless, and humans are likely to blame. As he discusses with his students, the vice principal shows up and gathers the teachers up. They are releasing the students as some sort of attack seems to have been carried out on Central Park, and in the city though, nobody is sure as to what it actually was. Heading outside, Julian, Elliot's friend, begins talking to him about his wife and how she wasn't ready to get married yet. They also discuss what maybe Julian should do to round up his family, and that it takes really a backseat to the wife conversation. Elliot doesn't know why everyone keeps kind of having the same conversation with him, but as he heads home, we know why. His wife Alma is just a sort of trash person in general, and she's been meeting up with other dudes to eat tiramisu. Remember everyone, don't be an Alma. Loyalty above all. Regardless, as she watches the news, Elliot comes in and begins packing. The chief medical correspondent on the television begins discussing how this appears to be the markings of some sort of neurotoxin, and that it can stop the brain from firing in a certain way and override the self-preservation instincts that we all possess. Pretty good thinking really, as she's actually pretty spot on. The issue is, however, they don't know what's causing it and assume it to be an isolated event. Despite this, Elliot thinks that they still need to get out of Dodge and decide to head to the train station to GTFO from the populated areas. As the train leaves with them on board, the city they were just in starts displaying a lot of the same symptoms as New York. As trees sway in the wind, a cop is talking to a cab driver as everyone around stops in their tracks. Interestingly, the dogs are not affected. The cop then ends up doming himself, which if you think about it, that's an incredibly difficult way to hold a force multiplier against your skull. Like, hold your arm out in that position right now and try to like face it to yourself. How uncomfortable is that? Anyhow, everyone in the area starts doming themselves too, one by one, as the train continues to leave the area. On board, Slagathor, known as Alma, starts to kind of talk to the dude who she had tiramisu with and tells him he needs to chill out. Nah, gal, maybe you should chill out. But this dude tells her that it also happened in Philadelphia and they were just attacked. Julian calls his wife and she seems okay, but he can't really hear her as she just got on a bus heading towards a hell on earth known as New Jersey. Elliot goes to Alma and she tells him Boston was just hit too. As they continue to ride the train, eventually it just starts coming to a stop in a small town known as Filbert. Everyone gets off and the conductors say they have to stop as they have lost communication with everyone. The height of Marky Mark Funky Bunch acting is right here, by the way, and the dialogue doesn't even match the event, and it was amazing. So things aren't looking so good as you might imagine, and everyone heads into the diner to discuss what they should do. Eventually, a woman receives a video of a zoo attendant jumping into a lion's cage that was only about 90 miles from there. Then the TV broadcast comes on, and the new running theory is this isn't a coordinated event, but something else entirely. After mentioning its proximity, everyone then nopes out hardcore. Elliot tries to get a ride for his group, but before he's able to, Julian then approaches him saying that he needs to go make sure his wife is okay. He asks him and Alma, you know, the power couple, to take his daughter and watch after her should anything happen to him. He jumps in a Jeep and then takes off to New Jersey, which, you know, this thing is hitting cities. Why would you go to New Jersey? Anyhow, another man who owns a plant nursery agrees to take Elliot's group, but first he needs to stop off and get something from his house. When they arrive, man, this dude lives like really close to a nuclear power plant, but he decides to begin discussing how plants can feel humans by the way we talk and interact with them. If you talk to them kindly and calmly, it makes the plant feel better, which according to some studies may actually be somewhat true, but it's not 100% confirmed if this is the case. Anyhow, back at Julian's group, they round a corner and oh man, everyone is just hanging out. The woman starts to scream as then they try to close the vents to make sure no air is coming through the windows. This woman is literally in an enclosed car screaming, which I imagine is mega annoying. Like, yes, we all see them. So Julian comes up with a math puzzle to keep her focused. As he tells her about it, he looks up and sees that there is a hole in the roof, which my first instinct is, I don't know, maybe put like a shirt or something to close it off, but he sort of just looks at it like, dude. Anyway, so it's straight up letting in neurotoxin as the driver stops and then floors it into a tree, which sends him and the woman flying out through the windshield. Julian then exits the car, sits on the ground, and begins slicing his wrist with some sort of glass that he found, which likely leads to his end as well, because we don't ever see him again. Back at Elliot's group, they are faring a little better than Julian's. They drive down some back roads and eventually run into a soldier, which they assume they're now safe. Not sure how they arrived at this conclusion though. The soldier mentions how the base is seemingly infected as soldiers were in the barbed wire and taking themselves out left, right, and center. As they discuss where to go, others begin arriving and they decide that they need to group up. The soldier mentions how everyone needs to go to a safe area, which seems unaffected, and talks about how they should break up into two groups for what appears to be based on nothing. Those that are ready to go now and those that need to get stuff from their car are going to be the two groups. So they split up and then start walking in the groups, with Elliot's group being the smaller one. I wonder if that turn of luck will actually pay off. Oh, by the way, Elliot realizes Julian is toast and so does his daughter, so congrats on that surprise adoption. Anyhow, as the group walks through a field, a larger group suddenly has half of it stop, with a woman screaming and the soldier yelling about his force multiplier, which likely means that something was drilled into his brain during basic and now is coming out for no reason. He begins walking backwards as the other half of the group realizes that the jig is up and everyone starts taking themselves out of the game. The smaller group that was lagging behind has this really weird moment. Like, they're all demanding Marky Mark tell them what to do, and I'm not really sure how he got thrusted into the leadership role, but it's quite literally like they don't know what to do at all. Elliot then comes to the conclusion that the group ahead is already gone as Alma screams about not being a bystander. Elliot then has an epiphany that it's the size of the group causing the plants to react. That's why it didn't really happen to them, but they need to stay ahead of the wind, which, by the way, look at this freaking wind. Never in my life have I seen wind react this way unless you're in like a tornado. Just kind of made me laugh how aggressively it's helping the plants. So at this point, Elliot and the smaller group decide that they need to split up even further so that they do not arouse the attention of the plants, and they go their separate ways. Elliot eventually finds a radio in a truck, and the radio mentions how it's probably some leak from the government facilities. Then Elliot sees a house in the distance, which the rest of the group sees it too, and they decide to go check it out. They raid this house for a map in an attempt to figure out where they should go and who's got the least amount of population, which I'm gonna be real with you, it looks like this town was already hit, so there should be like no one there. So why not stay in this house? Well, that'll come up later. And Elliot then talks to a plastic plant for a while, and they decide to bounce out to an even more isolated area. Eventually, Elliot does begin talking to the kid known as Josh and Jared, and he begins to discuss how the primordial bacteria has been showing up all over and taking out fishermen, that in reality, the planet may be having some sort of defense against humanity. They decide to leave the house a little later on, which, okay, I guess it was a good idea, as two large groups arrive, which activates the almonds of the plants, and the toxin is released, and then some dude gets run over by a lawnmower. Then we see the most unrealistic thing possible in this movie. So currently, what I have found is like 2 bedrooms, needs renovations, and it's like $400,000. Realtors are saying it's the worst time in about 15 years to buy a house, because apparently it's a massive seller's market. But look at the size of those houses for $300,000. Why is everything so expensive? Just thought I'd complain about that for a minute. So we haven't seen a scene with people biting the dust in over about 2 minutes at this point. So Elliot decides to approach a house and ask for some food, as they're starting to feel kind of fairly hungry. Walking up to the house, the 2 younger kids, Josh and Jared, begin trying to break in. From inside of it, the owners of the home have barricaded it to keep out people as well as the poison gas. This makes the young teenagers very angry because, well, they're teenagers, and sometimes when you are that age, you can be notoriously dumb. The owners don't care, however. As Elliot tries to tell them that everything is okay and the air is fine, a barrel exits the front door and blows away Josh. Now, your first instinct when that happens should basically be to dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge, the 5 Ds of not being filled with lead. Jared, however, missed the memo and then takes one to the dome also. The owners then say they have 10 seconds to get off his porch before he attacks the others, to which Elliot, Alma, and Jess take off running. So at this point, what is happening has caught the attention of the entire US and likely the planet. 2 older women in particular have like the right idea, wearing masks to block out the toxins, as news reports mention how because of the increasingly intense toxicity, it should peak rather soon, saying by 9 a.m. tomorrow, which, I mean, it's still a neurotoxin. Like, even if it peaks, unless it's broken down extremely quickly, I would still say it's going to exist within the environment. So it's not like really 9:01 a.m. timing, you're just good to go. Anyways, as they continue their trek to find anything abandoned, Elliot's remaining group finds a house owned by a woman named Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones seems to not really be there and is kind of unnaturally standoffish, which is good in this event as she's gone completely off the grid and on her own and doesn't live anywhere near anyone. She takes in Elliot, Alma, and Jess, but tentatively tentatively and continues to accuse them of either trying to steal her stuff or take her out in her sleep. Eventually the next day, it comes to a head when Elliot is in a room by himself and she finds him demanding that they leave immediately. He runs outside to talk to her, but oh no, she's walking backwards. The toxin has even found this small of a group, which I do want to break off for just 1 second. There was this idea floating around that this actually isn't a neurotoxin, it's mass hysteria. But then Mrs. Jones throws a wrench into that whole ideology because she is by herself. She doesn't even know what's happening. She doesn't know about, she has no radio. She has no way to contact the outside world. She just does her own thing. And even she is affected by this. So I think the whole, oh, it's mass hysteria, the dancing fever of like 1886 or some crap like that. No, this is a neurotoxin. It has nothing to do with mass hysteria. Anyhow, Elliot runs inside as Mrs. Jones starts smashing her face against the walls of the house and eventually breaking the windows, allowing the toxin to get into the house. Seeing as he doesn't want to be bodied, Elliot locks himself in the back room and then covers up the cracks of the door. He hears Alma and Jess, who are out in the shed for some reason, and then begins talking to them through the pipe and telling them to close the doors and windows, which, judging by that door, I'm gonna say the real miracle here is that they didn't just get infected in the shed. Elliot continues to talk to them, and as he does, he basically says screw it because he has no idea how long this is going to last, and he says he just wants to be with them. He heads outside to meet his fate, or so he thinks. He isn't immediately ended, and Alma and Jess come outside as well. They meet up and then go back into the house and decide to just wait a bit longer to see what happens. And this is where the whole ideology of like, oh, it's mass hysteria because they accept their fate and it didn't really happen comes into play, but it's total crap. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, there's a difference between like, oh, I'm gonna dance because the rest of the group is dancing, and then literally throwing yourself off a building because you see your friend do it. Like, it's absolutely neurotoxin. Anyhow, 3 months later, they're back in Philadelphia with everything appearing much more thinned out concerning population. Jess is getting ready for her first day of school, and Alma realizes that she's pregnant. Elliot walks Jess to the bus as a news report begins discussing how they may have just seen a warning from the plants and that it could happen again. The media, being the media, basically dribbles from its own mouth about how it's basically just hogwash because, the journalists went to school for their medical degrees and know everything about diseases and outbreaks, and their opinions on matters should be held as law apparently, but the doctor who did go to medical school protests on how this could happen again, but we won't listen to him. And now it's Europe's time to play with the plants in France, and that rhymed just in time as two friends walk down a path in a park. One keeps repeating how he should drop his bike off after work as his friend looks around after hearing a scream and see, oh no, it's happening. So with that summary wrapped up and done, we have to wait about 2 seconds literally to screw with everyone who jumped ahead. So Matt, put a jump off point right here before I start talking, and 2 seconds of silence. Go. So anyways, that's why Marky Mark embezzled funds directed at creating neurotoxins in trees, as mentioned halfway through the summary, actually in real life. And when M. Night heard about this, it resulted in the creation of this movie happening. So what exactly was Mark trying to accomplish with this idea though? Well, like any idea anyone would really want to talk about, we first must understand the effects of neurotoxins and what it has on us, but even prior to that, we have to talk about, most importantly, plants' reactions to humans and whether they be favorable or unfavorable. Throughout all of human history, someone, somewhere, had to eat a plant to let the rest of us know it was poisonous. Likely this stemmed from, say, Unga saying, hey Bunga, does this mushroom look good to you? And then eating it, which either resulted in it being slightly satiated, if you like mushrooms, tripping for several hours if it was a special type of mushroom, which must have been horrifying considering there are saber-tooths prowling around, or just straight up flatlining, to which Bunga would go on to remember that that plant took out Unga. Trial and error is rough, but the whole point of this tirade is that something we all know. Sometimes plants just create compounds that even if it's not supposed to react with humanity, it can still screw with our metabolisms and salt exchanges to the point that we end up taking a dirt nap. I mean, even now, to anyone who's down south, we are getting absolutely inundated with pollen, like the most pollen I have ever seen. Everything is yellow, and there are literal green, yellow clouds in the sky, and the body of pretty much anybody is having quite a reaction to it. My wife is actually breaking out in hives just from going outside, whereas I'm still able to walk around with no allergy medication, but I'm still coughing a lot, and it's not because of the virus. Anyways, so the concept here is that the plants can create compounds that can quite easily interact with your body, whether it be in a meaningful way or completely accidental. Some compounds you may know that are meaningful interactions are pretty hilarious. For instance, spices that we use to kind of eat spicy food or spice our food, that's really a defense mechanism, like I've mentioned earlier, for a plant to ward off animals that would eat them. And, well, we do it anyways. Chocolate can take out dogs, but humans can eat it, and we eat a lot of it. And, the biggest one, again, coffee, for a lot of animals is poisonous, poisonous, but I literally, as I'm recording this, I'm drinking it for energy. Also, did you know fresh cut grass smell is something a lot of people seem to enjoy, but it's actually the grass releasing stress hormones into the air as it's being attacked by something that literally just cut it in half. Basically, humans are just a wild card thrown into the evolutionary pathway because while there are absolutely plants that can take us out, the reality is we can even sometimes develop tolerances to that. In the happening, however, there is no ability to develop a tolerance to the chemical compound that the plants are using. And it's mentioned that it could just be the trees, but from further discoveries and the events as they continue to unfold, it's discussed that it could also be in the grass, bushes, basically every plant is releasing this toxin into the air. So first things first, how is this released? Well, there's a reason I mentioned both pollen and stress hormones of plants. What seems to be the most feasible route to take would be a hormone produced from a plant, which would kind of be a defense hormone that co-opts possibly the same pathways as the pollinating abilities. It appears to take place in either late spring or possibly early summer when plants are actually still releasing pollen to varying degrees. As the main pollinating event has concluded and the lower level is reached, which is usually the pollen we can't see, this neurotoxin is seeded into the air into an area where humans would have the largest interaction with these plants, the northeast. With the sheer amount of people touching, cutting, standing next to, pulling out of the ground, and in general just harassing plants, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to believe at this point that a tree that has its leaves cut month after month, or a bush that has been ripped out of the ground and thrown somewhere else and then was able to maybe start, sending down roots and surviving again, they would actually attempt to develop a defense against whatever is causing it, which in the environment would indicate humans. It must be based purely on interaction as well, seeing as the epicenter begins, which is Central Park. Likely well manicured, as I've never really been, this would be the most harassed plants likely in the entire state, as probably only a few plants' defense mechanisms flow through the air. It then hits humans, but no other animal, meaning that it was really only meant to have an ability to affect the pathways of the brains in humans. As it does this, considering it's a pollen, it may also possess a genetic map for other plants to create their own defenses to humans, which is able to jump species of plants. This is a little far-fetched, as typically plants do not sort of communicate with one another in this way, or really have much interaction with one another, but regardless, if this all sounds ridiculous, just remember, plants have been using animals pretty much since we formed. You ever wonder why fruit exists? It's so animals can eat the fruit and seeds, walk away, and deposit it somewhere else in manure, which is ready-made food for the seed. Now the question is then, do plants know about humans? To a degree, this would mean that, yes, they do. A species began making fruit, which then attracted a certain animal through interactions, and this allowed it to become more successful, and now we have orange juice in the morning. There are some plants that mimic the smell of rotting flesh that attracts flies to spread pollen, and others smell really sweet, which attracts bees. The core of this is, why do they do this? Again, because plants to a degree are aware of animals. So what makes us any different then? Well, that's just it. It doesn't. Considering plants are using animals as a benefit to their own species, when one in particular becomes a nuisance, it's pretty clear the answer is to just straight up poison that species, annihilating it from the local area, which is what plants actively do. And this is hence why we have poisonous plants. So now let's go on to what this particular poison does to the mind of a person and why it may not be entirely ridiculous, because it's simply co-opting something a lot of people already have in them concerning taking themselves out. And just as a heads up, we're going to start treading into some hypothesis and not entirely understood science of the mind, because unfortunately we do not know everything there is to know about the 3-pound chemoelectric anxiety machine located in our skulls quite yet. As the toxin wafts through the air, it's clear the first place it would enter is through our noses or lungs as we breathe. Should it enter the lungs or lining of our mouths and throats, it would diffuse into the bloodstream heading towards the brain. This may take a little longer, so the mouth breathers of the world might actually last a few more seconds. And this may be why we see people literally notice everyone stopping around them as they sit there, as it's still pumping through their body, but it hasn't quite gotten to the brain yet. But this will definitely happen shortly. Those who breathe through their noses, or were currently doing so when the first wave of toxin hit them, would likely have it diffused through the nasal tissue and into the olfactory bulb of the brain. We know as of late this is extremely possible given the current virus we are dealing with, which results in loss of sense of taste and smell. As it enters the olfactory bulb, it would likely cause misfirings within the bulb itself, considering it has the ability to disrupt the firing of neurons. This location is actually fairly critical because of the location and the way the brain is structured. As toxin continues to diffuse through the brain, it would continue to stop certain firing patterns or block specific chemicals within the brain, and we call these chemicals neurochemicals. But I see one main culprit in my mind that the toxin would likely attack. But before we get to that, let's continue on our pathway of the actual attack itself. With the lower portion of the brain misfiring, it would likely also to a degree have an effect on the frontal lobe, because there's no reason to think that it honestly wouldn't given its neurotoxic abilities be able to do this. And this is where we begin to see our first symptoms arise. People begin repeating themselves over and over again. Now, usually this would indicate an issue with the Broca's area located just behind the frontal lobe and near the olfactory bulb, which the frontal lobe is near the olfactory bulb. But given that it's still a full sentence at first, the first symptom is confusion. This person repeats themselves and looks confused as the frontal lobe begins misfiring or not firing in the correct patterns. Then, as quickly as it sets on, the toxin begins spreading into the brain of the aforementioned Broca's area just behind the frontal lobe. We see the person at this point begin to have difficulty speaking. As the area becomes more and more affected, they seem to stop talking entirely. What's even more interesting is you can see this in real time. You can actually plot their symptoms and see the brain being affected by this toxin moving from the olfactory bulb backwards. As the toxin continues to press on, it would begin affecting the lower portions of the brain, and here's where the issues begin to arise for a person on a survival level. The lower portions of the brain near the brainstem are said to house our survival instincts. Deeply rooted, it's said to be the lizard brain. Then moving past that to the mammalian, then ultimately to our primate brains, which is our huge cerebrum. Someone recently brought up that the lizard brain doesn't actually exist, and after looking into it, the best way I can summarize it is that these pieces of the brain in their current state have always existed, but they have changed in size, location, and structuring. So a fish has the same brain parts as a lizard, which has the same brain parts as a human, but how they are structured is different. So I gotta say, man, I can't remember who it was, but that was actually a fairly interesting read, so thank you for posting that to me. But I think the whole lizard brain point is really what it's trying to accomplish is basically in what appears to be the oldest part of the brain are the survival instincts, so lizard brain. At least that's how I view it. Anyways, whereas our ability to think and reason with our larger cerebrums is a primate trait, that appears to be mainly unique to us, at least in this capacity. Anyhow, so with this toxin now reaching the lower portion of the brain or the limbic system, it would be shut off due to issues communicating, which would also start to cause a whole host of emotions and instincts being basically shut down, which means kind of what keeps you alive starts to get shut down. For instance, the hypothalamus basically controls a lot of feelings of exhilaration, anger, unhappiness. The amygdala controls aggression, fear, and also has a hand in anger as well. And the basal ganglia is responsible for initiating movement. And these are all areas that should specifically be affected. It's a big problem, but basal ganglia being affected by something, this as a result can cause you to actually have a rigid, stiff, shuffling walk, which is quite important to the whole thing concerning this brain interaction. It's clear the lower portions of the brain are being affected due to the fact that all emotion leaves a person's face once the toxin has affected this part of the brain, which a big thing is also fear. But as we have seen with the soldier, he begins yelling about his force multiplier, which was clearly something that was ingrained in his mind when the Broca's area became affected, which is sort of like the last firing or the last basically correct firing of those neurons. But as it went deeper into his brain, he begins walking backwards rigidly and with difficulty, which is something we have seen in others, almost like their nerves are now firing in a reverse pattern or completely out of sync with one another, as clearly there is something going on that he really, or really anybody, can't control. Moving further back into the brain, we eventually end up in the Wernicke's area, and this is responsible for speech recognition. As far as we have seen, any attempts to talk to a person out of doing whatever they were trying to do to end themselves is largely unsuccessful. They may be able to understand you at first, even with all the confusion in their mind, but they wouldn't even be able to understand your speech after a few moments, as anything you say quite literally falls on deaf ears. In fact, people who have had strokes in this area have cited that they could understand people one moment, and then the next, it's like they were speaking a different language entirely and couldn't make sense of anything anyone was saying. Pretty freaky. But all of this, the misfirings, the movements, the yelling, it all really hinges on a likely interaction with the body of a person, and more specifically the nervous system of a person. And in nature, neurotoxins do not exist naturally. They have to be created by man, but we are a part of nature too, and if we can create it, likely through trial and error, another species could potentially create something similar to a nerve toxin without it exactly being like what we have. What I believe is happening is what the movie is actually mentioning is that this nerve toxin isn't like anything we have created, but a naturally occurring version of what we have created, which means that it could have similar effects, but not completely the same. This can be seen in how the ones we have created can be infecting people in seconds, diffuse through the skin of a person, and then enter your motor neurons. They block acetylcholinesterase, which is an enzyme responsible for the breakdown of acetylcholine, which causes your nerves to fire. As this continues to build up in the nervous system with no enzymes arriving to allow the muscles to relax, this can cause you to suffocate and shut down your ability to move, as well as stop your heart pretty quickly, all while you're just kind of trapped there. It's pretty nasty stuff. This may explain, however, how it's possible for it to diffuse across barriers so easily. Most clearly in the nasal passages concerning what we see in the happening, it can enter the brain of a person, but it may also be able to easily move past the blood-brain barrier of a person neurotoxin, which is the absolute perfect way to be carried through the brain quickly, as it's able to kind of begin amassing in areas, wreaking havoc on those specific portions of the brain. So the natural version of a nerve toxin clearly doesn't cause this to happen to motor neurons, but instead it appears to specifically affect the nerves within the brain itself and does not appear to have a great impact on motor neurons at all. This is likely due to its infection route, and ultimately the toxin locking up your body may have been originally intended, but because humans became equipped with this quirky little addition to our brain that is absolutely baffling as to why we have it, this is what ended up taking us out. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever stood atop a tall building or a cliff's edge and thought to yourself, jump? Not that you want to meet your end, because if you do, I would highly recommend getting some help, but for those average people whose lives aren't too bad and everything's okay and they're mentally a good place, roughly 50% of the population have said, yeah, I've had this feeling. I mean, I have it every time I approach somewhere up high too. And there are other versions of this as well. The strangest one being that, like, when you're handed a baby, your brain thinks, yo, I could totally spike this into the ground. Or when you're driving on a highway, you start to think about jerking the wheel. This is referred to as the call of the void. The call of the void is something that isn't largely understood yet, but there are a few lines of thinking as to what it could be. The first line of thinking is that your brain is preparing you for the absolute worst case scenario. The brain doesn't like to be surprised by outcomes. So when you hold a baby, the obvious most detrimental thing you could do in your social standing and with loved ones, as well as your group survivability endeavors, which is ingrained in all of us, would be to harm a newborn. If you jump off a cliff, well, that's obviously not very good for your life expectancy either, and it's the same as wrecking a car or jumping off a building. So your brain makes you think about these things whether you want to or not, because it's the most awful thing your brain can imagine, and as a result, when you survive it or don't do it, congrats, you got past the worst case scenario because it went better than expected. The other thinking on this is really that the brain is immediately uncomfortable. Now, holding a newborn may not really stack up so well with this thinking, but say you approach a cliff and have the desire to jump. Your brain is thinking, hey, I hate heights, and because I hate heights, I want to get down immediately. And the quickest way down is straight down. Now, the other part of your brain, the more rational part, is like, whoa, man, like, you can't just jump, that'll annihilate us. Let's slowly descend, as that makes way more sense. And then you walk down the path and boom, you're down from the cliff's edge. Same with buildings, and the same idea can be applied to driving on a highway. Going fast at some level may make you uncomfortable. Call of the void likely exists in a large percent of the population, likely over 50% of the mark, because it must serve some sort of purpose to exist and to have propagated, which likely means it's in most of us. It's also believed that call of the void may originate from the instinctual part of the brain as well, but it's actually a sign of being well adjusted, so don't worry about it. Just stay in control of your emotions, because remember, you control your actions, your feeling doesn't control your actions. But I think this may be what's going on with the people in the happening to a degree. Take the woman, for instance, with the hairpin thing. Again, I have no idea what to call it, but she's at the beginning. Her call of the void was, oh man, wouldn't this suck if this went into my neck? Well, with her brain misfiring and this originating somewhere deep within her mind, the logical part of her mind is no longer able to override the call of the void, and her brain takes the worst case scenario as the literal scenario that she needs to do, because there's nothing logical there to override that level of thinking. Now, I used to do construction, but I hated heights. Yet I found myself on half-built skyscrapers all the time, near an edge, working on some concrete. It's pretty clear the feeling I had in my head at that point was, yo, Broanoke, you should totally jump and see what it's like. Now, logically, it was pretty easy to not do that, but it was a strange pressure I felt as long as I was on top of a tall building. Eventually, it did subside as more time was spent on top of tall buildings, but it has since returned since I no longer frequent tall buildings. The guy driving the Jeep may feel what we all feel when we are going too fast, and a slight fear arises within him, and then also telling him to crash. Again, with no logical portion of his brain checking these feelings, they're free to run rampant, and when your body actually carries out these orders through the areas at least kind of like not touched as much by the toxin, the base of the brain and the cerebrum located in the back of the brain, which aids in movement to the meat suit, would basically make you do this. The actual possibility of this, even with it being a relatively strange movie, is fairly interesting, because remember, there are plenty of compounds out there right now that plants produce that have a profound influence on our nervous system, whether that be stimulation or a depressing effect. In the case of this movie, plants having long been exposed to human shenanigans began developing a driving off chemical that likely became perfected over time. It's entirely possible that the plants were releasing a version of this chemical that had no effect on humans until finally it had a huge effect, which resulted in the misfiring of nervous systems, more specifically the central nervous system, that in the end would cause a person to potentially listen to portions of the brain not normally logical, and then they kind of ended themselves, which kind of makes you think, I wonder if that's what allergies are right now. So here's the thing about King Kong. His name implies everything that you need to know. King Kong. While usurpers would have you believe a lizard that likes to take naps underground because he got hugged too hard and brought up into the sky is a real king, King Kong has been putting the work in on Skull Island and destroying lizards, whether they be smaller or larger than him. And with a name like Skull Island, you know it really wasn't that easy of an upbringing. So today, we're going to be talking about why King Kong is absolutely going to put the smackdown on Godzilla for multiple reasons, and by the end of this, I think you'll understand why Wowsuch Gaming's faith in an overgrown radioactive lizard is misplaced. There's only one true king, and he's Big Monkey. With a gigantic movie on the horizon concerning these two battling it out, we all know there's likely going to be a moment there where way bigger Jaws shows up and it just kind of unites them. But for the sake of debate, let's assume that doesn't happen and these two are quite literally there to fight till the end. What would happen? Well, let's jump into discussing why King Kong would defeat Godzilla, and make sure to stay tuned till the end for a leaked video that 100% supports my claim. Now, just as a heads up, if you are from Wowsuch Gaming's channel, you're going to hear a very similar phrasing on this, but let's be real here. Him and I could go probably over every second of this trailer, analyzing every minute detail concerning damage, what they were looking at, and a glint of a reflection in each other's eyes to determine what may be going on, but in both our opinions, that would be over-analyzing the situation. Everything in the trailers would be based purely on our opinions and ideas of what's going on. I know, quite unlike the fight that I'm literally about to present to you, but using their actual strengths and weaknesses as opposed to the trailer kind of seems like a better way forward, especially because it's supported concerning Godzilla and King Kong. But this fight is actually going to be decided by you guys. In a few weeks, we will announce on our community tabs the victor of this battle based on the likes in the videos. So if you think I'm right, which, I mean, come on, then like this video. But if you think Wowsuch Gaming is right, then head on over to his channel and heretically like his video. So to understand what an absolute powerhouse King Kong is, we must first understand his background to get a good idea on what his future is and why he would be able to hold his own against a giant lizard, which interestingly enough, it appears his kind has before. In the distant past, at some point or another, King Kong's species, or super species as they're known, has come into contact with Godzilla. The cave painting references similar in size for them and a massive battle taking place. Even while this was in the distant past, based on the cave painting, people are still in the picture watching the battle take place, so it was at some point when humans were around. The reasoning behind this interaction is one based on Godzilla being territorial and King Kong species somewhat valuing human life and really having an innate desire to protect it. Seeing as Godzilla hasn't always been playing for Team Human and King Kong for the most part has, this may have spawned hostile interactions amongst one another. The outcome of this battle is really not known and is just completely lost to time, but considering Kong's species is still very much so alive and so is Godzilla, it would appear as though likely it was a stalemate. Kong species is what's known as a super species. Having descended from apes, much like the theory of how humans arose, Kong species grew to massive size. Being confined to an island that is shrouded in storms and thus was protected from prying eyes, this would ultimately make him an unknown to humanity. The island wouldn't be discovered again until 1944 by complete accident. An American and Japanese pilot were in the middle of a dogfight when both were shot down by one another. After crash landing and continuing their battle on foot, they would eventually be interrupted by King Kong. Being confined to the island, they would attempt several escapes, but go on to build a ship before Gunpei eventually met his end. However, in 1973, after the space race was in full swing, satellites would capture a glimpse of some unknown landmass in the Pacific completely encircled by a storm. Upon going to the island, the military and scientists would find themselves hilariously not at the top of the food chain any longer. After dropping explosives onto the ground to map out the hypothesized tunnels to support their hollow earth theory, they would not only wake up creatures known as skull crawlers, but they would also alert Kong to their presence. Kong immediately began smacking helicopters out of the sky and throwing trees at them like annoying insects, and resisted most of what the military could throw at him. Ultimately, every bird was brought down, leaving humans on foot to traverse a dangerous terrain. However, Kong wasn't just doing this for funsies. Humanity had inadvertently awoken a threat that King Kong had been battling for quite some time. For seemingly as long as the island has been around, skull crawlers have been snapping up humans when awoken. Kong species has seemingly been there protecting humanity for a very long time from these creatures, but if you notice, King Kong is the last one. When he was a newborn, Kong's parents were taken out by the largest of the skull crawlers known as the Skull Devil. His mother hid him in a cave and then closed up the entrance parents, as his father held them off. However, after they fell, the Skullcrawlers eventually ate and then left, and Kong exited the cave with a new lifelong hatred of these creatures. It is stated that if Kong gets to them when they are young, then he really has no issue taking out like 3 or more at a time. But the largest, known as the Skull Devil, is still sleeping, and that's what took out Kong's parents. However, humanity continues to screw around and then eventually does find out, and they end up waking up the big one. Fortunately, however, things are much more different this time around. Despite being cited that Kong is only an adolescent, he was still able to completely massacre the same creature that took out both his parents. Likely this is due to, say, the differences between a trained MMA fighter and just your average run-of-the-mill dude at a bar at 3 a.m. who's on a Jaeger-fueled rage. Kong's parents may not have been as adept at fighting Skullcrawlers as they went underground and continued to grow, and upon coming back up, overwhelmed the rusty parents. Whereas Kong has been fighting these things with a burning hatred since day one, which has kept him strong, sharp, and capable. After destroying that which destroyed his parents, it didn't really stop there. During the events of Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Kong heard Ghidorah's call, but just completely ignored it, unlike the other titans. Seemingly being his own king, much like Godzilla, he again heard it but said, nah. But not only that, any Skullcrawlers who tried to answer the call were immediately taken out as Kong continued to stay on his island, disregarding the rising threat. And this drops us off to where we are today. Kong's past is riddled with clues to his strengths. Many of those make him unmatched by anything on the island, whether they be enemies or the memory of his species. Seemingly being the strongest one of them all and hardened by continuous battle, we of course have to discuss what exactly makes King Kong such a formidable foe and humanity at the complete mercy of this giant monkey. First thing to note about his abilities is his physical stature. For clarity's sake, during the events of 1973 as well as 1944, Kong was still quite young. Being considered an adolescent, he stood at over 100 feet tall, or roughly 32 meters tall. However, he wasn't just some giant gorilla that became oversized. Instead, he has something very unique about his species that is the exact same thing that makes humanity unique. He actually stands upright. Most apes use their forelimbs to aid in walking, and while they can walk for limited periods of time upright, this is not a permanent arrangement, and they will invariably return back to walking on all fours. This is due to their center of gravity, shape of their pelvis, and location of their spine being attached to the back of their skull. And this is actually a fairly important point, because this gives us our first strength: intelligence. Apes and humans differ because of this. Our skulls are attached to the underside, allowing for larger brains as the bone supports the weight. Apes have their spine attached to the back of their skull, which because of gravity limits the weight that they can have in their heads, as their necks will become strained. King Kong, because of his upright posture, has this attachment point underneath his skull, leading to, over time, a larger brain and thus increased brain power. Kong is incredibly intelligent, able to identify who's friendly and who's not, even amongst the same groups of humans. He can understand human intent quite easily and react accordingly, like say when he crushes the Colonel. And his understanding has actually saved many people in the group, like unfortunately Brie Larson, who fell in the river. But I'm sure Kong just didn't know about the ridiculous travesty that was the ending of Endgame. Anyways, this also allows him to figure out enemies much faster than other animals would be able to. Like when he was fighting the Skull Devil, and he works out that while this creature was trying to do us all a favor and eat Brie Larson while she was in Kong's hand, he figured out that he could reach deeper into the Skull Demon's throat like a Muppet performer and then disembowel the creature entirely. Doing so annihilated the beast, ending the fight on the spot. Coupled with this, he was able to do what most other apes can do, which is use tools. When getting into fights with Skullcrawlers, many times it was shown that he would pick up a tree and use it as a bat. This is imperative to showing what's going on inside of his head. Humanity not too long ago picked up a rock and realized, if I throw this, bigger animals get injured and may even run away, despite me not having that much strength. Now take that idea, add it to an animal that does have a ridiculous amount of strength, and the tool usage is unreal. And it's not just using an entire tree as a bat either.
The Cold War is over.
My guess is that they're planning a spectacle of some kind. Something that'll scare the hell out of people.
Coalition forces launched the operation 2 weeks ago against Saddam Hussein. They're taking out as many strategic targets from the air as possible.
Do it.
Stations weapons free.
Some biological weapon. And they put this in Saddam's hands too?
Isn't that your friend?
The nature of our enemy is unclear now.
We're not alone. They would kill each one of you given the open shot.
Kong grabbed a chain and ripped a boat off an engine, using it as a swingable mace, severely injuring the Skull Demon in the process. This understanding of weapons that he's casually using suggests that if he gets into an environment with, say, like towers, rebar, concrete, large heavy objects to be thrown, makeshift spears, all this could be used against a foe. So bear that in mind for later. With the intelligence comes the thinking things through, which also leads us to our next strength, which is literally the strength and combat experience that Kong has. Getting a look at Kong, he's likely one of the more stronger of his species that existed. Well, that existed because they don't exist anymore. He is covered in thick muscle from all the years of fighting, and even still, he's just like a buff teenager. As the fighting continues, he will continue to grow in size and muscular strength, capable of lifting helicopters up casually, disemboweling creatures with ease, ripping apart a giant squid just because. Fact is, Kong's strength is unrivaled. Where this strength is also important though. Seeing as Kong walks upright, we can see that his arms are incredibly long, longer than his legs actually, and they are massive, possessing a crazy amount of strength with a punch that can completely incapacitate a skull crawler easily, which sends its brain scrambling inside of its skull. The strength of this allows him to rip trees out of the ground and then throw them several miles due to them almost being like pendulums complementing the throwing force. For example, humans have shorter arms. Because of this, back in the day, we couldn't throw spears all that far. However, with our giant brains, we created the spear thrower, or the atlatl, to help us hunt. This helped us throw spears almost 3 times as far and with more force. Kong's arms work like a natural atlatl, and the transfer an insane amount of force due to this length is extremely high. And this is going to be important in the fight later. These extreme arms allow him to land blows on creatures on the island and to machinery humans have made to completely decimate them, but the rest of the muscular mass shouldn't be ignored. Strength in the arms is only as good as the rest of it on the body, such as the core strength coupled with the pectorals and shoulders sort of balance everything out. Looking at Kong, this dude is just mega jacked. Pretty much swole goals actually. But strength, however, is nothing without stamina. You can be the biggest, baddest dude, but someone who is able to outlast your hits will invariably be able to whittle your energy reserves down over time and eventually knock you out. Kong excels at the stamina game. Traveling around the island all day, every day, his walks take him everywhere. Wherever he goes, however, there's usually a fight. These fights do not appear to be actually wearing him down that much, as he just finishes the fight and then keeps walking to the next area. This can be seen when he fights multiple skull crawlers, as he is quite capable of handling his own with creatures that are even about 3/4 his size, and really just panel a lot of them and still come out on top. Part of the stamina is also the absolute durability of Kong. While far from invincible, he's able to take hits and cuts as well as bites from skull crawlers with very little issue. Yes, he will in fact bleed, as made mention by the Colonel after putting so much lead down range it would have destroyed an entire army, but this bleeding was minimal and only due to a cut on his hand, hardly anything long lasting or permanently damaging. And with stamina comes the ability to use it effectively. Concerning Kong's speed and agility, you'd be surprised to see actually how agile this creature is. He's almost as tall as a skyscraper, and yet he's able to jump high into the air above his enemies, which actually comes out to be almost his height due to the power in his legs, and then come down with devastating blows. With this, he's able to dodge hits effectively and also counterattack the skull crawlers as they launch attacks on him, which is how he effectively uses his combat knowledge to subdue enemies. There are some other advantages Kong may have over his enemies as well, but they are more minorly important. The first being his ability to climb. Almost unrivaled by any other Titan, this gives him the ability to traverse mountains much more easily and also get out of the line of sight and also danger, sort of like how Spider-Man was able to climb up during the cage match for 3 minutes as a wrestler could not get to him. He also is extremely good at hearing, meaning that he can hear something treading from miles away, and considering he heard Ghidorah's call, he can likely hear Godzilla's call as well. He just really chooses to ignore them. Should he know a fight is coming though, he could actively track Godzilla just by listening. Now, on the other end of this, however, is King Kong is still an animal. Not only that, he seems to be actively evolved into the super species he is, which means, again, he's an animal. So because of this, he's not an invincible god. His body, while exceedingly powerful and protected by thick skin and muscle, is still definitely susceptible to damage. And this is because he lacks any type of body armoring. The most armoring that you could really say that he has is the thick, shaggy fur located all over his body. However, this lack of armor may in turn result in a strength towards being more agile, as he's not bogged down with thick plating. Another disadvantage that he may have is his healing factor. King Kong is a mammal and as such has a mammalian healing factor. His body isn't inspired by some massive radiation spike which forces him to heal faster like Godzilla can, but instead he must go through a natural process of momentarily increased mitosis to heal all his wounds. Because of this, while his body may be capable energy-wise of continuing a fight, he will still need time to rest up and heal from battles. This, however, continues continues to only be a partial disadvantage, as Godzilla is by no means invincible either. After getting his body beaten by Ghidorah, even Godzilla had to really just kind of go into a tunnel and heal for several years, or he would have had a nuke not been detonated in his face, forcing his body to heal. And we have seen this healing factor fail him when he went missing for 5 years after fighting the Mutos and receiving substantial damage. So with the strengths and weaknesses played out for Kong, it's important to get a full picture of what's happening between these two titans so you can choose for yourself why you think King Kong would win, or again, Godzilla if you're a heretic. And you may be sitting there right now saying, wait a minute, Roanoke, Godzilla is like 390 feet tall. Are you really telling me that King Kong, at a paltry 104 feet tall, being a little over 1/4 his size, is going to do much of anything? Well, I'm here to tell you that, remember, King Kong was an adolescent during the 1970s. Since then, almost 50 years has passed, and during that, gains were made. Kong is now fully an adult. He has reached a height of 350 feet tall and packed on tons, and actually outweighs Godzilla by almost 59 tons. He is quite literally 38% heavier and beefier than Godzilla. This weight isn't just fat either. Thicker bones, stronger bones, more muscle mass, all this really comes out to much more powerful hits. And there's gonna be some guy in the comments that says, thicker bones don't actually mean stronger bones. Yeah, they do. Look at dinosaur bones. Anyways, something to bear in mind, Kong had no issue incapacitating the reptiles on his island if they were smaller than him by a marginal amount and completely ripping out the guts of the largest one. So just remember that. As he has grown over the last 50 years, the amount of force is almost immeasurable in what the limbs may impart. Not to mention, the weight is a factor, as we have all seen other titans throw their body mass into Godzilla, completely knocking him around. So the question to all of this is, who would actually win in this fight? Well, I am here to inform you it is absolutely King Kong who would wipe the floor with Godzilla, and here's why. The battle opens up with the two meeting either likely in a city or open landscape. It would more than likely be this, as Kong would have no need to go into Godzilla's turf, which is the water. Although likely Godzilla would retreat there after the whooping he's about to get, and we will talk about that later. The first benefit that Kong has is things around him. He's capable of picking up literal mountaintops at this point, hurling them towards Godzilla. Because of the extra muscle mass that he has, it would also hit with more force. However, taking into consideration Godzilla's plating, it would likely only knock him off balance. The thing is, however, this isn't just rocks that he can hurl, but trees from several miles, and being a primate, everything around him is a tool that he can use to attack Godzilla at a distance, meaning that he can injure and deplete him from afar before getting in close. If this happens in a city, it would be much more advantageous to Kong. Things like towers could be used as literal spears to impale the lizard more easily and bypass that armor plating that protects it from blunt injury attacks. Kong can also climb up large buildings, jumping and descending on the lizard, completely smashing into his skull, which has a few effects. While I doubt it would cave in the skull due to the sheer durability that Godzilla has, I have no doubt that this would daze Godzilla for a while, leaving him open to attacks that Kong would absolutely have the energy to put down range. While using your environment is great, Godzilla would still have a few attacks at his disposal. Obviously, the radiation breath would be a fairly large issue to deal with. This gives Godzilla the ability to attack from afar, while King Kong goes ape mode and throws buildings, cars, towers, trees, homes, whatever, at the giant lizard. However, I see Kong overcoming this issue at a distance in several ways. First is King Kong's agility is ridiculous. Godzilla charge up time to get his radiation breath going is several seconds, starting from the tail and working its way up. Even if you didn't know what was really going on, this is a clear indicator that something is happening. King Kong, using his intelligence, would figure out pretty quickly what Godzilla was doing and would then see the beam amassing in its mouth. He could quickly get out of the way or dive behind cover, as the beam isn't really a permanent existence scenario. We see when Godzilla was knocked over by Ghidorah in Antarctica that the beam actually hits a building, blows it up, but does not continue on to the other side. Because of this, buildings would actually offer pretty good cover, at least for one shot. The second option is to just straight up dodge the beam, and this seems incredibly possible as Godzilla misses Ghidorah entirely and wasn't able to correct the beam's path, meaning that once it's fired, it may be so bright Godzilla can't really see where the enemy is. And this means that Godzilla likely loses his sight, which you never want to happen in a battle. And the third possible option is, just like we saw Ghidorah do where he knocked over Godzilla while he was firing the beam, Kong could just get out of the way and then punch Godzilla in the face, and Godzilla wouldn't even know what was happening. And considering Kong's arms are gigantic, this would be a devastating hit. And if Kong really just wanted to stay far away, he could continue his assault using everything around him at his disposal and continue just straight up chucking things down range. Eventually, however, this battle would really lead to something like trench warfare. Both sides
Got water. Open the bar.
are stuck at a distance. This, however, is a very human trait when it comes to fighting, and likely between titans, this wouldn't take place. Eventually, they would move in closer where Godzilla is severely lacking in the fight department, but he does still appear to have a few good countermeasures if he's able to use them. The first thing to note is Godzilla is taller, but King Kong is beefier. In humans, this usually makes for a very interesting fight because of something called reach. A taller person is going to have longer arms than a shorter, beefier person. So standing upright and fighting actually favors the taller person because they're able to reach you better than you can reach them. But should someone who's short and stocky get someone who's long and lanky onto the ground, if they both possess the same amount of combat knowledge, the shorter, stockier person is the favored outcome in the fight. In the King Kong Godzilla fight, however, it's completely just muddled and the other way around. So go ahead, take a look at Godzilla's arms. He looks like SpongeBob during that episode where he puts 2 marshmallows on a twig and barely lifts it. Godzilla has arms that are much more likened to a scrawny lizard like an iguana than an actual proportional arm. In fact, I'd go as far as to say the arms are virtually useless in a fight, as shown when a Muto attacks him from behind and Godzilla cannot reach the creature. And this thing continues to just beat the crap out of him because he can't get it off his back. King Kong, on the other hand, has large, stronger arms, meaning there is no way Godzilla could use his arms defensively in really any capacity against King Kong. The one thing Godzilla does have going for him is the tail, however. The tail is absolutely powerful, and should a swipe hit King Kong, it would likely result in the wind being knocked out of him, or even possibly a momentary knockout, much like how the napalm knocked Kong out on Skull Island, and they were able to sort of incapacitate him for a moment. However, should this moment not be taken, which considering Godzilla doesn't quickly work out how enemies are and how they function, he may think that Kong is really just finished. However, due to Kong's durability, he would be able to quickly get back up and continue his attack. As the fight drags on, something would begin to happen, however. Godzilla would invariably figure out how Kong's attacks operate, but Kong is likely smarter than Godzilla in this respect, meaning that eventually Kong would find weak points to attack, seeing as all his attacks on the giant lizard are not doing as much damage as they should. Eventually, Kong would notice something on Godzilla's neck: gills. Gills are an absolute weak point for Godzilla, and when fighting the Mutos, they would actually go after them, causing him to bleed and staggering him in the process. King Kong may not have sharp talons to dig into the gills, but what he does have are grasping hands. Getting in close and jumping on Godzilla's back, there's really not much the lizard could actually do against this attack, as discussed previously. King Kong could then start just pounding on the gills or grasping at them, and in the process, this could damage the gills, causing them to bleed and even tear, injuring Godzilla greatly. The lizard would obviously freak out at this point and then begin running into things to get Kong off his back, which invariably would knock him off, but it'll show Kong that this enemy does have a weak point, and a fairly glaring one at that. The rest of the fight would likely be attacking these gills with anything around him. Over time, this would yield some success as Godzilla begins to get exhausted after prolonged combat and weak point constantly being attacked. To Godzilla's credit though, through bites, scratches, and possible scalding from close radiation beam attacks, King Kong would likely be damaged as well at this point. Incurring this much damage would probably eventually start trying the actual stamina of King Kong, but it's known that he has really more of this than Godzilla does. Godzilla would likely begin a retreat at this point from the destroyed landscape. Moving towards the water, King Kong would give chase. Entering the water would seem like a bad idea, but after this fight, King Kong isn't just about to let this nonsense with this lizard just go away. He would enter, and this would likely not be the most strategical move. Seeing as Godzilla is amphibious and works well on water and land, and King Kong is a mammal who can kind of go into the water but prefers land, this is now Godzilla's turf. Likely the lizard would continue to fight King Kong in the water as King Kong pins the lizard in the water, but then realizes that he's actually not struggling and can sort of breathe underwater. A beam of radiation shoots out, knocking King Kong backwards, and the lizard gets up and starts beating Kong with his tail and claws. Kong cannot breathe under the water, but eventually through sheer mass is able to knock Godzilla off. Godzilla, continuing to try to escape and heal up in a tunnel, would be pursued by Kong as they both entered the deeper water. Godzilla, remembering the fight with Ghidorah, then would grab Kong, pull him down, but something is different. All the attacks made on his gills have decreased his ability to breathe under the water effectively until he heals. He is forced back up to the top with Kong exhaustedly, as then King Kong would probably start dragging Godzilla back towards the land. With Godzilla's inability to escape to the tunnels and heal, as he can no longer navigate the deep waters effectively, means that his solution to leaving the fight is now gone. So this continues to remain a knockdown, drag-out fight. Reaching a point of exhaustion for Godzilla unlocks the thermonuclear mode. This last-ditch energy release sends out radiation shockwaves, burning and scalding everything in its way. This is the ultimate answer to Kong's attacks. As seen with Ghidorah, it does in fact burn away a lot of flesh. However, despite having no armor plating on his body, Kong still does have the ability to take a few of these hits. The first one would hit his fur, and this would likely singe it and immediately cause pain. So have you ever put your hand on like a hot pan or stovetop for a second and had a reflex reaction? You don't even have time to think about it, it just happens. Likely Kong would do the same thing. As the first wave hit, he would immediately jump backwards, putting more distance between him and Godzilla. As the second wave hits, but further